coin bonus draws 2. Second coin bonus draws 1. There's a Lunatone. Now that hand is stacked full of cards for Joshua to use. Nest Balls, Fighting Gongs, Counter Catchers. Can't use that one, but Superior Energy Retrieval, there is one of in the hand already.
I'm wondering if somewhat soon we might be seeing, oh, never mind. I was going to say the, oh no, we can. It was grabbed. I'm wondering if we're going to be starting to see the Baniri come out and kind of threatening as kind of this second attacker here for Joshua. Now, granted, Joshua working with 2 Golden Goes this time, so won't be struggling too hard to hit the high numbers. But, oh, no, it is at the top. Oh, it was the, you know what? It's the alt art, so we get to see, like, the pretty arts that Joshua's playing. But on our side, it looked very different to me. So, okay, we're not going to see the Baniri this turn, but still, I mean, you got 2 Golden Goes, you have Solrock Lunatone, you got the engine up and running, and even a backup Gimme Ghoul to help you out here, too.
Maybe finding the second air balloon enables Boss's Orders Solrock KO on a Zorua.
Get what you ask? Ooh,
you know,
okay. Yeah,
taking a knockout on Pheasantipity EX is also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua has the information that Eric has the end Zoroark in hand, so we know that there's going to be some drawing next turn, but why not take out the only 2 prizer currently available, which seems pretty smart, especially with all the energy already ready to go in the discard pile.
Superior Energy Retrieval, going to discard Fighting Gong, and Joshua's still holding on to that Artisan.
You just don't want to give your opponent anything, right? I mean, look at Eric's setup, right? At this point, granted, it's going to look a lot better next turn, but allowing your opponent to set up alongside you is something you just don't want to see. So it is just going to be the Make It Rain for 250.
5 energy discarded. Going down to 3 prize cards, find Superior Energy Retrieval and another Golden Go EX. Pretty good 2 cards for Joshua. Eric, again, now this game, he's the one that's on the back foot basically the entire time. Finally, we're going to be able to see something go on. Buddy Poffin. Tatsugiri is being eyed down along with another Enzora. We already know there's those 2 Enz Zoroark EX in hand from last turn's Serrano.
I think what Eric is gonna try to go for here is finding not only hand disrupt, but also trying to find a way to get the Pecharunt EX down with Binding Mochi, so End Zoroark EX can Night Joker copy the End's Zekrom, Rampaging Thunder, I believe it is, and go for the knockout that way and get down to 4 prizes. But the problem is that is straight into Joshua's hand, or right into the board that's already completely set up here. But at this point, we have to start using the hand disrupt. There's the Binding Mochi, Jeremy.
All right, Pheasantipity EX found off that Night Stretcher, does find that Binding Mochi along with a Lily's Determination. Trade now used, discards that Team Rocket's Watchtower. There is that Pecharunt EX. And there's tons of Ends PP up, but no energy in the discard, I believe.
There's the Binding Mochi both in play into the active. There's the Ends PP up. There's got to be one here that we're looking at, and we will be able to find it. The question is there a second one in the hand, Ends Castle for the free retreat? And then it is going to be the Iono being played here. So Eric is going to be able to at least set up the bench here, but here's what we're missing, Jeremy. 1 Dark Energy. And just as a reminder to everybody at home, there's 2 in the prizes, and there is only 7 played in the entire deck list. We could
Last
be
card.
whipping. Oh my goodness, finds it.
All right, we have a game 2 here, folks. Last trade for the turn. Ends Castle allowing a free retreat to the Tatsugiri. So now you can attract customers for a free supporter, and then subjugating chains the Zoroark EX into the active spot. Pretty good sequencing, trying to maximize your outs. We do see Black Belt training was a supporter that was available to Eric, but again, keeping it close to his chest, not allowing Joshua to see that that card's in the deck.
I mean, still, Eric will be able to hit this 280 this turn with the Binding Mochi, and honestly, both Binding Mochis being attached to the and Zoroark here, so is reliably going to be able to go into the active thanks to Pecharunt's subjugating chains, poisoning yourself, getting into the active, and then using Night Joker to copy Rampaging Thunder from Zekrom thanks to the Binding Mochi and taking that big knockout there.
It is now 4-3 prizes. Joshua still needs to take 2 prizes turn after turn to seal up this game. A little over 14 minutes left to go in this match as well, so not a lot of time for a game 3, especially with this game finally starting to even out.
I guess in a way, this Genesect being down on the board isn't necessarily the worst thing, right? You do get to guarantee yourself another Golden Go here and even find fodder for your superior energy retrieval off of another Golden Go that you can grab. Also gives Joshua a chance to, shuffle the deck again. There was Iono. There were a lot of cards in Joshua's hand that he really needs here. So I'm interested to see how exactly the sequencing is going to, determine a lot here, especially with these coin bonuses. And also, do we have enough energy to not only attack this turn, but to do something like our Lunar Cycle to even get back half of the hand Joshua had before?
Yep, 2 coin bonuses available. That Lunar Cycle with a fighting energy. You even have something like maybe a Pheasantipity EX hitting the board. Here's going to be the first one, just for 1. Arven found.
Arven's massive here, but Joshua needs to get all the way up to 300 damage in terms of an output here. So the Earthen Vessel, I believe there's another Arven in hand. I can't quite tell because of the glare, but there is Earthen Vessel being played here. So we just have to be a little bit careful on how Joshua is going to find these energies and making sure not using too many resources here.
With this 2 fighting energy, Joshua can choose the Lunar Cycle if he's still trying to dig for more. Like you said, even with the poison damage on the ends of Zoroark, Joshua still needs the full 6 energy to be able to take the knockout, and then 7 actually, including the metal on the Golden Go.
It is just so risky to put this Golden Go into the active to coin bonus for 2. Knowing that it's not guaranteed, right? So big 2 cards right now for Joshua. What are they?
Oh, superior energy retrieval found for Joshua. You can see him breathe a sigh of relief here.
And that'll allow for Joshua also already does have the fighting energy in hand as well. So that's already kind of your green light for a Lunar Cycle to get enough fodder to use multiple superior energy retrievals in a turn here. But supporter 4 turn is going to be that Arven. There's already 1 superior energy retrieval down for Joshua, and Joshua was able to pick off the one that was in the prizes now. So he still does have access to 3. So this shouldn't be too crazy, but the problem is if you use 2 now, Jeremy, now I'm not the best at math here, so you might have to help me out.
Well, 3 minus 4 is 1, right?
Yeah.
So there'd be 1 left.
Negative.
Granted, there still is the Super Rod in the prize cards for Joshua, so we can grab that with this knockout to go along with it, but it's definitely going to be cutting it close. Arven's going to find Nest Ball. And Bravery Charm. Does Nest Ball go ahead and grab Pheasantipity EX? No, it's going to grab the Baniri.
Fully believing that Joshua is going to grab this Mega Lopunny EX off these 2 prizes.
Oh, or not.
Or could just use it as fodder, right? At that point, now granted, like I said, I'm not the best at math here, but what are the chances out of the 2 prize cards you pick out of 3, it isn't the Lopunny? But we've seen it before, right?
Listen, 66% chance usually rounds up to 100% chance most of the time. At least
I'll remember
my experience. That. Yeah.
I will certainly remember that one.
Time is ticking here. Arven does find Nest Ball and Bravery Charm, but I don't even know if Joshua's played the Nest Ball. Just going in the hand, doesn't even want that Baniri, knowing that that Mega Lopunny EX is in the prize cards.
shuffling up, so I'm going to assume that the decision is just to take it into the hand and then using it as superior fodder, I would say. I like how, Jeremy, you reminded everybody at home that the Super Rod is prized. That's another way that you can replenish the energy inside of your deck without using superior energy retrieval to bring it all out here. But, this, I mean, you have to commit to getting all of it back right now.
Oh, yeah. 4 energy found with that superior energy retrieval, metal in the 3 fighting. There is, what, 2 more fighting in hand? Or no, that's the full suite of 6.
Wow.
This is also getting scary, though, because what if you pivot into Badoo?
Oh, true.
Itchy Pollen. How many energy is actually left for Joshua?
And that's something that you really kind of remember. That was probably one of the most memorable moments of the season when you really think about it. One of the other things is when I look back at Eric's board, I really wish he had time to establish the Ends Darmanitan here. This would have gone crazy this turn. But unfortunately for Joshua, or for Eric here, Joshua's now going to go down to 1 prize, taking now both of the cards, honestly, he really wanted there. Not only just the Mega Lopunny, but also the Super Rod here. So it's up to Eric to really get things going to maybe bring us to a Game 3 long enough where he can secure a win, but it might be drawing closer to a tie.
Listen, there is 9 energy in the discard, 1 attached to that Golden Go EX. There's only 1 more fighting energy in Joshua's deck, and it's kind of scary a little bit. There's the counter catcher and Iono. It's going to put Joshua down to 1 card. Now, Eric did counter catcher up that Golden Go EX with the air balloon.
See what the hand is here. Going to use Pheasantipity, draw some more cards. A couple of supporters. Ooh. The boss's orders for next turn will definitely help us out here, but still some more trading to go. Draws into the energy for the manual retreat, but also we know that this deck is going to use Subjugating Chains no matter what. Nothing off of the attract customers. The deck is looking extremely thin though. So at this point, Eric is really just kind of hoping that Golden Go is not going to be able to get high enough to swing for that big 300, but it could even come down to something like Gust for Joshua potentially. I mean, Joshua does play 3 boss's orders here, so that Tatsugiri is technically a liability at this point.
Well, there is that Subjugating Chains, bringing up that Ends Zoroark, poisoning it so that Binding Mochi is active, allowing Eric to take a 1-hit knockout on Golden Go EX.
This is so scary. 1 card drawn here. Finds the Iono, but that's coming a little bit too late. Is that boss's orders?
Yeah, boss's orders.
Oh my
Iono.
goodness. But here's the thing. You just need 1 fighting energy. All Joshua needs is 1 fighting energy. Can free retreat the Genesect EX into the Soul Rock. Boss's orders the Tatsugiri for the win here. And then we would go to Game 3.
For the odds, you kind of need 2 cards.
Oh no!
Just because you want to be able to find something like that superior energy retrieval. So Joshua's retreating to the Golden Go, committing this 2-prizer to the active spot.
No.
Coin bonus for 2 cards. Superior energy retrieval. No. Double boss's orders, Iono. There is that Baniri.
Such a huge whiff here from Joshua, but it is just going to be that one of Iono finally seeing play here on his side. That's so unfortunate. 1 fighting energy could have brought us immediately to a Game 3, Jeremy.
Not just 1, but the last one.
The last one, a way to recover said energy out of the deck. Could have been a lot of things here, but the question is, did Eric just cinch this?
Don't call it over just yet. Nest Ball was found off the Iono. That does mean Pheasantipity? No. Just pass the turn. There's the retreat. Subjugating Chains brings up that Ends Zoroark EX. And just like that, Night Joker copying Rampage Thunder yet again. It takes the 1-hit knockout on the Golden Go. And Eric Johnson moves up to 8-1. starting off pretty well in phase 2.
And then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome back, folks, to day 2 of the Houston Regionals. I'm so excited to wrap this one up and crown a new regional winner, a new champion, a new person getting their direct invite to the World Championships. This is going to be a stellar tournament with Ascended Heroes now legal. There's a lot of shakeups with the metagame. I'm here in the lounge, Adam Skarzik Watson with the squad. And we've got a lot to talk about, folks. I want to thank you first and foremost for setting your alarms and showing up bright and early, like I told you at the end of yesterday's broadcast. And this is going to be an amazing segment. We've got so much to go over, so many twists and turns, so much things in the metagame. But that's what I would say. However, I've just gotten word that our stream match is already ready to go. So a reward for you beautiful, punctual people who showed up exactly when you're supposed to. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and get the action underway.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Good morning, Pokemon fans and trainers around the world. It is true. We are here for our second day of action in Houston, Texas for our regional championships. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman, and our stream match is ready, so we can go ahead and take it down, see our players and their decks. It is a doozy for us today. Makani Tran up against Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, two of some of the top players that we have in the Pokemon TCG. And it's going to be a classic matchup. Gardevoir versus Megabox.
Honestly, the Tran brothers have been on a rampage lately, especially not only just in North America. Makani coming off of a top 8 at the European International Champions, then Makani's brother Truan winning Seattle Regional Champions, and now here we go, Makani back at these top tables. Both of these players, honestly, in their own right, are amazing. And of course, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, a household name of the Pokemon TCG, piloting this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box that has been seemingly always at the top ever since its creation last year.
Yoshiyuki, coming over from Japan for a lot of our regional championship and events and ICs, has a 3rd place at the LAIC this season, already locking up that spot for Worlds. But it is just crazy to see the amount of success that he has had with this deck in particular.
Prizes going out right now. Like we talked about, we're jumping right into this game. Players have been itching and ready to go here. Already, one of the biggest things I'm noticing in the prizes here for Yoshiyuki. Now, the thing is with Mega Box, as we're calling it, the archetype of Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan together, is that you can play it in a couple of different ways, depending on how you want to kind of tech for the meta, considering if you want Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in there. The thing is, there's one copy of Mega Absol EX in the deck, Jeremy.
No, there's 2. It's just a different art.
Oh, it's a different art. Okay, I was about to say, oh, God.
All right, we're going to start things off. Swiss round 12, phase 2 action. Just a couple of rounds more before we get into our top cut. These players sitting at 9-1-1. Makani is going first, starts that Frillish, and then has a Nest Ball. Is going to do a quick prize check here, but how does this matchup usually go down for Gardevoir's side of things?
Well, Gardevoir can still hit very, very big numbers, and with our Mega Pokemon joining the fray, these big 3 prizers, you kind of need it to do that. But the thing is, about Gardevoir over the past couple of months, there have been some really big changes to this deck. A lot of people have been taking Drifloon, which is known to be hitting these big numbers, out of the deck. But the thing is, Yoshiyuki starting something like a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is actually a pretty good thing for Makani here. Makani can use things like Psychic Embrace and Monkey Dory to kind of whittle down a lot of these hit points here. But what's very interesting, especially from Makani is playing the Frillish, but not the Jellicent here. So opting to go a little bit more of the less 2 prize liability line.
Yeah, it has that Mega Diancie EX, which has been putting in a ton of work for these recent Gardevoir lists, just being able to hit big damage numbers thanks to Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory, but also just having a big HP Pokemon to put in the active spot to take a few hits as well.
Back on over into Yoshiyuki's turn and this Mega Box that we've been talking about. It was towards creation last year, picked up a lot of steam in Milwaukee, and now has kind of turned into what has been more of a household deck. Tord was able to pilot it to a win in Las Vegas Regionals, and we've still seen it just at the top. I think while a lot of players respect this deck, we don't see a lot of players technically on it, right? I think it was the first spot yesterday of the best of the rest in phase 1, right? So I think this deck can have a very high skill ceiling, depending on how exactly you would like to play it here. But looking at Makani's board right now, 1 Rald's not exactly great, but still Yoshiyuki starting off with a Nest Ball and a deck search. I'm not seeing that instant Arven drop that you really need to find your A-Spec Precious Trolley, fill up that bench, and get your Technical Machine turbo energized. But hopefully the Pokegear gives it to us.
If you need to find an Arven, a good way to do it is with Pokegear 3.0, and that unlocks that Precious Trolley brought straight out for Yoshiyuki. This is the lifeblood of the deck. Everyone really relies on their A-Specs, but especially this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. Being able to set up your entire bench and then use that Technical Machine Turbo Energize, also that you can find with Arven, to set up your Pokemon for the following turns. It's pretty great.
A lot of this deck, Jeremy, also does revolve around this Pecharunt EX. Pecharunt EX is able to use its ability Subjugating Chains to poison that Mega Absol that you see on the bench, bring it into the active. But you also have Pokemon like Latias enabling Skyliner to free retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan with its ability Run Errand, so you could see even more cards. Now this turn from Yoshiyuki is probably all that he really wants from here, right? He has found the Arven, he's found the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Makani only has 1 Ralts to really work with, and you know that Claw of Darkness from Mega Absol is coming next turn.
Well, Makani saw Yoshiyuki play an Arven and decides that he can do just the same. Arven trying to find his own A-Spec in Secret Box, and there it is with that Technical Machine Evolution just to get discarded. and Secret Box really unlocks a Gardevoir deck.
The thing is, looking at Makani's hand, seems to have everything that he wants here. The big thing about Gardevoir that we've now learned over the past couple of years is that the goal of the deck is to get as much energy into the discard as possible in order to unlock your Gardevoir EX's ability, Psychic Embrace. But the Secret Box on turn 2 to enable a little bit more setup is exactly what Makani needs. It's going to be able to find that item, tool, supporter, and stadium here, but still, I mean, I'm not too comfortable with the one Ralts here, even pitching away the Technical Machine Evolution, so we got to find another way to get some of these Corlias safely out.
Well, Secret Box does search for a stadium. Artisan's pretty good at getting Ralts out, and there we see Artisan with that Lily's Determination. It's looking like both players having somewhat kind of an ideal setup. Yoshiyuki having the start that Cornerstone, probably not the best, and Makani only having that one Ralts available, probably not the best, but both recovered very nicely.
Part of the reason why Gardevoir players love this Frillish, this Oceanic Gloom. Now, granted, it does have a pretty big retreat cost of 3, but that's not anything that Monkey Dory can't just send back at the opponent here. But that Oceanic Gloom does 20, and then your opponent can't play any item cards next turn. Now, granted, if you look at Yoshiyuki's hand, he definitely has everything he needs to start attacking next turn. But this Frillish, especially when you have a really bad start here, really kind of makes everything a little bit harder for you to grab out of this deck.
There is that Artisan being able to fetch out another Ralts for the bench. And I don't know if Makani has much of anything else other than that Lilies, so we'll just see that supporter.
Used Darvin for the
that's
turn,
right, yeah.
I believe, Jeremy. And I actually think it's just going to be Makani using the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Actually preferring to just get as much on the board here to get set up. But back on over into Yoshiyuki. The question is, what does he do from here? Makani didn't show too much of the hand a little bit earlier, so I don't know if he wants to Iono here, because that's something that this deck can do extremely well. It can go extremely aggressive and really kind of get in your face and kind of throw everything off here. But the thing is, this deck can also, you know, play a little bit what we'd like to call a little control-y, right? Take things out of the hand here. So we'll see how exactly Yoshiyuki wants to get things going. Now, granted, Oceanic Gloom wasn't used last turn, so items are technically available for him.
I mean, Claw of Darkness seems pretty good when your opponent fetched out Lily's Determination. Now, for Makani's own sake, hope to have another supporter in the hand. Otherwise, we could see a pretty quick game.
The thing is about Yoshiyuki's deck in particular is that Mega Absol does play a very high count of Boss's Orders. And speaking of Boss's Orders, there it is onto the Curlia. And this is going to be that Claw of Darkness that you were talking about, Jeremy. And that's the only draw supporter that we see in hand for Makani here. So Makani might have to use the power of a top deck, but also just an Ultra Ball to get that Pheasantipity. And you definitely do not want to put a 2-prizer down versus this deck.
Yeah, it might be Pheasantipity, might be Gardevoir, but there's not really any energy available. But it is going to be that Gardevoir EX. There's one Psychic in the discard. There's a Monkey Dory in the hand. Is there a Mew as well? Is that the last card that was in Makani's hand?
I believe so, Mew EX here, but the thing is we need more energy in the discard to use that Psychic Embrace to power it up here. Mew also not having the highest of hit points, also weak to dark as well, so...
Well, I just meant for drawing cards, restart.
That's fair, but everything feels like a liability when you're playing against Mega Absol, right? So we'll see what these cards bring, and there's the Lily's Determination off the top.
Not only Lily's, but the Pheasantipity EX as well. There's 3 cards. Couple Dark and Night Stretcher, not what Makani is hoping for. Night Stretcher brings back Ralts just to have that backup, just in case another Boss's Orders comes down from Yoshiyuki's side of things. And there is that super powerful supporter in Lily's Determination.
It's exactly what you want to see as Makani, right? I feel like for the past couple days, all of our Gardevoir that we've seen on stream has been, I have a rough start, but then I'm able to find my Secret Box, re-get set up here, and then this Lily's Determination card, probably our best draw supporter right now in the format, will be in our next format as well. If you still have all 6 of your prize cards, you could draw 8 fresh cards. Plus, also, Makani did use Flip the Script a little bit earlier, so that's 11 cards that he's actually seeing, plus his draw for turn.
Not only that, the Mew restarted for 3. A lot of cards drawn for Makani this turn, but still on the back foot, staring down this fully powered Mega Absol EX on Yoshiyuki's side of things. Ultra Ball discards a Psychic Energy, so now there's 3 available, so that means you can at least attack with the Mew. But again, that's 2 prize liability, but only 1 Monkey Dory for the Drenabrain.
Oh, interesting. All right, well, finding the opportunity to get to this genome hacking off from Mew EX here, and it's going to be a taste of his own medicine here as Mew EX going to copy genome hacking into that Claw of Darkness here. And look at the array of toys that Yoshiyuki has in hand. And really, I think it is just going to be Makani going for the boss's orders. It just makes the most amount of sense here. But the thing is, Jeremy, that Mew EX is right there sitting in the active with 6 damage counters already on it for terminal period. Now, granted, I think Claw of Darkness is always your better option here, but still, I mean, it's looking a little bit scary. But the thing is, Yoshiyuki has yet to power up this Monkey Dory and start sending some of these damage counters back.
I like the mind games that Makani's playing.
True.
Leaving the 6 damage counters on. Maybe Yoshiyuki will use terminal period instead of Claw or Darkness. You never know, right?
That could be.
Arvin to start things off for Yoshiyuki's turn. We'll be able to find Bravery Charm. Maybe that'll keep that Absol around for just another turn, but definitely gonna have to see.
One of the things about this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box is that it's been played in a couple of different ways. So much so that Mesman, our European International Championship, was using the ice cream cone to heal some damage, right? So we're seeing in different counts. I think this deck is very meta dependent on which you're kind of anticipating on playing, right? If you're anticipating seeing a lot of EX Pokemon, you're going to play Cornerstone. If you're not really anticipating on seeing it, you might not want to say it. Like you were saying a little bit earlier, starting Cornerstone in a matchup like this, not exactly your favorite thing, but still, it sometimes feels like kind of a toss-up with what this deck provides for you.
It's definitely one of the true kind of like toolbox decks we have in the format. With Mesman's list, wasn't it the Toadscroll line really helping out a lot of those matchups? And again, Cornerstone has been in and out of the list. We've seen a lot of both of the versions do well.
You also can see this deck with Bouffalance in it as well to protect your Kangaskhan. So I think it's while it can be played very aggressively, and I love playing this deck super aggressively, can also be played very reserved here. But still, the thing is, once your Mega Absol has a ton of damage on it, it becomes a really big liability, especially when that Cornerstone is taking up so much space on your bench to prevent you from putting down a second Monkey Dory to start sending all of this damage back.
At what time do you kind of work in the 3 pennies?
Now.
Now?
If you
well,
can, no.
We already played, he played an Arvin.
Yeah, unfortunately so, but I'm thinking this energy switch is going to come through here, maybe switching off of the Mega Absol onto the Monkey Dory at this point to start sending the damage back and then just using terminal period. But Yoshiyuki really has to mull this one over here. Mega Kangaskhan might be the one that starts attacking soon using that rapid fire combo, but as you can see, Yoshiyuki with a lot of targets, but not quite sure where to put this energy.
Does look like Energy Switch will move the fighting to that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, potentially spreading out both of the attackers. There's actually a second Energy Switch played to that Cornerstone. Still has energy for turn.
Oh. So I would never expect Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon to be attacking this turn.
The energy was from that, the Turbo Energized.
Yep. We're all good, just double checking here, but Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon using Demolish in this case here?
Who cares about resistance when Demolish gets through it, takes the knockout, goes down to 3 prize cards, grabs that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and Iono from the prize.
And I think at this point, Jeremy, if I'm Yoshiyuki and I'm looking towards like my next couple of turns, it's gonna be that time soon to start going into that conservation disruption mode. But the problem is that Mega Absol only has 100 damage left on it here, and Makani not only has Counter Catcher actively live, one is in the discard, but still also now has another spot to put down Monkey Dory to start sending these damage counters back. So if I'm Yoshiyuki, I'm not too comfortable here.
Only one counter catcher available for Makani left in the deck. Only 2 copies in the list. There we see a second Gardevoir EX come down with that rare candy. Makani still has access to flip the script from Fezandipity. Can't quite get a good look at his hand, though.
I think I'm seeing a Lily's Determination and Ultra Ball, but going to just draw first, and drawing a ton of energy, but thankfully the third card being that Earthen Vessel here to sift through, being able to eye up the dark energy, and then still now going to be able to probably use Artisan to get down that Sucky Monkey Dory. That just makes the most amount of sense to me. And then honestly, I mean, I think trying to find a way to gust up Mega Absol seems like the play to do this turn.
Makani is down a couple of attackers now as well. We just saw that Mew EX get KO'd, but Scream Tail was discarded along with 1 Night Stretcher. So limited resources available, but Makani does have the Arven in hand. Gonna find a Bravery Charm and Night Stretcher, so Makani probably eyeing down that Scream Tail.
Would make the most amount of sense as well here too. Scream Tail can hit the bench using that roaring Scream attack, but it has to Night Stretcher for it as it is in the discard here. But there's that Artisan once more, just using as, I believe, a deck check here, but needs the recovery to get Scream Tail out of the discard, bring it back up front here. But after that, my question is, if I'm Yoshiyuki, what do I do at this point? Has the Cornerstone ready to go, but is it Iono Blood Moon time getting kind of soon?
I mean, Makani hasn't taken any prizes yet, so not soon enough.
Yeah, that's fair. But we know 3 is about to hit, right, at this point?
There is that Night Stretcher. Scream Tail hits the bench. Makani shortcutting Psychic Embrace, the second Psychic to the Gardevoir, 20 damage on it, retreats. Bravery Charm on that Scream Tail allows it to hit for big numbers. 5 Psychic Energy attached. That's 100 damage. Scream Tail's doing 200 to any Pokemon. Makani moving that damage counter from the Frillish and just going to take the knockout on that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX in the active spot. That is the one Pokemon that is threatening things right now. Might as well.
I like this route from Makani as well here, just taking out the powered up attacker, especially because Yoshiyuki used 2 energy switches last turn to kind of allow for an escape route for Mega Absol here. So the question is, what does he do from here? Using the Artisan, I guess, to just keep searching here. Could be clutch time, Jeremy?
Could be. It is one of the avenues that this Mega Toolbox deck has available to it. I'm trying to think of the math. Yeah, it will be enough to knock out that Scream Tail with the weakness.
I'm also trying to consider if Yoshiyuki wants to penny this turn, at least get the Mega Absol up back into the hand and then replace the Bravery Charm, either putting the Mega Absol back down or even putting the Bravery Charm on something like the Yveltal at this point here too. See what the Run Errand gives us here. Lively Stadium could be pretty good as well. And the penny draws that too.
If Yoshiyuki is eyeing down a clutch KO, that Lively Stadium is going to actually keep Scream Tail in the active spot, that extra HP. Energy does get attached to that Yveltal. Free retreat available thanks to that Skyliner ability from Latias EX.
I really like if Yoshiyuki's going to go for the penny here. I know the Iono seems pretty tempting at times, but this completely throws off Makani's map when you really think about it, right? And now here comes that Blood Moon Ursaluna coming down as a safe backup attacker here, even with the energy on it nope, that's the Bravery Charm on it here too. And that will be just clutch for the knockout. Makani definitely on the back foot.
2 prizes to 4. Makani has a stacked hand of supporters and options. We finally see the second Monkey Dory hit the bench with Artisan. We know there's plenty of dark energy in the hand for Makani. But now that bench is kind of full. There's not really many like good attackers, right? Are you going to be attacking with Gardevoir EX?
Feels like your only option, right? I mean, you could power up the Gardevoir EX, find the Gust on Petulant Latias or something like that. But I think it is just going to be the Iono here. Yoshiyuki's hand pretty big, and same thing with Makani's as well. Yoshiyuki just giving a quick little shuffle to Makani's hand here, but 4 cards and then an extra 3 for Makani. But
the last counter catcher found off the Iono that could open up things, but Makani's going for the Frillish play here. Going to Oceanic Gloom to shut off item cards after this Iono to 2. Build up a little bit of damage with these Monkey Dory and Adrenabrain. Try to KO Yveltal on Makani's turn.
what was the draw from Yoshiyuki's side?
It's not a good hand. Penny, Cornerstone, and Dark Energy. You can finally charge up that Monkey Dory, but then again, you're not really powering up any attacker. Yoshiyuki always has the option to retreat into the Kangaskhan and run Aaron to draw 2 cards and then subjugating chains that Yveltal back up, but then you're poisoning yourself and making it just easier for Makani to take possibly multiple prize turns.
Yoshiyuki just gonna have to see the deck. There's the boss's orders here, but unfortunately no powered up attacker. Can't get into something like the Petulant EX to take the knockout with the Irritated Outburst here. I don't believe enough prize cards have been taken here. The Pheasantipity though.
Yeah, you can boss the Pheasantipity and clutch it for a few turns, maybe. Makani's taking it slow, might as well take it slow too.
The thing is, do you want to show the boss that early? And I do believe that, while it's not public knowledge yet, I believe that Makani did draw into the Professor Turo scenario of the deck as well.
That'd be rough.
Yeah.
He does attach the Mist Energy to that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, subjugating chains the Yveltal back into the active. It is now poisoned, so essentially just 20 HP remaining. Clutches for the 40 damage. And yeah, you were right. There's that Professor Turo scenario. Very heads up play on just vibes for Yoshiyuki, not bosses ordering that Yveltal.
I think a lot of the times when players are learning the Pokemon TCG, they see something like a boss's orders, and sometimes they get a little antsy and wanting to just get that end game. But Yoshiyuki showing a lot of restraint there, right? I think a lot of players would have gone for something like starting to Adrenabrain the Monkey Dory damage back here, but not necessarily what you want to do. So it's back on over to Makani on how he wants to handle this. The thing is, though, that Blood Moon Ursaluna is starting to get powered up here, but the question is, does Yoshiyuki have time to get it all the way ready to go? Now we know that Blood Moon with its seasoned skill ability allows for Blood Moon Ursaluna to attack the more prize cards that have been taken, but Makani only has actually taken 2.
A simple energy attachment next turn after Makani takes a prize will be enough to power up the attack and take the knockout on something like a Pheasantipity, but it goes straight to the hand with that Professor Turo scenario. Makani really trying to limit the amount of damage Yoshiyuki do with the single boss's orders to try to seal this game. Maybe a few heads flips on a rapid fire combo.
So unfortunate for Yoshiyuki, who had to use both energy switches a little bit earlier. We could have seen Petulant EX come into the fray and finish this game off, but now Yoshiyuki has to get a little bit creative here.
He's going to start things off with an Artisan. Just take a look at what resources are available to him. Yeah, looking at the list, there is just the 2 energy switch, so no real surprise plays from Yoshiyuki here.
And there's no energy acceleration in the deck anymore like Crispin. I believe Crispin was played in very early versions of this deck, but I think our players have found ways to kind of cut things out while this list has been created here. But the Penny to actually scoop up the Mega Kangaskhan here. Like you said, Jeremy, 1 energy attachment. And we're just going to let this Blood Moon Ursaluna with a Bravery Charm ride, I think.
Might as well. Season skill helps that Blood Moon lower in cost. There's the Lively Stadium. So this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX has a lot of HP. 340. What is it, a Mega Pokemon?
Feels like it sometimes, especially with that Bravery Charm attachment here, too. can't attack next turn unless Yoshiyuki were to find another Dark-type Pokemon to put down onto the bench to use Pecharon and then the free retreat thanks to Skyliner here. Plus also Gust, and I think that is what Makani is really looking for here. Not only just counting the energies, but probably counting the boss's orders that have been used. Like we were talking about a little bit earlier, it is going to be a 4 copy of boss's orders in this deck, and 2 have only been used just so far. So Yoshiyuki only has 1 prize left. Technically, none of those are boss's orders, so you got 2 more in the deck to really work with.
Going to be an important turn for Makani, possibly his last of this game 1 here in round 12. Psychic Energy and Dark Energy found off Earthen Vessel. Makani is down both Night Stretcher, just has the Super Rod available for recovery of that Mew or the Screamtail. Could we see something like a Mega Diancie EX?
Yeah, at this point, Jeremy, I think you should just go as big as possible, right? I mean, Yoshiyuki has helped Makani with the Lively Stadium as well. So that Mega Diancie is also technically a basic Pokemon here. Ooh,
This
and
is a
Iono on top.
This is a very powerful turn from Makani. Triple Monkey Dory Dark Energy. That Mega Diancie EX with its Diamond Coat and Garland Ray being able to take one-hit knockouts thanks to those Adrenabrains on pretty much any Pokemon. The quick shortcut of Psychic Embrace, 40 damage on that Gardevoir EX. Retreat to that Mega Diancie. Now we're going to see Mega Diancie being powered up by Makani. 3 energy, that means 60 damage. Now you get a swing around that 90 damage to wherever you want. Is it going to be enough to take a knockout on that Blood Moon Ursaluna? Math, right?
Math is a little bit difficult here, but I'm liking the way that Makani's actually going to spread out some of this damage to the Mega Kangaskhan as well here. Makani will be able to reach high enough, I believe, to take this. Oh, wait, no, only just short by a little bit.
Like I said, 340 HP is a lot of HP. Yeah, 40 left. The 30 from the third Monkey Dory was not going to be enough.
This is so unfortunate from Yoshiyuki as well. Doesn't have the Dark-type Pokemon to enable kind of the switcheroo, if you will, of seeing your Mega Kangaskhan get some draw. So the supporter for turn has to be this Lily's Determination here.
Has to be. That's pretty good.
I mean, it is, but wouldn't you prefer Gust this turn, Jeremy?
I mean, I prefer not to lose, you know?
Yeah, that's very fair here.
Pheasantipity found off of the Lilies, so that's at least a dark Pokemon. Countercatcher is not going to be available because Yoshiyuki's been winning this entire game.
This is such a pinch that Yoshiyuki is in because of the 3 Monkey Dory that's set up on Gardevoir's side here. Now, granted, Gardevoir not your usual favorite attacker here, but especially when you have all 3 of the Monkey Dories ready to go, that Blood Moon Ursaluna can go down to just 2, and then it's going to be looking a little bit interesting for Yoshiyuki here. No Penny played last turn either, so that Blood Moon Ursaluna, you just kind of have to assume maybe going down here.
Adrenabrain of Yoshiyuki's side of things moves the 30 damage over to that Mega Diancie EX and passes the turn. Does Makani have what it takes to be able to take 3 prizes this turn? I'm not too sure.
Has to hit, if Makani wants to go straight ahead, that Mega Kangaskhan has 380 hit points here. So I'm assuming double Adrenabrain at this point to just take out the Yoshiyuki's Blood Moon Ursaluna, get down to 1 a prize card here. See what exactly the prize card's taken. I believe it was both Ionos here. But there's just no energy on this board to really work with.
All right. Iono being played for Makani. Both players going down to 1 card. Makani's board is definitely looking a lot better than Yoshiyuki's. Only has 1 energy on his side of things in that Monkey Dory, while Makani has the plethora of Psychic Energies in the discard for this Gardevoir EX to maneuver around. There is that Garland Ray Adrenabrain combo yet again. A ton of damage on that Mega Kangaskhan. Penny drawn off the top for Yoshiyuki, but this is where we're going to see. Let's take a look at the discard. Let's see the counts, and then we're going to go into a game 2.
through the penny, but the penny doesn't really do much here when you can't really cinch the game away here. See what the run errand gives to us here.
Just a bunch of supporters in the hand. Where were they earlier?
Nowhere to be found.
The thing about this matchup in particular, too, is it just takes a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of actions for both players, and tactics like this where you're just penning up the Pokemon, play it down again. Lily's Determination found for Makani. What a great one card to draw off Iono.
It's pretty good. The thing is also, Jeremy, there's no Gust in Makani's list, and especially now that Makani's down to 1 prize card, things like Counter Catcher are offline as well. So just has to brute force his way through everything.
Eventually, the pennies are going to run out.
That's very true. And Yoshiyuki's list this weekend, playing 3, though. No Pal Pad to recycle back into the deck either.
That's when you have to start switching the nickels, huh? 4 Psychic Energy on that Mega Diancie EX. Double Adrenabrain, triple Adrenabrain.
All the way.
80 damage to that Monkey Dory.
Ooh.
Setting it up for the 1 prize next turn. There's the Garland Ray, 240 damage on the active Mega Kangaskhan. Draw for the turn is Earthen Vessel. Not going to be anything. Earthen Vessel, Lily's Determination found off this run errand. Does Yoshiyuki have any outs left? There is 2 Dark Energy found.
The thing is, you can't save both, right? Either the Mega Kangaskhan is going down next turn or this Monkey Dory is going down. And it's going to have to force Yoshiyuki to find Monkey Dory this turn to start sending some of this energy back. But the problem is the power of 3 Monkey Dory on Makani's side isn't exactly something to kind of look away with.
Can he find the last penny? It does not look like it. Oh, all 3 penny are already gone. And there we go to game 2. Makani Tran taking down one of the best players in the game right now in this game 1 of our round 12.
Very long game 1. That's the thing with Mega Absol Box, Jeremy, is that these games are long and they are grueling, and it makes you second and triple guess all of the things that you're doing, because your actions on turn 1 especially in this game affecting all the way down the line here too. So Makani holding strong here after, you know, a 1 Ralt start doesn't necessarily mean that the game is over.
Well, a lot happened in that game, but thankfully we have our own analyst being able to help us break down what was going on.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. Very exciting match for sure. I think we all thought Makani was in a lot of trouble in the beginning, but then everything changed when Yoshiyuki dedicated both of the energy switches in order to power up this Cornerstone to take a knockout on a Mew. It wasn't looking great, and in theory, you would be looking at this board and thinking, okay, I'm gonna use my Screamtail to snipe this Absol that was previously damaged, and I get 3 prize cards off of that, right? But that's actually not the case. You use Screamtail, eliminate all the energy from Cornerstone, and you're good to go. So let's take a look at this game 2 and how it plays out.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you again later, but with not much time left, these players are getting right into it. Fezandipity up against Petrant EX. Not the starts for either player you really want to see, but Artisan is going to allow Makani to, oh my lord.
Well, here's a good news, Jeremy. There is 1 more Ultra Ball at least in the deck, not 3.
Good news, he plays 4.
Yep, good. I mean, listen, in Makani's case, that's true. But honestly, throughout all of our stream games we've seen, I've always only just seen 1 Kirlia in this deck. It's just like Kirlia loves to just hide in the prizes here, but it's seeming like another 1 Ralt start here from Makani. But like you said, both of these players have much less than ideal starts. You got to look at Yoshiyuki's prizes as well here. 2 Dark Energy down, but the real big key piece is the Latias EX, allowing for the basic Pokemon to move to and from the bench.
You're going to be seeing less of that Mega Kangaskhan run errand, being able to retreat with the Skyliner and then subjugating chains up the attacker. And Yoshiyuki does thankfully find the Arven to be able to grab that Precious Trolley and Turbo Energize to have at least somewhat of a good setup. This deck really wants to go second. Both decks, honestly.
It feels like most decks in the format want to go second at this point, unless you're playing something like a Fan Rotom engine of some sort, right, with the Dunsparce or with Noctowls here. But we've seen the Pecharunt being played, and I guess the good part about Pecharunt being available here is that he can still move the Yveltal that's on the bench because it does have free retreat. You do want Skyliner and Latias EX most times, but you can't ask for a better start given the conditions for Yoshiyuki. Has the Lively Stadium, has the Mega Kangaskhan, finds the Arven, and finds that Technical Machine Turbo Energized. That Absol's ready to go.
I love the urgency that we see from both of our players here. Makani, even though he is up a game, is still playing in a pretty accelerated pace, trying to match Yoshiyuki here. And down a game, Yoshiyuki's really trying to at least take this game 2 and go for a tie.
The thing is, once we get up to some of these bigger matches here, right, when it's kind of getting closer to your asymmetrical cut, these ties start to kind of work against you as well. So these games want to finish 100% here. Looking at the Lily's determination, that's a lot of energy and Monkey Dory here.
I was a little worried about Makani's ability to get Psychic Energy in the discard with the 3 Ultra Ball being prized. Thankfully, he does have the Earthen Vessel to discard at least 1 Psychic, the one attached to the active Pheasantipede to retreat, and hopefully some other cards.
Yeah, you really need these Psychic Energies in the discard pile, but the thing is, I don't believe that Makani had too many other resources in the hand to help him get a second Ralts here. So it is just going to be the pass with the Pheasantipede and the active, Jeremy. I don't like that at all.
Makani did have the option to retreat the Pheasantipede to that Frillish, attach a Psychic, and use Oceanic Gloom, but opting to get those Monkey Dory powered up as soon as possible. But Boss's orders going to change things here. Yoshiyuki being hyper aggressive in this game 2 with the lack of time. Claw of Darkness takes the knockout on Monkey Dory, gets rid of that dark energy that was attached, and is eyeing down that Monkey Dory to discard with the 2 supporters already in hand for Makani.
I think a lot of players, when they see a board like this, naturally will look at the Ralts and say, hey, that's the one card I really need to take right here. But I like the idea that Yoshiyuki has of running Makani out of resources, right? So we'll see how exactly Makani's going to fire back here. The Nest Ball for a second Monkey Dory feels pretty good, but I do believe that Makani has a Lily's Determination ready to go as well. So we can see how he's going to be able to fire back here. But at this point, we need to start slinging damage counters, Jeremy.
I think the boss play on the Monkey is also just due to the fact that with the amount of time left, Yoshiyuki kind of wants the Gardevoir EX to hit play.
It's true.
You want to be able to boss his orders, that 2 prize Pokemon, and take a knockout cleanly as soon as possible. So kind of maybe baiting Makani a little bit in that sense.
8 cards here. Draws into the secret box as well for more setup. The question is, like you were saying, Jeremy, does Makani go for it is the real big question. But Rare Candy Gardevoir automatically hitting the bench here. And now it's definitely time to start attacking here.
Mega Diancie EX was also found off that Lily's, so that is a pretty great attacker against another Mega Pokemon in that Mega Absol EX. Adrenabrain will help out a little bit, 30 damage, and then just discarding 1 energy is going to be 120 damage, so 150 total to that Mega Absol.
Like you were talking about, Jeremy, I'm wondering if it's just 100% go time for Yoshiyuki in terms of just seeing, you know, a Gus type of play. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to, and I believe with this Nest Ball, set up another Monkey Dory, but also just sift through the deck just a little bit more with that Pokegear. Finding Arven, not exactly what he wants to see.
I mean, it might be exactly what he wants to see because there was 2 boss's orders in that top 7, but Arven with the combination of Nest Ball might help Yoshiyuki find the dark energy to start powering up these Adrenabrain. Energy switch with the Bravery Charm, so we could see dark energy being attached to Monkey Dory and then energy switch to the other one, double Adrenabrain terminal period take the knockout on that Mega Diancie.
Yeah, and that's going to be 3 prizes, and that means the game will definitely be finishing on time as expected for Yoshiyuki here. And as you can see, that is exactly the path that Yoshiyuki is going to take. Has to attach for turn onto the second Monkey Dory, and then moving the damage counters right on over. But look at all of the setup that Yoshiyuki is going to do aside from that too. And that's what makes this deck very powerful, this Mega Absol, being able to not only rip a card out of your opponent's hand, but also just take these knockouts. Makani now extremely on the back foot. Yoshiyuki 2 prizes away from evening this back up.
Makani does have Iono in the hand, but Yoshiyuki has started perfect here for this game too. Pheasantipity is going to draw 3 cards. Professor Turo, Scenario, Dark Energy, and I believe another Pokemon, maybe just fodder for the secret box.
Go ahead.
No, go.
I was about to say, I'm just like a little concerned for what's to come next turn when it comes to Yoshiyuki being able to equalize, because the Mega Absol could absolutely be going down this turn, especially if Makani's able to find something like the Screamtail, or Makani could go into just doing more Oceanic Gloom at this point, but definitely needing to refresh the hand here.
Super Odd found as the item from this secret box. Hoping to maybe recover the Mega Diancie. There is also the Screamtail in the discard. A couple Monkey Dory that were being knocked out as well. All the friends going back in the deck.
Yeah, it seems like the safest play at this point, Jeremy, is to bump the Lively Stadium with the Artisan, get the Mega Diancie back, and then attack with Garland Ray again, because you know it'll reach at that point here.
How do you get the Mega Diancie back? There's no Ultra Balls.
Have both, let me check if both Nest Balls have been used. Only one has been used so far.
Artisan's going to find the Screamtail here at least. Screamtail with a combination of Bravery Charm can take the knockout on this Mega Absol. Just 180 left. I guess you get the knockout without the Bravery Charm. You just need to Adrenaline Brain the damage over.
Counting the energy here too, but all these attachments of the tools just because you don't want to draw into them again. So it's very smart from Makani, but this is a great Iono here. Just trying to slow down the pace at least. Yoshiyuki going to only draw 2 cards. Makani needs to draw into a couple of more resources here. Finds the Night Stretcher, but doesn't find the Mega Diancie.
Pretty good card drawn for Yoshiyuki out of those 2 cards in Pheasantipity EX. So we'll at least see another turn from him. Makani attaches for the turn to this Gardevoir EX. And we see the double Psychic Embrace. No Adrenaline Brain either. Does not want to give Yoshiyuki any damage counters to work with. Takes the knockout with the Gardevoir EX. Makani now down to 3 prizes. What a 3 prizes to take, by the way.
Yeah.
Just triple Ultra Ball. I'd love to see his face on that.
Like, oh yeah, it's here, it's here. The question is where, I mean, you got Gardevoir EX staring you in the face. Is something along the lines of an irritated outburst on the ride? 1 energy switch in the prizes.
Yeah, the last energy switch as well. So Yoshiyuki cannot really charge up a good attacker in this one turn. No Petrant EX to be able to kind of clean things up. Run Aaron found a couple cards. Pheasantipity finds 3 more. Boss's Orders is found.
The question is it clutch time again, right? Bossing the Pheasantipity and keeping that in the active there.
He might have to, but again, you're just hoping that Makani does not have access to that Professor Turo's Scenario. There is just the 1 in the list.
And what are the chances that Makani sees that as a top deck?
It's pretty good.
I mean, Secret Box has already been used, so doesn't necessarily get to cherry pick it there.
Triple Ultra Ball can thin the hand down enough with Mew, restart, who knows?
Okay, very true.
All the draw power has been used for Yoshiyuki. There is that subjugating chains from the Petrant EX. Brings up that Yveltal. Goes with the Arven. We might just take a turn off and use this technical machine Turbo Energize to power up that Petrant EX.
This is really scary. I mean, granted, the Mega Kangaskhan does have a Bravery Charm on it as well. I believe there's also a Lively Stadium in the hand, too, if we want to boost some of the hit points of that Mega Kangaskhan all the way up here. But it is going to be the Technical Machine Turbo Energize, like you say, Jeremy. Everything is riding on this, on honestly both of these attacking Pokemon here.
Yoshiyuki got a Night Stretcher, I believe did not use it, and did not have access to another Dark Energy in the deck, so was unable to get the second Dark on the Petrant EX or the Kangaskhan. Does charge it up with the fighting, though, so hopefully is just relying on that Night Stretcher for next turn. Meanwhile, Makani using, I think, the first Ultra Ball of the game for him.
It's very true, and you know what exactly is going to be coming down with the Ultra Ball, and that's going to be the Mega Diancie EX here.
Definitely seems like one of the best attackers Makani has for this moment. Second Ultra Ball. Discard some more useless cards we don't need right now.
Yeah, you don't want to get Iono'd back into certain cards, and that's what all of this thinning can do. Lily's Clefairy coming out of the Ultra Ball, but it could just be used as kind of the safeguard of I don't want to see this just yet here.
Definitely shuffling a lot here for potentially a third Ultra Ball.
No, it's just
the Iono.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to discard the Night Stretcher.
No, definitely not. And that's the thing also with Gardevoir throughout the years. I think Gardevoir players have really decided to cut on energy, but also a lot of decks are only playing 1 to 3 recovery cards at most, right? So even getting rid of another Night Stretcher just doesn't feel exactly too great here, but we know because Yoshiyuki grabbed the Night Stretcher that you talked about a little bit earlier, doesn't have too many options to get this Petrant powered up next turn. I believe it is just going to be Makani sending forward this Mega Diancie, just once again, thanks to the power of Lively Stadium. This Mega Diancie getting a little bit more extra help, plus its ability Diamond Coat, so it takes 30 less damage, I believe, plus also the Lively Stadium. So this is going to stick around, especially thanks to no Mega Absol on the bench that could get powered up with for Terminal Period.
Just one Psychic Embrace on that Mega Diancie. Adrenabrain move the 2 damage counters over, possibly just to the active Munkidori. Yep, just does not want to leave any damage in play for Yoshiyuki to work around with that Munkidori of his own.
This is really tight for Yoshiyuki right here, right now. It depends on the draw for turn. The run errand, is that a boss's orders that I just saw there? Or it was the Night Stretcher at least?
Night Stretcher, Blood Moon, 3 cards, Iono, but no boss's orders. Night Stretcher can go ahead and get the energy needed to attack with either the Petrant or the Mega Kangaskhan, but I don't think either really can clean up these last 2 prizes without that gust.
Hear me out, Jeremy.
A lot of heads flips.
I was just about to say that. It's like when your one friend has just a terrible idea, and that might be the only way that Yoshiyuki can stay into it. Or, of course, we could be seeing some clutch shenanigans here as well. I mean...
either way, it's just a good pivot.
Yeah.
If Yoshiyuki's not going to use clutch this turn, can still retreat to something like the Petrant EX. Bravery Charm.
Finds the Bravery Charm, amplifying the hit points here. And then placing down Blood Moon or Ursaluna. It's just a matter of no gust here. Doesn't even want to Iono himself either.
Taking a look at the resources available for Yoshiyuki as well. It does look like there's 1 Night Stretcher left in the deck, but the Dark Energy is prized. That is the last one along with that energy switch. So having to commit that Dark Energy to the Yveltal is pretty costly if nothing is able to come from it.
It feels like more and more lately when it comes to this mega box archetype that the energy counts are so much more important these days, right? Especially when you're prizing 2. It's just not exactly what you want to see when you need to have multiple attackers powered up here. So sending more damage counters to and from here. I like how Makani also used Professor Turo's scenario to get Mega Diancie back into the hand here.
Yeah, unable to retreat, but that doesn't affect that Professor Turo scenario. Now Makani slowing things down, going into the Oceanic Gloom, and with only 2 minutes left, this is kind of where you want to be. Makani already up game 1, and with this game about to finish, maybe you can just kind of force it to go on a little bit longer.
And the thing is, at this point, Makani doesn't want to take the knockouts here, doesn't want to give Yoshiyuki the opportunity to draw a ton of cards here.
And is actually able to get 4 Psychic Energy on that Frillish thanks to the Lively Stadium. And Yoshiyuki not having a way to bump his own stadium means this Frillish is going to be tanking this damage.
2 cards, Jeremy. It's just a Mega Absol, another Monkey Dory. The bench is completely locked.
Oh, I was about to say, I was looking through the discard for Makani. Both Artisan are there. Could have done a cool play to knock out his own Frillish, but there is the Adrenabrain taking the knockout for Yoshiyuki. Makani kind of has to bring up the Gardevoir EX now. There's no, well, if you do the single Dark Energy, the Energy Switch was found off the prizes. This is going to do it. Yoshiyuki is going to have the Energy Switch, Petrant EX, or just
even
the penny. There's the energy, there's the knockout, and with 30 seconds left, Yoshiyuki was able to work some magic and tie this match up.
Oh my goodness, it's the routes, right? And Yoshiyuki being one of the players to watch for this deck, and it's the creativity that he was able to kind of sift through the deck, the Energy Switch off of the prizes, Jeremy.
Well, it actually had to be the penny because he was item locked.
Yes, very true. Oh my goodness. What a way to end it, right? Like, the thing is with Pokemon sometimes is that wins just immediately appear right in front of you, right? But, oh my goodness. Take us through the replay, Jeremy.
All right. Game 2 started out again with an early Claw of Darkness, but instead of going for the supporter, Yoshiyuki went for the second Monkey Dory. Makani set up that Mega Diancie pretty early, but it was taken down with a terminal period thanks to the double Adrenabrain play with that Energy Switch. Makani responded with Gardevoir EX, taking the knockout of his own for 3 prizes. Then the game kind of slowed down. Mega Diancie took the knockout on the second Monkey Dory for Yoshiyuki, still trying to find energy to be able to do anything, and just a good sequence at the end there. Penny being able to get the last energy needed for the Petrant EX to take the knockout. And time was called as players were shuffling up. We saw Yoshiyuki play the Precious Trolley, and Makani just said, all right, it's fine, we'll tie.
Well, honestly, I would have loved to see this game because both players had their ace-spec in hand turn 1. So we could have seen the true setup. But honestly, with the way that this game went, it felt very, very exciting throughout the whole thing. Makani still, I mean, what a story for Makani as well. Has always been good in, you know, top 8ing EUIC, and now still here in contention for top cut here at Houston as well. But of course, Yoshiyuki, like we said in the beginning of this match, a household name, especially for this deck, coming all the way over from Japan.
It is really great to see 2 players at the top of their game give us a great match. Unfortunately, it ends in a tie, and with the way the tournament is kind of set up right now, both players at 9-1 and 2, that tie is essentially a loss. They cannot lose or tie another time if they want to make it into ASIM.
Yeah, that's the thing. Here's the thing, Jeremy. I'm not that great at math, so whenever we talk about like records and points that you need for ASIM, I'm like, what? I'm like Slowpoke with the question mark above the head. Like,
listen, most of the time you need an X, 2, and 1. So X is your win column, 2 is your loss column, the 1 is your tie column. That's the baseline. Like, that's the worst record you can have to maybe make ASIM top cut. Both of these players are sitting at X, 1, and 2, so there's no wiggle room.
None at all. And then especially with seeing how the rest of, the decks that are in contention. I know Ethan Heggie is, running around with this Crustle still potentially in contention at this point. I don't know how his last round went, but still, I mean, there's things like Crustle at the top. There's things like Mega Absol at the top. There's things like Marty's Grimmsnarl, and even just base Frostlass Monkey Dory as well, still doing extremely well. So the decks that we're seeing are definitely not normal, right? Obviously Gardevoir, and we've seen Dragapult, right? We haven't seen that much Golden Go really kind of running around at these top tables. So who knows what the rest of the day is going to bring?
Well, I know what the rest of the day is going to bring for right now, and that is Pablo breaking down this match.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. Pretty back and forth. Two high-level players, of course. Two players who have already top-cut international championships so far. I don't know about you guys, but I loved seeing like how every turn felt so unpredictable.
Oh,
Both players have
Oh, yeah.
so many options, and it was hard to keep track of it all, right? The item locks happening at random times in the game rather than just the beginning, locking things in the active, the options that both players had. Yoshiyuki missing that boss's orders towards the end of the game to be able to close it out. I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, we were as well, and you're standing, which is even crazier. So.
Well, I just stood up. I was watching while sitting down. But yeah, so I wanted to go back. I didn't have full time to really flesh out that game one, which I thought was super interesting in the sense that we had this situation with a very, oops, that's not the right, with a very obvious, like, big target on Mega Absol, right? 3 prize cards, that's half the game won already. And there's another 3 prizer right here that you could potentially knock out at any other point in the game, right? But I think one of you mentioned it, like the real threat is in the active spot. Agree? That's the only thing that's powered up. Everything else has 1 energy attached that's not ready to attack. Mega Absol, sure, it can terminal period, but it also needs the back of Monkey Dories, and there's only 1 on the bench, and it doesn't even have an energy. So I think Makani did the best possible play here, taking down the energy, right? So you essentially shift away from, I win the game by prizes, but I win the game by my opponent just not attacking me, right? If they have no threats, then I can just take over the game pretty easily, and wherever energy is something that can threaten me, that's what I go after.
Yeah, especially with the turn prior being Yoshiyuki using both energy switch to power up that Cornerstone Nest.
Yes, that's why I had the number 2 prepared. Both energy switches were there, and even though you had this 3 prize Pokemon right there, just as a sitting dog, you don't always have to take the most amount of prizes each turn to win the game, right? Essentially, in a macro perspective, sure, you could think that, but generally, targeting down the energy is a lot more important at this point in time. And now, heading into game 2, we saw something quite different in terms of the things that mattered in order to take down this game. And I think the biggest thing were the damage modifiers, right? That's, once again, that's the wrong thing. The damage modifiers, essentially giving that extra HP to all these Pokemon, protected them from Makani's attacks despite having the Monkey Dory little bit of extra damage. This time Yoshiyuki did have 1 Monkey Dory helping him protect from Makani's Monkey Dory, so all that extra HP was ultimately what allowed Yoshiyuki to close out the game, gave him enough turns, enough buffer to close this one out.
Yeah, especially with the time being ticking down. They started this game at 2 with, what, 14 minutes left?
Yeah, so very crucial. Now, the Lively Stadium at that point, all those damage counters that Makani placed onto the Frillish, maybe he was trying to set up some sort of trap, like tempting Yoshiyuki. Maybe Makani had a sort of read that Yoshiyuki would not have the last energy to close out the game, and he was under item lock, but that penny ended up being able to allow him to give him that energy for the Petrunt. And with Makani having taken 4 prizes, I don't think there was anything that could take that hit.
Yeah, it was really a crazy sequence to see there at the end of the game.
Yeah.
I want to thank you again for helping us break down all of our matches that we have throughout this weekend. Definitely, you are an invaluable resource to us, Pablo. But that does it for our round 12. We have round 13 coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Pablo Mesa and I'm going to share with you a bit of history on powerful 3-prize Pokemon from the past. In September of 2025, the Mega Evolution set hit the TCG scene, marking the highly anticipated return of Mega Evolution Pokemon to the TCG meta. These new cards feature increased HP and attack damage compared to regular Pokemon EX and give up 3 prize cards when knocked out. In addition, Mega Evolution Pokemon EX appear as basic Pokemon, Stage 1 Pokemon or Stage 2 Pokemon and do not require an extra evolution step. However, the first Pokemon to give up 3 prize cards were introduced in February of 2019, with a Tag Team Pokemon GX mechanic which combined 2 Pokemon into one powerful basic Pokemon card, and each one had a once per game GX attack. Pikachu and Zekrom GX was the first to dominate tournaments thanks to its solid attacks, high HP, and excellent support of Electro Power and Tapu Koko Prism Star. This Pokemon went on to become the European International Champion in 2019.
Gustavo Wada has taken down the Europe International Championship.
The following set, Unbroken Bonds, gave trainers an even more powerful tag team in Reshiram and Charizard GX. With higher HP, a 300 damage dealing attack, as well as key supporting cards to power it up faster such as Welder and Kiawe, the card immediately became Pikachu and Zekrom GX's main rival. Tord Reklev, one of the world's best trainers, got his first ever top cut at the World Championships in 2019 with it. By then, there was already a new set with even more tag team Pokemon, Unified Minds, and that is where Mewtwo and Mew GX came into the scene as a strong new archetype. With its Perfection ability, it could copy any attack of any other Pokemon GX in the discard pile, and that included other tag team Pokemon. And so, by copying powerful attacks like Solgaleo GX's Turbo Strike or Warcargo GX's Lava Flow, it was this tag team that was crowned the 2019 Pokemon TCG World Champion, played by Henry Brand.
That is gonna do it! Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion from Australia, it's Henry Brand.
No one was ready for what came next though. In the final set of the tag team era, Cosmic Eclipse, one of the most powerful cards ever to exist was released, Arceus and Dialga and Palkia GX. Its Altered Creation GX attack increased the damage dealt by your Pokemon throughout a game. But if you also covered the extra cost of it, you took an additional prize card when knocking out an opposing Pokemon. This Pokemon quickly became one of the most powerful in the Pokemon TCG in combination with Zacian V. However, because world events cancelled tournaments around the globe in 2020, we only caught a glimpse of the true power of this archetype when it got 3 placements in top 8 at the 2020 Oceania International Championship. This tag team Pokemon is considered amongst the best cards ever printed in the game's history. Afterwards came the Sword and Shield era, which introduced new 3-prize Pokemon VMAX. These Pokemon evolved from basic Pokemon V, a big difference from the basic tag team Pokemon, but were just as powerful. Most of these were released during the online era of the Players' Cup tournaments, where we had the best tag team Pokemon battling it out against some of the strongest Pokemon VMAX. Dragapult VMAX, Eternatus VMAX, and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX all were popular archetypes in the Players' Cup tournaments. But it was ultimately Lucario and Melmetal GX, piloted by Natalie Miller, that won the Players' Cup finals in a 60-card mirror match. By the time events in person resumed, tag team Pokemon were no longer part of the standard format, and one Pokemon VMAX stood out amongst all of them as the most powerful, Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX became so strong that, for a period of time, the whole metagame revolved around either playing it or playing Dark-type Pokemon such as Galarian Moltres V or Malamar VMAX to try to counter it. And while there were other viable Pokemon VMAX which had presence in the metagame like Flying Pikachu VMAX, Duraludon VMAX, and even Gyarados VMAX, Mew VMAX was considered the best one, and it ultimately won the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Championship in Yokohama, where Vance Kelly defeated Tord Reklev and his Gardevoir EX deck.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
all the remaining Pokemon VMAX rotated out of Standard in April 2024. But now, Mega Pokemon EX will bring back 3 prized Pokemon to the Standard format, which is sure to bring exciting new gameplay and strategies as they clash against the best Pokemon EX from the Scarlet and Violet era. Make sure you follow the broadcasts of major tournaments to see which Mega Pokemon EX are the most powerful and what new strategies unfold. Let us know which one you think will be the most successful by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Gotcha! Quixley! Bigga, bigga! Roy's ancient Pokeball resonated with my pendant. Use a lot of leafage!
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Houston Regional Championships, where things are heating up. And I'm not talking about the weather. Yes, competition is so fierce. So many top players right now fighting for their tournament lives here at day 2 of the Houston Regional Championships. A lot of Pokemon to be played, and I am very, very excited. My name is Juan Sandan, and I'm joined by the amazing Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, how are we feeling about day 2?
Ooh, boy, we're starting off real strong. Some great names here as we're closing out in Phase 2, looking to see who will make it towards the rest of our top cut here. Big matches lined up here over the next 2 rounds, and sure enough, look at this. Ethan Heggie and Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. Oh boy. Maximus Sandoval and Alex Szymanski, Liam Halliburton piloting what we all love to see up against another great player in Nick Flores. This is some good stuff, but we have a great matchup lined up here with Joseph and Kenny.
I am so excited for the stream game. Honestly, I wish we could stream every single one of these games. I know Ethan is gonna talk a little bit how we didn't put him on yet.
He can hold on to that dream for a little longer. Maybe get through Yoshiyuki for us.
But yes, this is the stream match. We have Joseph versus Kenny, and that's 2 Frostlasses, but different partners almost. Anyway, it's gonna be Frostlass, Monkey Dory, no Grimmsnarl, but against Frostlass and Grimmsnarl. This is gonna be an interesting one. And I just have to say, Kyle, I feel like this is the perfect example of what Houston has been all about. The monkey business. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, throw 30 damage, you know?
And you talked about how it was heating up here, but we're going to bring this to the freezing shroud on both sides of the table. What an interesting match when you see how much damage counters can be placed from both sides of the board. Do you want to be the one who loads up with multiple Frostlass and really push that agenda? Or do you want to slow things down and set up those monkeys? How do you approach this? I'm really excited to see what both players think here.
This is going to be really, really a technical game. But yeah, just to talk about the players just a little bit, you know, Joseph here is having a great season so far. Placed ninth place at the Merida Regional, 4th place at the special event in San Juan earlier this month. You know, he's really been playing this Frostlass Monkey Dory deck. While Kenny, you know, no results just yet, but his only loss this tournament has been to a round 2 Joltik Toolbox and a round 11 to Eric Johnson with En's Zoroark. He's even taken down players like Truan Tran and Liam Halliburton. So those are 2 regional champions.
Yep.
So he has something on his page now after today.
Certainly. Well, we'll see if he has anything in his prize cards as well. This is a 1-1 line of the Frostlass for Kenny, and for Joseph, starting off with 3 of those energies of the 8 total. I'm a little scared.
3 different energies, I have to point that out as well. We had 1 luminous, 1 prism, 1 dark. A lot. 2 of those look the same, but are completely vastly different energies.
Yeah, when you start sprinkling in all the different shades, you start to wonder what business do you have going afoot, and there's a couple tricks in here, so we'll be looking at that as we move forward.
Oh, absolutely, but looks like we are starting it off, and looks like Kenny is going to start us off with the Monkey Dory attachment. Pokepad new card again, able to find any non-rule box Pokemon, but hey, getting energy on the Monkey Dory. Oh, I'm just having flashbacks about yesterday. So right now, Kenny's winning, technically.
That's all that matters, yeah. Don't look at the prize cards, don't look at board states, just look at where the energies and Monkey Dories are, and you'll be good to go.
It looks like Kenny is prioritizing grabbing that Impidimp, Marnie's Impidimp there, as opposed to something like the Frostlass, because maybe he can, I mean, he doesn't know what his opponent is playing just yet, but when you're seeing Ethan's Sudowoodo, you just know it's something that has to stall.
There's some shenanigans afoot. Yeah, this is an interesting card that we've seen included in a lot of these decks that like to slow things down, and Frostlass certainly loves to do just that. If you're not able to work in that immediacy of the itchy pollen of Badoo, having a Pokemon like Ethan Sudowoodo in the early or mid game can be great with Impound to lock out that Pokemon, maybe stick a Pokemon in the active that they're not looking to hold on to. A Frostlass stuck in the active spot mid game might just be GG.
Yes, but something I'd like to see, maybe we'd see some try to imitate, you know, monkey see, monkey do, but no, probably not this matchup. I wonder if he's ever thrown that attack, though.
Every once in a while, you just sprinkle a coin flip.
Absolutely. As Joseph, though, does have an ideal supporter for turn one. It's going to be the Arvin, able to find an item plus a tool, and what better item than the pink one?
Yeah, leads to everything you're looking for on this initial setup. Just want to make a nice wide board on this opening. As you mentioned earlier, Monkey Dory, Dark Energies, that's really what you want to see so frequently for these decks. Set up for this Monkey Dory war and then establish that Frostlass later on.
Ooh, looks like switching gears there, opting instead of the pink item, grabbing the Pokepad instead. That kind of signifies, like, maybe is there too many good stuff in Joseph's hand where discarding 3 cards is a little bit too painful?
It's a little bit of a flex, yeah. You're definitely signifying that you have a better supporter for next turn in hand, but along with that, some cards that you may not want to discard moving forward.
And that's the name of the game for this, especially for these long, drawn-out games. It's the resources. So, but, oh, it's not the energy onto the Monkey Dory, but we are going to see the Impound almost immediately. It's 20 damage, but you have to remember Monkey Dory is resistant to fighting, so that's actually 0 damage, but we don't care about that. We care about the secondary effect of this monkey is now stuck in the active.
And this is actually better at this point. You don't want that 20 damage on the board because Monkey Dory will just throw it back over at you and continue to make that a big problem for you. For Joseph, he looked at a hand that had 2 of his energies. He checked his deck and saw that 3 were prized. Maybe that's the reason you can't use Secret Box. He may have had to discard one of those energies he wants to hold on to.
I like it. Almost like a split-second decision. You see a lot of players really just go through the flow chart of going, I have my Arvin, have my Ace Spec, just grab that immediately. But very heads-up play there from Joseph. But we're going to see Kenny here with the Iono going to, refresh a couple of hands here. Let's talk about the matchup, though, real quick. Who do you think's favored?
Yeah.
Snarl or Big Frostlass?
I want Big Frostlass.
Unbiased opinion. Unbiased.
Does that help? No, it's such a back and forth matchup. I really think that it's one of those skill intensive matchups where if you set up properly and make sure to avoid those knockouts at the right time, a counter catcher locking up the right Pokemon and maybe removing multiple Monkey Dory at once, that can be done by either player in this matchup. I think that there may be a slight favoritism towards a Grimmsnarl that has a bit of that initiative to take out double Monkey Dory, but I wouldn't count the other deck out just yet.
Yes, we see here now Joseph grabbing the Dark Energy. So again, just keeping in pace, getting those Darkness Energies onto your Monkey Dory. But there's a lot of monkeys, but both players play Frostlass, and we haven't seen any yet. There's literally no damage to be thrown around.
Who wants to do that? In a matchup where both players love to have this Frostlass down, you're like, no, you play it for me. I don't want to play it. I need this bench space. I need this Monkey Dory.
Who's going to give? Because if there's no damage that gets on the board at all, I mean, Kenny can't throw anything there. Is there any way at all to even retreat the Monkey Dory? The only way I can think of the Monkey Dory to get out of the active is it getting knocked out.
It's Frostlass. You need damage on the board at some point, or this Pokemon is stuck. There's no other way to attack. It's just 9 dark energies, and there's no way to move this Pokemon right now. An air balloon doesn't do you any good when you're impounded.
I feel like at some point, Kyle, we're going to start counting how many cards does he have left in the deck.
There's like 40 cards left. I'm not
I said
ready.
much later down the line,
please.
Kyle.
Yeah. I'm sure there will be a little more setup before all of that, but yes, this is what you're looking for. Energy, Monkey, and wait.
All right, so right now looking at players' hands, is the Ace-Specs in the hand once again. This time, Joseph is going to opt to use it, discarding some Pokemon that probably aren't going to come into play. I say that, but a lot of these Pokemon are very important, in theory, right? Badoo, you just love to item lock your opponent. Shaman protects you from the 30 damage on the Grimmsnarl. And hey, Frostlass is where you get damage. But right now, that's not the priority.
Right. At this point, he's got everything that he needs. He's setting up for having a few extra energies lined up, have all of the Monkey Dory established, and if and when that Frostlass comes into play, he will be ready to play as much defense as possible.
And it looks like the grab from the secret box is going to be Nighttime Mine, Pokepad, Hilda, and Air Balloon. Quiz time, Kyle. What does Nighttime Mine do?
Oh, there's no Terra Pokemon here, so
Okay.
no worries just yet.
You did your homework.
Yeah, it was flashed a little earlier in the stream yesterday, and we saw it played to good use. Now it would just be a nice counter stadium to avoid searching out Marnie's Grimmsnarls on the other side.
Good job. Right now, though, Hilda is the supporter for turn, and that just signifies getting more energy in hand and an evolution Pokemon. There's nothing to evolve right now, though. I don't think Sudowoodo or the Monkey Dory can evolve, but either way, Pokepad is also available. But I expected the Snorunt to come into play now, but no, it's still another Monkey Dory. That's 4 of them on the bench.
Well, for Joseph, you don't have to do anything. Just take as much time as you need. You have 3 energy prized. You've already found 3 so far. You've searched one out with an energy search. You have the Hilda working for you. If you find all of your energies and establish this board you're looking for, then maybe you can go for Frostlass, but your opponent needs Frostlass. Maybe make them do the work.
Yep, right now it's just a lot of monkeys. Just a lot of monkeys on the board. Are we going to see just 4 monkeys on both players' board? Is that just the maxed amount of monkeys possible in the Pokemon trading card game?
Well, is one going to fall off and bump his head? Like, we're getting close to the maximum.
Yeah, again, no monkeys prized at all for both players. Obviously, you see all 4 of Joseph's on the board. But, yeah, still just keeping the impound on.
It's a nest ball. Where are you going, Kenny?
Max Monkey Dory, let's go. 8.
I'm not benching it. I don't want to find a Snorunt.
8 Monkey Dories truly just signifies the power of this card.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the year is 20XX, and here we are. Monkey Dory runs the world.
Who... and there's no damage to throw or anything. It's just, this is purely a monkey for show, right? Just saying that I have the more power here.
Yeah, they're just going to the gym, working out as much as possible, and just sure enough, they are an intimidating presence now. Even though for Kenny, he has all of his energies lined up for Monkey Dory, he is losing this war right now. You will never put a damage counter on the board until a Snorunt is in play.
Truly the planet of the apes here, but right now, the Sudowoodo is actually in complete control of the board, not allowing for a Grimmsnarl to get an attack off at all. And again, it's been a couple of turns since I started talking, actually. Just a lot of draw, pass, and are we at that point, Kyle?
I mean,
should we be counting?
It's not worth counting just yet, but certainly make use of your resources here. If you don't need to play anything down, hold on to it, because it took a little more cards for Joseph to get set up. We saw the secret box, discarding some resources. If Kenny's thinking, I'm +3 cards in this spot, 40 to 37, I've got you here. And he might be right. It might be time after a million passes for Joseph to play down a Snorunt and actually put damage counters in play.
I feel like not since Snorlax have I seen just turn 1 trapping almost immediately.
I feel really bad for whoever has to signify the turns. Because this is a sweaty gig.
Click, 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 click. Oh, I'm even lost at this point, but
yep.
At least Joseph is really signifying for us like what is happening. He is attacking. He's using the movement with the Pseudo-Udo.
I really like this approach from Kenny. Turn 37 is when you should take a look at your hand real quick and then pass. Oh, energy found, but this is also a good indicator from Joseph as he sees more resources he could play onto the board. He realizes, I actually just might need every card in my deck if I want to hang on.
That's a great catch. I didn't even see that out of like, what, 30-something cards in hand?
You could just close your eyes and guess, and he's probably going to draw into one of those resources in 30 turns.
Who needs to search? We're finding it the old-fashioned way. All right. Oh, something happened there. Stadium was used just to check out what's in the deck.
Yeah. And this doesn't really work for Joseph. He's going to be the one who has to play Iono first. He's much less cards in play, and wow, we see it. It's the Snorunt.
Oh, okay. Oh, something happened.
Surprise. It's getting chilly.
I thought that was just a Monkey Dory deck.
No, you can't play 5 Monkey Dory.
Oh,
we're back, baby. Oh my gosh, can you imagine the Mega Frostlass coming in and dealing 8,000 damage?
Oh, I want to see that, but
this is the biggest hand in history over here. The Frostlass is in play. On the other side, a Freezing Shroud established. Damage counters will be placed. It only took 40 turns. Well, we're ready.
Oh, okay. We are going to be doing stuff. Again, Mega Frostlass, Resentful Refrain, 50 times the amount of cards in hand, but Freezing Shroud is going to be the main one we have to worry about, because now, not only do they have to attack, pass, they have to attack, pass, put little damage counters in play.
If you think about it, for Kenny, he's trying to make sure that when this Frostlass is played and enough damage is established, that it's a turn that Joseph is forced to Iono because he doesn't have enough cards in his deck. Then he has less resources to play in this war, maybe find these energies for the 4 Monkey Dories. It's actually brilliant to make the game go to this long until you actually do it. And here we are. Joseph, when he had every resource in his deck imaginable, is forced to throw away his entire hand and deal with this war.
Whew, actually, I was thinking we were going to a deck-out war almost immediately, but the strategy.
They were just playing chicken the whole time, just waiting on the other side. Someone has to flinch, and here we are. Joseph going with the approach of a Mega Frostlass, massive hit points, massive damage output. And when do you have to switch gears?
Right now, though, I have to point out, technically Kenny is winning the Monkey Dory war. 4 Monkey Dories with 4 energy attack. Oh, we're switching gears now.
How's he winning? How's he winning now? Monkey down. Iono played, Monkey Dory Dark Energy hits the discard pile, and Joseph starting to try to reach for some of those energies. Misses this time around, finds Iono from the prize cards. But if he's able to find one of those energies over the next few turns, we'll have all 4 Monkey Dory established. Kenny now on the back foot.
And that was a massive attack. That was a 300 damage Monkey Dory hit, by the way. 6 times 5. But Kenny is about to swing back, but not as hard. How important is that, Kyle? I mean, this is damage that is going to stay in play.
Yeah, if you're looking for a knockout on the active, you're just not finding it at this point. With 3 Monkey Dory and only 6 damage counters to throw away, max 250 on the active Pokemon at some point, so 240. And you're just not going to get there. So instead, try to focus on removing one of these Monkey Dories on the other side of the board. With the additional effect of Shadow Bullet, you can easily clear one.
30 damage on the bench might be the more important thing to keep track of here, as Kenny is also going to go ahead and use his Secret Box at this point. Now we're using resources. Now we're discarding cards. Is he probably finding a way to re-establish another monkey?
Well, with a Dark Energy discard, you would hope that another resource was there if that was the plan.
Luckily, it is a deck that plays a lot. Yeah. More than Joseph, that's for sure.
And we see that there is a Dark Energy. Night Stretcher to find Monkey Dory. You blinked, and it's back. 4 Monkey Dory ready to roll. plenty of damage counters to throw around. Definitely expect to see one of those Monkey Dory with either the Prism or the Luminous to hit the discard pile. But oddly enough, we see extra damage counters placed on the one without.
That's interesting. Why would you not want to get an energy to the discard pile, especially the ones with the special energy? Those are almost, like, those are impossible to recover. But instead, we're taking out a monkey that had no energy, almost less value, I'd have to say.
Yep, a little curious there. The Shadow Bullet would clear that Pokemon off the board, and you don't have to worry as much, but...
Maybe he wants more damage thrown back at him so that he has more damage to throw back at Joseph.
Okay. There's levels to this.
The harder I get hit, the harder I hit back.
Now for Joseph, he's thinking a little bit about his own math, and oh no, this hand went nowhere yet? Okay, I was going to say, I thought that was an attack. That was just
that
Frost
was
last damage.
Whew.
That would be a really bad, resentful refrain. With just 3 cards in hand, though, capped at 150, maybe an Iono here could bump up those numbers a little more.
That was almost interesting, opting to re-establish another Snorunt with an energy, too. Again, energies are so premium for Joseph. Again, we have to remind folks at home, there's 3 energy prized for him. Oh, right. I think that's a Bravery Charm.
Yep, Bravery Charm on the Snorunt, and this is basically the biggest damage amplifier we've seen of the tournament so far. Iono equals plus 100 in this instance for the attack power now.
I don't know if I've ever tried to Iono to get my opponent to get more cards.
Yes, fuel the hate. Give them as much as you can. And does the Monkey Dory battle switch paces? And sure enough, it does. There's not exactly that knockout that he wants to see instead, so he takes down this massive attacker in the Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Yes, again, folks at home, that was 250 damage plus, 3 Monkey Dories to move around, plus the Frostlass Pings. That was more than enough to take a knockout on that Grimmsnarl. Thanks to Iono. Weird.
Yep. Iono to take a knockout on your opponent is a pretty fun way to play this game, but sure enough, here we are. And now for Kenny, he's built up plenty of damage on his side for Monkey Dory. No fun attacker, though.
No big swings. I'm flabbergasted in how much the game just switched paces. We went from draw, pass, who's going to deck out, to I'm going to do 300 damage.
I guess some considerations here now on Kenny's side. Still enough damage from the Monkey Dories to line up for a simple KO on, well, not even on any of these just yet. You don't, with 80, then the math is 10 short of a KO on a Monkey Dory, but there is the TM Devolution. I don't want to do that just yet. It's a knockout, but it's not pretty, and you would just reestablish Frostlass on the other side.
Again, the beautiful thing is the fact that that's a number, right? The fact that it's not 3 on the Monkey Dories right now, it's 2, makes things so much tougher. While Joseph, again, has so much ammo.
Think back once more when this Pokemon stuck. What do you do? It was a really tough time before when we saw the impound locking up this Pokemon, and if ever there were to be a change of pace, too much damage thrown over to the other side, remove a few Monkey Dories, you could just lock this Pokemon up again.
Ooh, right now, though, again, that was just a pass. There is 100 damage counters on one of those Monkey Dories. It's 10 short from the knockouts.
Okay, what do you think about this? What if it's triple Monkey Dory to KO Frostlass and then reestablish impound?
Oh!
How nasty would it be?
Yes, then only I have damage to move.
Yeah, there'd just be nothing left on the other side. You have all the damage counters, and you pick whenever things take damage at this state.
That gave me chills, Kyle. That was gross.
Is the resources there, though? I mean, he drew 2 prize cards. Finding the energy, he did find 1, but was it the wrong energy? Was it a basic dark energy that was found?
Right, here we go. 30 damage is going to be moved. He's going to need all 3 of these Monkey Dories to play. You were talking about, and ooh, it's across the board, and it's hitting the Frostlass.
All right.
Again, just incomplete control then of how much damage gets moved around.
even if you don't have the energy for impound, you have a 67% chance to just rip it off of your prize cards. Could we see that as the play here?
Oh,
he wants to find Prism or Luminous for his Sudowoodo. Does he find it? He does. Oh, he wants to go the other route. He's just actually got it locked up here now. Kenny says, I'm done. Do not take me away to the impound lot.
What a match, Kyle. That was not how I expected that one to go. I'm not going to lie.
That was awesome. That was so fun. How many games do you have a player pass 40 turns and then start playing Pokemon and actually establish a real board with damage? Like, never.
Haha, my trap has been set. I just needed 40 cards in my hand.
Yes.
And then the Iono to get more damage. Here's more cards so I can hit you harder.
Yep, Mega Frostlass finally hits the board. You could do 8,000. Instead, you choose to Iono and make their hand smaller. Let's go back to the action, if you want to call it that, to see both these players lining up. Plenty of Monkey Dories going around. And this was such an interesting back and forth of when do you get aggressive in a spot like this? For Joseph, he decided to use that Mega Frostlass to great effect. That Iono right there, basically game sealing to remove that main attacker.
Yes, again, and then this, taking a knockout on your opposing Frostlass, taking complete control of the game to the point where Kenny just passes it, or gives up the game. We're missing a lot from that replay because they didn't do the whole 40 turns of just drop half.
Yeah, where was that, guys? Let's bring back the action.
You have to remind folks at home at what led to all that.
This is a physically exerting game when you have to draw that quickly and pass around. Did you see how many times Joseph had to flutter his Sudowoodo?
Which I completely respect. He could just gone attack.
Right.
No, he's showing the folks at home exactly what is happening so that there is stuff happening on the screen.
Well, let's see what we have in store this time around. Kenny, no waiting. We see the Snorunt turn one.
Ooh, okay. Kyle. Let's dissect this. We just saw what Joseph did to win that game. It was, established double Snorunt at some point, attacking with the Mega Frostlass. Can Kenny play around that?
Mega Frostlass!
Oh!
Mega Frostlass, double energy, Secret Box on the other side. Ugh. It's going to be...
Okay, it's gonna be tough to recreate that first game then. Again, Mega Frostlass is a one of in a lot of these decks. So, again, back to my question, just what is Kenny's game plan then?
Well, for Kenny, he saw that when he has a Marnie's Grimmsnarl unchecked, he can remove Monkey Dories at will. And it seems that he's going to go a little more aggressive this time around. Has the Buddy Poffin to find the Impidimps. Now has the Morgrim established because of TM Evolution. And he's just a turn away from Grimmsnarl starting to rip into this board. I think he saw the weakness in Joseph's deck. If you don't have energy cards, your Monkey Dories are useless. And if he puts the pressure on right here, right now, maybe they don't get set up.
Yes, and again, just have to point to the fact that bench base is so premium. But this time, we are setting up two Marnie's Grimmsnarl because we saw the capability for Joseph to just take big knockouts.
Yeah, right now, there's no Pokemon really getting locked at any point in time. You have a pretty solid board to switch around from, and whenever you do want to establish that Frostlass and build up the damage, it'll be right there for you.
Yes, and yeah, it looks like that was a Lily's determination. I was thinking it was a Pokegear or something while the way he was drawing it, but right now, with the Buddy Poffin, is going to be able to find two little small Pokemon. And the nice thing, too, is I was thinking, are we going back to Sudowoodo? Are we going to be trapping a little bit? But the fact that it's the Snorunt in the active is absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean, damage counters would be placed by impound. You'd see them build up. Eventually, that Pokemon gets KO'd, and you don't get anywhere from it. But also, it's a lot easier for Kenny to find his Monkey Dories and play down his Dark Energies. He just has more copies of these cards once he does finally play a supporter, if we ever see it. So I wouldn't want to really force that just yet. And for Joseph now, he's going that different route. He has the Badoo. He's only seen a couple of items, and maybe you do have a couple turns here to slow things down, especially with no Spike Move established.
Yeah. But, again, Badoo does stop items from being played, but luckily Spike Myth, like you brought up, That's a stadium card. I could still go down at some point. But again, completely different route now for both these players. A little bit of adjustment. And I was saying yesterday how terrified I am of Badoo normally.
As you should be.
Right now, I'm still more afraid of. Now I'm thinking about I'm more afraid of Monkey Dories.
I'd be afraid of the impound. That was Ethan Sudowoodo is not playing around today. So we see there was a Morgrim in the hand. A bit unfortunate for Kenny on that last turn. Could have had double Morgrim lined up, but instead still plays it here. I guess you don't need double Grimmsnarl this turn, but it would be a flex.
If it was anything like the last game, he has like, what, 40 turns to try and find it.
I suppose there is a bit of thought that goes into if you play down your Grimmsnarl, you're pulling the dark energies that could have been for Monkey Dories, making the impact of Monkey Dory a little less this time around, but also prize cards. Take the prize cards when you see them, and it is go time.
Something of note as well, I'm sure Kenny's keeping in mind of that. He just played Lily. Lily gives you 8 cards, and you could get items you can't play because of this Badoo, and you're going to be taking prize cards. That's a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, it builds up, and if there was an opportunity for Joseph, he would love to play down Frostlass Energy and rip for 400 damage, but it's just not there this time around with it being in the prizes.
We do see the trainer cards that can be played, like the Stadium and the Tools, and looks like Kenny is going to be the aggressor here and is going to go ahead and start us off with Shadow Bullet. A little bit over. That's a lot of damage on the Badoo.
That's a massive knockout on poor little Badoo. It didn't deserve that. And look at this. If the cards were there, we would have seen Mega Frostlass this time around from Joseph. Instead, has to switch gears. And one thing that we won't see from Joseph's side is any reasonable attacker for this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. You cannot work your way through this. You usually work around it.
Something I want to ask as well, again, there's no Monkey Dories on Kenny's side of the board. Do you think that was strategic at this point?
For now, yes, but also I don't think the hand was conducive to it. With just Buddy Puffin, only the Impidimps were available. But this is also a nice way to play this matchup too, is just put a bunch of tall Pokemon in play as opposed to going wide with your board. And you also see that Monkey Dory Frostlass doesn't really hold up to that. It wants to spread damage counters all over the place and then build or use that Mega Frostlass, but
I was thinking along the lines of nothing can get stuck as well. If on Kenny's side of the board, you know, wants to attack with the Grimmsnarl, the Impidimp can evolve into a Grimmsnarl, the Snorunt can evolve and then retreat.
Yeah, anything that would hold that status condition, if you want to call it, would be removed as soon as the evolution occurs. So really heads up thinking there from Kenny to have that as a backup plan.
Looks like it is just going to be the re-establishment of the Badoo, because that is one of the ways Joseph can try and slow things down to stop items. Looking at Joseph's lists, again, there are Pokemon that, how would we classify them? Annoying Pokemon that stop me from playing the game. Like the Badoo, we have the Ethan Sudowoodo. There's that other Pokemon, the Elgyem. Do you think maybe that could be something that could come around? There's nothing. What is this Badoo stopping?
We just watched it go to the discard pile, so probably doesn't want to see that. But we've seen time and time again this card just sneak its way into lists, and it just provides this really unique answer for your opponent to have to find. It's how do I keep up with this energy if I have a 2 prizer or a 2 retreat cost Pokemon in the active, or something stuck, or if I only play 5 energies in my deck like a Charizard or a Dragapult, if those energies go to the wrong Pokemon, you might be stuck for the rest of the game.
Yes. Right now, it is to be the item lock. Lily being played, lowering the hand size down to 6, because I lost count of how many cards he had in the previous hand. Did draw into the Frostlass here, but no Monkey Dories just yet.
Yep, energy attachment once more. These energies could have been played by the punk up ability of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but this is just Kenny trying to remove cards from his hand. He is very worried on the other side that a Mega Frostlass could have came down. After you see Secret Box missing on that point, though, maybe start to think, okay, well, my opponent didn't try to get there. Maybe something's up.
Here we have Joseph just going for Badoo after Badoo after Badoo, but finally actually establishes a Frostlass, lowering the HP, if you think about it, because the Snorunt had 120 HP thanks to the Bravery Charm, but because of that evolution, Bravery Charm no longer effective, down to 90, 30 HP remaining. What is the game plan here?
Bit of a risk now, trying to find that additional energy with double Monkey Dory in play, already a Luminous down. If you find one more of those energies, you can push that 60 damage off, maybe clear a Snorunt, maybe put some pressure on this Marnie's Grimmsnarl if you'd like to, but really just a preservation of hit points at this point, and I don't see it yet.
Yeah, there was no energy in hand, Kyle. There are a lot of Monkey Dories, but no energy. And it is going to be the retreat on the Badoo, potentially. Right now, Joseph still able to maintain the item lock, putting the Bravery Charm on the Badoo as well, just stopping Kenny from at least taking, what, a 2-prize turn.
Well, yeah, this leads to, if Kenny does have Monkey Dory Dark Energy, no immediate knockout on the active Pokemon. Now the Bravery Charm helps Badoo stick around for a little longer, force that Shadow Bullet onto that active Pokemon, and Joseph is using the resources he has as best he can. He has weakness from the Badoo that builds up a little more. He has the Freezing Shroud working for him, and maybe a TM Devolution isn't so far-fetched in the coming turns.
I'm thinking he just needs to find one Monkey and an Energy, and he does take 2 prize cards this turn, actually. Because Joseph missed the second Energy, wasn't able to heal the damage.
Yeah, against Frostlass, you could target down that Pokemon and try to take the KO there. Just a bit of...
Is it just
chatter?
double checking on like, oh, I hit you harder actually with my Badoo because you're weak to grass?
Yeah. All right, we see the damage build up. No Monkey Dory played this time around. The war has ceased. The Cold War with just the Frostlass.
4 Monkey Dories didn't work out last time. We're benching. Well, not benching on the board. We're keeping them on the bench.
TM Devolution played. Luminous Energy on that Pokemon. Could be a KO lined up, and with the Impidimp alone at that stage, without a rare candy, you will not see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl to retaliate next turn. Hang on a second.
The funny thing is, though, I believe the Impidimp's attack Corkscrew Punch is still enough to knock out a Monkey Dory.
It's pretty good. It's
60 damage, and Monkey Dory is weak to dark.
Yeah, and you're lining up. Morgrim could take the knockout at that point. Impidimp a little too small.
Yeah, Corkscrew Punch, and again, these energies on the Monkey Dory are so valuable, even just taking it a knockout. And yeah, you're not getting the extra 30 damage on the bench. Still feel like that's worth it. But here we go, second Monkey Dory now. Removing some damage.
Math just a little off at this point. Has to commit the damage to the active Pokemon, as the Frostlass tick would not occur once you pick that Pokemon up. The rest of that damage moved over to the Morgrim, soon to be Impidimp. And this Monkey Dory is going to take one for the team. TM Devolution to remove the main threat. However, it will be staring down a Morgrim very shortly.
Unless, of course, Kenny finds like a rare candy, the one of rare candy plus the Grimmsnarl. Not the hardest to find, thanks to supporters like Arvin, potentially.
Buddy, he was Iono'd to 3.
Okay, it's a little harder.
If he rips it right here. Oh! Hang on a second. He's cooking. He's got the Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy. The Arvin. I was trolling, but he wasn't. Oh, baby. This is nasty work. Do you see what's on the other side of the board? That's a Frostlass with 60 hit points remaining. Monkey Dory pushing the 30 from this Impidimp over to that Pokemon, then KOing with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. That's a double KO with just Monkey Dories lined up. Whoo! Kenny could be destroying this game.
40 cards or 3. I feel like you would see the exact same plays. Beautiful, beautiful draws off that Marnie, especially that top deck. Arvin grabbing the rare candy plus the TM Evolution, the good brother of the TM Devolution, but opting to not accelerate any energy there with the Grimmsnarl, and whew.
Wow. That's everything right there. Push the damage over. Kenny did forget to shift the damage from his Grimmsnarl. We'll need to see that changed in a second. And Joseph rightfully identifies this. Kenny down to 1 prize card remaining, staring down a board of lackluster Monkey Dories with no friends.
And again, it's very important to get that damage healed up because damage is resource for both these decks. Any deck that plays Monkey Dory, damage might as well be an energy because it's just as important. Right now, though, Joseph's back against the wall. Kenny down to 1 prize card. Is there a line for Joseph right now to come back into this?
He's got his thumb on it right now. It's the counter catcher that's sitting in his deck. If you have that card along with Ethan Sudowoodo, you can bring that Monkey Dory into the active spot, lock it in play, and hang on. You have more Monkey Dories in play than your opponent. Maybe there's a world where you can be the aggressor, pushing that damage over to the other side of the board and slow things down to a full halt.
Pokegear 3.0 was able to grab the Iono. Iono isn't Arven, though, so we can't put that together just yet. Do we have the combo pieces? There's a Sudowoodo. Is there an energy?
Night Stretcher. That's not going to find the energy that you're looking for. Only the basic Dark could be found at that point. And it will be another Monkey Dory. He is ready for battle. So long as this Iono can find him the piece, 5 cards remaining. Can he find one of those energy cards to help out? And a counter catcher.
There's the energy.
Help! Nope.
And what a game. There was a possibility there. I saw the energy. There was light, but we're missing the counter catcher. And with Kenny, 1 prize remaining, that was his game to win, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, what a complete change of pace we had in that game. It didn't take 75 turns. It took much less. However, I think the game lasted about the same length of time. You just would never think so with how fast the turns were moving. We'll go back into this game with our replay, see what Kenny did differently, and it was all on the back of this Marnie's Grimmsnarl, starting to rip this board to shreds. When you see your opponent doesn't have energies, take advantage of them.
I'm going to grab exactly what you said earlier. Instead of going wide, we went tall. Tall with those stage 2 Pokemon. Having established both the Grimmsnarl and the Morgem, I think was the key to Kenny's success. And the top deck of the Arven. It was possible.
It's a nasty work, especially the little flare there to rip it right there, and finds the perfect answer, not only to take the KO on the active, but to have the 30 damage exactly on your Pokemon to push over and KO that Frostlass. Sometimes it lines up so beautifully.
And again, to get to that play, Joseph had to miss the energy attachment on the Monkey Dory, leaving the 30 damage on that Frostlass, and just drawing out of the Iono. Just getting Iono to any low hand size is always the scariest thing, but here we go. Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Houston Regional Championships. Kenny is going to start us off. Monkey Dory, energy attachment. Kenny's technically winning right now.
He is flying through this deck right now. 12 minutes remaining for this game, and a win is so crucial at this state of the tournament. We see players 10-2, 10-1-1. If you see a win on this board for Joseph, maybe an ID would get him into that cut. For Kenny, he's really trying to put all the pieces together. This is going to be an epic game, and right now it starts with 30 HP and 6 cards. Can you find anything?
6 cards and a dream!
Is there another Pokemon?
There's a Thoron, at least it was the last one.
And a Pokepad,
okay.
and a, oh yeah, let's get in there with the Spikemuth gym too. For good measure, sees the prize cards, and this time around, a lot of his tools, but the wrong Frostlass. He'll have the big one ready to roll.
I think that is literally every tool, every type of tool anyway.
That's not fair. That's just not okay if you want to use a secret box down the road.
A big thing here is both the air balloons. I think having a pivot is always so important, especially when you want to shift gears, maybe go into the Sudowoodo, conserve the energies, the ever-important energies, right? Right now, though, Badoo in the active, Itchy Pollen, item lock. Luckily, Badoo has free retreat, so we can still pivot that way. And Kenny, I believe that was just a Lily. Drawing 8 cards. What cards would you want to see at this point, though? Does he go tall? Does he go wide?
Well, you don't have to do too much because the Spikemuth gym is already established. The most important piece is through this item lock, you continue to evolve and put the pressure of, if I evolve into a Grimmsnarl, there will be knockouts happening at this point. So even if you don't see any other Pokemon on this board, Kenny's winning right now.
Yes, I believe that was 8 cards, and literally none can be played. Maybe the one Darkness Energy.
Yeah, who cares? You don't need energy. You don't need other Pokemon. You just need to make this one tall guy and get rolling.
Yes, and we do see it. Morgem just a pass now. Back now to Joseph. Joseph has a lot more supporters to work with. Does have the Arven or the Iono.
Yeah,
gonna opt for more cards.
It'd be so nice here if this was alongside a counter stadium, because double Grimmsnarl just placed to the bottom of the deck. Spikemuth is still there, so it could be found immediately. But if you have the counter stadium, then you will not see that Pokemon in play through item lock. There's just no way to find it.
It's a little tough for Joseph, though. It's like one nighttime mine.
Well, wake up! It's not nighttime. We gotta get this rolling.
But it is just gonna be the Itchy Pollen, and again, the power of that Spikemuth Stadium. 2 Monkey Dories as well. And we're gonna see it. Kenny be the aggressor. I have to just give it up to both these players. I love the pace of play that they're playing right now. The fact that we're here, these are decks that should take forever to win games. I was expecting to see one long game 1, but here we are, game 3 with still, what, 9 minutes remaining? We could still see a winner.
Yeah, and this is great. Now for Kenny, he's got a decision to make. You could use Spikemuth Gym, you could find the Grimmsnarl, and you could place this damage down, take the knockout, push some damage onto the Snorunt. I see a weakness right now. Maybe if you play your own Snorunt here, next turn play down a Frostlass, you could get enough damage counters in play to try to knock out that Snorunt on the other side.
Oh.
If you can make that happen, you just need the Badoo to attack in a little more or establish that Frostlass a turn later. If you have those pieces and you can clear this Snorunt, you don't have to worry about Mega Frostlass KOing your Grimmsnarl.
The downside of the Badoo, 10 damage. The 10 damage, so important in the Itchy Pollen. But here we go. Looks like, yeah, that was the Arven play. There was still a tool in the deck in the Bravery Charm, and it's going to be the Pokepad. We're probably going to see the evolution, maybe try and save the Snorunt. Is that going to be enough?
Well, at this point, you might throw the Bravery Charm on it. Just give yourself the chance to evolve into that Pokemon at the right time. Don't allow it to take a big hit from a Marnie's Grimmsnarl instead, but he's not going to play this card just yet, and that's because the math doesn't exactly line up yet. It'll still take one more turn to make that happen, to KO the Snorunt, and we don't see those damage counters just yet.
But what we do see is a lot of Darkness Energy hit the board thanks to the Punk Up on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And there's, what, 4 energies right now for Kenny.
Morgrim in the prize cards, so misses out on that. That could be pretty big moving forward. Finding that backup attacker after a TM devolution or a big KO from a Mega Frostlass.
We're going to be swinging here and taking a knockout on the Badoo and 30 damage onto the Snorunt.
And very, very subtly sneaks in the Monkey Dory damage as well. And this is where we see that damage just a little bit short this time to KO the Snorunt, but pressure certainly on. And I'm not sure if Joseph has the pieces just yet. There was a secret box, but where are you going with this one?
I'm trying to think how many cards Kenny has in hand potentially. It was under Badoo. Do we see maybe the Mega Frostlass knockout potentially if we have enough?
Looks like 4 or 5 cards at this point. So Kenny rightfully playing underneath that threshold, wants to maintain this Pokemon as long as possible. Counter Stadium finally available for Joseph.
Oh, there's an Artizone. I thought it was just the Nighttime Mine. He plays 3 Artizones, so there was actually high odds.
Yeah, he was really unlucky then. finding that Counter Stadium basically meant we would not see this Grimmsnarl for a while.
Right now, Counter Catcher, Artizone, Lilies, I believe only lacking Tool left, if there's still any in the deck. Remember, there is 4 of them prized. I believe there's still, he discarded the TM Devolution.
Yeah, and discarded a Bravery Charm, and that means that there's only 1 copy of Bravery Charm available out of all of the tools remaining, and it's gone to the wayside too. It's just wild to
That
think
is
that
odd.
of 7, 8 tools to play, you have 0 available when you finally play the secret box.
Unfortunate. And the fact that some of them had to be fuel for the secret box.
Yeah, you always expect to have it, and sure enough, it's just not there this time. We'll see if that makes any impact here. Certainly not having Air Balloon, pretty frustrating. You don't have that free retreater in the Badoo anymore. This Monkey Dory promoted, thinking that you would have that free retreater, but it's not there this time. You don't always check to see if those counts are there, especially in a rushed game 3.
Yeah, and again, we do see the Sudowoodo hit the board, but we're not going to see the impound at all.
Kenny wants to take a look at the discard pile and see, how did you not get a tool card? Like, what happened?
Surely there's a balloon in there or something, but right now, Frostlass, the Mega Frostlass is in hand.
Multiple energies found. You have the Mega Frostlass. This is one weakness of Grimmsnarl decks, is they do not deal well with attacking when they're ahead in the game. You can't really put on the pressure. You don't see as many bosses, just 2 copies. But I think he's actually holding one in hand. It's just been going that way for Kenny.
Again, when you have these big Pokemon, you want to be the first one to hit into your opponent's big Pokemon as well. But again, because the double air balloon prize, Monkey being stuck, no pivot at all. Frostlass is the one who's going to be tasting some shadow bullets.
250 damage is the worrying point here on the Frostlass. Is going to soften it up a bit more, but concerned about the energies. Wants to remove that Monkey Dory and put some pressure on the Sudowoodo of all Pokemon.
It was a pain to deal with, so I completely respect the play. Another energy attachment, though, on the Monkey Dory to replace the one that was knocked out. So right now, just to remind folks at home, it's 2 Monkey Dories to 2.
Yep, and it may be something to look for down the line, but at this point, if Joseph wants to find a competitive game here, you need more damage in play. You need to find energies and Monkey Dories. You need this Frostlass built up on the other side, or at least the backup plan of going for this 2-3-3 prize map if you can bring back this Mega Frostlass.
The unfortunate thing is Kenny took prize cards, right? That means the Iono damage buff is not going to happen.
Oh no, my opponent's playing the game. It's not working anymore. Just 200 damage for 1 energy would have to suffice. Is that a pass turn?
What that was, because if it's not a knockout, that's damage. That's fuel for my opponent to throw back at me. The levels of this game, Kyle.
we're in a whole different world.
Right now, it looks like Kenny is the one opting for the Iono. Maybe limit my own hand size so the Frostlass doesn't hurt as much. A lot of cards can be played there. Did draw into his own Frostlass. Do you play it at this point? Do you need damage? If my opponent's not giving me damage, do I start fueling myself?
You would think so. There just has to be more damage to play, but when you're losing the Monkey Dory War, it's hard to come back from. And now, instead of all those damage counters being on the other side, yes, a Monkey Dory likely falls in that spot, or even the Snorunt will be targeted, but now there's not nearly enough damage for you to throw back at the other side for a KO. You're going to lose this Frostlass, and maybe also that Sudowoodo. That would be 4 prize cards off the board for match on Kenny's next turn.
Can he do the knockout here with the damage buffing Iono? That's 400 plus the 90 movement.
Well, now with the stadium, or with the supporter play, the Arven, it's just 3 cards for Kenny, 150 damage. Not nearly enough damage to KO with these Monkey Dory. If there was any play with the TM Devolutions, we'd see that, but we know that all those resources just thrown away, either in the discard pile or stuck in the prizes, and this is where you gotta switch things around. Do you take a knockout here on a Frostlass to halt the damage input, or do you bring in this Sudowoodo? But we've already seen the energy attached.
It might be just taking a knockout here on the... Oh no, there's no knockout on the Monkey Dory. If you move damage here, it's a pass possibly?
It's a tough call. want this damage off of the board completely, but typically you would put all of that damage on the active Pokemon, trying to clean up a little bit. I wonder if placing 8 damage counters on the Frostlass and then attacking the Frostlass for knockout would have been better. But here, it's a pass turn to let the damage build up and hope that enough energies have been played on the other side. Hold this Frostlass in the active. Your opponent's been playing these cards down, worried about Mega Frostlass, but they should have been worried about moving this Pokemon, and there is a Night Stretcher in the hand.
Night Stretcher, of course, able to grab the energy then. I was thinking, too, this is semi-Sudowoodo. Just trapping a Frostlass.
Well, I've got news for you. There's enough damage on this board. Monkey Dory, double Adrenabrain, push over to the Ethan Sudowoodo, retreat to this Marnie's Grimmsnarl with this energy, and that is a 4-prize KO. Kenny moving forward here in round 13.
Just in time as well. That was turn 0. And we got 3 games?
I think we got 100 turns that match. And we finished in time.
I know.
We finished 3.
That's how you're supposed to play the Pokemon trading card game. So much Pokemon played, so much attack, so much damage.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Wancho.
Absolutely amazing. I love the plays from both these players, the levels of complexity that they both brought. Huge congratulations to Kenny for, clutching that one out, but huge congratulations as well to Joseph for just putting on a show.
Put on a great show, and if you don't see that Game 2 prize card of Mega Frostlass, we may have been in a completely different match at that point. The pressure of that Marnie's Grimmsnarl was just too much to deal with. If you do throw 250 damage on that Pokemon that turn with a Mega Frostlass that can't be checked, I think that we'd see Joseph moving on at this point.
You have the prizes were just so unkind. Even the double air balloon, right? That means he was
4
stuck.
tools.
I mean, it's his turn stuck in the active. He was impounding so much that game 1, I guess karma. I guess it was just karma.
Yeah, congratulations, you locked yourself. Oh, it's tough because he sees that Monkey Dory. He knows every time I play Secret Box, I've got my free retreater.
Oh, yeah.
I can move around. He had the attack lined up with the Snorunt Mega Frostlass, could have gone right in, or you could pivot and switch to that Ethan Sudowoodo depending on what you see in that spot. Neither resource is available now because you have to commit that energy and pass the turn or just retreat in that spot. It's just can't do that.
I can only imagine the disappointment really in that game 3, right? Because at game 3, when you have these long decks, you're not necessarily deck checking at that point. It's just complete trust in my deck. I built it in a way that I have so many tools, but you could see it in the hand movement, the struggle on that turn with the Secret Box that he couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
He absolutely couldn't believe it.
What do you do in that spot? You only have 12 minutes to try to win a match to project yourself into the top cut of Houston Regionals. There's 2,600 other players here that are playing phenomenally. You have to make sure that you do not skip a beat. And with every tick of a Frostlass, every push of a Monkey Dory, every shuffle, there's just seconds falling off the clock. You don't have time to waste and look through your deck and see every single count. And it bit him there.
I like how excited we are to talk about this match. Oh, you know what? I want to add a third person into the mix, into the conversation. We have Pablo. Let's talk about that game.
Thank you so much, Pancho and Kyle. Very interesting game for sure. Very nice. I have it in fast motion. Yeah, the draw pass, or rather impound pass. That was, I genuinely thought we were in for a 60 minutes of this over and over and see if anyone made a mistake or whatnot. However, that's not how things panned out, were they?
Yeah, bit of pressure that was placed at that tail end when we saw only a couple cards remaining in deck. You have to make a decision, and it was Frostlass time. And so once you see that Pokemon moved in the X spot, you have to check it.
No, I 100% believe we were just gonna. He wasn't even playing energies into the Monkey Dories as he was drawing them. So I was ready for the let's just count the cards in deck. I was calling it first couple of turns.
Yep.
But no, it was a full game 3. A lot of damage swung. Whew, that was a lot of fun.
Now I loved seeing how we keep going back to these like Monkey Dory advantage, right? I do think there was a small oversight here by Kenny. The damage would have worked out well to eliminate one of the monkeys that had energy.
Yes.
Right?
Oh,
you
yes.
send 8 damage counters to 1, goes up to no, it was 6 damage counters, goes up to 7, plus 30 from the Shadow Bullet, plus the 10 from the Frostlass. That would have been enough, right? And then all of a sudden you have 1, 2, 3, 4 Monkey Dory over your side of the field versus your opponent's 2. And I think that would have been a very big advantage for Kenny moving forward. However, I think with how the game played out, maybe 4 Monkey Dory was a little too much. Maybe we needed a little bit of space to have that backup Grimmsnarl, right, for the future, which is exactly what we saw in Game 2. We saw this adaptation. This is something I love seeing at the high-level games, where players adapt, right? They react to what their opponent did. They have now new, more accurate information, right? Maybe Kenny didn't know the Mega Frostlass was in Joseph's deck at that point before Game 1.
Yep, and sure enough, he found out that it is an absolute pain to work through. And you have to put pressure on when you see an opportunity like this. There was just not enough energies in Joseph's deck. He needed to search through and with 40 turns of impounding to get a full setup. Don't give your opponent that time. Build this nice tall attacker that rips through the board and force Joseph to have the answer. And this time around, Mega Frostlass is in the prize cards. You just can't keep up with this Pokemon unless you use a TM Devolution.
And this forced Joseph to adapt. Needed to deal with a Pokemon without that big attacker. That's probably one of the weaknesses of this new Frostlass Monkey Dory focus of the deck. But of course, what did we see off the top, Kyle, that got us very, very excited? I mean,
gotta pop off anytime you see this. This is ridiculous. When the Iono's played, you see 3 cards and you go, rip.
Yep, the Arven to search for the rare candy. That was truly a treat to see. Now, overall, I think the Morgrem attack maybe was enough at that point, maybe not. Depends on if Joseph finds a Budyu, is able to send enough damage, take out the Morgrem, right? But I mean, the Arven just pretty much sealed it, and that I love how the adaptation for Kenny definitely paid off. Maybe evolving a little bit earlier to that second Grimmsnarl could have avoided the need for this top deck, but worked out in the end.
No, yeah, I was over the moon when we saw it. It was so exciting because you were shooting me down. I was like, oh, it's just a rare candy, possibly. You can get an Arven, but only 3 cards in the hand, Wancho? Oh, no. That's a top deck.
Clearly, you haven't watched me play Pokemon because it doesn't work out that way, all right? Pablo and I have seen plenty of hands that just sit there and die right in that moment and go, oh, this is when our opponent just takes over the game. Okay.
And speaking of taking over the game, I think this boss was so crucial, right?
Oh.
Maybe, once again, the obvious Pokemon, it's like, oh, the 3-prizer Mega Frostlass. Maybe that's what I want to take out because eventually that'll get me closer to winning the game, right? However, we even saw Joseph promote the Mega Frostlass and choose to pass, right? So I think his strategy was trying to build up damage on his side of the board, tank a hit, and if Kenny had gone for that boss's orders preemptively, that would have essentially accomplished Joseph's phase 1 of his comeback plan, right? So Kenny very smartly decided to eliminate one of the Monkey Dories in play and leave less damage for Joseph to work with. Both players needed to be very cautious with how much damage they left on their opponent's side of the field in order to make sure that they wouldn't be overwhelmed by the Monkey Dories.
Yeah, I love the play here, actually, where I know I was calling out where you have your big Pokemon. Normally, you want to hit into your opposing big Pokemon, but for a second, I did forget how important just having so many Monkey Dories was.
It's such a back and forth here because you can see for both instances, if you remove the Monkey Dories from play, there's just not enough damage for Joseph to play with and start to clear off the opposing Monkey Dories. But then you see the Frostlass, you assume that there's probably not a way for this damage to get cleared, and if you can just stick around for an additional turn, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Shadow Bullet can take away that 3-prize Pokemon and easily clear off one of these little attackers on the back.
And I mean, I really hope if we're gonna hear from Kenny after this round, I'd love to hear him go on over what he was thinking when he saw Sudowoodo, right? And then the Mega Frostlass. And then there was an LGM somewhere over on Joseph's side. So I'd love to know, like, obviously you're at the top tables, you're very close to top cut. How do you adapt to these specific situations, these surprises, which I'm sure Joseph probably won a lot of games throughout the course of the weekend by having these like tools at his disposal without their opponent's knowledge. So yeah, pretty cool to see. This back and forth was really funny to watch behind the scenes, and I hope we get to see more of these unique strategies, right? We saw GM very effective yesterday by Lucas Singh. We're seeing Sudowoodo have some play. These cute little tech Pokemon, I think, have a lot to say now and maybe in the future.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Pablo, for your insights. Always great to hear from a third outside source, especially the brain of Pablo Meza. But, you know, whose insight I'd really like to hear, though, is our last round's winner. I believe we do have the interview already lined up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor here at Houston Regional. I'm here with our winner you just saw on the stream, Kenny. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling really great. About to win this thing today.
Oh, you're feeling confident. Where's that coming from?
Very confident. Very confident. Henry might be a challenge, but I'm going to try to take him down.
It seems like you've been up for the challenge for quite a while now. I'm told that you're a longtime Pokemon player. Tell me about your career. Tell me about your journey.
Yeah, it's been playing since 2010, 2011. Just took a break, came back. Haven't really breaking through like the old day 2 barrier, which is you have to be top 32 to make the day 2, but now it's a little bit easier, but my first time here.
That's wonderful to hear. I know that with phase 2, the sort of shift between the different phases of the tournament is a really big deal for a lot of players, especially with the tournaments being so big nowadays. Did you always feel it would be a matter of time? Were you intimidated coming into Houston?
Never intimidated. You always have to feel confident, just play the best you can.
And speaking of playing the best you can, Monkey Dory, Frostlass. Tell me about why you're on this deck, what makes it good.
It's just Monkey Dory and Frostlass. You just do Monkey Dory things. Just adrenaline brain, just kill stuff.
Were you already on this deck for a while, or is it because of Ascended Heroes that you've shifted to it?
I've been on this deck for a while. Did it for Vegas, Toronto, so pretty much all season so far.
I'm hearing that Frostlass is also going to be in a pretty good position post-rotation. Are you planning to stick with the list?
No.
Oh, you've got new ideas.
Yes. I do have new ideas. Little Garchomp.
Oh, that's exciting to look forward to. But for this tournament, you're locked in, you're feeling confident. How are you feeling about your chances now that you've kind of seen the way the meta shifted, the way the meta settled for this tournament? You feeling confident that you'll be able to take it all the way?
Oh, yes. 100% taking it all the way.
And in your opinion, what is Monkey Dory Frostlass's worst matchup that you want to avoid?
Joltec Box and Absol Box.
Oh, there's a lot of those out there too, but it is going to be really exciting to see. Is there any other shout outs I can maybe get from you, Kenny, while I've got you up here for this big moment?
I want to shout out to all my New York people, the group I came with, Chibi, Crespo, and then Eddie. Just shout out to them, being in the room, having fun, enjoying the weekend.
Very well said. This is a long-term competitor, Kenny, breaking through into phase 2, breaking through into potentially top 8 and beyond with confidence and solid play. You could be next, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the floor of the Houston Regionals. I'm actually catching up with our Seattle Regional Champion, Truan Tran. Now, I know that we wanted to talk to you after your big win, but you had a flight to catch. So thank you for joining me for this one. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. My record right now is not great, but I think I found the deck that I'm going to play to Orlando, probably.
That's exciting. Your big win was with Charizard, but seems like you're kind of trying out some different things. Tell me about that switch on the deck.
So going into, this is just like the interview of going into Phantasma, I picked Charizard. Going into Ascended, I think Charizard's in a really bad spot, especially because Charizard just won Seattle, so people want to play Watchtowers more. And then there's Grimmsnarl, which I don't think is amazing, and there's Dragapult, which is getting even more consistent, which is already your worst matchup. So, because now you have to play Chimbao to bump Watchtowers and stuff, which makes your deck less consistent. So I switched back to Joltik box that I played in Vegas, because I think it's very well positioned. It beats Grimmsnarl, it beats Zoroark, it beats most other things. If you build it correctly, it can be favored into pull. It's just bad into Guardy and Dango, which does suck. But if you can just dodge those, it's pretty good.
I like that you are keeping your opponents on their toes, trying to keep pace with the metagame and the shift for Ascended. Now, you have diverged from your brother who is playing Gardevoir. What do you think about the Joltik? You're specifically trying to beat Gardevoir, beat your brother?
I am not good at Gardevoir at all, but I think Joltik's easy to play, and I can just focus on playing fast and consistent. I made a bit of misplays, but if I could just fix those, because you play little actions per turn, so each action is a bigger percent of how much it matters. But I think Joltik's is fun, and it's just fun to amp.
And even with Charizard, we heard from a lot of players like Julius Brunfeld was having a lot of fun playing the Charizard deck. So I'm glad that you found another list that you are enjoying. But speaking of, enjoying Pokemon, now that you've already got your Worlds invite, you're having a lot of enjoyment with this tournament and going forward post-rotation. What's that looking like for you as we get closer and closer to the World Championship?
I haven't thought about post-rotation yet, but I'm excited to do so after Orlando because it'll be super fresh and new.
And do you consider yourself a deck builder and an innovator when the meta shifts, or is it just kind of test, see what clicks?
I think it's usually testing. I've tried some things with Joltik, like Sudowoodo for the Kangaskhan matchup, and other things like Moltres, Bengal, Fire for Dango. But I think the decks that I'm more comfortable with, I'm more comfortable with like switching the deck list up.
And when you won in Seattle, it was considered by a lot to be sort of like your breakout moment as a player. Has that been your experience so far that, oh, now I'm a big name? Like, has anything really changed for you since that big win in Seattle?
It's been really cool to be the winner, but I'm still very humble about it. It was definitely lucky. But hopefully this is a sign that I'm getting better and I can do better in Orlando.
And this is a great boost of confidence, especially coming to this tournament. Other players would get that win, maybe take a little bit of a break, but you're still out here competing. Were you always planning on coming to Houston before the win in Seattle, or is now there a new competitive spirit that's keeping you playing in these tournaments and kind of keeping your name out there, maybe keeping your brother a little bit honest and humble, eh?
So my goal this season was to go to Worlds, and I signed up for both Seattle and Houston because I'm like, oh, I need the points if I get like top 64 at Seattle. But I ended up winning Seattle, so this event was kind of like, it was just really refreshing because it like was not stressful at all. Like my record's not great right now, but I don't really feel bad about it.
I'm glad that you aren't stressed. That is so important, especially after a big win. Maybe there is more pressure to keep performing and go on a win streak, but you're having a lot of fun, keeping it chill. Do you want to give any shout outs while I've got you to anyone who's kind of had your back this whole time or has helped you test and prepare, especially as this new format gets closer and closer?
Shout out to my family, my mom, my dad, my sisters, my brothers. Shout out to Makani for always helping me test. Shout out to Kids Table and Utah Pokemon. And shout out to a lot of people. I'm sorry if I don't shout you out specifically, but there's a lot of people to shout out.
That's a good problem to have when you've got so many people in your corner, even if you can't remember them right off the top of your head. I know that they're going to be here supporting you, and our beautiful audience at home is going to be looking forward to seeing what you're going to get up to next, Truan. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got more Pokemon action coming up, so don't go anywhere.
A ton of Pokemon action happening here at the Houston Regional Championships. We're down to our last round of Swiss and getting into top cut. So a lot of pressure coming in to all players playing right now. My name is Juan Sadana. This is Kyle. Are we ready for the next round, Kyle?
Oh yeah, win and in time. We have our table ready. Our competitors are shuffling up. Let's take it to the table and see who will make it into our cut here in Houston.
Players are ready, and it's going to be Lewis Smith against Aaron Smith. I was wondering if these players were related, but either way, one Smith will come out on top. It's going to be Zoroark versus Charizard. I don't think we've seen Charizard just yet.
Yeah, it's been a little bit to the wayside. We've seen some players sneaking in that watchtower, trying to shut down those Pidgeots and other nuisances we've seen on the other side. And for Zoroark, we've talked a lot about it. In theory, it seems like it's got a massive boost now with this, and Zekrom helping out. Maybe the numbers start to line up here in this game.
I'd love to see it. I love a little combo wombo deck. If any deck can combo, it's because they have a lot of cards thanks to trade. So looking at that Zoroark, but if we're looking for big damage, Charizard is no slouch. Let's talk about both these players, and I just have to say, Kyle, both these players this is currently their highest standing.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that, yeah, this is their current highest standing, and it can only go up. Potentially, one of them is going to make their first top 8, first top cut.
Yeah, we have a 256 finish in Milwaukee for Lewis on that side, and on the other side for Aaron, we haven't seen any of those big finishes just yet, but he's already taken down a regional champion this tournament in Aiden Koos last round. Maybe he can build off of that, propel himself into the top cut here of Houston.
It's gonna be exciting. I'm very curious to see, and we're so close to our game. Let's talk about the matchup real quick, Kyle. I mean, Zoroark versus Charizard, who's favored?
You know, things got a little different once you add in this Zekrom. The math can start to work in your favor if you start to build up. I really think it depends on how you build your list, how you work in your A-spec for Aaron, and we've seen a unique decision this time around with how he wants to go about it. Maybe I would give this a little bit over towards the Charizard player.
Ooh, okay. We got a quick peek, though, at those prize cards earlier. I believe were 2 energy prize for Lewis. Nothing too notable. Maybe I think there was the TM Evo prize as well. But here we go. Last round of Swiss. Win and in. Let's go. It looks like Aaron is going to start us off. And starting us off with the Buddy Poffin. You know you're going to have a good time if turn 1 with the Buddy.
And you start with your other Charmander as well, the 80 HP Agile Charmander in the active spot. You have a little bit of leeway, move that Pokemon around, and you can search out your other Charmander. Sometimes it just works out so nicely.
I totally didn't see that Agile Charmander. Very cool ability there, but very classic plays here, just grabbing the Charmander, grabbing the Pidgey. I know we've seen Charizard's builds in the past with more birds, I would say, in the Fan Rotom and the Noctowl. If you count Fan Rotom as a bird, it's flying.
There's something going on with wind and resistance, and yeah. No, this is definitely not as big of a showboaty deck as we've seen with the other one. Fan Rotom popping off, flooding the board, and getting really aggressive with how many cards you can see on that opening. But it's still just as intimidating. This board of just Charmander and Pidgey, we know can turn into fireworks as soon as you see the first rare candy into Pidgeot.
Tried and true. It's so scary to get that rare. It's a train, right? Rare candy, Pidgeot. Pidgeot finds you what? Anything you want, possibly another rare candy. But let's see what Lewis can do. And matching buddy for buddy, we're going to see Pokemon being played, and never mind, we're not going to see any rare candies.
Well, that's exactly it. Lewis says, that you know what? I don't like being scared, and I'm gonna forego all of that. Energy's in hand as well, so the retreat easily lined up. And with this Cyrano, we have some additional draw for the future turns. Multiple Zoroark already lined up in the hand. This is looking nice for Lewis here.
Yes, very powerful supporter there. Cyrano able to find 3 EX Pokemon. It's going to be 2 Zoroarks and the Petrunt. Unfortunately, you can't Petrunt into the Badoo, and Badoo isn't a Dark-type Pokemon. But getting the pivot eventually seems pretty good there. But again, those Zoroarks cannot evolve just yet. This is Lewis's first turn. Retreating the hard way, and we're just going to the Badoo.
Yep, pressure on now to Aaron's side. We see Aaron's PP up as well. Sneak that extra energy in play, and that could be impactful. If you want to start to target down some Pokemon on the other side, we could even see Lewis go for Boss's Orders, Petrunt, Energy, Zoroark, KO, Pidgey at some point, or put pressure on wherever the evolutions fall. We see now it's Charmeleon and Lily's Determination, so maybe Aaron's got a little bit cooking.
Yes, luckily Aaron did have the Charmeleon in hand because he's going to have to go through this the slow route. No shortcuts with the rare candy. And those middle stage Pokemon are always so awkward to find, especially when you don't have access to your ball search. They're typically the lower counts of Pokemon in your deck, right? So lead that Charmeleon.
Leads just into this spot right here. You see this opening hand, and we don't see any TM evolution or energy card to go along with this. It's just no piece to find any stage 1s to add to this board. It is a pass of the turn with Charmander active. Lewis will be seeing some cards.
It's a little tougher for Aaron to find that TM evolution because we do know one is prize, but Lewis here is just gonna be blazing. Gonna be drawing cards. Gonna be getting anything he wants potentially, like more Zoruas. But what else is Lewis gonna try and set up here?
Well, you want to leave a bench space open for when you need the end Zekrom at some point in time when you need to deal all of that additional damage. And this is a list that features a 2/2 line of the End's Darmanitan as one of the attacks to use with Night Joker. So plan to see that to full effect at some point in time. But for now, it's just the multiple copies of Zoroark ready to roll. And the pressure's on with Badoo. You don't have to do much else.
Yeah. Again, Lewis doesn't have to take attacks or take knockouts just yet. He's going to want to split the energies up, actually. Don't see a way to get the Darumaka just yet, just because, unfortunately, it has 80 HP. You can't get it with Buddy Poffin. It's just going to be Itchy Pollen buying a little bit more time. Now it's on Aaron to see if he can progress his board. And the only playable thing is an Iono, or the supporters, and the Fezandipity. It's just going to be an Iono here, finding 6 fresh cards. I'm sure he wants to find his starter.
Anything, energy, TM Evo, just something to get rolling here. A stage 1 Pokemon, Pidgeotto. Plenty of great cards that could be found. We see a Jet Energy added into the hand. One of 2 copies that we see in this list.
There's the Dusclops, so getting at least an evolution, but not sure how. I'm sure he would have loved to get Pidgeotto a little bit more, but does use the Jet Energy to move the Tatsugiri to the active. How do you feel about that? I feel like he didn't need to play the Jet Energy just yet. You know, I mean, we talked about how cool the agile Charmander is, but if you have Jet, could have been any Charmander in the active.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if your opponent won't put the pressure on you and just continues to use Itchy Pollen, you may as well use this Tatsugiri to full effect and find a supporter. But we see the Curse Blast removing Badoo.
Went for the Curse Blast, and there is a TM Evolution prize. There was a chance, a 1 in 6 chance to try and draw into it. I don't think he got it, though.
I don't play to those odds. But we do see a Charmander added to the hand.
Not too bad there, as both players now down to 5 prizes apiece, thanks to that Dusclops. There's 3 Zoroark, so free 6 cards. Why not?
Yeah, this is really nice for Lewis. And if there was ever a world where your opponents could signify, I need my item cards, it's this one. We've seen how important it was. Gave up a prize card and pretty solid resources in that Dusclops in order to remove a 30 hit point Badoo. Can Lewis bring this Pokemon back in at some point in time? Buy a little more time to find that Darumaka.
And there are 2 Night Stretchers in Lewis's deck. There's also multiple ways to retreat in the 2 Ends castles. There's a Darumaka. We're going to trade here. That's only the first trade. Plus, there is still a supporter for turn, potentially. More trading, throwing away the monkey. This is one of the games where I'm glad we don't have to worry about the monkey war.
Yep. Well, damage is starting to compile on this side now with Petrant, with Binding Mochi, and with energies. You could even get to a KO on this Pokemon with a Darumaka if you needed to. You could copy that, Flare for like 50. Instead, with the Zekrom as well, you have that Shred attack to work in and KO on that Tatsugiri.
And ends PP up on the bench Zoroark, so 2 are ready to go. And looks like Lewis is going to announce the first damaging, attack that actually took a knockout in the game. Take a knockout on that Tatsugiri. Aaron now has access to his items. Can he put things together?
Yeah, we see, looks like some Ultra Balls.
That's at least a Charizard, potentially.
Working in to establish this first attacker. With the prize cards taken on this side of the board, Lewis is inching, or Aaron's inching a little bit closer towards a knockout. This is where that ace spec of choice is really important. We saw it's not anything like an unfair stand, but it's actually that max belt on the other side. Rare Candy Pidgeot. Uh-oh.
Ooh, and you called it. There's the Arven. Can find the 2. I was hoping to just wait for this, so you spoiled it, Kyle.
That's what I do, okay?
But here it is. That's the max belt. I'm sure Lewis was feeling a little safe. Charizard's damage output is based on how many prizes I take. Normally, I can control that, but adding 50 to the mix, that means this Zoroark in the active is going to get knocked out.
Yeah, lines up so well, put some real pressure on the other side. One key piece that we're missing from Aaron's side of the board is just a little bit more establishment. Maybe another Duskull would make you feel a bit more comfortable. Just something else that you can combine with this board to assure that you will have the reach for some additional KOs down the road. But we'll be on the back of this maximum belt. And it lines up so nicely. 240 plus 50. That's a knockout.
290 damage onto the Zoroark. Big KO here for Aaron, down to 3 prize cards. We did see the Briar too earlier. It did hit the discard pile, but that's something to keep in mind as well. There's so many things to try and play around. But right now with Lewis, can he take a knockout on a Charizard? Charizard, yes, with 2 damage counters on it. 310 HP, that's still quite a bit.
Yeah, you're asking a lot of your deck, but now with this new addition of the End Zekrom, Rampaging Thunder is 250 damage. If you combine that with some additional help of a Binding Mochi, you also have some other amplifiers in that Black Belt's training. There's resources to push for KOs in unfathomable spots previously of Zoroark.
Yes, but unfortunately, again, to get to that point, that's a supporter card, and supporter cards are so premium with the Black Belts. Black Belt training, and I don't quite see it in the hand just yet. And again, if you're not taking a knockout on this Charizard's already just wrecking through the board, especially with the max belt.
Yeah, just a lot to ask to put it on the back of this Charizard right here, right now, especially when Lewis has some reach. You see multiple trades being used. It's going to look even further now with a few more cards, but...
Okay, so plan A is a little bit tough, right? Taking a knockout on Charizard. What would a good plan B be for you, Kyle?
Well, you're worried about that Pidgeot continuing to find more resources. If you could line up that 1 copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower, or even use a Binding Mochi in combination with Boss's Orders on this turn, or even Counter Catcher now that you're losing in prizes, you could remove that Pidgeot from play, copying the Rampaging Thunder.
Yes, Pidgeot 280 HP. That feels a little bit more doable than 310 on the Charizard, especially if we don't have the combo pieces just yet. Ultra Ball here grabbing the Petrant. That is the way to get poison on your Pokemon. Great Pokemon here. Your retreat, your damage output as well. Can we put things together?
But is this a bit of a lapse? The wrong Pokemon is actually in the active spot at this point. You want to be promoting into that ends Zoroark if that were to be the plan, and we don't see the energies on the benched Zoroark this time around.
There's an easy way to fix this with something like the Ends Castle, free retreat, and then you can just go back in. So not the hardest thing to fix here, but then if you're playing the Ends Castle, you're not playing Watchtower. as well.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pieces that could have benefited Lewis at this point, and none of them there. Instead, it is the flame body cannon of the N-Star Manitan, putting some pressure on multiple targets now.
That doesn't feel as good. That was 90 damage to 2 Pokemon that don't, with no knockout. Luckily, that Charmeleon on the bench, 110 HP. I feel like Charmeleon has just evolved to get more and more HP over the formats.
It's been pretty nice to see him. So now with this Ultra Ball, could even hold on to a few more hit points if you want to evolve into another Charizard at this stage of the game. But think about this, from Aaron's side, you don't have to really line up too much else. A Charizard with an energy, a knockout on this Pokemon, if one of these Charizards isn't checked, you are clearing the other end Zoroark, or any Pokemon for that matter, to go to game 2.
Surely this is just checkmate, right? 2 Charizards fully powered up. You have access to your Pidgeot, anything you want in the deck. You don't even need anything in your deck. I can't think of a way out for Lewis.
No, there's no odd copies of Devo. That's the only play that we'd see. There was a Monkey Dory that was tossed away at the beginning of the game, but no damage is sticking on this side of the board. That's the only way you could push over and clear all 3 Pokemon, just leave a Pidgey in play. So instead, it's you just have to find an answer to work through the Charizard, but as soon as you do, you're just going to get knocked out.
Yeah, you're taking prize cards, which fuel Charizard's damage. He doesn't even need the max spell at that point. So great position here for Aaron. I have to point out as well as Lewis used a lot of the N's PP up very early in the game. And how many copies does he play? 3 or whatnot. So he only has access to potentially 1 left. So it's even really tough to power up a Zoroark at this point.
Down to just 1 prize card remaining in this inaugural game of this Swiss round. And Lewis finally sees that writing on the walls. It's time to move to game number 2. And a very confident Aaron Smith moving into this next game.
I like it, Kyle. I feel like, yeah, the Charizard decks have evolved so much. I'm so used to seeing now the Fan Rotoms, the Dons, using so many fancy new tools, but this is the Charizard deck we started with. And it's such a good possible farewell for this deck post-rotation, right?
Let's take one more look at it and think fondly as we see this knockout that didn't seem all impactful, but it did lead to a really nice play here. For Lewis, he wanted to take that early knockout, and this really ended up costing him. Did not expect to see on this next turn. Rare Candy Pidgeot, Charizard, Max Belt taking the knockout on this end Zoroark EX. And when the numbers don't work in your favor that early on, it's just hard to play catch-up.
Yeah, Charizard with just buffing up so much damage and just having to deal with 2. It's, I don't know, it's such a steep hill to try and cross. If you were Lewis, what adjustments do you think you'd do?
How many times do you see that top player of Zoroark stop playing the game? Just draw cards, play that Badoo, pass the turn, wait for that moment. If Lewis on that next turn had the resources of Team Rocket's Watchtower, along with that Black Belt's training and the Binding Mochi Petron, removing that Charizard, maybe there's a world where he shuts it all down and closes this out. Just played a little too quickly and walked right into that trap from Aaron.
Combo wombo, but this time Aaron, again, gonna start us off, but he's the one with a little bit of disruption there with the mischievous lock on the Klefki. Doesn't stop too much on the Zoroark's board, possibly Petulant in case Lewis wants to get poison or retreat, but not too bad of an attack.
There's no way we're just skipping over this, right? Is that double Battle Cage discard turn 1 on the Ultra Ball? If you walk into the Watchtower, the 1 copy of Watchtower prized for Lewis, along with multiple buddy Puffins, that is disgusting to see. The one time this stadium could all but be locked in the act for the rest of the game if it isn't a Pidgeot attacking to remove it, and he doesn't get to capitalize on it.
Oh, I'm sure. I know you were hoping for the punish.
Yeah, come on. Draw your top prize, Lewis. Let's get in there.
Top left. No. No, but here we go, though. Lewis's turn is going to have the ends cast. That's also a good you know, that's a good stadium. That forever free retreat.
That is the most mid consolation prize I've ever seen. But yes, you can move around a little bit and maybe find that Badoo. What is this? 4 energies and a PP up. Where are we going?
I guess it's not as important to move around if there's nothing to go into.
You just can't play the game. He's just stuck. He's past the turn. You could scratch. Get in there.
Is it scratch for weakness? I forget. Oh, we're just retreating. I think
poor Klefki. Just being targeted down. It's got the metal weakness. So nope, you wouldn't even get that. That is a quick pass of the turn, but we see the double stage 1s in play now. That's just like a TM evolution, and it's time for Lewis to rev things up. He's got the end Zoroark ready to roll. Maybe you can see a few more cards post Lily's determination.
8 big cards here for Lewis. Again, did get an attachment for turn, is going to need the P. Oh, no, he has 2 energies now on the Zoroark, so he has an attack lined up. What else could he be looking for, though?
Well, at this point, you've already learned that if you take that early prize, you better be prepared for what can find you on the other side. Thankfully, no Duskull this time around, so taking that first prize, not nearly as dangerous. And with only 2 cards in hand and a really slow approach, you'd hope to find a few more resources to help establish. Looks like plenty here with the Buddy Puffin and the Darumaka.
Yeah, I was really looking for the Darumaka. We saw Lewis struggle to get that in play last game, and you know, getting 90-90 damage on big Pokemon isn't as useful, but very early in the game, if you can take 2 prizes that way, that seems pretty good.
You see how unrealistic it was to find that Darumaka? 1 copy in the prizes, can't find it off Buddy Puffin. It's 1 copy of Ultra Ball in the deck to help you, and that's it. So finding the raw draw right there worked out so well for Lewis. Now has that threat of Darmanitan for future turns.
Well, if any deck could draw into what they need, it's Zoroark, because they have Lily plus the trades. Right now, though, Aaron Smith, let's see how he can put things together. And with access to Pidgeot and anything in his deck, that's it. We're going to see some attacks. Are we going to see a knockout? I don't think we can knock out, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice attack into this Pokemon. One thing that we don't worry about as much in this matchup is leaving damage on an end Zoroark. It used to be a cardinal sin. If you play that down, you will be punished by the end's Reshiram, copying that damage, dealing double backwards to you. Instead, now, you can leave that damage on there, soften this target, and maybe find some help. But what is happening? With 8 cards on a Lily's determination, he found no additional resources, had to discard a Charizard off that Ultra Ball to get there, and completely whiffs.
Ooh, okay. So now we're cooking here. Lewis does have access to the Darmanitan as well. If he could choose to now do 90 damage to something on the bench, and we saw how important it was to get some damage on a Charizard because it's so big. Has a couple more draw. Oh, just did trade. Has so many cards in hand. What can he put together? Can he even knock out the Pidgeot potentially?
I think Aaron's actually trying to slow this thing down again. He saw what happened last time when he gave Lewis the initiative to take that second prize card. He's holding the Charizard in hand right now, waiting for that turn to search out with the Max Belt and go right back in with 290.
Still playing around the potential of the Reshiram. We have to remind folks at home, they don't know that we know. We know Lewis doesn't have the Reshiram, but if you hit into it and it does exist in the deck, you just lost a Charizard.
Yeah, so much to consider in this spot. And for Lewis, is this a turn where you can slow things down? You know how important it is to go down to that additional prize remaining. If you take this prize card here, you are in for a world of pain, a complete removal of that Zoroark. Maybe you slow down and use that Darmanitan to soften up Charmeleon and Pidgeot or something like that.
But support already has been played for turn. That was Cyrano. And the active right now only has 70 HP. If you're attacking, you're taking a knockout.
No, well, yeah, I guess with the active there, you'd have to go into it. So how do you slow things down? Have you learned your lesson, or is this enough? With 2 energies on the bench Zoroarks, he's ready to race. And here it is. That's a KO on the Charmander. Some damage on the Charmeleon. Softening for the Charizard could be helpful now.
Yeah, I mean, 2/2/2 is not out of the realm of possibility thanks to that Darmanitan. Charizard, after it evolves, has what, 240 HP?
Yeah.
Much more doable than 300.
Yeah, just a clean knockout from the ends Zekrom on the other side, and once more you have to reach for that KO on a Pidgeot, but we've seen this before with the additional strength that you have of those extra poisoning effects. If you bring in that Binding Mochi along with a boss's orders, you have 4 prizes in 2 turns.
Yes, right now, though, we are going to see the Infernal Rain, even getting energy on the Pidgeot. We've seen Aaron do that a couple of times now. A Blustery Wind is a cool attack. Great way to bump a stadium, especially after you threw 2 away. But, of course, he's looking for those knockouts. He needs to establish more Charmander here. More Charmander and Disruption, potentially.
I'd say at least a Charmander in this spot, as you know that this Charizard will fall. It's a Super Rod, and we've already seen the Pidgeot Quick Search ability used. However, no supporter just yet. Maybe there's some additional cards to help out in this spot.
Super Rod shuffling in a couple of Pokemon there. Is there no more Charmander? Was there one prize? No. He has access to more Charmanders, especially after the Super Rod. So, did you see a ball search?
I haven't seen much other than that Iono, and that will be the play. A lot of energy in the hand, oddly enough, for a deck that plays. I think he saw all of his fires at that point after playing the one on the Pidgeot as well.
Well, it's good to put him in the bottom, because surely now you won't draw into it. Yeah. Great place to be. And does draw into the Agile Charmander, a Buddy Poffin.
I think that might be the best combination there, to find the 80 HP Charmander and now be able to Buddy Poffin into, what, another Charmander and a Duskull, or at least one Duskull to soften up some of these numbers for you at some point. Double.
Double. Okay.
That's trouble.
So right now, let's paint the picture for you. Let's paint the picture for the folks at home, Kyle. Aaron is going to take his first 2 prize cards of the game. Of the game. Lewis, he's down to 4. He's en route, right? He's en route to take 2 prize cards and then the following 2. Can Aaron do anything to disrupt that, to possibly win first before the 2/2/2?
Well, to map this out a little more, you have some help in that Dusknoir that we see that was taken from the prize cards, but we also have the Briar that can sneak in as well to steal some prizes that your opponent's just not expecting. If the Pokemon are lined up in order to clear out what a single prizer and the Zoroark in the same turn, you could close this thing out. However, it may just take a little bit of time.
It is a lot to ask. That's I was talking about Zoroark being the combo wombo deck, but Charizard has some combos itself. Lewis, though, able to draw into an A-Spec. Not looking for much. I think he just needs energy, which he does have in hand.
Yeah, at this point, it's establishing for what will be coming in the future, which is clearly an Iono. You will not hold on to these resources much longer. Do you want to play down cards like that Binding Mochi, that Pecharunt, something that will get you towards that KO on the Pidgeot on the following turn, or do you want to hold those resources for later on? I think you just make your opponent have it and start playing down these cards.
3 big cards there, not things I usually see discarded. You know, Pal Pads are pretty important, Night Stretchers are pretty important, but again, thinning is winning. It looks like Lewis is gonna Iono before his opponent gets to Iono.
Yeah, it would make sense. You don't want to see that resource later on, and you could just make full effect of it now. The hand's already pretty low. You're going to play most of these resources out, and we've seen off of the trades just not super impactful at this stage. Counter Catcher added. I don't think that's being played just yet, but I suppose.
Is there no better item to try and burn? I mean, getting Counter Catcher to put in the bottom doesn't feel...
I mean, there's always the opposite ordering of this, where you go after the Pidgeot instead if you have the Pecharunt and the Binding Mochi to take the knockout on this Pokemon, and then clear off a Charizard that has no additional help from the deck. However, you have this target staring you down the face with all the fires and the Maximo Belt. It's pretty hard to not just take that prize when you see it.
Right now, there is the attachment for turn PP up, so, you know, 2 Zoroarks pretty much powered up. Counter Catcher can't even be played because both players are down to 4 apiece. But here's the Iono. Might as well be a judge. Almost a judge.
There's some judges. Oh, no.
Oh, that's a lot of energy.
Yeah. Interesting hand, but...
An unfortunate thing, too, is that the tray's already been used. Typically, you want to use that on the other side of an Iono.
Yeah, found that secret box late in the turn, and after double trade was able to find what they needed in order to keep things rolling. But that's 2 prize cards. Oh, I was about to say, which prize cards are you taking? Finds the 2 less impactful ones, but still 2 remaining for Lewis in order to close things out here in game number 2. Aaron now is feeling the pressure, but he does have quick search.
There's a quick search. There's a way. Doesn't need too much. Rare Candy Charizard at least. That's the bare minimum. Rare Candy Charizard to swing back. And then we start worrying about maybe the Iono, maybe a couple more combo pieces, Duskull potentially, Dusclops, excuse me. But Ultra Balling a Lilies is always a good sign. That means there has to be something better in the hand.
Yeah, thankfully we saw with the Super Rod, Charizard was sent back because you just wouldn't have the resources to use this Pokemon. It will be Pheasantipity added to the board now. That is a real liability. I mean, that is a boss's orders away from closing out the game. What do we see here?
I don't know how much.
That is a whiff.
Was he going for the big play?
I think
because the Briar was in hand. He threw away Lily.
I mean, you don't get there at that point. There's just not enough cards to help you out. I think he wanted to use Pheasantipity to find either one, or we'll find 2 pieces of the combo of Rare Candy, Charizard, and Iono, because he just didn't want to leave Lewis on what likely would be the game-closing hand. However, missing out on all 3 of those pieces leaves you completely Charizard-less in this spot.
Now all he has to his name is an Iono to try and draw into Rare Candy Charizard.
It's time. You get to this point, you take some risks, 20 minutes remaining on the clock. If this works in your favor, if you find Rare Candy Charizard, maybe things turn around. Oh, finds an energy, that's awkward.
Oh!
But this is the worst part. He has the energy in hand. If he doesn't have the 2 fire energies, he can't attack. Has he already played them all down? I think he only has 1 left. He drew the 1 resource he couldn't find. There's only 1 fire in the deck.
I got excited.
Are you kidding me?
Pokemon giveth, but Pokemon taketh
the
away.
Worst card to find right there. That's ridiculous. And now what do? You have Rare Candy Charizard. You just promote the Pidgeot, and you have to Blustery Wind.
Maybe the small punish of getting the extra attachment onto the Pidgeot as well?
You're starting to see it. He didn't want to use that resource. Later on, we saw the 2 shuffled in from the Iono. When the Super Rod was played, there were no energies in the discard at that time, so couldn't use that resource effectively, and now it is 120 damage and a castle going to the discard pile. Lewis is definitely dodging it over on this side.
Lewis is a Petron away from winning the game, and it's the topic as well.
We're going to game 3.
What a match. That was something.
Man. I can't believe that off the Iono, he just finds it all and finds nothing at the same time.
That was the fastest I've ever been shot down, Kyle.
I can't let you get away with that. As soon as I see the fire energy, I'm like, uh-oh.
I heard the folks in the field even shouting too, because it happened. It's so hard to get the Rare Candy and the Charizard, but it happened. But hey, let's go ahead and take a look at the replay. What happened that match? And Lewis just, again, getting those big attacks off early, getting the snipe off with the Darmanitan, which weakened this Charizard, set it up perfectly to get easily knocked out.
There is some confidence to the way that Lewis is playing this match. I have never seen Zoroark players just taking prize cards in this fashion. And sure enough, it leads to this spot. Lewis needs to find all of these resources to keep up in the battle. Aaron sees this point. If Rare Candy Charizard plus Iono happens, it's pretty likely that your opponent doesn't have the answer. Finds it all, and doesn't have the pieces to complete. It's just the way you build the deck. There's so many unique ways to close out games, but you only have 5 fire energies.
Yeah. And again, I don't blame Aaron for his play earlier, keeping the 1 Briar in the hand. Maybe we get the win with the Pheasantipity.
If it happens, it happens. You have some ways to get a little bit closer. We've seen you use that Dusknor's Curse Blast, remove the end Zekrom, get down to a closer prize race, and then maybe you can sneak in that Briar for the extra prize, but you're asking for another rare candy in a spot where you couldn't even find your first one.
Whew. Right now, both players 1-1. Players are fighting for their tournament lives here, for the chance to get into Top Cut, for the chance to become a regional champion, for $10,000 for the world's invite. Such an important game we're about to watch.
Absolutely massive. Both players 31 match points. 34 brings you into what likely will be the asymmetric Top Cut here in Houston. We have nearly 15 players that are thinking about that dream right now and are just a couple games away. We're 1 game away. It's game 3, and Lewis will see the first turn. What can he do with it?
Just an attach and a pass. There's a Zekrom.
That's all you can do sometimes, but finding 1 Enzarua, oddly enough, can be all you need.
We have Aaron. Something we failed to see yet from Aaron is the big, TM Evo play. Make things a lot easier. It's always been so awkward with the Budu stopping evolution, stopping Aaron to be the aggressor, really. So here now, Aaron going second. There is the potential, but can he get there?
Yeah, we just haven't seen the pieces. We've seen some in the prize cards at times, and not finding those resources. And sure enough, that is a pass of the turn. And wait, what does Lewis find? It's Buddy popping off the top of the deck.
There was the Jet Energy in hand and an Ultra Ball. I'm curious what's in his hand, because there was a potential for at least finding Tatsugiri.
At least Tatsu, yeah. And if you take a peek at the prize cards, it's not sitting on either side.
There was a potential. Literally, Tatsugiri with the Jet Energy gets it to the active. You could find Arvin potentially at that point, and you're set up for the team evolution play.
When you don't take the easy answer that's staring you in the face, it makes you start to think, maybe he's got Rare Candy Pidgeot or something
better,
really good, and he's playing this slow. And there is the supporter for turn from Lewis. He's not intimidated by this weak hand. He plays Lily's Determination, and Aaron will hold those resources. We will see what he was cooking up on that opening turn. I'm a little scared to find out.
Ooh, again, if Aaron was holding on to these great cards, like you said, the Rare Candy Pidgeot, the fact that the Badoo is already down means they're not so great anymore.
yeah, it just doesn't line up anymore. You don't have access to that, and it would be a bit of a risk to not think that a Zoroark player could find Badoo on turn 2. But we see it now, and this is 8 more cards to work with and plenty of resources. Still yet to see that first evolution, but once we do, the trades will start flowing.
Does find that End's Castle can even conserve energies, but is choosing to not put down the stadium, and it's just a Badoo. Now back to Aaron. Again, the first turn was a little bit weak.
Oh, he did have Rare Candy Pidgeot. He top decks a Charizard and he passes the turn. A huge risk to assume that your opponent would not have the Badoo on that turn, but I guess he was kind of on point there. We didn't see Buddy Poffin last turn. Maybe they don't see it, but also Lewis didn't have a chance to play supporters yet. He found it, and he's got all of these cards now, and the pressure's really on. The one key piece missing on Lewis's side, haven't seen that Darmaki yet, so pressuring this bench and removing some of those cards, not online.
I think absolutely huge punish here, but hey, at least Aaron is swinging. This Badoo is only going to be able to Itchy Pollen for at least, what, 2 more turns?
It is being slowed down by a Joust on the other side of young Klefki doing its job.
And no Darumaka just yet. I didn't see if, again, there's only, what, 1 Ultra Ball to try and find it as well here.
Oh, keeps finding Buddy Poffins. You need a... Oh, it's the other red guy.
You're too early, Darmanitan.
You don't need his big brother.
There it is, and ends PP up. And just benching the Zorua, and I have to assume it is just another Itchy Pollen. We're not going just yet.
Yeah, this works out fairly nicely. And if you ever did want to alleviate the pressure of this Klefki joust, as I'll say again, there is a copy of Monkey Dory in the deck.
Oh.
Could push that damage over to the other side and start to work in the knockout on Klefki.
If you bench the Monkey Dory, there's no more space for the Darumaka, though.
Who cares? It's item lock. Your opponent can't do anything yet. It's considerations at this point. The moment that you take that knockout with Darmanitan, Rare Candy's back online, you can only remove either double Charmander or a piece of that Pidgey. And we see the Darumaka now getting closer.
All right. Would it be now? Do we start swinging? No, it's going to be just another Itchy Pollen. I like that, but we're going to see the Badu get knocked out by Joust.
Yep, this is oh no, he's slowing it down. He found the TM Evo. This is actually nasty. This is exactly what you need here. You don't want to take the knockout just yet. You have Charizard and Pidgeot in hand, and your opponent's sitting here thinking, what does he have? He had Ultra Ball. He could have gone Tatsu. Instead, he just plays nothing for 4 turns, and actually, he's in grave danger.
Very, very scary. Now it's back to Lewis. Is it time? Is it time to pull the trigger? Maybe take 2 prize cards. We know the Darmanitan's already in hand.
Oh, I'm thinking we're going to see some prize cards flying. Have you taken a look at Pidgeotto?
It's not as big as Charmeleon.
No, that is not an ideal amount of hit points to see. You could remove that threat, force a Charizard, and then your opponent has to just have the maximum belt in hand ready to go. Maybe you take risks like this. 11 minutes on the clock. You need those 3 match points.
Again, and you know, Zoroarks were powered up the old-fashioned way. There was a lot of turns to get attachments, so PP ups are still available in the deck as well.
Wancho isn't this cute. He has the boss's orders, and he doesn't need to take a knockout on the Charmeleon. You can remove the Pidgeotto, leave the damage on the Charmeleon, and avoid the maximum belt KO return potential. It's not there anymore, and you softened the Charizard target.
Another time we're taking prize card. Not taking a prize card is the correct play. You're softening up a Charizard as well. That was perfect.
Look at this hand. It's everything you'd want if you got to play Pokemon on the opening turns. However, Itchy Pollen said no go. Charizard instead in the active, taking these energies. And just with that damage already in play, you know that these are a lost cause.
What is the play here now, though? You're attacking.
Punch.
Yeah. You're attacking to no effect, really. You're about to lose your 1 Charizard. We're Ultra Balling away. Oh, the rare
this is a Fez? Ultra Ball dumping Rare Candy Pidgeot. Just wants to see some resources and will go that route. Iono's not even impactful at this point. You basically just need Lily's determination for yourself to start seeing some more cards, maybe set up something with Duskulls in the future so that this damage isn't all lost here.
That is true. Getting a knockout in between turns could also be is very, very big, as he does at least draw into the Lilies. Has the Iono. Do you want more cards? You want to disrupt your opponent a little bit? You're not really disrupting a Zoroark.
The ultimate test right here of Aaron. Do you need to disrupt just yet, or do you have the patience? Look at your own board. Think about yourself here in this spot. I think you should always use this determination now. Your opponent's already got their setup. You need yours.
Did play the Super Rod, and it is going to be the Lily's determination. Very powerful, drawing 8 big cards here. List it for me, Kyle. What are the 8 cards Aaron needs to find?
Well, he thinks he needs Pidgey. I think he needs double Duskull and the best draws he's seen in a hot minute. It's if you want to make this work, you need a Duskull in play that sticks around for at least a turn, and you need to see that maximum belt. If maximum belt hits the board and you attack in at this spot, you at least deal a reasonable amount of damage, hit 260, and then you can clear that Pokemon off with Curse Blast later. However, we don't see these pieces right now, and it is going to be a complete trajectory flip knockout on the ends, Zekrom of all cards.
Maybe there's no second Zekrom in hand. Nope.
Are you kidding? Just doesn't even need to think about it. Typically, you just use your trades and you keep rolling and then you show the cards. It's just like, actually, hopes and dreams crushed right now, Aaron.
Right now, a couple of trades now being used. No supporter just yet. Does have an Iono. Does have, what? Is that Turos in hand? It's one of those cases where you don't really need to even play a supporter.
With the extra energy seen now from the ends PP up, there is a world where Lewis takes the double knockout with a boss's orders into a Charmander and a Pidgey and leaves this Charizard unscathed. Just says, you still need max belt if you want to take a knockout on me. If you have the boss right here for Lewis, you definitely want to remove any threat of Rare Candy Pidgeot.
That is gross. Yeah, again, Pidgeot just being such an important card. Charizard does support itself with the Infernal Rain, but the little help from Pidgeot always goes a long way. Gonna see the Ends Castle, but I mean, Badu has free retreat.
So many cards in this hand, but I don't see boss's orders. Looks like
Turo.
Turo.
Pick up the Badu. It is taking up a spot. Oh, look at that, healing the 20 damage from the Joust.
We'll see if that makes an impact. That bench space opening up a little more impactful as Petarant meets the board, binding Mochi in the hand. If you ever needed a little more damage down the road, you could find it. However, Knockout's already online. Yeah, with this Zekrom, you can clear this, but we'll have an answer down the road if the Pidgeot or the Pheasantipity needs to be targeted later on.
Yes, Rampaging Thunder, 250 damage, new card from Ascended Heroes, and Zekrom proving very, very useful.
There's an avenue now. Aaron did not see any Team Rocket's Watchtower, did lose a ton of resources, already down a few rare candies at this point in the game, and
even discarded one, I believe, with the Ultra Ball earlier, right? Discarding the Pidgeot plus the rare candy to get the Pheasantipity, so there's not that much left.
Yeah, just the one copy in the discard pile, so still has a few to work with now, but of those 2 copies, I think you need to make full effect of them right here, right now.
And oh boy, Kyle, there's nothing yet in hand.
That's the last fire energy as well. So the Infernal Darkness isn't finding any additional resources. Iono needs to be the best 5 cards he's seen this tournament. We've already asked for it one time, but Rare Candy and Charizard and Maximum Belt now could get the job done on this Zoroark.
And only 5 cards here because one prize card has been taken. There's
Rare
a Rare
Candy. Oh, missing out on all the rest.
Okay. So Aaron's plan A is not going to work out. Plan B is not going to work out. Are there any more plans, Kyle?
Plan B is steady fire breathing. We need plan Q at this point. There's nowhere else to go. Retreating the lone fire energy that could even attack with this Charizard. Sacrificial Pheasantipity in the active spot, at least holding on to 2 Pokemon if the Darmanitan were to attack in. But if you see the boss's orders, you can remove Pidgey and Charmander and basically seal this thing up. Secret box is found. And a Pal Pad to lock it in. Pal Pad to find the boss's orders, and the secret box to pull it right back out. That clears both of these basically most impactful targets. And you just can't play Pokemon with Fez and Klefki.
That's going to be all she wrote. That's everything here. Lewis is looking at top cut. Is looking good for top cut. Again, this was from Aaron having such a commanding game 1.
There it is. We see the scoop right there from Aaron, the writing on the walls. And Lewis with this more aggressive approach to the end Zoroark, finding a way to pay it off and take the win. It's moving into the cut here at Houston Regionals. It's a massive accomplishment to add to his titles, and commiserations for Aaron. A really well-played game. It's a lot of fun and some pretty unfortunate draws there with that pesky fire energy.
Yes. Again, very, very exciting game to watch, and I just have to give it up to Lewis. I mean, we saw how dominant Aaron was in that one game. It's because he had the secret weapon. He had his maximum belt. But we're here. We're at the final rounds of the Houston Regional Championships where thousands of players are. I mean, Lewis was doing so well, and he adjusted.
Yeah, this is what you have to do at this spot in the tournament. 14 rounds deep, playing some of your best Pokemon yet. Aaron starts things off here with the Tatsu, trying to find some help, and really just did not find much at this early part of the game. Had to sacrifice with that Dusclops and give up that prize, but man, did it pay off. Lewis takes the bait, takes the KO, and there's Rare Candy Pidgeot, Max Belt Charizard waiting for him, and there's just no answer here. Tries to flip things around with some help from Darmanitan, and it's just not getting it done.
And it doesn't take much, right? Just the checkmate scenario of having 2 Charizards is very, very powerful, but now in game 2, Lewis completely adjusted and was just able to take the game. The unfortunate draws here from Aaron, just drawing into the energy. I got excited to see the Ultra Ball and Rare Candy, but whew.
The filthiest draw of the tournament by far. There's no rush of emotion that compares to seeing that Rare Candy and then remembering, oh man, I can't even attack now. This is completely over. For Lewis, he really started to rev things up here in game 3. We saw a little bit of a slower start, but once the Buddy Poppin was found, things really started rolling. The Zoroarks ripped into this board, and what a beautiful play we saw with that attack into the Charmeleon, and once more now locking up with that Ends Darmanitan into the Pidgey and Charmander. You just can't play Pokemon if you don't evolve.
Yeah, beautiful, beautifully played. So, again, these are the top players. When you know sometimes it's not taking the prize card, which is the more correct play, weakening the Charizard and just taking out the Pidgey. And again, it reminds me of why we don't see that specific build of Charizard lately. It's because of Badoo.
Yeah, it's an absolute pain. You have to have 20 Pokemon in your deck and commit all of these additional spots to these stage 1s that you don't even want to bother with. And then look at the rest of the board, or the rest of the format for you. All these other decks in the metagame. You're playing against Frostlasses that are stacking up damage. How many decks have included that 1-2 copies of TM Devolution at this point? There's a lot playing against you. But to get to this point in the tournament and have a chance at cut, it definitely speaks to the power of Charizard and some really nice skill shown from Aaron.
Yeah, again, huge congratulations to both these players. Again, this is the highest, their highest placements yet. And Lewis, my first time in cut.
Yeah.
Very excited to see what else he has in store.
Yeah, who's betting on the young guy here with the End Zoroark? It's coming out of nowhere, and with these additions, it's just got a great matchup spread. The only problem is if you run into some of those pesky grass guys every once in a while, there's some problems you can see. And now with the fact that you have this End Zekrom at your disposal, the numbers just line up so clean.
How many grass decks are still left in the tournament? I know when we first started, we started with the Diplin.
Don't talk about the Diplin dots. We saw Festival lead, and it was short-lived, but still had a fun time. There's a few of those floating around. There was a Yanmega.
Oh yeah,
floating around out there that unfortunately couldn't see the table just yet, and we also saw plenty of Crustle that was out in the field. I don't think you want to watch those games. If you do, then take it to locals.
I want to cast them. I need a break from all the monkey dory damage throwing.
You just want to see a Crustle sit in the active spot after Ascension, and then the opponent cries?
Yeah.
Okay. Wancho wants your tears.
No, but again, so great to see any of these decks. I like that we have so many new things in our metagame, and it's all because of a simple card in Palbat.
Yeah, it really opened up. Seeing that Pokepad sprinkled into some other decks, now we have that Zekrom too. There's a lot of great things that have helped Lewis get to this point now. Skarzig, tell us a little more about the man himself who just made his way into Top Cut.
Indeed, we are both here in the lounge. Lewis Smith just won on stream. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I know it's a tough matchup, and so I'm happy I won.
Yeah, things shook out in your favor. You were telling me a little bit before we came to the lounge that the maximum belt was really giving you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, because I can max belt and KO me much faster than I anticipated. And so it's like really rough if they just get the double Zard and max belt because I can't deal with both and just one shot. So games 2 and 3, I was trying to just Darm, set up 90 so I could at least deal with the Zards one after another.
Yeah, and I love that adjustment. Setting up the damage, Kyle and Wancho were also noting that. How important has Darmanitan been in Zoroark now that Zekrom has become a bit more of a star of the show?
It's kind of like there's a lot of games where you don't actually use it. I found in the mirror it's not really great because you lose all the energy, but there are matchups where it's nice to threaten it or you can take advantage of a weak board state in 90-90. But overall, I've used it in a few games, but it's nice to just set up as a board check, I guess.
And with Zoroark being so strong with the release of Ascended Heroes specifically, was this a new pivot for you, or were you already practicing Zoroark ahead of this big update for the deck?
Yeah, I've been playing Zoroark since Milwaukee. I played Goldango, did all right. So I've been playing it for a while, and when they revealed Zekrom, I was very excited, and so I stuck with Zoroark, and I was convinced it was going to do very well, and it's doing well now.
And were you sort of the Zoroark expert for maybe your testing group or your friend group?
I guess so, yeah, for like my locals.
And people are really helping you practice. You want to give a shout out to anybody who you normally play with or really helped you sharpen up these Zoroark matchups?
Yeah, shout out to Michael and Joe for coming down with me to Houston, specifically Michael for driving. Shout out to Jay for helping me test a bunch of matchups. Shout out to True. And then shout out to just everyone at Mage Lanes in Columbia, Missouri.
Wonderful. And when you're practicing your matchups, what is at top of mind for you? Do you just take whatever you can get, or are you practicing mostly against the top most expected decks when it comes to Zoroark?
I'm testing against like the most expected decks. I want to know the lines so I don't have to think as much like when I'm trading, what resources are important for these matchups, so I know I can trade this away versus holding on to it.
And in this match we saw on stream, you ran into Charizard. A lot of people were expecting it to fall off a little bit, especially since it just won in Seattle, and it might have too big of a target on its back. Were you expecting to see Charizard really that much at all this tournament, especially this deep into the run?
I was not really expecting to see any Charizard, like a little bit early. Just the Dragapult matchup isn't great, and I knew Dragapult was going to be pretty popular. But I'm not surprised that it was not a like Noctowl build because that one's weaker against Pult.
Okay, so when you are running into matchups, right, something that you maybe did prepare for, didn't prepare for, what deck coming into this tournament did you expect to be the most popular? Because there was a big debate on whether Gardevoir was going to surge up as a last hurrah, or that the Zoroark matchup was too difficult for it. What was your read on the metagame coming into Houston?
I knew there's going to be a lot of Dragapult, and I figured a good amount of Zoroark. People want to try the new thing. Guardy, I was testing for. I know that the best players are playing new cards to counteract with Zoroark, and so I was trying to figure out what those cards might be and how to play around him. And I'm a little shocked at how low Dango was compared to what people thought, but I guess people weren't really playing Goldango at the very end.
Okay, and in Golden Go, we do consider that to still be a pretty rough matchup for Zoroark, even though the deck has gotten better. I think the conventional wisdom way back when was that really aggressive decks would give Zoroark a lot of trouble. Is that still true?
It can be, because you really want to like set up your board before you go too fast. Otherwise, you might run out of resources. And so, like for the Dango matchup, the line I found was you can let them go ahead 1 or 2 prize cards, and then you want to set up a Darm, go to a 1 prize board state, and then from there, if you set up just double Zorua, they don't really play in hand disruption, so you just have like a checkmate. That's the idea. But if you don't get set up fast enough, sometimes the deck does that, then they can just run you over.
That's good insight. It shows that you've put a lot of prep, a lot of time and love into this Zoroark deck. And as you move deeper now through phase 2, we're right on the cusp of top cut. How are you feeling? How's your confidence level right now?
I'm feeling good. My goal going into this event was top 128. So.
Okay, so we're crushing that record. We're setting some new records. And I know the people at home are going to be looking forward to seeing how well you do as we close out this tournament. But don't go anywhere. We're kicking things back over to the casting desk. And we're going to have ASIM coming soon. Once we get that cooked up, we'll be back to some more Pokemon action.
It's always great to see these fresh new faces in the top cuts of these tournaments, and I am just so absolutely excited to see Lewis Smith just tear it up.
Yeah, putting his state on the map, showing off a lot of great friends that have helped him along the way to get to this point. He's putting in the work. You test those matchups, and think about the thousands upon thousands of hours that are put into testing from all of these collective players that meet up here to play. There's a lot of those hours that don't feel like they've reached their culmination points for this, and for all of that to pay off right here in this moment for Lewis, it's such a surreal feeling.
I love it. I want to dissect that game a little bit more, but how about we get a third head into this conversation? Pablo, what do you think of that game?
I mean, the whole series was pretty interesting to watch, very back and forth, right? Charizard dominated that game 1, and then all of a sudden, turns out if you don't get Charizard out early, it's gonna be tough to close out games, huh?
Yeah, it's as if you need to make sure your opponent takes those prize cards or you get the ball rolling, and without Duskull hitting the board, it really just led to some awkward spots in that matchup, which couldn't get anything rolling.
Yeah, it's all about the agency, right? If you're waiting for your opponent to take prize out, if you don't have the Duskull, it did feel a little awkward, but what was more awkward was the Badoo not being able to play.
Yeah, I have like these two moments, the two key moments in Game 3 that I think ultimately decided the game. And you could say like, oh, Aaron didn't draw the Rare Candy Charizard at the end, or at that point he got the Ultra Ball with the Fire Energy, couldn't pull it off, right? But there's always like these subtle, small decisions that players can make throughout the game that really can swing things over in your favor or in your opponent's favor, right? And it's a small advantage or disadvantage you can give yourself by your decision making. And I think you guys pointed out very accurately throughout the game. You have the Ultra Ball, you have the Jet Energy. You know there's a potential for Body, right? Yes, there's no Body right here. Your opponent went first. There was no Body Puffin played. There was nothing other than attached pass. That doesn't mean they have a weak hand, right? Especially if they're going first, they can just play their supporters. So I do agree with you guys that going for that Tatsugiri on that first turn provides two things. A, the possibility to get Technical Machine Evolution and get these two guys evolved for a much more powerful turn 2, right? Or turn 3 heading forward. And also, it gives you 2 turns. If the Tatsugiri ends up surviving, you have 2 turn possibilities to keep searching for supporter cards, because there's no Darumaka either, so it's not like your opponent's gonna get ahead 2 prizes immediately.
Yeah. Think about this. Toss the Rare Candy instead in this spot. Keep that jet energy, search out Tatsugiri, and then Jet Energy that Tatsu into the active. If you find Arven, then you're set for the rest of that game. You'll have Arven into the TM evolution regardless of Badoo, and then you find those stage 1 Pokemon, and you get the ball rolling. Instead, he just prayed that there wasn't a Badoo on the other side, and you can't ask that of your opponent. They play a lot of cards. They're gonna find something.
You have to prepare for the worst case scenario, right? You have to assume your opponent's gonna make the best possible play, and you wanna try to prepare yourself the best possible for that particular situation. If that doesn't happen, right? If the worst doesn't happen, okay, that's fine. The worst didn't happen, that's probably good for you. And if the worst does happen, which was the case here, then okay, I prepared for that, so I'm still in a decent situation. But yeah, the Body definitely just completely locked Aaron out of the game in the beginning, right? And allowed Lewis to just have such an amazing board towards the end of the game, where we got to the stage, right? We have the Body, we have triple Zorg, we have the Darmanitan, and we are barely getting to that stage 1 through the Technical Machine Evolution, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, again, it all came down to that one play, but can you blame him? He did lose the game 2 to discarding like a couple of key resources. It's always tough to decide to discard rare candies, right? Yeah. And what was the other card in hand? It was Fire Energy, which was so important in game 2. The fact that he lost because he had to discard a Fire Energy, maybe it's just the trauma that got him there.
you can't let those impact your
feelings
plays.
Cannot come into play at this stage of the game. If you're this close to top cut, it has to be the analysis over the emotions every single time, right? And then we got to this point where Lewis made a very unique play. Instead of going for the two prizes, I'll knock out a Pidgeotto, knock out a Charmander, and then that leaves my opponent with a single Charmeleon on the board, right? But what happens then? If there's a maximum belt with the damage for Burning Darkness, then all of a sudden your Zoroark goes down, right? By not taking a prize card, you actually put yourself in a better situation. I think these two were Aaron gave himself a small disadvantage by not going for the Tatsugiri play and hoping there was no W, and Lewis gave himself a small advantage by not taking a prize card. And the combination of both of those things is what ultimately led to Lewis winning a longer game where Aaron kept on missing key pieces, but the early decisions, the turn 1 decision, ultimately decided the winner of this match.
Yeah, who knows how the cards start to fall on that point. If you get multiple Tatsugiri attract customers off, you could find Arvin for that turn, and then next turn, if you find the Lily's Determination or even the Iono, whatever it may be, it just depends on how aggressive Lewis is in that spot to try to check this threat. But you already get the stage 1s in play from that TM evolution. You get the ball rolling instead. It leads to spots like this. We see Aaron really trying to fight back in this spot, but the damage is already done, literally, to the active Pokemon. Once you see 240 hit points remaining on Charizard, you know that's all but checkmate.
Yeah, I need one customer, right? One customer from Tatsugiri, Lily, Arvin, Iono, whoever was up for it, would have been good. If it's not Arvin getting you those stage 1s, okay. You have the Lily or the Iono for the next turn to see a new hand under the body log, see what else you can make happen. So just one customer would have been enough, I think, to have a much closer game instead of Aaron just struggling to get attacks off and just falling a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, definitely a little bit greedy. I feel like, yeah, you talked about small advantage, big advantage, but it's Aaron. He was playing to, what, such a high percent of, maybe my opponent doesn't have a ball surge plus a retreat into the Badoo. That's like such high percent play versus Lewis here playing towards the very small percent play of, I'm still going to play around the fact that maybe my opponent has the 1-of card in his deck.
Yep,
but he still play around it.
We saw a bit of that as well in game number 2 when Aaron starts to incorporate that that instead of going for Rare Candy and Charizard with the Pidgeot search, he actually uses, or with the Ultra Ball, he actually searches out the Pheasantipity instead of guaranteeing the Charizard because he wants to find a piece of Rare Candy Charizard and the Iono. And from that point, he only has the Pidgeot to search out Iono and has to find Rare Candy Charizard right then and there, unfortunately finding that Fire Energy on top of all of it.
Absolutely heartbreaking, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think on paper, you would most of the time expect Charizard with Dusknoir to have like a natural advantage-ish over Zoroark decks, right? The high HP, the 1 KO potential. Zoroark really struggles to 1 KO a Charizard, needs Mochi, and it needs Black Belt in the same turn, whereas Charizard, especially with Maximum Belt, doesn't get to that struggle or doesn't struggle as much after Zoroark gets a little bit ahead. And in this case, Lewis doesn't even play the Reshiram, so there was no potential threat of attacking into a Zoroark and then getting KO'd by a Rage attack, right? I think this is the perfect example of how on paper, no matter how a matchup looks, there's always going to be a way, and most of the time, even if you're unfavored, favored, however you want to look at it, the small decisions, these micro decisions that you make throughout the game from the very first card you play could actually help you, or in some cases, play against you. So yeah, pretty interesting game for sure. Really back and forth. I think both players showcased their decks' true strength and true potential. Ultimately, Zoroark's versatility is what allowed it to win out in the end.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your input, Pablo. You know, your analysis is always second to none, except when it comes to Lugia V-Star.
Bro, I'm right here. That's crazy.
Okay, you guys are tied. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Wow, unbelievable. I don't know. You know what? We'll see you guys soon. We have our Top Cut pre-show coming very shortly, and it looks like we have potentially 12 competitors that will be joining us here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Jackson Ford, and I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I think I would be a fire type. I feel like I got like that fiery spirit in me. Maybe like a Torchic, a humble fire.
A masterclass from Jackson Ford, a commanding presence.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my dad back in 2010. We started playing the online game and built some decks and started going to League. And after that, kind of just took off. I went to my first regional a little bit after that in Portland, finished top 4, and it's just been up since then. I'm young, but I feel very vintage because I've been around the block for a long, long time. In 2015, I aged up into seniors. You go from being the oldest kid in the playground to the youngest kid, and I got stomped. I thought, oh, I'm not good enough. I should quit. I can't do it. I did for a little bit, but I missed the game. And as I played more, I grew more and enjoyed it more as a result. I think the biggest takeaway that I've had playing Pokemon is actually outside of playing the game. The friends that I've gained and the connections that I've made. Super, super invaluable. You meet a lot of really good people when you play Pokemon, but I also am, like I said, I'm a fire type, so I find myself to have a very competitive spirit. Pokemon is that outlet for that. As a mentor, I've worked with a ton of people over the years. The kid that won juniors I worked with, that was super sweet. And then the kids that won NAIC and got second, I also worked with. And I saw they were like on the stream before day 1, so that was super cool. My top 8's kind of a blur, actually. My top 8 against Tord. In my opinion, the best player of all time. So to walk into the wall, the final boss, right, is super, super mentally challenging. I was not as nervous as I thought I would be, honestly. But like internally, I was like losing it because it's Tord. I had a little bit of fortunate variance. He prized his only fighting energy, which was great for me. You just also have to realize, like, just a person just like you, right? Play to your outs and do everything that you can. I think on stream I'm usually pretty laid back. I am a lot more locked in for this one. I mean, it's the grand finals, right? I gotta take it seriously. I had to flip the script, and if I found one of my 2 jet energies, I would have just won the game because I can jet energy retreat, cure my confusion. Once I whiffed that, straight up a coin flip, I flip tails, I lose the game. So it's hard to know that it's over until it's really over. The dice that I rolled hit another dice, so I couldn't tell because one was heads, one was tails. I didn't know at first.
He's going for it, and it is a head.
There it is. Monkey Dory's fake.
And Jackson Ford is your champion.
Lots going through my brain. I mean, I just won a regional. That's kind of crazy to me. It's something I've dreamt of for years. I've won regionals in seniors where there was 90, 100 people compared to a 2,700 person tournament. And I mean, doing it with Charizard, probably my favorite deck of all time. It's a surreal experience. I'm still kind of taking it in. I'm very excited to be qualified for the World Championships. I'd love to win Worlds. Worlds has never been my tournament, but it's the ultimate goal at the top of the hill. It keeps me working. I would just consider myself a fun opponent to play against. So if you play against me at Worlds, you're gonna be in for a hopefully fun time. Hopefully.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Phase 2 of the Houston Regional. It's been a lot of Pokemon played today, but the field is getting narrower and narrower. We're right on the cusp of our asymmetrical top cut. My name is Adam Skarzik-Watson in the lounge with Kyle and Wancho. They're going to be helping me set the stage as we move into this next phase of Phase 2. How are you feeling, gentlemen?
Wow, I mean, what a game we just had. That match had it all. We saw all the draws and none of the draws at the same time. It's just, sometimes that's how it works out. And we just got to see a really great moment for Lewis as well as he moves into his first asymmetric cut.
He said during his interview that, you know, the maximum belt was giving him a lot of trouble, and fortunately he was able to devise a strategy and kind of play around that. So congrats to him, and we'll see if he moves forward.
Yeah, no, the roller coaster of emotions for me while I was watching, while we were casting that match, the Iono into the Ultra Ball, and then you just gotta shoot me down to remind me that energies are important.
They help attack in many instances, except for the one instance of Badoo, and it looks like we forgot about that one in Game 3 as well. There's a lot to digest.
Yeah, there's always a lot to keep track of in any individual game of the Pokemon TCG, and there's also a lot of factors to take into consideration when you're showing up to the tournament in general. I want to refresh your memory now, folks, on the metagame for this particular tournament. We had the release of Ascended Heroes. This shifted up the power levels of certain decks and the perceptions of what would be popular. And when we first started off the weekend, Dragapult, top of the pile, that was certainly not going to be surprising to anyone. But Zoroark EX certainly rising to prominence now it's reached its full final form.
It needed it. It's been waiting so long to be the deck that's shining through. It has trade. It's the prodigal son. We've got all the trades and all the draws, everything that you possibly need to be one of the best decks, and now it finally can attack. It's been waiting to challenge the likes of some of these higher hit point decks like the Dragapult that we see there, nearly 16% of the field. And where's the conversion rate on some of these decks now, as we see a lot of uniqueness that moves into this cut now.
100%. And something I love about this graphic as well is that you can really show how important it is to draw cards in your card game. Because top 3 decks all have something similar. They all draw, like they all have like a Pokemon with an ability that draws 2 potentially.
That does make a lot of sense. And when we look at the rest of this graphic, Golden Go is probably the one that we haven't seen the most of right now, considering the overall format of the tournament. Charizard still kind of hanging in. People expected it to have a bigger target on its back, but the Grimmsnarl Frostlass, I know players have been on that deck for a very long time. That's rising to prominence, and we contrast this now with the best of the rest. These are a lot of the other decks that people had on their radar, knew were good, but I think it's pretty expected that a lot of these wouldn't show up in great numbers. The fall off of Mega Absol Box from the numbers we've been seeing recently does need to be studied.
Yeah, there's just too many ways to build the deck, funny enough. Is you can sneak in a lot of these different techs. We saw the Moltres that was teched in at times, then a bunch of uniqueness with the stadium lines, and ultimately there's just one problem that you continue to run into, and it's eventually 3 prize card Pokemon, 2 of them removed at the same time just clears your board and you lose the game. Gardevoir handles that very well. We've seen Dragapult players that are able to work in enough damage and really mess things up. You just have to handle these hit points.
That's a really good point. The handling of the game. Mega Absol Kangaskhan Box is at its strongest when it is in the driver's seat and it has full control of the game. We don't know if it's other decks getting tools, maybe players getting more familiarity with the matchup, but they are able to find a finger hold and find a plan in these matchups, and it's paid off dividends. I've been hearing a lot of rumblings, gentlemen, as well about the Joltik Toolbox as a really interesting meta counter right now.
No, that's something I haven't seen in a graphic in a hot minute, I think. But yeah, the fact that it's up there seems pretty good to, I mean, taking multiple prize cards always seems like a great time. Iron Hands has just been such a powerful, powerful card, and just being able to power it up. I'm trying to think if it gets anything new in Ascended Heroes. It's not necessarily a deck that needs Pokepad. But yeah, it's still here, still doing its thing. Another thing I want to talk about, though, is that Crustle.
Yeah,
84
Crustle.
players.
But we're actually going to move over to phase 2. This is where the metagame converted. And this is how the deck is looking right now. The Crustle's still hanging in there.
Yeah.
You want to talk about anti-meta?
Yep, is ascending his way into the top 6 brackets now. Yeah, it's, we've seen a few of these Crustle players sneaking in. They have this really unique spot in the format. Dark Pokemon all over the place. A lot of other big Pokemon to worry about that your ability just shuts away. You don't have to worry about half the matchups attacking into you. And then when you have your spiky energy helping out, you don't have to worry about some of these lower Pokemon chipping away at you.
No, yeah, I really, really like Crustle. Sometimes it's all about, in the last graphic, half of the top 6 decks were Dark-type Pokemon, right? So, you have to play a Grass-type deck, but then there's the Goldengo to worry about. How do we solve that as well? How about you can't hit me, too? So, really, the only things the Crustle's deck has to worry about is, that Gardevoir, and you do have a chance against the Dragapult decks.
Yeah,
and Frostlass.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea to approach the metagame format like that. I want to play the most popular, the strongest deck I can find, and play better than anyone else in the room, or it's I've crunched the numbers and I've studied the data, and it turns out that mathematically this deck has enough good matchups, but you have to dodge them. And that's kind of where that luck factor comes in a little bit. For any card game, certainly for the Pokemon TCG, our best players are consistently positioning themselves in Top Cut, in Phase 2, etc., in order to get these winning chances. And I think when we look at Phase 2 and the best of the rest, you can see how every deck has its own way to get those winning chances.
Yeah, the big rise to prominence was the Frostlass Monkey Dory. A lot of uniqueness to the way that you can build this deck, and it just has some tools that you're not expecting to see on the other side. The Ethan Sudowoodo, using them prison and slowing things down. You can really just lock your opponents out of a game, and I don't think any other deck is truly doing the Monkey Dory wars as clean as Frostlass right now.
No? Yeah, I mean, I think Houston was for Monkey Dory. I don't know how many times we've seen a Trent Brain just win so many games, but another one I want to point out, though, is Charizard just falling off. It was in the top 6 decks, and now it's barely here in the best of the rest.
The deck did well for a specific format. That seems to be the trend with Charizard. It's been a powerful, consistent deck over the course of this entire format, and now that it's also about to rotate, it's gone through many different shapes and forms, but it finds a way to tech for the metagame, maybe grabs a win or two, and then it gets targeted a little bit, or the meta shakes up and it's not as confident in its build, and that can result in some pretty meager gains in that end.
Yeah, I think Charizard just suffers from being too easy to target. There's too many problems that you see right now with the grass weakness that can clearly be focused on. If you want to lock out any Pokemon that attack with abilities, we've seen a lot of decks work in that, or even with these Pokemon EX that can't attack in, any safeguarding effects, any TM Devolutions playing against the rare candies that are so crucial in this deck. And finally, the most important one, Badoo.
Oh, I was going to say Team Rocket's Watchtower.
That's true. We'll put that as 1A and 1B, because that's an easy inclusion, but truly, without Badoo in this format, Charizard can just wreak havoc.
Oh yeah, definitely. In a vacuum, it's so easy to think of it. Yeah, I'm gonna get into my checkmate scenario of big Charizard in the active, big Charizard on the bench, and Pidgeot to get anything I want. Those scenarios can happen, and we did see it happen on stream, but a lot of the times too, Badoo.
And that is a really great point, Wancho. Players tend to evaluate decks in a vacuum. You know, what's my personal experience with the deck? What's my locals looking like? I heard this matchup is bad, but I'm outplaying everyone, so I think that everybody else is wrong, and I'm actually the GOAT. Rip Dialga. But but I am just getting word, folks, that the bracket is ready. We had to do some calculations to get to the asymmetrical bracket. And I want to take a look at some of these names. I think we already have our next match for stream picked out, but we'll see. When you're going into asymmetrical, what this means, folks, is that when enough players are tied for that final spot, they have to play an additional stage, one more win to get it fully narrowed down to top 8.
Yep. Only 3 players were able to secure their spot directly into the top 8, and that was Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, Henry Chow, and Alex Szymanski, who played at 34 points and won his game to go to 37 and sit atop as the top seed here. Wow. Now awaiting to see what is in store, and there are some pretty big names and interesting decks lined up throughout this asymmetric cut.
I am so excited, of course, for Liam Halliburton, you know, jumping out as he's been called Mr. Zoark at this point, has been making top cut, again, consistently, as I said earlier, finding these winning chances, always positioning himself as a player that can find lines and get into the upper echelons of a tournament. And shout out, of course, to Miguel also rounding it out. I like that. Love to see that name up there.
If we're talking about signature decks, I mean, look no further than Grandmaster Gardevoir player Henry Chow just finally, you know, he has had a little bit of a rougher start or rougher tournament scene. I mean, Aban had a really great start, but Henry Chow now, he was undefeated for the longest time. And, you know, Gardevoir really giving him his, you know, last farewells, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, great to see. Very excited to see a lot of these players. And I like seeing Alex Szymanski there at the very top. I have a quick story, actually. I saw him testing the deck that he's playing to this tournament, and he told me he just built it that day. It was the first time he ever picked it up. It was the day before the actual event.
I won't hesitate to say that it served him well.
Alex Szymanski, he always has an interesting angle on the metagame. I think we've seen from his deck choices, from the way that he builds or prefers to counter build, it's always a matter of time before the stars aligned and it pays off for him.
Yeah, and his brother runs the tournament. Feels good.
But Christopher Szymanski is always keeping us honest, making sure to also make sure things are running smoothly, especially with an event of this size. It's become a monumental task. So shout out to the Szymanskis for being in front of the camera and behind the scenes, helping us out to make these events.
Don't forget the best Szymanski, Diane, is also out there competing with the.
Oh yes,
with
of course.
Mama Mansky. Yeah, we got some great players here lined up. I was taking a peek at near the bottom where Henry Chow is awaiting to see who he will play, and Sammy and Justin Neudorf. Sammy's playing the Dragapult, and I believe Justin's on the same, so a mirror match there to see if we potentially would have a powerhouse matchup of Justin Neudorf and Henry Chow.
He's used to being in that position of gazing down upon, bring me your strongest Dragapult players to challenge Gardevoir. He said in his winner's interview early, you know, that he was feeling a little bit off his game, you know, wanted to remind people that he was the preeminent Gardevoir player, and he's certainly doing it right now.
The audacity to remove Lily's Clefairy in that previous tournament and then just say, I still will win this matchup. I don't care. He's on another planet.
Henry Chow, when he won with Gardevoir back in Baltimore, was it Baltimore? It was when it wasn't on my radar, right? As, oh, Gardevoir, it's an okay deck. It's fallen off maybe a little bit. There's too much Charizard or whatever we were coping with at that point. He proved us all wrong, and then it was just Gardevoir's world from there on out.
No, my litmus test for how good Gardevoir is for the current metagame is Henry Chow playing it? And normally it is, yes. I remember this one time, I think it might have been EUIC or NEIC, where he decided to play Goldengo.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, okay, maybe Gardevoir is not really good in the metagame right now.
Just caught him on an off day. Wasn't ready for it. Taking a look at some of the other matchups. Yoshiyuki taking a little break as he waits to see who will win between Lewis, who we just featured on stream, and Kevin Lin. Lewis, of course, we saw with that ends Zorark. and Kevin is playing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl Frostlass. It's could be a pretty unique matchup there as well. A lot of timing that goes into when you play down that Frostlass and if you can work in that TM devolution against the Zoroark player.
Grimmsnarl with a lot of HP. This is another one of Zoroark's kind of issues where it needs to set up these 2 taps on the larger Pokemon, and it gives your opponent a window of opportunity, a little bit of tempo to try to outplay you or take your resources away.
Also, let's give a shout out to a lot of the new faces that are, first time into the top cut, just like the Lewis Smith, who we featured on the stream the last game, or the Joseph, actually, with his confidence. He's sitting there ready in top cut as well. He's sounded ready to win this entire tournament.
That is very true. Another name that we need to talk about is Justin Neudorf specifically. We have some player profiles to dig a little bit deeper on these names. A lot of old heads, of course, have seen these names over and over and over again, a lot of viewers. But for those of you who just want a little bit of a refresher, right? Justin Neudorf, the Anaheim World Champ finalist. That is right. I was like, Neudorf, it's so embarrassing where it's like, that name's ringing a bell, but.
Yeah, I can hear his name.
Neudorf.
Ringing in the stadium when we were in there. It was quite a show that we had, a really fun match back and forth between our eventual champion, Riley McKay, and I mean, it's just a couple pieces away. If he could have found the right answer with the Dusknors, maybe we'd be talking about him as a world champion. Instead, he's just built off of that performance, and we've seen him time and time again fighting for these spots in top cuts.
Yeah, you probably know him from his other name, Gumi35. Probably, you can add an achievement there, the highest ranked PTCGL player, and I would 100% believe it. I feel like I always see his posts and he's like in the 1900s and I'm like, didn't the ladder just update yesterday?
Is there a rank past Arceus at this point? Like, can we just make a Gumi ranking at the tippy top for him?
And that is a really good point that you bring up, gentlemen, because Henry Chow was saying he advocates very heavily for practicing and playing on PTCGL. We're continuing to see that improve and hopefully implement feedback. And if you want to get in a bunch of games, if you can't travel to your locals to play in person, it's still a solid way to get some Dragapult reps in.
No, yeah, once you get to that, 1800 rank, typically you're only running into Justin, Henry Chow's, really good players, really named players, and if you can sneak up a win, that's great practice.
Yeah, we've talked about the Eat Food 86, Gumi 35, and the other one you need to look out for is on his alt account, the Big Onion toward Reklev.
Absolutely amazing. So hopefully our viewers at home will be able to throw their amazing PTCGL handles into the mix as they climb the ladder. But we're going to kick things over to the casting desk and finally get this ASIM underway.
Thank you, boys. Jeremy Jallin here with Emily Foreman, and we are just awaiting our asymmetrical top cut match to go for. We have had a wonderful weekend of Swiss Pokemon action, but now it is down to single elimination.
Yeah, and it's down to this asymmetrical cut with some very usual and what we would probably expect out of asymmetrical cut. I believe there are 4 and Zoroark in there, but then there's a couple of different decks. I mean, Henry Chow piloting Gardevoir being the only Gardevoir in asymmetrical cut, that is definitely a storyline. But I actually believe we're about to see another storyline here too with a deck that we haven't really talked about much at all this weekend. That's going to be the Soul Golden Go.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I do believe our table. Okay, we're re-sleeving at the table, so we got a little bit of time. How do you feel that the top cut has shaped up? Like, those 3 names that have the bye for ASIM are amazing players.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot more amazing players trying to make it into top 8, but then, like they were saying in the pre-show, a lot of newer names in this top cut as well.
Well, there's thousands of players, right? And there's so much that goes into a regional run. Every single time you enter one, you could hit your best matchups up 14 rounds in a row if you're really prepared for it, or you could hit your worst matchups 3 in a row and be out of contention automatically. So sometimes you're there and sometimes you're not, and it's all about being prepared for anything you could, you know, sit across from at any single point.
Well, 2 players that are prepared to sit across from their opponent are sitting at the table now, ready to go. Let's go ahead and take it down to our first top cut match.
Excited to see how this one is going to go, Jeremy, because once again, we have a couple of storylines here. Sitting on the right, it is going to be the player that you know and love that pilots this deck. It is going to be Liam Halliburton. And just looking at the results from this season alone, first at the first North American regional champion this season, but then of course second in Las Vegas, and just to round it out, just last month, fourth at the European International Champion. Liam is on a run with this deck, staying true and loyal as far as it goes.
Meanwhile, true and loyal is also Joshua's nickname here with Golden Go. EX has really been just on this deck ever since that top 4 at the Merida Regional in 2026, has really been consistent to this list. Meanwhile, Liam has been changing up this Zoroark list every single tournament, it seems, trying something new, and finally having that ends Zekrom from Ascended Heroes to really push things forward. It has been wonderful to see.
So if you can see our players right now, starting a couple months ago at this point, we've now had this thing called Open Deck List for the top cut. And that is basically where players will exchange sheets. They'll have some time to look over each other's lists here. And honestly, this is really valuable information for Joshua Frank going into this match, especially because there are so many kind of tricks and traps for Joshua's specific deck of Golden Go heading into Liam's deck here.
Yeah, the Elgium, the Zerosix Machinations is definitely going to be one of the supporter cards that Joshua's trying to avoid this entire match. Just Golden Go as a deck just builds up a giant hand, and when you're playing against a supporter that will discard it down to 3, it's never good.
It's also the fact that Liam has forgone the Ends Darmanitan line and has opted to go into Toad Scroll instead. Slime Mold Colony, that ability where you can't take your cards back into your hand. So that one's going to be really hard for Joshua to really kind of maneuver around. This is definitely not going to be an easy run.
Here is the opening flip. Now, Liam, as a deck, wants to go first or second?
Usually, I think most people want to go second just because both of these decks are set up decks at this point, right? And especially you would hate to go attach pass and not have your full bench kind of readily available for you. The thing is with Liam's deck, he's playing this 1 copy of Arven, but there's 4 copies of Buddy Buddy Poffin in the list, also has the Artisan as well, but that Lily's Determination card is going to allow for Liam to see a ton of cards here. But I believe we are resolving a mulligan potentially. I see Joshua still going up here.
Now both of our, giving a little wave to the crowd, both of our players here for our Masters top cut are one of, or some of the best players that we've had this season. Liam Halliburton is ranked 8th in global championship points and has done it pretty much like you said, all with Zoroark, has been a Zoroark reliever outside of Milwaukee, but that's, we'll take that out of account. Only a top 64 placement. You can do better.
I mean, still pretty good, right? But I think Liam has had some amazing moments this season. Once again, winning Pittsburgh, but also that amazing final versus Tord Rekalev that we got to cast in Las Vegas as well, using the creativity of Team Rocket's Watchtower, Blood Moon, or Saluna. But let's look at these prize cards. I'm already not liking just even 2 cards in Liam's deck, or in Liam's prizes, but still, I mean, it's not too bad.
Nothing too bad. That one of Technical Machine Evolution for Joshua is up at the top of the prize cards. That could be a little bit worrisome. Also that one of Counter Catcher with double Nest Ball. Only 3 of those in the list, so might struggle to find some basic Pokemon, only having access to 1 Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. Now, like I was saying earlier, Joshua Frank, 12th ranked player in US and Canada for championship points, and has been on a tear with this Golden Go EX deck and trying to sneak in a win before we say goodbye.
Yeah, Joshua Frank, one of the innovators of the Terra Hybrid box back in the earlier parts of the season. That was Terra box with a 1 Flareon and a 1 Leafeon in, and really stuck true to that for the first part of the season. And then as soon as LAIC came and passed, has been on this Golden Go since Toronto, and like you were talking about, third place at Merida Regionals back in January and has stuck to it, making phase 2 at EUIC as well in top 128. So I like how Joshua plays a deck, sticks with it, masters it, because it's clearly getting him this far.
And you see the records for both of our players, 11-1-2, 11-2-1. Now, Joshua's only loss in this tournament was to N's Zoroark EX deck that we saw on stream to end our first day, the first round of phase 2 against Eric, who is also in cut here today. And now Liam hasn't actually played against a Golden Go in this tournament. Pretty teched out for it.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how things shape up.
Yeah. We've been talking about how Ascended Heroes has changed and Zoroark a lot, obviously with the addition of Zekrom here. But this list in particular feels really Golden Go targeted, right? The Zoroark's Machinations, one of, but also, of course, still playing Toedscruel. I know a lot of players have either chosen to play Darmanitan this time around or the Toedscruel. I like the Toedscruel as well, but I'm excited to see how Liam is going to be able to maneuver around here. But it could go either way, of course. We can't forget that Joshua is playing that Megalopony EX as well, so could find some ways to use that to maneuver around certain things, but
take some easy prizes without the need of a superior energy retrieval if Toedscruel is in play. Now it does look like we are waiting on some final few things to get things started for our top cut match, but I am ready to go. I don't know about you.
No, I'm extremely ready to go. I think this tournament was, to be quite honest, as expected as the dark type decks rule, right? We really expected to see a ton of Zoroark, and we totally got it, especially with 4 in our top cut. We have Marnie's Grimmsnarl now making it back into the ASIM as well. But I think a great storyline that we have here is Henry Chow is also still, of course, in contention and is already in top 8 to take it all. We know that Gardevoir is soon leaving us as a whole archetype. So what a way to kind of, put the cherry on top of, not only Gardevoir, but Henry kind of, putting his flag back down into the ground and saying that Gardevoir, while yes, it's leaving, Henry's truly made his mark.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is there was an issue during setup, so where both players are having to reset up, so draw new hands, put out new prize cards. Definitely interesting, but now we get to see some new prize cards. Maybe the nest balls aren't there, maybe the Buddy Pop and Zorua aren't for Liam.
This could go terribly wrong. I know you are looking at this with a lot of hope. I was saying, oh, maybe it's not that bad, but I don't know.
Glass half full, half empty.
Yeah, it's very true. It's just realism at this point. But all right, we are going to be resetting up here as the players are going to once again put out their prize cards here. A full line of Zoroark for Liam, a couple of energies. The Pheasantipity is a big one, and by a couple of energies for Liam, I actually mean a lot. That's half of the energies that Liam plays in the prizes.
Well, half of the basic energies. Remember, there is those 2 luminous energies to go along with the LGM combo in the deck. So you can still attach one of those to a Zoroark, but it really limits the amount of N's PP up that you can utilize throughout this first game. And here we go. Masters Top Cut finally starting things off. It does look like Liam Halliburton will go first in this matchup. Pheasantipity EX in the active spot. Buddy Poffin to search out those Zora.
Well, Jeremy, you wanted a different hand and different prizes going into this one, and I think Liam is extremely happy. I believe he does have a second Buddy Poffin to go along with this one as we're seeing the opening deck search. And, Zoroark at this point, right? We've seen this deck come out in Journey Together, and I feel like ever since it has kind of came into fruition, at first it was kind of this draw supporter deck, right? Everybody has trade back, we can all rejoice and celebrate, but it didn't really have great attackers to kind of copy off of, right? It felt like N's Darmanitan was just kind of throwing energy away, so you would see tool cards like Power Glass, for example, to try and replenish some of that energy back. But then this deck has truly evolved into what we're seeing now with Ascended Heroes, bringing in Zekrom and finally being able to hit those super high numbers thanks to Petron and that Binding Mochi, and even supporter cards like Black Belt's Training.
Well, I got one thing for you. There is no Petrant or Binding Mochi in this list for Liam. His whole Zoroark camp has foregone that for the Elgium and that Nighttime Mine combo. Now, pretty good start for Liam, that double Buddy Puffin, getting down, more importantly, that Toadschool as well to hopefully evolve into the Toadschool next turn. Joshua has that Arven to find that technical machine evolution, which was in the prize cards before. Now it's not, and might be able to get some Golden Go EXs out pretty quickly.
Yeah, Golden Go is one of these decks that has really also kind of went through a lot of evolutions over its time in the format. We will be sadly losing it in just a month or two, but we've seen this deck played with aspects like Energy Search Pro at one point.
Shout out to the GOAT.
Yeah, it's true. I can't remember the last time we've seen that card. But even before that, you were seeing it with cards many formats ago, like Worker and Pokestop. You would just want to draw cards, and the concept of being able to draw cards is exactly what Joshua wants to see here. And thanks to the new engine in this deck, the Lunar Cycle engine from Mega Evolution, Solrock and Lunatone, you're even able to see 3 more cards and have a great single prize attacker for this early game, like the Solrock, to help you out.
No secret box found off this Arven, but just the Buddy Puffin along with that technical machine evolution. And finally, after not really seeing it in much of the last stream game against Zoroark, Joshua finds that Vaneri. I guess that was due to the fact that Megalopony was always in the prize cards.
Interesting pull here from Joshua. Like you said, I also am totally okay with something like the technical machine evolution here, just getting into the Golden Goes and ready to go here. But it's so unfortunate that we're not going to see, oh, okay, we're actually going to go straight into Lopunny here.
Evolution being able to bring out both of those Pokemon on turn 1, but it ends your turn. Now Liam has the 3rd Buddy Puffin. Maybe finding something like that Tatsugiri to be able to attract customers and find some supporters throughout this game. The 4th Zoro is in the prize cards.
Still gives Liam an opportunity to search the deck as well. We see the Lily's Determination on top of that too. 8 fresh cards, and even just one Zoroark at this point, Jeremy. We are going to start sifting all of these dark energies into the discard so we can enable Ends PP up, but also, as you could tell from Liam instantly putting down the Toadschool in the first turn, that he wants to just turn off all resources for Joshua this early.
It's also kind of good, I guess, starting that Pheasantipity EX, just because of that, Joshua wasn't able to take a quick turn 1 knockout with something like that Solrock and its Cosmic Beam. No Lunatone really gone for, and Liam kind of dodged a quick KO early. There is the 8 cards, finds that Tatsugiri, and it does look like it's getting traded away. Want to save that bench spot for an actual attacker like that Zekrom.
Well, thankfully for Liam, also found an energy as well to get the Pheasantipity out of the active too. Megalopony has that that first attack. It is that Gale Thrust. While it does 60 damage base, if it moves into the active spot on during the turn, it does 170 more. So not exactly what you want to keep right there into the active here. So just going to attach retreat back on over to Joshua.
Does get a Dark Energy in the discard for Ends PP up the following turn, but not really any kind of urgency in getting on the offensive just yet. Joshua has Earthen Vessels, eyeing down, discarding a Gimmighoul here. Now there is 4 Gimmighoul in the list, but only 3 Golden Go EX. Definitely running this list a little bit of close to the chest, where you prize some Golden Go. Things could happen very badly, but it's working out so far for Joshua.
Yeah, 1 Golden Go in the prizes, along with the Pheasantipity EX as well. Seeing the Fighting Gong in the prizes and the Nest Ball, not too crazy here, but it's all about conserving what you have, especially knowing that Liam has already set up the trap for Joshua to kind of walk into. The moment that Joshua starts using Make It Rain, that's when Toadschool is going to come down. So honestly, for Joshua, it might not even be worth it just yet to try and hit into these Zoroarks. Joshua just has to find a way to get that Toadschool out of play.
Lunatone, Boss's Orders, Cosmic Beam. That sounds pretty good to me.
Ooh.
But Boss's Orders, the Pheasantipity. We're going to take the knockout with Megalopony EX. Joshua looking to get ahead early here. 2 prize cards with that Gale Thrust.
Really important turn for Joshua, especially getting ahead of the game. And if Liam wants to respond by getting a sweet 3 prizes here on this Megalopony, there's no Petron EX and no Biting Mochi like you had talked about, Jeremy. So we're going to have to potentially 2-tap it here. Finds the end Zekrom, but still can maneuver way through. Has tons of cards, but the Night Stretcher for Pheasantipity. Let's start drawing some cards.
I love drawing cards. I love watching people draw cards. Liam's going to at least have 5 extra cards available to him. But he's going to start things off with the Lily's Determination first.
Yeah, if we do the math here, right, Lily's Determination, because Liam still has to take all 6 prizes, that is 8 cards that he is going to get off of this Lily's Determination, plus 3 from Pheasantipity, and if we start trading in that moment, then there's 2 more, and I mean, that's just what the Zoroark that is currently available to us is doing, right? Then you can evolve a couple of more, but my only thing that I'm kind of considering right now, Jeremy, is that there's no energy attached to the board here. We got to start seeing some ends PP up. We have to start seeing the attachment return.
And that's just due to the fact that there is 3 in the prize cards, only 8 in the list, and sometimes you just don't get to draw the cards you need. There is 1 Luminous Energy, ends PP up, maybe out of these next 5 cards. Another Zoroark found. That means you can spin the wheel yet again. First trade. Nothing yet. Second trade. Also eyeing down that Technical Machine Evolution, but that is another way to get out Toad Scroll. No ends PP up, only 2 in the list. But after what was 15 cards drawn off the top, unable to find it, does have the Luminous. That's not enough. Counter Catcher on the Gimmighoul. I think Liam's just gonna Technical Machine this turn, get out the last Zoroark and that Toad Scroll.
I think, if anything, this is Liam's best play here, right? Liam is going to be able to find the Toad Scroll and keep this Gimmighoul in the active. There's no Genesect EX down on Joshua's side to potentially evolve here, still limiting Joshua to 1 draw off of the Golden Go on the coin bonus on the bench. So Joshua's going to have to find something like an Air Balloon or that second Golden Go, which I do believe he just found. And now it's going to be time to draw some cards. But once again, Joshua has to be mindful of this Toad Scroll. That Slime Mold Colony is going to make this late game for him very difficult.
There is always the combination of Air Balloon and Boss's Orders, but I do not think Joshua has those cards available in hand off these 2 coin bonus. Maybe we can see a Lunatone worked in from him. Does have Secret Box in hand, actually. So that would do it completely.
The question is, Jeremy, what do you go for in this moment? The
Boss Air Balloon.
Yes. Joshua is also pretty safely ahead, so it seems like the choice really feels like, hey, the Slime Mold Colony Toad Scroll is really kind of what's going to stop my late game here, because if Liam is going to establish it, it takes a whole nother turn to evolve up here, but actually pitching away a superior energy retrieval on the Secret Box, something that Golden Go players, you know, never truly want to do here, but I really love how Joshua is prioritizing using the Megalopony as much as possible to actually keep all of the energy in the deck. So when it's time for something like Earthen Vessel to come out in late game, doesn't have to use all these superior energy retrievals to get the energy back to his hand.
To be fair, he could not even target down the Toad Scroll. He could go for the boss on the Pheasantipity, take the knockout yet again with Megalopony EX's Gale Thrust, and then all he would need is just 1 Golden Go knockout on Zoroark EX, which Liam essentially has to attack with Zoroark EX to really win the game. So that could be a prize map to victory. Eyeing down the last card here from Secret Box. Does look like the Fighting Gong. Maybe we'll finally see Lunatone.
At this point, I'm sure Joshua's considering that Iono is probably going to be arriving soon and wants to get all of these engines set up and ready to go for when it's time for that to hit.
Cards to the hand. We know the air balloon will be attached to the active. Again, it is all just down to what Joshua chooses to bring up with this boss's orders.
The more I think about your line, Jeremy, I think you are more correct with the Pheasantipity play. Why not just go down to those final 2 prizes? But still, you do want to just anticipate that Iono is coming, and hence the Pheasantipity drop on Joshua's turn. So he's going to potentially unlock all of his cards here. The air balloon attached to the active Golden Go. And then here comes the answer to the boss's orders. You are going to be right, Jeremy. It's that Pheasantipity to stay on your 2/2/2 prize map, Megalopony heading into the active spot, and using that Gale Thrust.
Being able to grab 4 prizes with only having to have 1 basic energy in the discard. And not only that, he finds 2 basic energy from the prize cards as well. So if Liam does not have an Iono, things are pretty much locked up for this game 1 of our top cut.
Honestly, the way that Joshua's playing around the Toad Scroll by saying, okay, well, if you're just going to put down this Toad Scroll, I'm just going to go around it, right? And it's really unfortunate for Liam because we know that he started that Pheasantipity. You never really want to start Pheasantipity. You really just kind of want to wait until your opponent has taken a knockout because it is a liability, right? Especially going into this deck in particular. But still has a great map to head into these final turns, but now it'll soon be up to this Iono to try and get Liam out of this really tough situation.
It seems like Liam lost his map along the way to top cut because still at 6 prizes, 1 energy in play after what seems like quite a few turns now. There is the Iono. We'll be able to disrupt Joshua's hand a little bit. But Liam still needs to find a lot out of these 6 cards. And PP up is something that will help.
Finds it right there, and also a Luminous Energy here as well.
That can't go on that Zoroark.
No, but is there a weird way that, I was about to say maybe an Elgium can come in, the slight shift, the energy off onto something like the Pheasantipity and try and keep the Megalopony stuck in the active, at least for the moment. But Liam has to find a way to either gust around this Megalopony or has to find a way to hit that 330 hit points. Defiance Band helps, but not exactly everything we just need yet.
Defiance Band helps Liam KO future Golden Go EX, but not this Megalopony in the active with 330 HP. It really does seem like Liam's back is against the wall this game. Just unable to really apply any amount of pressure, and very different from the previous stream match that we saw in this specific matchup.
Well, it seems like Liam has pieces in the hand to get it done. I do believe there was the ends PP up that was drawn and also the counter catcher. But the thing is, that only gets us so far. And because Liam is still at 6 prizes, Joshua's only at 2. Even if you take care of 1 threat on the bench being this, you can take care of the Megalopony, you can take care of one of the Golden Goes, but the Pheasantipity and the Lunar Cycle engine is still already, already set up.
Liam eyeing down that counter catcher from this secret box to go along with the Iono for next turn. Interestingly enough, having to discard or choosing to discard that 0-6 Machinations, which is for a matchup like this, but he just played Iono. There's no big hand size to discard on Joshua's side of the board. Ends PP up, finally gets 2 energy on an Ends Zoroark EX to start attacking. We could see the counter catcher now on something like that Pheasantipity to stop the 3-card draw, or even with the Defiance Band, take the knockout on that Air Balloon Golden Go EX.
Feels like Pheasantipity is a great choice, but also, like you said, the Air Balloon Golden Go because you want to kind of limit how many cards that Joshua is actually going to be drawing. You draw more thanks to that Air Balloon, forcing the retreat here, but it is going to be the attached return from Zoroark. And now heading into the active here, can Joshua get enough cards with Golden Go and enough energy to take this win in game 1?
2 cards in hand, no access to any energies in the discard, no superior energy retrievals, having to rely on cards like Fighting Gong and Earthen Vessel to really grab those energies to take the knockout, needing 7 total essentially because of the 1 metal attached and the 6 to discard.
Believe it or not, Jeremy, the drop return being a fighting energy was actually pretty massive there. Keeping Pheasantipity, though, a couple more draws here.
Ooh.
Nothing too crazy, though, honestly.
Nothing too crazy, nothing too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great superior energy retrieval fodder if we had it in
Can't
the
even play it.
Exactly. We could have played it if that Toad Squirrel wasn't out and about here. There's not that much energy to truly work with, and that's the problem with this deck going up against Zoroark. The Toad Squirrel's about to be doing a ton of work, and Joshua, who feels so close, could not feel further right now from victory.
There is the option of using that 1 fighting energy in hand to Lunar Cycle, try to draw into 3 cards, try and find something, or just retreating the active. There is also Professor Turo's scenario, so that can get the Soul Rock out of play, just so you can deal some damage with Mega Lopunny. This is just not the draws for Joshua on this Iono turn.
And honestly, Joshua did such a good job this entire game of making sure that he wasn't overextending all of this energy into the discard and finding ways around the map, like using the Mega Lopunny. But unfortunately, the Mega Lopunny is not going to be able to hit high enough here on this Zoroark here. So now potentially has to let this Soul Rock do the job, at least put in 70 damage worth, and then try and find a Gust after to use the Mega Lopunny for the knockout here.
It does seem like that's probably the safest play. You don't want to put too much damage on that Zoroark just because Liam is playing a copy of that Reshiram still, being able to use that powerful rage attack and take big knockouts if you have a ton of damage on your Zoroark EX.
Liam looking at Joshua's discard as well, counting the boss's orders. There are 2 in the discard, but there are 3 in the deck. We know that Joshua has 1 in hand here. I think our safest play is just using Cosmic Beam to soften up this active Zoroark and hope that Liam doesn't draw into another Iono here, but it is going to be the attach for turn.
Liam did search the Iono with the Secret Box last turn, so that should be in hand. Fighting Energy does get attached to the active, but he just retreats to the Mega Lopunny. Now, it's still not game over even if this Mega Lopunny gets knocked out. Liam does have 4 prizes, so nothing too bad. And there is the Super Rod to shuffle back those 4 fighting energy into the deck to hopefully draw into him next turn.
At this point, right, it's all up to how much energy you draw. And this is what Joshua's doing, hoping that Mega Lopunny is going to be able to soften up this Zoroark enough to find the knockout a little bit later. But like you said, Iono for sure is definitely coming here. And look at the hand as well. The hand is rather large for Joshua. Now, granted, if Zerosix Machinations was still in the deck, we could have seen that. But still, I think Joshua is playing to his outs the best as possible, as Liam going to take a lot of damage here, but can easily get out of this pinch right now.
Gale Thrust for 230 damage on that active Zoroark EX. It's now Liam's turn to try and get at least 1 more turn out of this game 1 to try and mount this comeback. Basic Dark Energy. Finally found one.
Pretty good. I wish there was a way that we could have seen something along the lines of an Artisan for Monkey Dory to use Adrenabrain to move the damage counters back to Megalopony, and then seeing something like Black Belt's training for that super high damage here. That was one line that Liam could have found, but still checking the Ionos here, unless there wasn't one in hand. Oh no, I see one. There it is.
Liam just opting to Pal Pad beforehand, get that Iono and Boss's orders shuffled back into the deck before he draws the cards off his own Iono. Still has access to 3 trade abilities as well. It really just does come down to Iono and Prey.
It seems like all of our games do at the end of the day, right? But Liam thinking about it, if he wanted to attach anything like the air balloon before here, but there is the Iono. Liam only gets 4 cards, if I remember correctly. Joshua down to 2. Finds the Reshiram as the backup attacker here.
First trade, discarding Buddy Buddy Poffin. Second trade, discards that ends Reshiram. Double Dark Energy found off of that one. Go 3 for 3. Discards the Dark Energy. Boss Iono. A ton of supporters in hand, but not much else to really do anything. Just the hard retreat into that ends Zoroark EX on the bench.
The thing is about this next turn is that Joshua already has Professor Turo's scenario in hand, so Liam attempting to soften up this Lopunny is not going to be too happy when Joshua's going to be able to just cleanly take it out of play. What's also really nice, Jeremy, is that Joshua at least has the attach for turn or onto the Golden Go, but he's got a lot of cards to kind of sift through, right?
Oh no. Double Metal Energy. It would have been a better attach return or energy in general if it was fighting. That way you can draw cards off Lunar Cycle.
And no knockout was taken, so it's just this 1 extra coin bonus here.
Coin bonus for the boss's orders? No, just Bravery Charm. Ooh. All right, I think Liam may have bought himself a turn here. Joshua counting the ends PP up in the discard, seeing both are gone. Remember, we started this whole match off with both players looking at each other's deck list to see what is available. Joshua knows exactly what resources Liam has, and there is just a Spiky Hopper.
Spiky Hopper for 160.
Why not? Another supporter found off the top of the deck for Liam. It seems like that's the only cards left in his deck at this point. There is the Monkey Dory Dark Energy in hand.
Can start moving the energy back here, but if Liam were to take the knockout, that's just easy callings for Joshua at that point. Even if Liam were to find something like Gust on the Golden Go, then that actually resets the Lopunny there to go back to the bench and use Gale Thrust again. And a lot of these Zoroarks have already taken a good chunk of damage here.
Trade gets rid of the Monkey Dory. Liam doesn't find anything off the top of the deck. A lot of cards in hand, but what can he do? This is such a back and forth game 1 here for our top cut. Dark Energy gets attached to that Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain is now available for Liam.
It's just so scary bossing something up when you know that the Mega Lopunny is going to get that power boost coming back in on the next turn. You technically don't even have the Zoroark on the bench with any energy to go with it because 2 of them are still prized. So you're going to have to attack with a damaged Zoroark here. The only energy is the one technically on the one that's damaged in the active.
Liam does move the 30 over with that Adrenabrain. and then uses Night Joker to copy Rampaging Thunder from that ends of Zekrom to take the knockout. It is now up to Joshua to find everything needed to take the knockout. Wow, what a hand. Metal Energy off the top of the deck, double Fighting Energy, draws two cards with coin bonus, finds the energies, and just like that, Joshua is able to take game 1 here in our top cut, thanks to that Iono and a coin bonus.
Can we talk about how most decks in format would be very upset if they were Iono'd into multiple energies, but Joshua having the perfect amount of energies in that moment, right? Joshua smiling to the crowd.
Hamming it up over there.
You gotta, right? After that, I mean, what are the chances of that one, Jeremy? That was massive.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at how that game went. Go ahead and take it away, Pablo.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. Very back and forth. Towards the end, those Ionos had us on the edge of our seats. And yes, I do have a seat. And I mean, we definitely had a very crucial turn here. This was the pivotal moment. In theory, Toadscruel is the perfect answer to Goldingo, right? Stop those energies from getting recovered back into the hand. Easy pickings, we have the boss orders, but overall, Joshua had been very cost effective with that Mega Lopunny. Mega Lopunny was just putting in all the work, doing massive damage with a single energy, and with every other energy available, I think Joshua made the perfect call in taking down the Serendipity, putting himself down to 2 prizes, and then it's like, okay, you have to attack me with Zoroark at any moment, right? So all I need to do is just be patient. You don't do enough damage. Even if I attack into you, you guys mentioned that, sure, maybe the Rage attack from Reshiram is a threat, but if Mega Lopunny goes down, that's completely fine. Liam still has 1 prize card left, so Joshua not being afraid to attack into the Zoroark, going after the Serendipity, being like, I don't care if you have the counter, he managed his resources perfectly, and that's what ultimately allowed him to just be patient and walk away the winner from this match.
Well, even from the game.
Yeah, from this game, pardon.
Even just the end of this turn where there was the 3 Fighting Energy in the discard, and Joshua used that Super Rod to shuffle those into the deck just because he knew he was going to need energy to finish the game. Thank you again for that breakdown, Pablo. So great to see, and now we are going into game 2. Does look like Liam is having a mulligan here.
I think for Liam coming up next, it's just the fact that he doesn't want to start Fez. Definitely not what you want to start with. I like how Joshua was playing so aggressively there, but now it's kind of crunch time for Liam. He knows exactly what he's looking out for now, and that being the Mega Lopunny there. See how exactly it's going to all pan out here. Liam on the back foot here as we're heading on into game number 2. Joshua forced to go first, but gets an extra card for the mulligan here. Can he set up once again?
Gimme Ghoul in the active spot. There is that Baniri in the hand, but Joshua finding that Genesect DX, which we haven't really seen that much from him at all. Being able to find 2 Golden Go EX, and look at those prize cards. The one of Super Rod that came in clutch last game, one of Bravery Charm, but that secret box, the most important of all, just hiding out in the prize cards.
Has to be very cautious as well. The air balloon also being prized, especially now that we all know Joshua's game plan of moving Mega Lopunny in and out of the active here. Kind of limits how much you're really drawing with Golden Go. And now Genesect DX has kind of been known for in the past as being a little bit of a liability. Kind of sits there as a 2-prizer. It's never really, if you're attacking with Protect Charge, something has to be going very horribly wrong. So I do believe Joshua does have the Professor Turos in hand for next turn to potentially get that out of play, but just has to stay a little cautious here because honestly, I'm not seeing another Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah, no other basic search other than Fighting Gong, I believe, and he might be saving that for the energy for something like that Mega Lopunny. And wow, is that Buddy Buddy Puffin off the top of the deck? Either way, starting off great with that powerful item card.
Yeah, nothing's better for Liam than finding all of your search right then and there, right? Having a Zorua already inside of the hand and also having the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well here. But looking at Liam's prize cards, yeah, 1 Buddy Buddy Poffin in there, not too great, but another 2 copies of this dark energy that Liam was desperately trying to find last turn. But as you once again saw from the first game, that Toadscruel immediately coming down.
Not too bad of a start here for Liam. Having the Iono instead of the Lilies is a little bit worse, but you got to work with what you got to work with. And taking a look at the 6 cards from Joshua there real quick. Not too bad. Arven for the turn, but no secret box available to him. That might come into play.
Looking back over into Liam's hand post Iono, finds another Buddy Poffin as well. So the setup just keeps coming and coming if you're Liam at this point. Tons of deck search, but also this Tatsugiri to allow for Liam to attract customers, find some more draw supporters. It's going to be key for Liam to keep hitting Joshua with this Iono turn after turn, especially once that Toad Scroll comes into play.
It's definitely rough because there's only 2 in the list. There is the Pal Pad, though, to be able to shuffle those back in later on in the game. But Iono is definitely a little bit lackluster because it's also in the prize cards. So
well, that's it.
There is no more Iono for Liam until he starts taking knockouts or finds that Pal Pad.
Back on over to Joshua here. Just a couple of energies, does have the Arven, can also use Metallic Signal to get a lot of these Golden Goes out of the deck for himself as well, but already has one in hand, which is pretty good. Honestly, I would love to see Joshua get a little bit more setup on this turn. I know he has Arven in hand, so he would be able to go find some more options here, but believe it or not, Joshua only plays 1 copy of this Buddy Poffin. I feel like as we've seen decks come to more like solid in their performance, we've seen less and less consistency cards like Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, it was all throughout the European circuit with Golden Go winning and topping multiple regional and special championship events in a row, where it was kind of the debate of 3 or 1 Buddy Poffin. A lot of the lists were playing Prime Catcher when they were playing heavier counts of Buddy Poffin, but I think it is now the de facto best ace spec in Secret Box that allows you to kind of be a little bit greedy and play just a single copy of Buddy Poffin. And we're seeing it here work out wonderfully with this Arven and the Technical Machine evolution. There's going to be a lot more Golden Go in play. That's also another reason to not search them out.
Yeah, super fair. But also, this is exactly what you want to see if you are Joshua as well, going straight into the Megalopony once again, and the Golden Go onto the bench. And I feel like now, Jeremy, compared to game number 1, I'm seeing both players a little bit more set up with their draw engines, which allows for both of them to sift through their decks a little bit more.
Well, talking a little too soon, we didn't see any Zoroark on Liam's side of the board, but 1 hits the board. There is the trade, but that looks like it's going to be it. This hand is not gonna do it. Does he have to Turo the Zekrom just to Tatsugiri a supporter out of the deck that might be able to do something better? No supporter in the top 6 at all. Attract customers is not attracting anything right now.
And that's going to give Joshua some time to start using Megalopony and getting into the active as well with Gale Thrust and starting to spread some damage around. Potentially that first target could be the Toad School. We know that Joshua can absolutely play around it here, but huge miss for Liam.
Honestly, with the way Liam has played this turn, maybe the target is just going to be that Tatsugiri in the active spot. Golden Go EX found off the top of the deck for Joshua. Didn't really want to draw that as you have access to that Genesect. Starting things off with the coin bonus from the active spot. 2 cards to the hand. Turo Fighting Energy found. No Lunatone or Solrock in play, but plenty of other draw in those extra coin bonus.
Speaking of coin bonus, just 1 more. Finds the last Gimme Ghoul. But it feels like the world is in Joshua's kind of hand right now, quite literally. Has enough energy to not even need to Earthen Vessel here. In terms of supporter, I do believe the Professor Turo's scenario's there, but Joshua instantly moving up the boss's orders to the top of the hand. I can't imagine that he wouldn't use it. I don't know if he can swing big enough to get the end Zoroark with the only energy in play out, but could potentially use the Turo to bring up the Genesect, or even use it to bring Megalopony into the active right now if you pick up the Golden Go here.
He would lose the metal energy, but I think that is a sacrifice he is willing to take. There is that Golden Go EX to the hand. Gimmighoul gets benched right away. Mega Lopunny EX to the active spot. Fighting Energy attached from the hand. Takes the knockout on that Tatsugiri. Now Liam is just on a trade and pray turn here. Big 2 cards. Lily's Determination found. We now have a game here, folks.
Finds the Artisan as well and going to be using the Lily's Determination here. Liam also finding the Dark Energy as well, so there can be an attack this turn. Just depends on how exactly he wants to play everything out. Throws away the En's Reshiram into the discard pile, but of course En's Zekrom is where you want to be attacking. The real question for Liam is, how do we get around this big Mega Lopunny in the active?
You don't. Looking at the list, there is 2 counter catchers, so I guess that is a way to get around it. 8 cards for this Lily's Determination.
Where are the Zoroarks, Jeremy?
Not in the hand.
That's
not in the prizes.
That's not good.
Somewhere in the deck.
Hopefully within these 3 cards in Pheasantipity. Otherwise, you know Joshua's just going to be targeting down that Pheasantipity next turn.
Especially if Liam wants to keep up in the prize race, he needs to find a counter catcher. Three cards from Flip the Script. Awaiting Liam after the shuffle from Joshua.
Nothing.
No counter catcher at all. Liam does have that Toad Scroll, able to keep that Toad Scroll from getting knocked out early game. Now gets to evolve it, but Joshua has played around it pretty perfectly this match so far.
Only makes the most amount of sense as well, but going to be copying Rampaging Thunder for a good 250 damage here.
It's a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
No, definitely not, especially these big mega Pokemon are really kind of just stuck in your way here. But has to be very careful, Joshua, at this point, because that Toad Scroll is ready to go, so has to navigate around it. Now, granted, Joshua isn't playing any copies of, for example, Jet Energy to move something else into the active in order for Mega Lopunny to be reset this turn, so isn't necessarily going to be attacking with it, but could start to get a little bit aggressive with going into the Golden Go, even though the Toad Scroll's set up.
There is always just boss's orders, attach a second energy to the active, Spiky Hopper, take the knockout. Does seem like that's what Joshua's plan is for this turn. It gets rid of the Toad Scroll threat, at least for one turn, unless Liam wants to take a turn off and use that Technical Machine Evolution to get it back again after a Super Rod.
Here's the big scary thing, Jeremy. Well, yes, Joshua's removing that threat off the board. Here comes Liam staring in the face of big Mega Lopunny that's already taken a ton of damage, right? That's going to be a big 3-prize kind of reward for Liam here. And especially now, Pheasantipity is going to be online. Hopefully the draws this turn for Liam will be better. Already has Ends PP up and a Dark Energy in hand, so could just start doing the good trade aways here. But you see the Super Rod instantly for the Toad Scroll line. Artisan going to bring back that Toad Scroll right to the bench.
Yeah, Liam opted not to even grab anything else off that Super Rod that ends Reshiram. Not looking too good, just going with that end Zekrom the entire way. One thing the boss's orders from Joshua also did last turn was reset Liam's end Zoroark EX so it can attack again, which is also another pretty crucial part, just because with Liam not playing Petrant EX, is really relying on air balloons to kind of maneuver around.
And one of the air balloons was prized last game, but still does have access to both in this game. And has one already in hand here. So I do believe we are going to commence the trade, if you will, right after drawing 3 with Pheasantipity. Wants to find another ends PP up. Oh my goodness!
There
Who
we
needs
go.
Cyrano when you have the end Zoroark already drawn into hand? Also finds the counter catcher as well for a little bit later too. But look at Liam. This is the explosiveness power then Zoroark. You're automatically going to just start to be able to draw and unlock your entire deck here, even throwing away the Lily's Determination here.
This is the kind of firepower that Liam has been wanting from his deck. Now, is it a little too late? We'll have to find out. Liam does have the knockout here for 3 prizes, but again, he just wants to kind of mitigate any damage potential that might come out. Secret Box discards 3 cards that aren't really going to do much. Eyes down, that Technical Machine Evolution, Nighttime Mind, Buddy Buddy Poffin, and that Xerosix Machinations. I don't believe Liam's played a supporter this turn either. And there is the Xerosix. Such a powerful supporter against a deck like Golden Go. Having a full hand of cards from drawing turn after turn, discarding Superior Energy Retrieval, Fighting Energy, Fighting Gong, Fighting Energy, Counter Catcher, Golden Go, Gimme Ghoul, the Iono. A lot of resources just hit the discard for Joshua thanks to that powerful supporter.
Yeah, the Iono and the Superior Energy Retrieval all going down here, right? So Liam now has free roam to really kind of reset up all of these attackers here. He knows that he's going to be getting 3 prizes this turn, but ensuring that he's safe from, well, I guess the hand disrupt option that Joshua had in hand is now already gone because he chose to get rid of it with Xerosix. But now it's determining how he wants to finish the end game on what his map is going to be. Golden Go could be swinging, but also, once again, there's that liability of Genesect EX on the bench that Liam could go after.
If Joshua hits everything off the top of the deck that he needs, then it could be just a simple 2 prize knockout, 2 prize knockout. And Liam needs to take at least 2 more turns because of the prize mapping here. Bumping his own Artisan, just not giving any access to Lunatone for Joshua.
I think the real question I have, Jeremy, is what is going to come next? Okay, interesting here from Liam. So just going to shortcut around the 3 prize Pokemon here and reminding Joshua that this Genesect EX is, or could be the, wow, okay, just opting to go for the Technical Machine Evolution instead, stopping all recovery options for Joshua next turn. But my goodness, I mean, we talked about it before. There's 1 air balloon in the prizes for Joshua. Where's the other?
Yeah, it is not looking good. Does look like it's in the deck still, but with the hand being disrupted from that Xerosix, not really many chances to draw cards. First coin bonus for 1. Pheasantipity X, that's not going to do it. All right, next one. Is there an air balloon or an out to it? Wow. Arvin off the top of the last coin bonus. That will allow Joshua to find the only air balloon left in the deck.
Still, though, I mean, there's no secret box for Joshua just yet. Has to find a way to get some prize cards going here. But it is going to be the Arvin for turn. And
that's all he has.
Yeah, I mean, true. But honestly, Big Bad Toad Squirrel is back for Joshua, right? This is exactly what you don't want to see. Not only did Liam last turn thin your hand so much down where you've had to pitch vital resources like the Superior Energy Retrieval, but also now use the turn to trap your Genesect into the active, at least until, you know, that top or the draw for Arvin here. But now has to be extremely careful around how much energy you're putting away.
And I do like the taking the turn off from Leon just to establish that Toad Squirrel yet again. It really doesn't change the prize mapping too much if Joshua decides to something like Boss's Orders it again and take the knockout with the Mega Lopunny that's still available, just because of the way these prizes have been taken. There is the retreat for Joshua thanks to that air balloon and Gale Thrust, the active Zoroark EX, 230 damage yet again.
Now, if it came all the way down to it, Jeremy, if Liam were to find another bench space eventually, Liam could find a way to protect this Zoroark because he has another one already set up onto the bench, re-establish the End's Reshiram, and use powerful Rage as well. So Liam does have a secondary attacker here. While Zekrom is going to be doing a ton of work, this is why End's Reshiram could potentially still be in the list for Liam.
Well, it is in the discard, so Liam would have to find
Night Stretcher, which he has in hand, I believe.
Oh, okay, cool. I was looking at how many were in the deck. 2 copies of Night Stretcher in the deck. I do believe none are in the discard, so having it in hand is pretty good, but shuffling back that Professor Turo's scenario, along with the Iono, the only copy available to Liam, actually. Second trade. Black Belt's training method, not going to do too much right now. Defiance Band and that Iono.
Defiance Band is live here, but I'm wondering if Liam wants to go into Conservation Iono mode. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, there's only 2 Iono in the deck, and 1 is in the prizes, so would have to reestablish the only one with Palpad. But like I was talking about a little bit earlier, has to go into Conservation mode because this End Zoroark is heavily damaged here. But thanks to End's PP up, does have the ability to reestablish some of these cards as well.
Especially after the retreat, just kind of trying to keep it on the bench as close as possible. There is that Night Joker copying that ends Zekrom. Rampaging Thunder for the KO on that Mega Lopunny. 3 prizes for Liam. Finds the second Iono to go along with the one in hand. Joshua now has a bunch of cards in hand, has that Earthen Vessel found last turn along with a couple Fighting Energy. Genesect is able to maneuver out of the way with that Air Balloon from last turn. But he's going to start things off with just a coin bonus for 1. Finds a Lunatone. But discarding energy isn't where he really wants to be right now.
And Toadscruel doing a ton of work here, so gonna have to put Golden Go back into the active to draw a couple of more cards here. Just has to be so careful, right? There's, from what I can count, just looking at the discard pile, I believe that is 4 energy and 4 fighting energy and 1 metal energy for Joshua there. So doesn't have too much left to work with without using something like item card to get it all out.
Yeah, he has Super Rod in hand along with the Earthen Vessel. And I think with the metal drawn off that second coin bonus. Oh, does have Fezandipity. Earthen Vessel, energy.
It's pretty good.
Energy,
Oh
I think that's as much as you can ask for.
That was pretty good. That's exactly what you need here, right? I mean, you can maneuver around the Toadscruel here, but the problem is the Toadscruel is still going to be active after you pitch away 300 damage worth of energy away. That's a lot of energy that you're not going to get back. Like you talked about, there are ways to get the energy back into the deck, like that Super Rod here.
At this point in the game, it is all about resource management for both players. Of course, Joshua can take the big knockout, but if he does, that's all the energy gone. Here is the Super Rod. We'll be able to shuffle back in a metal and 2 fighting, maybe even just the 1/1 Mega Lopunny EX and an energy, hoping to rely on Gale Thrust again later on.
I like what Joshua's doing right now, kind of this like risk assessment, right? If I do this, how much gust do you have left to work with? When I'm looking at the counts in terms of the counter catchers, there are 2 counter catchers in the deck. And from what I am seeing, Liam has played 1 so far, and then including Boss's Orders as well. So not quite sure if Joshua wants to commit all the way. It seems like the only thing he can do, though, is go for this Super Rod and then use Earthen Vessel to get some of this energy back out. But it is very committal here.
And Joshua still has not used his supporter for the turn. Could be something like a Boss's Orders. Again, though, if you're eyeing down taking a knockout on Toadscruel, that's not really where you want to be. There is the second discard of Superior Energy Retrieval in this game so far. Earthen Vessel finding a couple more energies. Maybe even some of the ones shuffled back in.
Just feels so bad to see Golden Go players have to get rid of their superior energy retrievals. It's something that when you learn this tech, people tell you, you can't throw this away on an Ultra Ball. You can't throw this away on an Earthen Vessel. But Joshua's done an amazing job of navigating around it so far. And the question is, okay, sure, take this active, but after that, what then?
I don't know. If there is access to a boss's orders, I kind of like bringing up the damaged one. You don't have to discard as many energies to still take the knockout and then try to set yourself up for success on the following turn, closing it out with one more 2-prize KO. But no, it does look like the full suite of 6 energies from Joshua's hand, making it rain on Liam's Zoroark EX, taking the knockout, going down to 2 prize cards remaining here in Top Cut.
The anticipation, that was probably like the slowest make it rain I've ever seen. Joshua really kind of evaluating all the options that he really has available to him before committing here.
The clouds were slowly rolling in.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Here's the thing, though, Jeremy. I think we had alluded to it just a little bit earlier, right? That damaged Zoroark on the bench, that is a big, big liability here. Draws the Professor Turos, but the thing is, you want to be able to...
I mean, that's what he was looking for last turn. So finding it now, a card off, is still pretty great. Healing that Zoroark, that liability in play.
Now not going to be in the threat of boss's orders here. Doesn't even have to, I mean, absolutely can replenish with a Zorua, but you have technically all you need for your end game, right? All you needed was one Zoroark, and you don't even need to trade at that moment. You have everything you needed to, especially with the Defiance Band amplifying the knockout here, but it's going to be up to Joshua, who just drew his secret box. Can he find his way around Toadscroll?
It does not look like it. The one of copy of Super Rod has already been used, and it does look like Joshua is scooping it up. This game 2, we're going to see a game 3 between these 2 world-class players.
This was really, really close. Liam was able to bring it all the way back. Like you had talked about, having a damaged Zoroark there could have been an easy route for Joshua to just find boss's orders, but that Toadscroll coming into play, and even Zoroark's machinations coming into the mix as well. We were saying it a little bit earlier, this deck feels like it has so many answers to Golden Go.
You got to try. I mean, right?
You always got to try.
This matchup has historically been terrible for the Ends Zoroark, but the combination of that Ends Zekrom along with all these tech cards has really helped Liam push through. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for this game 2. It started off not that great for Liam. Attracted customers did not find anything. Joshua started out again with that Mega Lopunny EX, being able to Gale Thrust for a couple of prizes, takes the knockout on that Toadscroll with the Spiky Hopper. But this was really the turn that changed everything. Liam was able to Zoroark Machinations and Technical Machine Evolution, bring out that Toadscroll, able to get that lock again, forces Joshua to use the resources, take the knockout, but the combination of Iono and then that Professor Turos scenario, picking up that damaged Zoroark, left no out for Joshua to win that game.
Now as we head into game number 3 here, Joshua's going to be able to choose whether to go first or second, but not after resolving a couple of mulligans here. And I'm so interested to see, because like you were saying a little bit earlier, these are 2 world-class players. Joshua being the only Golden Go we have really kind of seen this tournament, period, point blank. And also kind of the only Golden Go when we were walking around the tables, really kind of seeing all the way at the top. So Joshua really taking this deck that he's committed to for the past couple months, taking it all the way to a top cut here at Houston. But of course, you're going up against Liam Halliburton, who has been piloting this Ends Zoroark this entire season through thick and thin, and finally finding the necessary attacker of Zekrom to get it done.
It does look like our players are conversing with the table judges. But now, after the mulligan, both players seem to be set up. Importantly enough, in Top Cut, we have increased time limits for our matches. 75 minutes. That means for this game 3, we got 28 minutes to go and plenty of time for one of these players to make it into top 8.
Liam automatically starting with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, exactly what you want to see here. Going into this first deck search to see all the resources that he has available. Now, if we take a look at the prize cards, Jeremy, why is it always just 2? 2 Dark Energy in all 3 games. The Pheasantipity being down definitely hurts, but the thing is, there's only now 1 copy of Professor Turio's Scenario and 1 Iono available to him for the time being. So Liam's got to be a little bit careful. Why is it always 2 Dark Energy, though?
Why is it always the Iono? It's
true.
definitely been an uphill battle for Liam with these prizes all 3 games. But starting off pretty stellar here again with 3 Enzorua and the Toad School in play. Has that Enz Zekrom in the active spot.
Did you also see that Liam just has the 2 Enzorark in hand already?
I did not know. Wow.
But speaking of Buddy Buddy Poffin on one side, here comes Buddy Buddy Poffin on the other side. And this, once again, is a one-of in this deck. And Joshua finding one of the ultimate consistency cards. Well, if you want to talk about 2 Dark Energy, talk about 3 Fighting Energy in the discard. Now, granted, normally, like we've been alluding to this entire match, we would be all a little bit more concerned if we saw a Superior Energy retrieval in the discard, or in the prizes, excuse me. But it's really mostly about the Mega Lopunny show now.
Yeah, it's fine. Still in the deck. You got at least 1 energy to attack with it. Energy from the hand to the active, but no supporter for Joshua this turn 1. Would have loved to see an Arven for that Technical Machine evolution yet again, and now it is Liam's time to shine. Double Zoroark in hand, Arven to go along with it, but discards it for the trade, finds Iono. Second trade, discards that Buddy Buddy Poffin. No Lily's Determination, might be forced to use this Iono here.
And it's so unfortunate because you know that Liam wants to instantly get into this Toad Scroll as quickly as possible. So instead, going to go for the hand disrupt here.
I don't even know if you want to. Joshua's turn was so bad. Ionoing your opponent when they did nothing is not a winning play. Oh, wow, but Joshua has that Mega Lopunny EX energy and a boss's orders in hand if he wants to. Already has the energy on the active to retreat.
What I'm considering, Jeremy, is that it feels kind of like, oh, we should boss's orders here, but this and Zekrom is the only attacker that Liam can copy right now. Not necessarily the worst thing to be taking just this attacker out of play right now.
Yeah, Toad Scroll isn't really going to do too much to you, especially if you're attacking with that Mega Lopunny EX. Liam now trying to find some useful supporters yet again. Trade 1, trade 2. Finds the secret box off the last trade here.
But where is the energy, Jeremy?
In the deck and prizes.
Just, I feel like I haven't seen Liam draw into these dark energies at all. And while, yes, finding the ends PP up is exactly what you want to see, you have to be able to accelerate it from the discard here. So going to use Night Stretcher and get back the attacker here, but we can't attack without energy.
And this is actually perfect for Joshua because he has access to the boss's orders in hand. With just another energy, he can use Spiky Hopper to take a knockout on the end Zekrom. We are going to see the secret box discarding some valuable resources for Liam here. Ends PP up, boss's orders, and that Technical Machine evolution. That has been the way for Liam to find that Toad Scroll multiple times this match.
And I think this is why a couple of Enzorark decks, other than Liam, have been playing something like the Janine Secret Art for that energy acceleration. For weird situations like this where it's just, where's my energy, man? The times where you need to start attacking because you're going to be starting to kind of float behind here.
Lily's Determination, Nest Ball, Team Rocket's Watchtower, and speaking of floating, Air Balloon.
Yep, pretty good there too. No direct access to the Toad Scroll just yet, though. But like we've been saying, while it's great to have Toad Scroll out, I feel like it hasn't come into play too much. But still, we'll see what exactly we are going to see off of the Lily's Determination. That should be coming up soon, but there's the Defiance Band onto the Enzorark. Let's see if we can find some energy and even find some ends PP up, maybe to start attacking this turn.
Well, there is only one ends PP up left in the deck. There's no dark energy in the discard. So that means Liam will need to draw essentially the perfect cards out of these 8 for Lily's determination. It would have to be a Zoroark EX and a dark energy along with that ends PP up, so you can discard the dark energy, but then would also need to find another energy to draw into.
Well, you got
there is the ends PP up Zoroark and basic dark. If this last trade finds another energy, Liam can have an attack this turn.
1, 2.
No.
Just barely misses it, Jeremy.
That is so unfortunate for Liam and Zoroark fans watching at home.
Just the pass back to Joshua. What a huge whiff there. Also, my goodness, going back to Joshua's turn, he was able to grab the fighting energy off of the prizes there, and even draws into the Soul Rock to put Lunar Cycle online here. But look at this, the boss's orders already, and that is just using Gale Thrust to take out Toad School, and just as early as Joshua's turn started, it's already ended. Back over to Liam, finds the ends PP up there. We gotta get attacking this turn right now, Jeremy.
Liam is starting things off, trying to do just that. Again, missed the energy last turn, still does not have it. Needing to thin as much as possible and trade into whatever, but has the Lily's determination for 8.
Could probably use the Pheasantipity on top at this point for 3 extra more, but unfortunately it's stuck in the prizes all the way at the top too. So Liam's gonna have to rely on a lot of these trades, and it just feels uncomfortable, right? You're starting to kind of watch Joshua take this lead. Joshua hasn't even put down a Golden Go yet, realistically, right? It's really just this Mega Lopunny that's been doing all of this work.
Yeah, my Mega Lopunny deck, you know?
Yeah, true. With the draw supporter Golden Go, which could be applied here.
Thankfully for Liam, he did find a Luminous Energy, so there will be an attack this turn. Again, is it too late? 2 prize cards taken already for Joshua. 3rd trade for Liam. Does have the Night Stretcher for the Toad School. Get it placed on the bench. That is going to be the 2nd Night Stretcher, though. That means only access to Super Rod left.
Not exactly what you want to be seeing, but this Toad School and the Toad Scroll are so massively a part of Liam's strategy. Has to keep it going here while using so much of the resources to keep it established, but using Air Balloon to retreat, copying that Rampaging Thunder to at least get some damage on the board. Because my goodness, Joshua's going to start running away with this very, very soon.
Joshua prepping the dice for the damage counters. There we go. 250 damage on the active. Back over to Joshua. Has a good grip of cards. Finally able to start using Lunar Cycle yet again, trying to find more.
Honestly, Jeremy, from what I can see on my end, I might be getting covered by the shadows a little bit. Does Joshua have a way to get some Golden Goes out right now? Has 1. But he has a coin bonus into a couple more at this point.
Yeah, that might be helpful. There is also the opportunity to do something like Professor Turo's scenario, pick up even that damaged Mega Lopunny EX in the active spot, bench Genesect EX to find more Golden Go, but no, it does look like Joshua's just going to commit the 2nd energy to the active. Is there another boss's orders to KO something like the end Zekrom?
I'm not seeing it. I think Joshua's just going to take the 160 and take it home at this point. Say, all right, I'll keep another end Zoroark damaged here. Like we were talking about just a little bit earlier, Liam and his access to Professor Turo's scenario does play 2 within the deck, and there's not 1 prize this time around.
There is.
Oh, there is 1 prize this time around, so has to really kind of keep track of how much usage he's using out of his resources here.
Does have it in hand. And again, there is still Pal Pad available, I believe. Ends Zora found off the Artisan. Liam took a little bit of surveillance of what is left in his deck to be able to try and close this out. Again, staring down a prize deficit against this Mega Lopunny EX, which has been putting in a ton of work for Joshua.
Also does have the Toad Scroll in hand as well for this point here too. Could Professor Turo, could Turo scenario the active Zoroark in here as well, but could also keep the energy on the board.
Well, you have to remember, only energy in play is on that active Zoroark EX. And now Liam did a pretty fast play, but retreated to the end Zoroark. Professor Turo'd it back into the hand and then discarded it for trade. Pretty useful of that Artisan. And there is that Night Joker yet again copying Rampaging Thunder for the KO. 3 prizes for Liam. Finds, Iono, Professor Turo scenario, and a Dark Energy. Not too bad, but both ends PP up are in the discard. Thankfully for Liam, he did attach a basic Dark to that ends Zoroark EX on the bench with Defiance Band, hoping to take down a Golden Go EX next turn.
Heading back over into Joshua's turn, though, this leaves a very damaged Zoroark into the active, where Joshua can absolutely find a way to make it rain for much less than required this turn. We know that Joshua is really banking on using this Super Rod to get the energy back into the deck because of that Slime Mold Colony Toad Scroll sitting on the bench here. Joshua just needs to keep drawing a couple of more cards, and how you do that is thanks to Air Balloon, allowing for the second Golden Go to go up, draw some more cards, but it's all about finding a way around everything. I don't think he has enough right now in hand, but can use Vezendipity's Super Rod to keep drawing more.
Definitely an awkward scenario for Joshua. Has been trying to play around this Slime Mold Colony throughout this entire match. There is Vezendipity, finds Boss's Orders, Metal Energy. The Metal Energy will allow Joshua to actually use Make It Rain this turn if he wants to. Super Rod in hand to go along with something like an Arven that can find Earthen Vessel. But again, any amount of resources Joshua uses to take the KO are going to be stuck in the discard with that Toad Scroll being in play. Now, Joshua is in the prize deficit right now. Maybe we can see something like that one of Counter Catcher.
It's just so risky to not replenish your deck full of energy when you know that that Toad Scroll is waiting here, right? And it's game number 3, Jeremy. And while Liam, yes, is on a very awkward 3 prizes, Joshua has to find the knockout to go down to potentially, to either go down to 2, or if he had wanted to boss, take out the Toad Scroll, then you would be at 3 prizes, not exactly your best mapping. So I think at this point, Joshua's just trying to find a way to set up the deck for next turn, maybe after getting hit with an Iono, to redraw back into all the energies to take a knockout.
Earthen Vessel was found off of the Arven. Joshua's going to go ahead and use that, discarding that Technical Machine Evolution, finds the Fighting Energies. Still has not used Super Rod in the hand. Yeah, just let you all get reminded back at home, 2 Fighting Energies in the prize cards. This is such a close game 3. 14 minutes left to go here for our first match of our asymmetrical top cut.
Got to keep track of the fighting energies as well. So as production was showing us all, it's the 3 fighting energies in the discard currently, plus the 3 that are about to hit in the discard now. Joshua just took 1 off of the prizes, but there's still 1 left. That's all 8 technically accounted for now. So Joshua not working with too much, and especially looking at the metal energies as well. There's 2 in the discard, and the last one is already attached to the active Golden Go.
Definitely going to be a rough endgame for Joshua, trying to figure out these last 2 prizes. Meanwhile, Liam still needs to cobble together an attacker here. Has that 1 energy on ends Zoroark EX, but has been running low. Still has 1 in the prize cards. But there is the Pal Pad. Boss's Orders and Professor Turo's scenario back into the deck. Liam has access to 2 trades. Thankfully for Liam, has that Defiance Band on the Zoroark on the bench. And with Joshua taking 2 prizes, it is now active to be able to do extra damage to the active Golden Go EX and take the knockout.
I think, Jeremy, I would love to see Liam find a way to knock out this Pheasantipity this turn, but the supporter for turn being played very quickly is this Sorosix Machinations. Once again, coming onto your screen now, you have to discard, your opponent discards cards from the hand, and you're only allowed to have 3 cards left, so everything else has to go in this moment. And Jeremy, once you see what I'm seeing, that's 2 more superior energy retrievals actually now going down here for Joshua, actively choosing to get rid of them.
I mean, they don't do anything, so
it's fair.
Might as well. It's a free discard. I still like Liam going for the active knockout. It's the only time this Defiance Band is going to be available to be used. You're getting rid of the Golden Go that has the metal energy attached. What else does Liam have to do? Not really anything. Does have the counter catcher, could be available.
It's about what you're prioritizing more in this moment, right? Would you like to
double counter catcher?
Yeah, take the the trade. Whoa, double the power here. Finds the black belts trading potentially for next turn, but just getting rid of the counter catchers at this point, because knowing once Liam takes this active knockout, he's going down to 1 prize.
There is the Night Joker, Rampaging Thunder yet again, but this time for the 1-hit KO on Golden Go EX. 4 cards in hand for Joshua here. Was able to keep the best 3. It seemed like Boss's Orders, Super Rod, and another card that I couldn't see. Both players take a look at each other's discards.
Same grab at the same time, which was so funny. But still, I mean, it is now go time for Joshua. Finally, that Super Rod being played here right before he gets to start drawing all of the cards here. Needs to draw enough to hit this knockout on Zoroark. I believe it is 300 damage worth 280, so needs the attach for turn, Jeremy. Then needs 6 energy to go along with. But also the Super Rod taking back the Baniri here could see another line going towards seeing Megalopony again.
I think it's the only line for Joshua. If you actually count out the energies, there is that 1 in the prize cards. Super Rod would have to bring back a metal energy along with 2 fighting energies. Those would be the only energies available. So metal energy to the Golden Go, that means only 100 damage for Make It Rain. Joshua realized this and he went for that Mega Lopunny EX, putting it back in the deck, finds the Baniri with Artisan.
It is a bunny.
It is a bunny, yeah.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong.
And he's looking to hopefully kind of close things out with Mega Lopunny EX. But again, that's going to have to 2-hit a Zoroark EX or, you know, take a knockout on the Toedscruel. But at this point, he's discarded all of the superior energy shields except for 1.
Finds the Mega. Can't evolve just yet, though, so a couple more cards here. I believe that was the copy of counter. It finds the Watchtower just to bump the Artisan, kind of denying Liam a little bit more setup here. That's the counter catcher, right? All the gold cards are throwing me off here. Ooh, okay. I like this option too here. I mean, Zoroark is an attacker, usually used in the early game, but why not soften up the Zoroark with the energy on it now? But here comes Liam. Look how quickly he's working here. I think he's found a way. Can he find oh, okay, the Monkey Dory back the Boss's Orders onto the Gimme Ghoul.
30 damage with the Adrenabrain to the Baniri on the bench. Remember, the Zoroark EX cannot attack thanks to that Rampaging Thunder last turn, so Liam just passes it back. Joshua, does have the counter catcher in hand that's available. Boss's Orders was the draw for turn. Coin bonus finds Genesect EX. That's not going to be useful. Mega Lopunny EX, though, that's pretty good. But how many energy is actually available to Joshua? Does have the Boss's Orders. Brings up the Toedscruel. Are we just saying pass back and forth?
Well, it's might just have to be, Jeremy. I mean, we're looking through Liam's discard. the air balloon, that would be one of the only ways to get the Toad Scroll out, or Professor Turo's scenario here.
Yeah, it's in hand from the prizes that Liam has been taking. Finally unlocked it. Joshua does have Secret Box. And there is all for, oh, maybe not. It would be all for Superior Energy Retrieval being discarded this game.
And not used at all, which is
not used
wild, right? Wild. You never expect to see this in something like Golden Go here, but an item tool supporter at this point, just to check what else is in the deck. I mean, Joshua can thin out an energy using Fighting Gong, or, you know, maybe to try and Lunar Cycle a bit more, but all of his recovery at this point is 100% gone.
Yeah, has to seem like there, yeah. Showing the counter catcher, but Liam has the Professor Turo scenario just in case anything else happened, had the extra energy, and just like that, Liam was able to close out our first top cut match here. 2-1. Had to fight hard for it, but now moving on to another top 8 for this season. What is it, the 4th top 8 at a major?
Yeah, 4th top 8, 3rd at a regional, and also, of course, top 8 European International Championships. I think the leader of the Zoroark fan club is certainly here to set his mark, but of course, you have to give your props to Joshua Frank. Once again, a very consistent player, a player that does so much coaching, so enthralled in the community, taking it all the way up to asymmetrical cut with Golden Go, right? A deck that none of us were really looking out for, right? We kind of had all said, you know what, this deck is not, or this tournament is not for Golden Go. Joshua's still using Megalopony as best as possible, right? And that's kind of the alternate win conditions that you're seeing in a deck like Golden Go. But let's check the replay, or no, let's go to us. Okay, you guys tripped me up here. It's just how well Joshua knows the deck, right? And being able to play around the Toad Scroll. A lot of people would see a matchup like that and, you know, maybe even write it off, not even try, but Joshua had the right idea, moving around like a Megalopony to get going.
You really just have to maneuver around that Toad Scroll basically the entire match, and Joshua able to do it for the most part, but just ran out of energies towards the end of games 2 and game 3 there. Now, Liam, when does the story end?
Never.
Right? Already has the world's invite from the very first regional that we had for our 2026 season. Then got 2nd place. Then got top 4 at EUIC.
So that's two invites.
You know,
2 invites.
is going to get another invite off of the championship points. Where does it end? Where does it end?
Doesn't. It ends in San Francisco, Jeremy, when Liam Halliburton takes the whole season. That's when it ends.
That's when it ends, but it doesn't end here. Let's go ahead and bring in Pablo to help break down that match we just saw.
Thank you, Jeremy and Emily. Really intense match for sure. And as you were giving all the flowers to Liam, really amazing season so far. It's crazy what he has accomplished. Everything with Zoroark, just like Henry with Gardevoir, right? Liam is creating this legacy with Zoroark, and he's a former world champion as well already. In the seniors division, he already has that title. I'm sure he would love to continue adding to his accolades. But we had some very interesting games here where I generally think game 1, it was all about the Megalopony, right? Megalopony was the star of the show. But in game 2, Liam was able to, I feel, execute his game plan perfectly, right? He doesn't have like a straight up counter to Golden Go. He doesn't even have a thick Toad Scroll line that he used to play. Sometimes he had a 2-1 line in the past. Now he has the single 1-1 line, but he's able to create these like perfect scenarios where he forces Josh to use a lot of energy, right? He asks Josh to expend resources, deals with the Megalopony, and afterwards, with the Toad Scroll established, he's in a pretty good spot to where, even though he falls behind early in the prizes, Joshua is very aggressive. If you try to go toe-to-toe against Golden Go, it's just really hard to keep up, right? But you don't need to beat them by prize racing. You just need to make sure that they run out of ways to draw those last few prizes.
And yeah, that's really how games 2 and 3 were won by Liam. Just reestablishing that Toad Scroll in game 2 was honestly the biggest moment, I think.
and the Turo, right? That Turo that Liam put back into the deck, he was really digging for it. By not being able to find it in that turn where he put it back, he actually opened himself up to a situation where if Josh finds a boss to get this KO with a low resource attack, right? He could get that KO by only discarding 2 energy with coin bonus, with Make It Rain, or even with Solrock. Solrock could have taken that KO as well. But because Joshua didn't find that boss's orders, Liam then picked that Zoroark up and made it, left Joshua in a situation where he needed to either commit to the active Zoroark or maybe try to deal with the Toadscruel, but then that disrupts the 2-2-2 price race, right? So I think Liam played this perfectly into where he wasn't giving Joshua too many options. And as you mentioned, Jeremy, game 3 was pretty much the same, and he had it as Zerozic on top, right? So many energies in the discard pile, Zerozic attacking the resources in the hand as well. So Liam wasn't really trying to beat Golden Go 1-1 in the price race. He was just making sure that Joshua would eventually just run out of enough resources, enough energy, thanks to the help of Toadscruel, in order to close out the game.
Yeah, we actually saw it both games that Liam won with that Zerosic's Machinations. It really is for this matchup, and Liam showing why.
Yeah, really amazing execution by Liam. When I first saw his list, I saw that he had not played against Golden Go yet. I honestly wasn't too hopeful that Liam would be actually able to pull this one out, but once the action started, once his actions, like you see the purpose behind his actions and the planning and the thought process, I'm generally very excited to see what else Liam can produce for us in this tournament.
Well, I appreciate you once again, Pablo. Only a couple more times we'll see you until we crown our champion. But that does it for our asymmetrical top cut. We are now moving into our top 8. People are now starting to really dig down to try to become champion for the Houston Regional.
It's definitely halfway through the season at this point, Jeremy. So now the race to San Francisco definitely starting to gear up. These championship points matter so much, but also why not just book the invite right here, right now by becoming the Houston Regional Champion?
And don't go anywhere. Top 8 is coming up soon.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame, the Pokemon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC. EUIC and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zolark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
You wanna be the best, she's a champ, move a chest, beat the rest. Oh yes, she a champ, they a champ, we champ. They shine right with the team, go. For the winner and running with the team or your friends, go get it. Win or lose, great fun that we having. Win or lose, great fun that we winning, let's go. Game is all for one, team ready, now we gonna be number one. Play it up, come on, people, we all champion game is all for one, team ready, now we gonna be we the champ.
And welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, here at the Houston Regional Championships, where we're now in our top 8. Yes, after thousands of players, thousands of Pokemon games played, and with tens of thousands of dollars on the line, well, specifically $10,000 on the line, we're down to our top 8, and things are getting absolutely exciting. My name is Juan Saldana. This is Kyle Sablehouse. How are we feeling?
Woo! Yes, it's time. We're finally moving into this part of the tournament, and this is one of the most exciting portions of it. Because not only do you see some of these classic players returning, trying to fight for even more glory and gold, but we have some other players that are still building on that legacy of their own. And once you get to that top 8, I feel like that really is where you break through the threshold and start to build on that and bring that momentum into more events. And maybe it's not ending at top 8. Maybe you take it even further all the way to the finals or championship.
Just the start of your story. But yeah, right now I want to take a look at that top 8. Actually, we have the bracket here. And yeah, again, like you said, big names, new names. Specifically, the one on top, the one on the bottom, those are big ones. Alex Szymanski, Henry Chow. These are some of the players that went almost undefeated in this tournament.
Yeah, really great start for Henry Chow to start things off. Alex finished so strong, ends up being the #1 seed. And in top 8, did he expect the Frostlass Monkey Dory mirror match? Because that's what he got.
Well, hopefully he's ready. Hopefully he knows how to play his deck. But we do have our stream match ready, actually. So how about we get to the table? And oh boy, you know that face. It's Henry Chow, but he's up against Sammy Goldshine, who Gardevoir versus Dragapult. Couldn't have written it better myself.
Yeah.
Classic matchup.
I think we've used this one a little too much in the script. We've seen this at many a final or a world championship, and we're going to see it one more time. Why not test Henry Chow once more, as the Gardevoir player is taking those multiple regional championships and that top 8 at NAIC that really propelled him to continue in this game and take this Gardevoir deck to the next level. He's iterated it in so many different ways this time around. He thinks he has the perfect build to not only handle Dragapult, but take down the tournament.
And oh boy, Sammy though, right now, this is currently his highest finish. And he did top 64 at Atlanta, top 128 in Milwaukee. Well, we're adding top 8 at the very least in Houston. Right now, this is actually, his other 2 finishes were with Charizard Pidgeot, so there's a little bit of a switch. He's currently 1-0 against Gardevoir in this specific tournament, but right now he's up against the final boss of Gardevoir. But he's been on fire, actually. His last 6 matches, he hasn't lost one.
Okay, yeah, that's a great place to be in Phase 2, and he's taken that now to the top 8. Henry Chow and Sammy will take a look at these prize cards as we look at what we have in store for us. And
a couple of things of note. I think Henry Chow is going to miss a couple. Is one of attackers, pretty much. I always like seeing the high roll Mew EX with the Clefairy copying stuff. So unfortunately, we're not going to see it for this match. Upper right there. While for Sammy, do you see anything of note? I have a Pokepad, a Lily, multiple copies.
Look like one copy of the Badoo as well. We've seen that can be a nice start in this match when you slow down your opponent. But there's our fist pump. We are getting underway here in the top 8.
Let's go, let's go. Top 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Henry Chow is going to start us off, and he's thinking a bit. And it's an Ultra Ball. Not too bad. 2 Psychic Energy. Love to see that in the discard pile, especially when you're going first and you're expecting a Badoo.
I don't think you need to think a little bit about that. Ultra Ball Double Psychic doesn't get much better. We will see some relatively good news when he takes a peek at these prize cards. The one unfortunate piece, however, is the Kirlia in the prizes. 1 rare candy go along with that, so if getting out that Gardevoir might just take a little more time, or absolutely finding the second one if you ever get in danger.
Yes, but right now, step 1, before you can even think about Gardevoir, let's get a couple of Kirlias, a couple of Ralts in play, because there's only one right now. There's the energy attachment for turn and just a pass. Now we're back. We're going to go ahead and check out Sammy's turn. Probably going to try and find Badoo, if I had to guess.
Yeah, those Buddy Poffin cards have been pretty great. And you see one of those already in the hands. But, there's not much else happening here.
There's a supporter, but not quite the power supporter you want turn 1. I mean, Rosa is good, but it's no Lilies. But you can always find an evolution.
Talking about Hilda?
Oh, sorry, Hilda. That's right.
Hilda will get you that evolution and an energy, which locks in that first cloak. But now a bit of a decision making with this single copy of Buddy Poffin in the hand. Likely to see a second repeat, but do you have the luxury of going for Badoo, or do you need to go for another Pokemon like a Duskull? He's locked in on Badoo, and I don't mind this.
I'm not opposed to that, especially since Henry Chow didn't quite play that much. Just 1 Ultra Ball. Maybe stop him from discarding any more energy. And especially stopping something like the rare candy.
Yeah, it can be so crucial to lock the items early on in this matchup, avoiding seeing those psychics in the discard pile. Thankfully for Henry's side, he already has 2 working with him there, and the pressure of this Badoo, it's not as intimidating when Monkey Dory already has the dark energy. The damage will go right back over to Badoo at some point in time.
How do we ever just go aggressive with the Monkey Dory, maybe try and mind bend? There's an energy already attached. All we're looking for is 1 psychic energy. Is that, you ever want to go ahead?
Depends. If Henry sees the Curlia right now and feels like an Ultra Ball on the next turn would really be the difference of finding a Gardevoir and taking over this game, putting pressure on your cloak, sure, you might as well. It's not that far-fetched to go to.
But right now, Lily, 8 cards here for Henry Chow. What does he find?
Dark energy.
His shadow, I just can't see anything. There's a Ralts, there's an energy. Ooh, is there a Curlia?
Might just be time anyways. Once you take this prize card, there's a Badoo in the prizes, so it might be hard to find another one. And if he draws the rare candy, 50-50.
Looks like Sammy was able to find another Buddy Buddy Poffin. Would have liked that a little bit earlier, but if the top deck was a Buddy Buddy Poffin, it means it wasn't a supporter.
Yeah, which leads a lot to on the back of this Dracloak. The Dracloak needs to carry its weight, and this is a lot to ask.
It's so scary when one card is carrying an entire game, pretty much. Like 2 energies are the difference between Henry Chow running you over or getting more Pokemon in play, playing more Pokemon.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again on the Dragon Ball player's side. Once you have 1 Dracloak, it can turn into 3 pretty quickly. There's many cards that help you out in this spot. We've already seen the copy of Hilda. There's another one of those as well. And there's 3 copies of Pokepad along with the 3 Ultra Ball. So if you don't find the card itself, you have plenty of ways to get there at some point.
All right, let's say Sammy could choose what 2 cards he could find from the Dracloak. What would he draws a supporter. What else do you think he needs to find?
I want a Dracloak and something awful, and then I want to put the awful card away, and then I want to, and after this one, I want my next recon directive to have Lily's Determination.
Makes sense, but those are looking at the Dracloaks. That's a Dragapult.
They're both awful. That's not great. One benefit you would have with that Latias is if you could work back in that second copy of Badoo, maybe you slow down items for 1 more turn, but it just doesn't feel as impactful when you're staring down a KO from a Monkey Dory on the other side.
It's also a little tougher. The second copy is in the prize cards along with the Night Stretcher,
Right.
so it's a little even tough to get the one in the discard pile.
It's just not even worth thinking about at that point. Just move on, accept that likely it will be time to go into this Dragapult pretty early, and Henry's got the items to work with. The question is, does he have them in hand?
Well, with Arvin, did he grab something yet? No, he's still thinking, and of course, let's get the best one. Let's get the ace spec, and just like that, you give him an inch, he will take a mile. He's about to get his own Gardevoir EX, his main attacker pretty much. Could even potentially find something like the Scream Tail and just deal with your 1 draw supporter.
This is nasty. Yeah, this is everything you want. The Earthen Vessel throwing away the TM evolution, and if that's not bad news enough for Sammy, he's already seen that the pink card is now in hand. These Psychics are going to the discard pile, and there will be a rare Candy Gardevoir coming very shortly.
It's not fair. That's not even a cost. That's a benefit there.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're looking for in this spot. Now up to 4 Psychic in the discard, a 5th off that Monkey Dory once you retreat, and that is a lot of damage to work with and a lot for that Scream Tail inevitably off of Artisan. I think we're going to see Dracloak go bye-bye.
Your only draw support Pokemon, your only energy on the board. That's going to be tough for Sammy. Henry Chow is about to take an absolutely massive lead. What can Sammy do to get back into this? I'm drawing a blank.
There's another Monkey Dory with a dark energy. You can clear the Duskull if you want as well. Is there enough energy to do all that? Hang on a second.
That seems really aggressive.
That would be a ton. Maybe just slow down.
Just the one movement, moving the one damage from the Monkey Dory into the Draclo. Just some less stress on the Screamtail.
There's a lot of energies, but with the already one Monkey Dory played down, it's just a really great way to protect your Screamtail. With the Bravery Charm already, and now placing some damage onto the Duskull, just puts that pressure on your opponent, and that's enough pressure for me. Sammy's going to run away here, and rightfully so. Save yourself the trouble and line up for game 2.
Ooh, Henry Chow takes game 1, and especially, you know, Gardevoir inherently should have an advantage against Dragapult because, hey, it's weak to Psychic because of the Clefairy. But again, Henry Chow, I'm sure, has spent thousands upon thousands of hours in this specific matchup. Sammy has to do something. Sammy has to draw a little bit better. But let's see if it happens.
Yeah, look at their opponents already. They're already both in great spirits, just understanding that this is something that can happen sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
If your opponent just has everything on their side, Gardevoir EX slammed down and taking the KO on your only draw, just not finding any real supporter of value, Sammy knows that his deck's not going to do that twice in a row, right? Right?
Don't jinx it, Kyle.
It's been said.
Oh, no. No, Sammy's going to draw Lily, and we're going to have a really cool game of Pokemon with Henry Chow. We might get even a game 3.
Ooh, okay. All right. Keep your eyes peeled. The script slowly revealed.
But yes, again, Dragapult against Gardevoir. Such a classic that we are going to lose quite shortly because of the rotation, but not right now. Game 2, Henry Chow with energy attachment on the Frillish, and that's just a pass.
All right, just one Pokemon, no items played, and here's Badulok already. Turn 1, and you got your wish. Not only energy and Dreepy, but 8 cards. Bring the smile back, Sammy.
I'm writing the script for you. Sammy has 8 cards here with the Lily. No item lock.
And you made him prize his secret box. Oh, look at you.
That's not my fault.
This is all your fault. Sammy looking at a couple energies. Thankfully, this is a list that plays the 7 counts. We've seen some players skimping all the way down to 5 sometimes, so plenty of energies to work with. Not terrible spot for a boss's orders and a Pheasantipity as well.
Ooh, dropping down the Jamming Tower preemptively, I like that as well. Stopping any type of potential Team Evo. Just going to be the Itchy Pollen does get a Pokemon, but no, Henry Chow has a Lily as well.
Okay,
and the Evo.
And a Counter Stadium. Hold up.
Okay, oh. He's going against the script. No, but it is going to be the Lily. Has to hard find Ralt. Because again, he's under item lock. No Buddy Buddy Poffins, no Ultra Balls, no Nest Balls. Just Henry Chow's luck.
And this is a list that plays 3. We've seen way back when the line was much thicker. We've seen him play this turbo engine that played only 2 at one point. So maybe a little thankful to have the 3 copies. And can one find the hands? Oh, boy.
Ooh.
That's a lot of items.
That is a lot of items. And the tool is just going to be, hey, item lock, Oceanic Gloom as well. A little bit stronger than the Itchy Pollen.
Even Dark Energy missed in that spot too. Just no KO on the Badoo by way of Adrenabrain. And the pressure's on. Sammy now has his own Monkey Dory established with the Luminous. Can force that damage back over at some point.
Sammy, even if he chooses, if he wants items, Badoo can even knock out this Frillish. It is going to take a lot, but is a possibility.
If we see no Dark Energy on Henry's side, the Adrenabrain War will be won by a Luminous Energy.
Oh, here we are again. Of course, we're in Houston. We're in the Monkey War. Oh,
wow.
On-directive. That's a lot better than the last one.
Yeah, that's an embarrassment of riches when you see the Pokepad and the Lily's Determination. You can go either way at that point. I think we already saw a Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand as well. So the third Dreepy could be established, but wants to leave that spot open.
I mean, he is under item lock, so he can't play the item just yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Just getting a little too excited for him, but right now, he is winning the Monkey War. He's even winning the damage on the board at the moment. If Henry Chow can find the dark energy, could get a knockout on this Dreepy. Maybe something in his prizes could help him out. But, oh, does have the Iono.
Yeah, one great thing about having 7 items in your hand is that when you play Iono, you don't see 7 items. They're all at the bottom of your deck now.
Let's see, though, if he finds some... There's a lot of pink cards, and the one going on top, that is the Ralt. At the very least, there is going to be one Ralt. But still, again, Henry Chow is under item lock. Did have TM Evo on the other hand.
This feels tough. You're dealing this damage, locking the items once more, but your opponent already has that Dracloak. And with a double Hilda list, there's a lot more odds to see this evolution at some point, sometime.
How devastating would it be if we see like the Dragapult attack with the Monkey Dory moving to the Ralts, taking that knockout, but not going to happen just yet. 6 damage counters now, though, on the Frillish, and with the attachment already on the Dreepy. No big, possibly big attack. Itchy Pollen
wants
on
to
the
put pressure on Ralts. There was KO lined up if you even wanted to use Curse Blast at some point. Just there's no pressure right now. When you see Henry struggling to even find an energy card and using all of these supporters each turn, trying to find any help, it's still up to the deck to find Curlia right now to even keep this Ralts away from any danger and an energy to keep the item lock in play.
Well, luckily 8 cards once again. This time, though, the deck is shuffled, so there is still a potential of drawing all those old item cards, but...
Is there an energy? There's no energy. He's shaking his head. He can't believe it.
There's a lot of supporters, a lot of items.
He cashed in all his luck in the first 8 minutes of the match.
Only fair, only fair. But is there anything else Henry Chow can do? I literally saw nothing playable in that hand. There's the technical machine evolution, but the one you want to evolve is in the active right now. Just gonna be a pass. Boss's orders paid off completely here for Sammy. Sammy can use any item he wants.
Oh my goodness, and finds the Hilda on top of all of it, just guaranteeing the attack this turn. Dracloak with an energy already lined up. Hilda can search out the other, also find an evolution, Dragapult or Dracloak, whichever you don't already have. And that's guaranteed KO on Ralts, also removing Frillish. And you have the Dusclops. You're almost taking the whole board away at some point if you want.
Yes, again, just the Dusclops is so big. Just it's a bomb. It's whenever another Pokemon hits the board, it is gonna be able to get knocked out in between turns potentially.
It guarantees the comeback mechanism almost always fails for Henry's side of the board. The moment the item lock is finally gone, you need to recover that Ralts, bring 2 back into play, and also find a way to pressure a Dragapult EX when you don't have any energy acceleration. It's so hard to make happen consistently.
Wait, I don't think I saw a Dragapult EX in the hand. It was a quick peek, very, very quick peek. You might have gotten greedy and grabbed the Dracloak, hoping to draw into a Dragapult.
What if we're a Dragon Headbutt gamer?
Oh, well, that works too, I suppose. Frillish just...
Why not?
How important is that?
Yeah, who cares? No, there's an Ultra Ball in the hand.
Oh, okay, okay.
Rest assured, we'll probably see the additional 6 damage counters at some point.
Ultra Ball there, discarding the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and the Lily. Able to find any Pokemon.
Yeah, always a nice find, and this is truly the yin and yang of this matchup. When you set up with Badoo and you see all of the recon directives working in your favor, what can you do on the other side as Henry?
I was going to ask you that, Kyle.
It's not much. You get to hold this hand for a few minutes, and then after you don't find enough Ralts to get back into the game,
we go to game 3.
You go to that game 3 you wanted so badly.
Yeah, Henry Chow needs 3 Ralts in play to be safe, a little safe.
Even at that point, you could still lose. There's a Hawlucha that can be played down at some points. You can get a little extra damage.
Oh, that's just an Itchy Pollen.
Wow, slows it way down.
Okay, so we're not there yet.
This is setting up for the full-blown destruction of the Dusknor and Dusclops, trying to probably clear the whole board. And
win in one
I'm
go?
pretty sure we heard Henry just say, I'm going to try again.
Okay. This is his, what, 3rd Lilies?
I mean, for Sammy's looking at this board, he's not there's nothing that he feels intimidated by. He doesn't have to knock anything out, so it's going to take his time, build this up a little longer.
Big 8 cards here for Henry. Name of the game is more Ralt, more basic Pokemon. That's a Dark Energy.
All right, Badoo, you're in danger.
Uh-oh. And there is damage to move around here.
Only problem at this point is no additional Ralts, and even then, 2 could be cleared fairly easily.
Yes, and there's no Ralts in the prize cards or anything. In fact, he's most likely going to draw a basic energy, which isn't going to help out at the moment anyway.
I will.
Yeah, with the energy attachment as well, it's like we don't see this Ralts move from the active spot. Do you want the prize? Take it. Let's see what happens.
And it is, yeah, it's going to be the Psychic Energy grab, knockout on the Badoo, and a pass. This time the Dragapult's in the active. There's the double Dust Cloud. Can we just win?
It's very close, but it's not there yet. It would have to involve Counter Catcher to move the Ralts to bring up the Monkey Dory, and then you can cash in the maximum damage into the Monkey Dory, have a Dusknoir into the other Monkey Dory, and then double clear the Frillish and the Ralts with the other Curse Blast. You could go all 4 if we see the Counter Catcher.
There's a Counter Catcher, there's a Pokepad.
Counter Catcher and a Dusknoir. I think that would get there the entirety of the way. Let's see if Sammy's got that lined up now.
Yep, so.
Oh no, it's just the one copy. It's in the prizes.
Never mind.
No fireworks.
No big cleanup. We're just going to have to knock out the only Ralts in play. Fine.
Yeah, well, even if you counter catch or bring up the Monkey Dory with the Dark, you're still in a pretty great spot. You could use Curse Blast, take away the Frillish. What if you used Curse Blast, took the Frillish, and drew into the Dusknoir prize? Wouldn't that be nasty? But no, no need to get fancy.
Keep it simple. You're ahead. Let's just take out the threat. There's a lot more time here. Let's see what Henry Chow can put together now. Field wide open. There is the Monkey Dory in the active. Is there? I think it's just an Ultra Ball in hand. Let's see if he can put anything together.
It's a lot to ask of one Ultra Ball. 2 Monkey Dory in play and not much else.
Earthen Vessel here, discarding a Counter Catcher. That is always tough. Useful resources going to the discard pile. What is it, Pheasantipity and Prey?
It's a nice card to see. It guarantees you a few more outs and just trying to find anything to hold on to at this point. When you're down in the prize cards, you do have a chance to use counter catchers and bring up different Pokemon, but look at this board. There's no Pokemon to try to lock in with a Frillish. Frillish is already gone. Counter catchers discarded. Just all the comeback mechanisms that buy you more time are already by the wayside.
Yeah, not even something like a Mind Bend, Hope for Confusion, since the Dracloak on the bench is pretty much ready, just needs to evolve. But hey, these 3 cards have to be the best 3 cards in Henry Chow's deck.
It's a lot to ask.
I think even if it was the best 3 cards in Henry Chow's deck, that's not enough.
Yeah, no, we'd have to see cards I haven't seen yet, and a full board Energy Switch Lily's Clefairy. But no, it's not time for that. It's time for Game 3.
Hey, we got it a little too quick though.
All smiles and wins and losses from our players. It's great to see. I'm excited for this Game 3 now, where maybe the scales even out. Both players, great starts, and a great Game 3.
Everyone has used their luck. Now it's time to use their skill.
Okay.
Right? Whew. And there is no lack of that here at the top 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Again, Dragapult versus Gardevoir. Who do you think, in your honest opinion, which is the better deck, or which is favored in this matchup?
Well, let's take a peek at the replay and see what you'd like to think about this. As we saw a little bit from both sides of the table. From Henry this time around, there's a lot in this opening game. Found that Screamtail Rare Candy Gardevoir and took out that Dracloak, along with placing damage on Duskull, and that was all she wrote. From Sammy's side, there's no coming back. But hey, Sammy, you get your turn now. Use that Badoo wisely.
Yes, Henry Chow got to do 100%. Now it's Sammy's turn to go 100%. Just having all the ghosts possible. Just the threat of having the Curse Blast was enough for Henry Chow to just concede the game. Bring us to game 3.
As you were speaking earlier with the question of which deck, I think that in a perfect world, if everything goes right, I'd rather be the Dragon.
Things are not going to go right. Houston, we have a problem.
What is that?
All the lilies worked way too hard in the last game.
There's a double boss at the bottom. That's actually good. You'll just chain them together as you're trying to work your way back in. That's and then a secret box prized again. Is Henry going to play a supporter?
There's one lilies. There's one lilies left in the deck. There's still 3 Iono, but yeah,
all right,
that's a problem.
You know, saying that I would rather be the Dragapult really feels good right now because Henry, you got your work cut out for you. But yeah, this is a matchup where when you are the Dragapult, everything works perfectly. I feel like you can make it all work because of the Curse Blast on the Dusknoir. Chaining together multiple Dusknoirs and taking out the Gardevoirs and setting up this impossible board state is a lot to ask of your deck. I think it's more feasible for the Gardevoir player to get there with their classic setup.
Henry Chow here is going to start his first deck check here and might be a little bit disappointed. Did get to discard a Diancie.
Do you check supporters on this opening count? Because I usually just think they're going to be there.
Well, typically you do want to find your first a Lily on turn 1, right? Typically, so you maybe try and find it in the deck. Is there at least a supporter in hand? I think I saw an Iono at the very least. That's old school draw.
Yeah, just something to work with here at this point. If the cards work perfectly and you just find them all in the right order, he could consistently chain together supporter after supporter if he takes the first prize card. He just needs to take it. And even then, I think the first one's probably the counter catcher.
Well, Henry Chow has a lot of time to put things together, and it was... Oh, does just have the Evo at the very least. Doesn't have to use the supporter to find that. And is going to be able to Evo to 1 Pokemon, to 1 Ralts. I mean, still has support. Could draw into another Ralt.
Sure. Yeah. And the only problem you have there at that point is, do you really want to board with 3 Ralts on it? So it seems like a bit of an overcommitment at times, and players really do like to keep a cleaner board in some of these matchups. We do see that Iono now. A little help here would be nice, especially thinking about on the following turn after. You draw into this hand. Can you find the Dark Energy, an Artisan, get the Monkey Dory rolling, and maybe see some Psychics in the discard pile like that?
Yeah, classic partner there, Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy. Does grab the Dark and another Psychic. I don't think I saw much. I saw a Counter Catcher. You see a Monkey hit the board.
Fortunate to not see too many Kirlia as well, as now there's a chance to get the Pokemon established, and we will have your answer now. Is it worth the double Kirlia here to have 3 Ralts in play? Some players don't ever want to go this route, but if you just get aggressive with Gardevoir, maybe that's the play. The consistency of 2 Kirlia in play feels pretty nice.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, when your opponent's game plan is to board wipe your entire Gardevoir line, your entire support line, having 3 of them makes it tougher. So it's looking good here for Henry Chow. Well, Sammy does at least get to evolve the Duskull.
The wrong stage 1.
Is there no...
You're not the one we wanted.
There no Dracloak in hand?
Not yet. Oh, if it is, we haven't seen it, but we do see the Buddy Poffin to help add a few more Pokemon to this board.
More ghosts, more dragons. Haven't seen a supporter just yet. Haven't seen the important evolution. At the very least, there is an item lock. Badu is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, the energies can be important at this spot. That's why you see a card like that Latias played in the deck so that you can move around and preserve the energies. So retreating here doesn't feel great, but of course that item lock seems pretty impactful in a spot like this.
There's a Dracloak.
Okay.
And there's a Pokepad. That's another Dracloak.
He's doing it. Chain them together. Just questioning if Pokemon were in play already, and with this one down now, the other two were found off the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Was that the correct Dreepy, though? No.
Yeah, right. We'll leave that to the judges. I think we've all got the piece here, and with one more recon directive, how do you go about the rest of this turn? You have the really silly knockout of Dragon Headbutt that you don't want to take. You have retreating into Badoo and slowing things down, but not seeing an energy yet would be bad. Thankfully, Neo Upper Energy actually seen there.
I think the grab was the Hilda. There's no draw supporter in the hand, no lilies or anything. Henry Xiao is the one who prized 3 of them. Just the retreat. Still can play the Hilda that's in the hand.
Yep, could bring the Neo Upper right back into the hand, or if you want to hold on to that resource for a later time. We saw Luminous Energy already, so even just a basic Fire Energy or something at that point, you could just set up for the two energy setup on a Dragapult for later on.
Is time, but it is going to be the Neo Upper that goes, well, comes into Sammy's hand. This is a more traditional game here. We're both players able to evolve to their stage 1s. Both players drawing cards, attaching energies. Yes, item luck is going to be going up shortly, but yeah, we have a game.
This is a little bit risky, but also seems understandable when you have the item lock. Already seeing a Psychic Energy in the discard pile makes you wonder, okay, there we go. It's the Luminous instead. But if you commit the Neo Upper already, and there is the miracle world of Gardevoir, Retreat, Screamtail, and Monkey Dory ends up taking away that Dracloak with the energy. If you lose that with a Neo Upper, that's a world of pain you don't want to be in.
Please, Sammy doesn't have to worry about that just yet. How many energies are in Henry's pile? 1 plus the 1 we're about to retreat. Is there another Pokemon that can attack potentially?
Well,
I did see a Gardevoir in hand.
Yeah, the perfect answer is Monkey Dory Dark Energy Retreat here. Screamtail, 80 plus 10, take the KO. But we're not seeing that just yet. It's a slower turn.
Another Evo? I thought I did see the Gardevoir. Maybe I was wrong. You could Evo double Gardevoir here. Just
can't tell if it's a Lily's Clefairy and a Mew or what. There's a lot of pink going on in there.
I'm not opposed to this. Let's take our time. Double Evo. Yeah, it looks like it was a Clefairy in hand.
Yeah.
And
not much else that you need at this spot. Just set up this Pokemon that's likely going to take you the rest of the way here. We've seen players that when they use that Lily's Clefairy, they use that as the main attacker attacking in, but you can also use the heavy hit points of a Gardevoir EX in this spot. Bench the Lily's Clefairy when it's not in too much danger and attack straight through the Dragapult.
Yeah. Henry Xiao with 2 310 HP Gardevoirs and the 60 HP remaining Ralts. So I don't think there's going to be a board wipe anytime soon.
Yeah, it's really hard to set up. We did see Sammy go a bit wider this time and has the multiple Duskull and Dusclops. However, setting up a board wipe in a spot like this, it's a lot to ask of your deck. You need a little more time too.
Right now, all recon directives have been used, so anything remaining is to play cards that are in Sammy's hand. We know the Neo Upper is already in the hand, so even evolving this Dracloak without energy could still lead to attacks. Do we start attacking, though? All that's in the active is a Ralt.
With 1 energy in the discard pile, 1 energy to retreat, and your opponent not showing you the energy that is in hand, you may not think Gardevoir could attack you this turn. You're not in any real danger. We've seen him play it slow before. Itchy Pollen may be on the table once more to just set up a little more time, establish another Dusclops, and really just make the biggest board possible.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be the play. Pokepad does find another Dusclops. A lot of ghosts again, a lot of dragons.
Spooky.
This is the board I'd love to have as a Dragapult player. Problem is, Henry Xiao's board is equally as big with those 2 towering Gardevoir EXs.
You wouldn't have thought Henry was going to get to this point the way that things have been working out. The item lock, only 1 Psychic in the discard pile, but just enough to keep scraping by. It's led to multiple Gardevoir, and Maybe a supporter will finally grace his presence at some point.
If he takes prize cards, he'll get one. But right now, we do see the evolution and the Neo upper energy. We see maybe a Dusknoir pop take 3 prize cards this turn.
That's attacking in with the Dragapult just doesn't seem great here just yet. You don't have enough to feel confident against removing the item lock, seeing a potential Lily's Clefairy, Iono. You just want a little bit more from your board at this point.
So Itchy Pollen is gonna be the way. I like the evolution though into the Dragapult because it keeps the Neo upper a little bit safer.
Right.
Yeah, the card draw would have been nice, but just protecting your ace spec is a little bit more important.
Yeah, you start to wonder on the other side of the board from Sammy's side, does Henry have the other pieces in hand? He's not playing supporters. He didn't have Gardevoir. How is he going? What other cards does he have in his deck that are just useless? It might be Dark Energy Monkey Dory Screamtail, and I could lose a Dragcloak here. I need to protect this Neo upper.
Oh, there's one more energy now hitting with that Ralts. Doesn't quite need it. This is Henry Chow saying, kindly knock it out. Or
that's
one way to get them in the discard pile.
Yep. That's a little extra flair to get to the energies moved around. You could always just have attached that, but wants to have the energies sitting there and will not be placing these energies back onto the Gardevoir. It's way too much damage to add on. And what's the cap here? You can get a lot of damage, but there's no way you're getting through both of them.
2 Dusknoir pops, that's 260 damage plus the 200.
You can leave a Guardy with 190 sitting on the bench, or 190 on it, the 120 remaining. You'd need a third Dusknoir. I don't think that just doesn't happen. How's that? This very safe play from Henry, just biding his time.
Yes, and 2 Gardevoirs in play. I feel like this is a board I've never seen as Gardevoir.
This is one of those puzzles. Yeah. All right, figure this out. From Sammy's side, you have so much going right for you. Is it time? You can use this Dusknoir, pop into the Guardy, and use the attack from your Dragapult to take a KO, really put the pressure on. With this many cards in hand, with this board set up, I feel like you're almost there.
Yep. It's that recon directive. Not quite what they're talking about here, but the 2 cards are just there on top of the Dusknoir.
Yep, no word just yet on what we had happen there, but maybe a card revealed or seen, who knows.
It might just be something.
May have seen a third card, but we'll get confirmation on that.
Right now, though, again, Sammy's board looking beautiful. A lot of ghosts. I want to see what Henry Chow does after this turn. I'm not going to lie. I want to see all the pops or what tricks he has in store. What Henry Chow magic.
So often that play comes down to counter catchers, secret box, Iono, all these great pieces. Have you seen the prize cards? Everything that he would want in that instance, we are not looking at just yet. So it's really on the back of his hand. Henry needs to make some magic happen if we see the aggression. Sammy waits to hear his fate. Not sure what we're going to find out just yet.
Ooh. Sure, nerves are high. Tension is high here. The top 8 of the regional, but it looks like we're going to continue the game.
Yep.
Great to see.
Just a warning, did not see the card. We're going to keep playing and love to see that. No DPLs here. We're going to get a nice clean game, hopefully, for the rest of this. And Sammy takes a look, sees 3 Psychics in the discard. Knows that can be a dangerous number. Lily's Clefairy, Gardevoir, that's a quick work of a Dragapult. You need to have a backup plan.
Ooh, yeah, Gardevoir could have swung last turn if he chooses, but no. Just another Itchy Pollen here. And what do you think Sammy's waiting for? Like, what is the Itchy Pollen buying time for.
You're playing against a deck that doesn't have boss's orders. You're under no pressure right now to make anything happen. If Henry takes the first prize, then you feel very comfortable. 3 boss's orders, 3 counter catchers for Sammy. You can target down anything that you want at that point. And what can Henry truly establish if you don't want to target down Gardevoirs? If you see multiple Monkey Dory Dark Energies, use your Dusknors to remove those threats. If a prize card is taken, or if you take the Curse Blast to start things off, you have access to the counter catcher or the boss's orders if you find it. There's so much time for Henry to make this happen.
Yeah, again, very interesting top 8 here. Last match, well, 3rd game here. The only attack announced has been Itchy Pollen.
Just a lot of threats of other attacks, but there's not much else to consider now. Itchy Pollen has really locked things down, slowed the pace of this game as we saw 2 very quick games to start off this match. Now, Dusclops considerations. It's time now that we've seen a Monkey Dory Dark. Okay.
Monkey, that's all we were waiting for. Monkey Dory to start the aggression. Henry Chow does not draw a supporter.
There's 4 supporters and a secret box, and you get the counter catcher. Seems good. Thankfully, on Henry's side, he probably will see one other prize card this turn if Dusknor decides to take the knockout on that Gardevoir, setting up the chip damage for a big Phantom Dive.
Phantom Dive for 3 prize cards potentially, but you're giving your opponent 2. Is that a fair trade? Plus the Iono.
Yeah, seeing the Iono played here first makes me think that Dusknor will be held onto for a later turn, and I like this as well. It doesn't make too much sense to remove this Pokemon. It's not a real threat. You want to see Henry play down those energies, get the damage on their board, and not have the Monkey Dories to respond. Meanwhile, Sammy sneaks the Monkey Dory Luminous onto their side of the board. You better clean up damage when you play it down.
Sammy's winning the Monkey War technically right now, as we are going to see a new attack coming from Dragapult. Not Itchy Pollen. It's going to be Phantom Dive. 200 damage to that Gardevoir EX, and taking a knockout on the ever-important Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and think about this. With the prize cards the way that they were set up, Sammy not only sees boss's orders right now, but will see boss's orders likely again on the next knockout. Is there a better card to find when you're just trying to piece together these knockouts and keep Henry at bay? He cannot establish anything, especially with these supporters.
He has one. He just played an Arven. That's a supporter.
Go get the pink card.
Oh.
Yeah. What's an Arven going to do?
Get an Ultra Ball. There's like 2 Psychic Energy in hand. Could still find Clefairy, take a knockout here, and then you start drawing good cards from the prize cards.
It's a lot to ask. We'll now see this Arven can dwindle the hand down a little bit. Get that Psychic in the discard pile, maybe Dark Energy onto a Monkey Dory at some point. We've seen that Mew chained into Fez, into all sorts of shenanigans.
Henry Chow could take a 3 prize card turn with Mew EX coupling Phantom Dive. There is a Badoo. Take that prize card. Maybe limit the amount of ghosts. But
I mean, we even could see with the Mew and the Lilies, along with Monkey Dory Dark Energy, take away not only this active Dragapult, but remove the Dracloak. And then there's no draw power on the other side from Sammy, which leads to any of those Ionos from Henry. If he finds one of those instead of the Lilies, could use that and really put a damper on the parade.
All of that sound like really, really powerful plays that involve a lot of different cards.
I wonder if there's a way to draw into those. Ultra Ball, Psychic Energy. How low can you get the hand? If it can't go too low, then maybe it's Fez first.
It's not even a double Psychic discard. It's discarding resources in that Night Stretcher.
Do you ever Night Stretcher for the Psychic Energy so you don't feel as bad throwing away the Night Stretcher?
I think that's what I would have done. I would have definitely helped my mentality.
That's an aura farming play right there. Unfortunate to see Henry miss out on that.
Ultra Ball here.
How greedy can you get? Lily's Clefairy staring him down. A great answer to knock out a Pokemon, but
that's what's needed. But Mew can draw more cards, and Henry Chow does need a little bit more help.
How low?
The hand is still pretty big, though.
Right. How low could you get this hand? Without Artisan in play, there's just no consistent search of Monkey Dories to slam these dark energies and keep the ball rolling. Instead, it's this slow approach of staring at all this damage that just isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to stay on Henry's side of the board. Any damage that's left over will be pushed from the Monkey Dory. He finds that, though, and did not want to take any risks withdrawing with the Pheasantipity. Had already seen a little bit of his luck and didn't want to push it. There's a lot of damage on this Gardevoir as it goes to the back, and Lily's Clefairy.
A lot of dice had to be balanced there as he moves it to the bench. 60 HP remaining on the Gardevoir. He can move some.
This is really unique as we see the Monkey Dory damage and the Monkey Dory on the bench. Thinking about how this damage could play out. With 250 on this Gardevoir, there's a world where the Dragapult plus the Dusknoir plus a Boss's Orders could have removed double Gardevoir in this spot. So you need to make sure the damage is pushed away and that the energies stay on the Lily's Clefairy. Force Lily's Clefairy to be a threat in this spot so you don't target double Gardevoir.
Ooh. Great prizing here drawn from Henry Chow. Lily plus the secret box. I was also very...
Oh gosh, we're doing it again. These sticky sleeves.
No.
It's been a long time coming.
While they sort this out, let's chat a little bit more. I was curious to see where the Bravery Charm was going to go, and it was very interesting that the Monkey Dory is a little bit more important than putting it on something like Clefairy. That's where I'm used to seeing it in this specific matchup. But what do you think about that?
You've seen how important it's been from your opponent to remove Monkey Dory. Instead of targeting down these precious Gardevoirs, waited until the turn that a Monkey Dory was played down to then use a Dusclops Curse Blast and KO with the Dragapult. So you can see that's definitely something you don't want to just walk right into with another Dusknoir Curse Blast. Protect that Pokemon at all costs, and I think this time there may be some trouble. I'm pretty sure the third card was seen. We'll have the appeal right now. We do have that process built into our tournaments where players that don't agree with the ruling or would like to have a second opinion can always go and check that. But for now, it's looking a lot like a DPL. It's a really frustrating spot for Sammy.
Oh, that is a very heartbreaking series of events potentially, but yeah, maybe the sleeves were a little bit too sticky. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of pressure in top 8. Could be a little hand sweat on the card sleeve.
I mean, that's what I was getting to. It was a long time coming when he was waiting to see what would happen. This was the one massive turn from Henry in this game 3 to see what board are you going to set up to challenge me, because I have everything at my disposal. Finally gets to that point, is now excited to reveal their plan.
Yeah.
And Sammy just goes a little too quick, misses out on playing the cards in the right sequence, and sees that third card as it's stuck together.
Ooh, very, very unfortunate. And again, every piece of information is key, especially when it comes to drag cloaks, right? You're choosing at that specific point what card to keep. So knowing the next card that's drawn, it's pretty...
You can't say, I would have done this, I would have done that. Pheasantipity is available, using a supporter instead in that spot. There's always something else that could have been done. You can't just say, well, no, trust me, I would have done this. It doesn't matter. It is impactful to have that information, and it's just tough to see here in a spot like this, but you have to continue to play by the rules.
Absolutely. Knowledge is power. We do have the head judge there now. Head judge Michael Pramawat deciding on things.
What a great head judge to have.
I feel like he'd know his stuff.
The only one challenging Henry Chow in all of these regional championships.
But yes, again, very important process of the Pokemon trading card game. And yeah, you can appeal to the head judge. But yeah, you know what? Let's talk about what the plays were about to happen, Kyle. And what was it? It was going to be...
We finally got to a great spot. Lily's Clefairy on board with 40 damage on it. The Gardevoir, that's just in a world of pain. So much damage on it already.
I think it had 60 HP remaining, literally.
Yeah, and well, it did have the damage removed from the
that's
story
right.
that
That's
pushed
right.
off. So now it's up to, it's got 90 hit points remaining. So still one Dusknoir away from being KO'd. You also have the backup plan of just attacking straight through the Lily's Clefairy and just going down to one prize card remaining in that spot. It's a ton of pressure to put on your opponent who just has a Gardevoir in play. But sometimes all you need is a Gardevoir. And now with this exchange, if there's a double prize penalty, I mean, Henry Chow is one prize away from getting this thing done. I think if you leave him a Gardevoir, he wins this game.
Yeah, with a prize penalty, it makes it a lot tougher to use those Dusknoirs, definitely.
Oh, yeah, that would be real bad. he's got 3 prize cards remaining. He just needs to leave 2 left. Dusknoir is just not an option if this is how it goes down.
You could go out on your own terms.
All right.
No.
Well, you would never love to see it. You can see just how heartbreaking this is for Sammy. You work so hard all weekend to get to this spot. You're finally in a pretty good spot against one of the best players in the world. And your sleeves let you down.
Ooh. Again, very, very unfortunate. I feel for him. I feel for him. But, again, gotta play it fair. Extra information is power. And extra information is important, especially when making decisions.
Yep. We're going to see a little more deliberating at this spot, but we have confirmation that the double prize penalty will stand. Maybe just confirming where we're at with time and everything, but we will very shortly be back into this game. You can see just from both players, they don't want this either way that this is how it goes, but unfortunately, once you get into this spot, you just got to play by the rules.
Absolutely. This wasn't part of the script.
Yeah, whoa.
I wrote, get to game 3, have a good game.
Oh, yeah. I think we ran out of ink when we got to that spot, unfortunately. I mean, wow. Look at the board state that they were into. It was going to be
that was everything.
Fireworks.
It was max power Dragapult staring down. 2 Gardevoir EXs. Now Clefairy was in play. Clefairy knockout. Whew.
If any questions are popping up about what's taking so long from this point forward, because we have the stream, we have a little bit more information than if this game were to be played in a different spot. There was an Iono played, so when you consider how this card needs to be adjusted, you need to also know how many cards from the Iono were put down on the bottom of the deck so that when you randomize, you put those same cards back onto the bottom of the deck and then continue play. So we have the technology. We can rebuild it.
Enhance.
It's just going to take a little while. And unfortunately, it means that Sammy has to sit here and watch as he tries to piece together what seemingly is an impossible puzzle.
Is there a solution to the puzzle? Is there a way Sammy will take the win?
Of course there is. Henry has sticky cards and then gets a DPL right back.
But he doesn't recon directive. There's no refinement curly anymore.
Maybe he's got a sponsor and just hooked him up with some real clean sleeves. Doesn't have to worry about any of those shenanigans. But yeah, there's the DPL really messing with the Dusknoir. That's just a luxury you don't have.
Whew. Very unfortunate. It looks like we are doing the randomization now. The cards set aside there, I believe those were the ones from the previous Iono.
So for anyone who doesn't know, DPL is a double prize penalty that we see, a double prize loss that you have. And it doesn't mean you take those prize cards, but it does mean that to win the game, you need 2 less prize cards to close things out.
Yes.
So in a typical game, you need 6. This time around, 4 prize cards for Henry will crown him the victor and take him into the top 4.
All right, and looks like we have gameplay resuming. And
that's great. Sammy, what a goat. Just pops the Dusknoir and says, get me out of here. I've had a decent time. But it is Henry Chow that moves forward here, shows that he had a little bit of gameplay for him, and that's all you can really ask for.
All right. But yeah, huge congratulations to Henry Chow. If Pablo is listening here, I'd love to see what was the what ifs of that turn, you know. But huge plays, and I told you he was gonna go out on his own terms.
Yeah,
and he enjoyed his time here at the top 8.
I want to hear if Pablo would stay with the Itchy Pollen as long as we saw.
Yeah,
or if you see a spot in this game where you can incorporate the Dragapult and really capitalize on the hand. We'll jump back into that replay. The first 2 games might go pretty quick.
Very quick, as we saw full power Gardevoir with Henry Chow here. Well, no Gardevoir just yet, but the Monkey Dory doing damage. And this was full power Gardevoir. Targeted attacks with the Scream Tail onto the lone draw Dracloak. Now that's gonna be, let's move on to game 2. And now in game 2, that was full power Dragapult.
Yeah, this is the spot you dream of here for Sammy. This is everything you're looking for. Big KOs left and right, putting so much pressure on your opponent. And when they're sitting there with double Monkey Dory, Fez for miracle draw that just does not get there. You're moving on to game 3, where things were looking really in favor for Sammy until we saw a TM Evolution play to get double Gardevoir out. And even though Henry had no support for these Pokemon, just the threat alone of Gardevoir was enough to keep him in this game and set up for a really great spot. Unfortunately for Sammy, just missed out on playing those cards and gave us at least a little bit of a show at the end.
Yeah, just popping his own Dusknoir. What a spot. But yeah, again, you were talking about it earlier. Could we have attacked a little bit sooner? I mean, it was just a lot of Itchy Pollen and just waiting for the Monkey Dory to hit the bench.
Right. Well, in that spot you could see it, and later on, once the Gardevoir was already established and the Monkey Dory was in play, I think there was another Itchy Pollen that happened too. It's just a few other spots where it's just like, I know that you like the fact the item lock is in play, but once your opponent has this much hit points, you just have to get the ball rolling because you can't set up for that double Dusknoir pressure Curlia or KO Curlia, pressure Gardevoir, KO Gardevoir. Once double Guardy's already in play, you just got to start getting damage out there.
Yeah, the math just doesn't line up at that point. 620 damage. Does it line up?
It's no. Nope. If it did, we would have a perfectly played 1,600 players on Dragapult destroying the field, and you'd never hear Henry Chow's name again. I don't think that's the case.
Yes, but as much as we talked about Henry Chow's prizing, the nice thing is none of the Gardevoir line was prized. And that is, those are a lot of copies in the deck, right?
That is the luxury of prizing 4 supporters and your ace spec, is that you can't prize any of your Pokemon.
And that was very important.
It was clutch.
That was double TM evolutions. The Ralts really like listening to that music and evolving into the Gardevoir. Very unorthodox way to get there.
Yeah.
But he did get there.
Yeah. That's why you build the deck in this fashion. When the cards don't fall in your order, when you don't have supporters to play, even the simplest combination there can get the job done. And found him all the pieces he needed.
But yeah, after that absolutely tense match, tense top 8. I believe we do have a nice quick video to toss to. Adam has a nice treat for everyone regarding Cube Draft. I love drafting. How about we go ahead and check it out?
Hello, everyone, and welcome in. I've got a very special segment for you today. I've got Xander Bennett here. He's breaking down one of the most interesting ways to play the Pokemon TCG Cube Draft format. So, Xander, welcome in, first of all. For the uninitiated, what is Cube Draft?
Yeah, so draft in any game is just a style that you can play with cards. What would happen is you would have a booster pack of predetermined cards that we've selected to be a part of the cube. And so you would look at that pack of cards, and one of them you would select to be in your deck. So I would put it in a stack, and I'd give that one to the next person. If you were drafting, you would have done the same thing. You would have a booster pack in your hand. You'd say, I'd want this card. So then I'd get the same pack that you looked at with one less card, and then I'd pick from it. And you repeat that process over and over again. until you end up with the cards you've selected, and that's what you're gonna build your deck from. So we give you basic energies. You don't have to worry about basic energies, but the cards that you pick, every pick is important because, well, if you want to have stage 2s to evolve into, you got to make sure you pick some stage 1s, or you can have all the Pokemon that you want, but if you don't have supporters to draw cards, then your deck may not be consistent. So every pick is a risk, because what if there's something really good for your type, but man, you really need a boss's orders or some way to disrupt your opponent like an Iono. It's really there's a lot of tension between, oh man, I think I want this card, but will it come back around to me? Like, well, is everyone else gonna skip it? So there are many different ways to play Cube. This is a mutant evolution Cube, which means that you're not seeing normal evolution lines here. Like when you go to your pre-release, the one that we just had was Perfect Order. Your Han Edge evolves into your Doublade, evolves into your Aegislash, right?
Classic.
Yeah, it's your regular evolution line. Here, currently you're seeing a Heatmor evolve into an Armarouge, evolve into a Cinderace. Well, that's not regular evolution, but that works in the mutant evolution format.
And this allows us to build a cube draft pool of cards, but still have some flexibility with when you're getting your fire Pokemon, your metal Pokemon. Building a deck card by card, choice by choice is very appealing to a lot of players. How does a cube draft speak to you, and what got you to be a fan of this way to play the Pokemon TCG in the first place?
I became a fan from playing other people's cube drafts. This was very inspiring to me by a cube of my friend Richard back in 2018, and now there's 8 or 9 of us that all have this same cube built. So what we did at NAIC last year was we had 46 people all playing the same cube, but just drafting in different pods. And we did a League Cup of Cube, essentially. Like, it wasn't worth championship points, but just the biggest Cube tournament I've ever heard of, where we did a top cut. We did best of 3. So it was very intense and a really cool experience just to, like, bring community together. I've brought the Cube with me all the way to EUIC, and we drafted all the way over there. It's gone all over. So it's just a great way to meet friends.
And it's also a great way to immortalize some of your favorite archetypes and favorite cards in the Pokemon TCG. Building a cube pool is very personal, and I love what you've done here. And to break things down to this pool of cards specifically, what are some of the standout highlight cards, maybe some favorites from history, or some of your favorite ways to build when you're drafting from this cube?
Yeah, I think part of what makes this very interesting is that if you're newer, or a lot of the game has grown since like 2022, if you might not have even seen a lot of these cards. So we have some of the old trainers back before they were items, even back when they were trainer cards, and you see a mix of Pokemon powers and Pokemon bodies and abilities. A really cool one that might resonate with people right now is this Minun right here. It has an ability that when your active Pokemon is knocked out, when your Pokemon's knocked out, you draw 2 cards. That might sound really similar to Pheasantipity EX, which is very powerful and played in a lot of decks right now. And this was a single prize Pokemon that didn't see play when it was in standard, because it was in format with this Claydol at the same time, which let you put any 2 cards from your hand onto the bottom of your deck, draw until you have 6. So another very powerful effect, but a lot of people don't even know that that card exists just because it wasn't like popular in standard. And so part of what I love about this is when I'm looking at a new set, when I'm looking at Perfect Order or Ascended Heroes coming up, those sets maybe have a few cards that impact standard in a really unique way. Like we're seeing the Mega Frostlass be unique. We're seeing Pokepad show up in a lot of decks. But I'm looking through and I'm like, oh, there's a cool King Gambit. Like that card's probably never going to see play in standard, but it's very similar to Charizard EX. It does more damage based off of each prize your opponent has taken. And that's a card I'm very excited to see added to this cube. So that was just like an example of like, oh, there's so many more cards and sets than just like the ultra rares or the full arts and stuff. And I love looking at a basic with Call for Family, and I'm like, yes, this is an exciting card.
When you approach the Pokemon TCG from alternative ways to play, different formats, it also changes the way you can evaluate different cards, and you can get excited about the game in your own way. When you bring this cube around and you're showing this off to maybe some newcomers to Cube Draft, what is the initial pitch that you get to get them to sit down and play with you? And what are some of beginner ideas that someone would try their first Cube Draft? What's the basic beginner strategy you would recommend?
So usually you want to stay between like 1 or 2 types. I like having a second type in my deck because it covers for your weakness of your primary type. So some people do play cube without the weakness mechanic. We do have weakness in this cube.
And that is very important because in a cube having a slightly lower power or lower HP threshold, that weakness is a bit more impactful in individual spots.
Yeah, so there's more colorless Pokemon in the cube than any other type. That's on purpose because we want you to be able to kind of add some of those more consistency effects that colorless has been known a lot from. Also means that all of your, if I'm playing grass, all of my grass energies can power up my colorless Pokemon, and that would be a Pokemon that's not weak to fire like my grass Pokemon might be, because they're usually weak to fighting, or if it's a flying type, maybe weak to lightning. So that's my recommendation, is maybe not to get too tricky with a lot of different types. Now, sometimes it works. The Amazing Rare Raikou attacks for 3 different types of energy, and that's a card that we've recently added to try and experiment with, like, is this maybe too powerful? And it's been very fair. It's been good, but like I think it's going to stick around. It's a very exciting card.
And that's exciting too, because the idea of tweaking the power level based on how do me and my friends that play with me also feel about this. And the cube is not just a personal project, but also a collaborative effort with the mini community that builds up around it.
Yeah, I mean, I love hearing people go like, why is this card in here? This card's insane. Or I've lost to Dragapult 3 different times in a row, similar to standard. So it's just, it's a lot of curation. It's a lot of, okay, this set has 2 new dark Pokemon that we want to add. Which dark Pokemon are we going to get rid of? Or it's like, this card's really exciting, we want to try it. Was this card too powerful? We can switch it. It's definitely an experience of like trying to make all the types as close as possible. And with every new set, then there's always new things to be able to look at.
And you get some practice in evaluating the power level of cards. You find abilities that overlap. This is very helpful with rotation in standard when you're looking for a similar deck idea or similar abilities. Oftentimes there is a card that can fulfill a similar role. And as you tweak the list around with new cards coming out, I love that this cube is a living, breathing embodiment of your enjoyment of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, if I may, I found my initial spreadsheet from when I started the cube in 2020. There's less than 10 grass Pokemon in the cube now that were in the cube when it started. And so that was now 6 years ago, but that just goes to show like the iterative process of the cube. I think that's a very fun example.
The Pokemon TCG does have a long history, a lot of history of change, and so does this beautiful cube. Does it have a name that it goes by, or this is just Xander Bennett's cube that I bring and all my friends love it?
So I actually do not want it called Xander Bennett's cube. We call it the Council Cube because the joke is that the people who all make the changes are the Cube Council. So this is the Council Cube. We're actually using my cube for a draft over this way that you guys can't see off camera. These are all the cards from my friend Butter's cube, who is the same exact cards. So when we did that big draft at NAIC, like I talked about, they were one of the people that we were using the cards from. So this is, it's the same pack here that is over there, but just we needed some cards for the camera, and I didn't want to steal my decks from my players.
This is a beautiful encapsulation, I think, of the Pokemon community and Pokemon TCG specifically, because even when you're apart from your friends, you still have the same cube that you can always appreciate and still discuss and change up to this day. I want to thank you again, Xander, for letting our audience know about this really enticing way to play the Pokemon TCG, maybe in a way you haven't experienced before, and it might be a little bit easier to do this in the future because we do have a special battle box coming out later, and that could be a lot of people's jumping on point for this cube draft format.
Yes. So the battle box is exclusively cards from Scarlet and Violet forward. So that is from 2023 to now. We've got some cards that have a copyright date starting with a 1 in this cube, so significantly older, going back to the 90s and base set. But if you're interested in, if you like board games and you want to combine that with Pokemon and like the feeling of the picking and selecting the cards, the battle box format coming to your leagues near you would be a great way to take a look into that. That is a non-mutant draft format meant for 2 players to go against each other. So you don't need a whole group of 10 like we're doing over here. Me and you could sit down with that new product and just pick some cards and build decks from it. So I'd encourage you, check in with your league leaders, see when they're getting their supplies from Pokemon. I'm really excited to play it myself. I've heard about the demos at some of the other regionals and was bummed I missed out on them. So I think you guys are definitely in for a treat. They worked really hard on that product to bring an experience similar to this to the league scale for the newer player. You definitely don't need to know cards from 2005 to have fun with that product.
There's going to be a cube draft for everyone, and maybe if you can't find the one that's right for you, you could try your hand at building it yourself. I can't wait to see what you come up with, but that's going to be it from us, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans and trainers around the world watching this at home and in the venue. We are so close to closing out the Houston Regional Championships here in Texas. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined with Emily Foreman, and we are awaiting our top 4 match. But before we're doing that, let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8 decks that we had.
You know, I personally love visual, Jeremy, so whenever we get to actually see what's in front of us here, it's very interesting taking a look here. I think a lot of people were really on point with the Frost last pick, but also, of course, I think a lot of people were not necessarily counting Gardevoir kind of in the conversation. I think the dark type deck rules we knew coming into this weekend that Marnie's Grimmsnarl definitely on the rise thanks to PokePad. And same thing with Zoroark EX coming into the fray thanks to Ascended Heroes and that ends Zekrom here. But of course, it always just feels like Dragapult does find its way into this top 8. But does anything surprise you here?
The lack of Golden Go is definitely one of the things. And then, of course, since we already had our top 8, we're moving into our top 4. Liam actually taking a loss to Miguel Marin in our top 8. That means no ends Zoroark EX in the top 4 for our North American circuit debut of Ascended Heroes.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Liam, but honestly, still piloting that tried and true deck all the way up into top 8. I mean, Liam is just having one of the best seasons we've ever seen, but I'm excited to see how Yoshiyuki is going to be pulling through if he can versus Henry Chow. That's going to be our match happening off stream, and we'll see what else, you know, our players have up their sleeves for us here.
Yeah, it's definitely a great spread of decks as well. And speaking of spread, we have to mention the multiple Frostlass Monkey Dory decks in top 8. One of them was the Grimmsnarl, but here we are going to see Alex Szymanski, our first seed in the tournament, picked up this deck just a couple of days ago, and it seems like Alex is able to do that again and again. Now looking at the accomplishments there, Miguel just has that top 16 from the Merida Regional Championships just a few months ago. Meanwhile, Alex Szymanski, EUIC champion in 2023, top 16 Anaheim Worlds, top 32 Anaheim Worlds. Yeah, that usually is how it works out. And then, of course, that San Antonio 2025 regional finalist. That's not the only finalist Alex has. He has come in second place 5 times at the regional championships, still needs that win.
And it's crazy to think that Alex Szymanski does, I believe, have that international win under his belt and not—
Yeah, that's easy.
Sure, why not just skip the first step? One of the things to know about Alex Szymanski, if this is the first time you're seeing him, he tends to do so well with these off the beaten path types of decks. One of my favorite accomplishments of Alex was the top 64 with United Wings back at NAIC 2023. So this guy knows his way in terms of deck building as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Alex and Joshua Frink also were the creators of the Terra box with the EV Hybrid as well. But let's check out these prize cards going in before we talk about some of the—
I'm having flashbacks of top 8.
Oh my goodness.
3 Iono in the prize cards for Alex. Taking a look over at Miguel, double Buddy popping, and that Hawlucha. This is gonna be a little awkward.
Well, once we get into talking about what Alex's deck actually really wants to kind of do, 3 Iono being prized, not exactly what you want to see. Now, granted, the thing is about Miguel's deck, Dragapult, we know that getting set up is the most important thing here. I'm excited to see how Alex is going to maneuver around some of the things like the Dusk Noir Cursed Blast line. But we got the fist bump, Jeremy. Let's head into top 4.
It does look like Alex is going to start things off. Monkey Dory in the active spot, facing down a Badoo in Miguel's active. Double Snow Runt played for Alex. Has that Secret Box Ace spec in hand. Will discard Shaman, Sudowoodo, and I didn't see the other card, but now able to access the entire deck, grabbing an item, supporter, Pokemon tool, and stadium card.
Well, let's go on ahead and talk about what Alex is really playing. A lot of the times when you see Monkey Dory and Frostlass, you're expecting a Marnie's Grimmsnarl to follow suit. But no, this is actually just straight up Monkey Dory and Frostlass, utilizing that Freezing Shroud to place your damage counters on one side of the bench and throw them all over to your opponent's side of the bench. Now, granted, Alex is also playing 1 copy of the Mega Frostlass EX with that Resentful Refrain attack, which does 50 damage for each card in the opponent's hand. Definitely a great way to swing trades back into your favor. But the thing is, Jeremy, Dragapult has become a slower deck in terms of setting up, and Alex's deck now wants to punish all of that slow setup by constantly moving these damage counters back and forth.
You forgot one big thing about the deck in Alex's, and that is Badoo. You know,
Also
one of the greatest cards
How
that we
could I
have
forget?
in the standard TCG right now. Being able to item lock along with all of the damage piling up with Monkey Dory and Frostlass really makes this deck a pain to play against. And not only the Frostlass, Mega Frostlass EX coming from Ascended Heroes, but the Pokepad as well, really just enabling not only the consistency, but just a big damage attacker, which is what this deck has been missing. It usually relied on Blood Moon or Soluna.
Heading back on over to Miguel's side here. Now, if I'm Alex, I'm really happy with this setup, right? Alex is ready to go to grab these Frostlass next turn and has the Badoo also actively in the hand already. The thing is, though, Alex has put down an Artisan, which does allow for Miguel to start using it here. As we, once again, looked inside of the prizes. Now, granted, 2 Buddy Buddy Poffins are prized, so still has to figure out how he's going to be able to set up here. Now, granted, the Artisan will grab 1 Dreepy, but how does he find another?
Definitely going to have to depend on what is in the hand. Thankfully, Miguel will be able to take a second to look and see what is prized here. Dreepy does hit the bench thanks to that stadium.
Not seeing too much in the hand, Jeremy. Not even seeing something like a Lily's Determination to get things going on Miguel's side either. Might just have to be okay with grabbing another Dreepy or even starting to build up this Dusk Noir line as well.
Having Ultra Ball as your Pokemon search for the turn is never what you want to see, but also grabbing the Dracloak, just kind of signaling that, yeah, my hand is not good, and I'm going to need a Recon Directive next turn to find something.
Well, if we knew anything from Alex's prizes, certainly no Iono is coming from Alex's side over into Miguel's side. But there's that Jamming Tower coming into play here. That's going to turn off the Air Balloon. If Alex doesn't find N energy, that Monkey Dory is going to be staying put here, but does find the first Frostlass and Lily's Determination, a fresh 8 cards. Alex needs 1 energy to start this lock.
Jamming Tower is definitely one of the trickier stadiums that Alex has to play against, because now with that Air Balloon being shut off, if he does get the energy, that's an energy that you're not going to have on that Monkey Dory in a later turn. 8 cards off this Lily's Determination. We saw Henry really struggle to try to find energy. Can Alex do it? All right, there is a few in the hand. Second Monkey Dory to go along with him. Taking a look at the stadiums in the list, Alex does play 3 copies of Artisan, so has a lot of chances to bump this Jamming Tower. Did not find it, but at least with the energy, retreats, uses the Itchy Pollen, and then we see that Freezing Shroud ability. Take into effect 10 damage on each of those Monkey Dory.
It's everybody's favorite board state, Jeremy. Two Badoos staring each other down, and now we are going to see this item lock. One thing to note that Alex's list is playing not only the Luminous energy, but also the Prism energy. Specifically, if this card is attached to a basic Pokemon, it does essentially the same thing as Luminous energy. It covers all types here, but it can only be attached to basic Pokemon. So we're really going to be looking for that for the Monkey Dory's in play, but now it is all up to Miguel to see what he can find off the Lily's determination.
It's really in there just for the surprise Mind Bend. Your Luminous energy being shut off doesn't really matter when you attach that Prism, and it counts for anything. It counts as the Dark for your Agenabrain, but also the Psychic for the Mind Bend. Taking a look at the 8 cards here. Yeah, you cannot use item cards, but there's not really many item cards in that hand. Just a lot of supporters unable to use that Ultra Ball to find a Dreepy or Duskull. Just passes the turn back. That Dracloak takes a damage counter thanks to that Freezing Shroud. Now going up to 70, or left to 70 HP remaining.
Alex needs to start finding the second Frostlass. Now, granted, I think Alex is in a wonderful position here, going to start moving these damage counters on over to Dracloak. But still, I mean, Alex wants to go all the way here, finding the Itchy Pollen once more. Back on over to Miguel's turn already. Doesn't even want to take the knockout with Agenabrain here.
Oh, no.
This is a lot of items that Miguel can't use. Has to use the Iono and hopefully draw into Dreepies. And the thing is, Miguel actually bumped the Artisan, which was one of his only options to grabbing Dreepy a little bit earlier. This Jamming Tower is going to stay into play. Let's check these 6 cards. That's
a lot of energy. 4 of them, to be exact. Oh, this is just nothing. I think it's game over next turn.
It can't be, Jeremy.
It can.
I mean, does Miguel still have Recon Directive?
Oh, he does. All right, let's go. Big 2 cards off the top. Nothing. Professor Turo's scenario, that doesn't do it. All right, well, I guess we're pretty good at having quick game ones in our top cut here today.
When this match was chosen, you and I looked at each other and said, all right, it's going to be,
it's going to be a long one. You know,
out,
a lot of damage counters moving around.
I mean, it doesn't do anything, right? You could retreat and maybe attack with the Dragon Headbutt, but that doesn't really solve anything because the Monkey Dories are still going to get damaged by the Frostlass.
Yeah, 30 damage left for the Dracloak, 10 damage for the Badoo. Just an energy will allow double Agenabrain to take both KOs and force a quick game 2 here. And there's that second energy. There's the knockout. Clearing the bench, Alex is able to win game 1 in just under 8 minutes.
Yeah, if you're Alex Szymanski, you feel great. Now, here's the thing. Miguel only had 1 Dreepy to work with, right? And I think that is truly the power of this little Badoo, Jeremy. You saw how many Pokepads that Miguel had in hand, right? That could have been finding the lifeline. But unfortunately, I actually think bumping the Artisan was actually the wrong play when you really consider. Now, shutting off the air balloon seems right here, but when you don't have a bench of your own, what are you really, doing at this point?
It was definitely rough to see for Dragapult's side of things. Not really much to analyze there, but we're going to have a quick game 2, hopefully, or not have
No, don't.
Maybe it'll be like the last one where it's the opposite side, Miguel's side, and then we have a real nice long game 3.
That's the beauty of Pokemon TCG. There's so much variance. You can see quick game 1s and long game 2s. But I think for me, I think for you, and I think for everybody, we just want to see good games, right? We want to see these tight, close battles. And when your opponent doesn't get set up well, yes, getting your game 1 win feels great, but really want to see it go all the way.
After a quick shuffle up, our players are now drawing their cards for game 2 here. Plenty of time left in this match.
I think
Let's get him a little smile.
I see Alex about to show the mulligan here, and what a mulligan this could have been, right? The ARV and the energy and the Secret Box all ready to go. So Miguel's going to get an extra card for his troubles from game 1, but Alex, what a hand he could have had in that moment.
Miguel needs all the cards possible, especially after that last game, to try and get a setup here. It's not often you see a Frostlass Monkey Dory deck bench out an opponent.
Yeah, certainly something. Magic does happen in this game, and like we talked about a little bit earlier, Jeremy, Alex is known for playing these kind of off the beaten path types of decks. Once again, drawing into Arven and other great resources, but no basic Pokemon. Has to throw it away here. Now, the deck does play 18 Pokemon, but a lot of them are evolutions here too. But still, I mean, Alex...
A lot of them. There's 4.
All right, Jeremy. Still, though,
I don't know what
you don't want to be
qualifies
giving,
as a
or
lot.
anyway, you don't want to be giving Dragapult more cards. That's what I'm trying to say here.
All right, does look like Alex has a basic Pokemon to put in the active spot. Both of the mulligans are drawn for Miguel. All right, Emily.
Yes,
Let's
Jeremy.
get things started. Game 2 here in our top 4 for the Houston Regional Championships. Miguel starting off with Badoo yet again. Alex going first with Snorunt in the active spot, has a Snorunt to bench and a Pokepad as well. Able to use that item card before getting Itchy Pollen himself.
Not exactly what Alex wanted to see out of all of the great hands that he had before. This is definitely not the one you wanted after all of that, right? Does have the Pokegear for next turn. You can't play supporter on your first turn, but look at that. You had the secret box in the mulligan hand. Now it's gone away. Also, 1 Monkey Dory and a Luminous Energy, so you have to consider that 1 Pokepad, but also this Ting Lu that we'll probably talk about a little bit later. But we're heading back on over to Miguel's side. But look at the Ground Crasher attack that we have. It is, if a stadium's in play, it also does 30 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So when you're considering that this deck is targeting down the bench the most, this Ting Lu is a great way to board wipe your opponent.
It's definitely something we don't really see too often, but the inclusion of it in Alex's list is something special to behold, and it really does help out in certain matchups. Meanwhile, taking a look at Miguel's prizes over there, Luminous, the Pheasantipede, and a Dracloak. Nothing really too bad in the prizes. Now, we didn't really talk about the matchup back and forth, but there's going to be a lot of item lock. Itchy Pollen is the name of the game for Alex's side of the field, at least, and for the first few turns, Miguel as well. But looking through the list, usually we see a copy or 2 of Monkey Dory in Dragapult, but there is no Monkey Dory in the list for Miguel. So it's really going to come down to trying to just conserve the resources, play around with the damage with Dusclops, Dusknoir, and try to kind of clean up the board late game.
Alex does have at least a supporter in hand for next turn, as Miguel is going to use Hilda this turn. Can evolve on your first turn, but can definitely get your Pokemon ready for the next one. Does also, I believe, already have the Dusclops in hand as well here. So if Alex doesn't get set up just a little bit more, we could be starting to see at least some of these Frostlasses actually be going down, and then you're stuck with a Badoo.
Ultra Ball being played here is really the only time you can play it against a deck like Alex's. Itchy Pollen really is just the sole attack until the very end, for the most part. Now, Miguel does find Latias EX. Got to be careful with all of these Pokemon that have abilities, because as soon as Alex starts setting up those Frostlass, Freezing Shroud is going to stack up turn after turn.
Wow, committing the Neo Upper Energy very early here to this Dreepy. Maybe Miguel a little bit intimidated by the thought of Iono. Back on over to Alex's turn, does find the Frostlass and could go into a second one off of Hilda. Would be able to grab the energy to retreat, but instead I think Alex wants to see more cards anyway.
Yeah, it really just is not pushing your game plan forward if you're using the Hilda to get the Frostlass, the energy to retreat, just to item lock your opponent back. This Lily's Determination, drawing 8 cards, won't guarantee the Itchy Pollen on Alex's side, but it definitely will help him as the game progresses.
8.
Hopefully.
You know, Iono is a lie, but his Lilies. I see a Dark Energy right then and there, and also another Snow Runt to go along with here. Also finds an Air Balloon as well, but unfortunately there's a Dark Energy, but I'm not seeing the Monkey Dory.
Exactly, yeah.
Unfortunately for Miguel, though, Alex was able to find that Bravery Charm to amplify some of Badoo's health here, and now, Jeremy, here comes that Itchy Pollen.
I love it. Love to see it. Jamming Tower was the draw, at least here for Miguel. That is going to shut off that Bravery Charm that Alex just found. Granted, if he wants to play it right now, who knows? But at least we're going to start off with some Recon Directive. Item card, Badoo, neither one really does anything.
Just something to grab into your hand at this point. Miguel does have to be a little careful on how many Pokemon he is evolving, because all of the stage 1s right now in this deck have abilities, right? And there is at least one Frostlass that is going to start taking up this damage. What do you see, Jeremy?
There's a Lily's Determination on the top two. Miguel's eyeing down the boss's orders instead, though. There's just no supporter in the hand. It's pretty interesting.
Maybe wanting to just keep it going a little bit slowly here. Miguel really thinking about this one. The thing is, we just haven't seen Alex go all the way through, though. We haven't seen, like, the Monkey Dory come down in order for this to start going. But here's all that damage we were talking about just a little bit earlier, Jeremy. There's the Iono for turn.
And now Alex is kind of debating not playing the Iono just because Miguel didn't play a supporter the previous turn. Is that what's going on here?
But the thing is, Jeremy, so much of this deck relies on finding Monkey Dory and sending the damage back that it feels like Alex kind of has to at this point. Does find the second Frostlass, but there's the Monkey Dory.
But now we're missing the energies. They're all at the bottom of the deck.
Well, you can't have everything you want, Jeremy. You either get the energy, you get the Monkey Dory, but at least finding multiple Frostlass here, this damage is going to start climbing very, very quickly. I want to see how Miguel is going to respond.
Not with an item card, that's right. Yeah, just maybe an Iono. That's I guess there is that Dragapult EX, that Neo Upper Energy that was committed turn 1, will allow Miguel to actually get an attack off and take multiple prizes this turn. First Recon Directive finds another item in Night Stretcher. That's not going to be useful right now. There we see the evolution.
And at this point, I actually really like that Miguel is just going to go straight up into Dragapult to prevent some of these damage counters from still being thrown here. Recon Directive. It's all about what Miguel really wants to kind of prioritize this turn. Finds the boss's orders.
This boss's orders can take a knockout on both Frostlass in combination with the Curse Blast, or you can take a knockout on that Monkey Dory. It does look like at least one of the Frostlass are going to be knocked out this turn. Ooh, Monkey Dory found off the prizes for Alex, not the secret box.
Very true.
Would have been amazing.
Still considering the boss's orders, and will just opt to take out both Frostlass. So both of Alex's engines are going to go down here. Does still have one Snow Runt to really work with here, but the problem is this Dragapult is going to start, you know, doing what Dragapult does best, and that is throwing the damage counters onto the bench here. But Alex still does have one Monkey Dory, but the problem is, how do you get rid of a Dragapult now, still sitting at 290 HP?
There is one way potentially, and it is called Mega Frostlass EX. Alex already has that Snow Runt with the Luminous. Just needs to find the actual Pokemon. I thought that was an energy switch, but old
no,
energy search. Yeah. Being able to find the dark energy. And yeah, Resentful Refrain. 50 damage for each card in your opponent's hand. Miguel had 4 or 5 cards in hand and then drew 2 prize cards. I think that's enough.
And the thing is, too, if Alex is able to find this Mega Frostlass this turn, the Neo Upper Energy has been already committed to the Dragapult in the active. That's going to give Alex some time to start sending the damage back, while Miguel is going to be the one having to power up each of these Pokemon individually now with single energy attachments. But there's the Iono.
This is actually going to change it, because now there's only going to be 4 cards in the hand for Miguel. So this Mega Frostlass is no longer an option.
Searching out here. Alex just going to have to move the damage over, taking the knockout on the Budu here. Finds the secret box though, Jeremy.
Oh, just a little bit too late though. Already played the supporter for the turn. Just another itchy pollen. Ooh, this is risky.
Well, there's no threat of Curse Blast taking out the entire board here.
That is true.
So Alex does have time, but it's on over to Miguel, who needs to reestablish this Dusk Noir line. I see a Buddy Poffin in hand. I also see a Duskull in hand. Could just take the slower route and just keep going on with Phantom Dive. The big part about this, Jeremy, is that Ascended Heroes, while bringing us some great cards, people don't talk about how this is now optimal Snow Run, technically, right? Before we had Snow Runs with 60 hit points, and now we have ones with 70 hit points here too. So that's technically protecting us here. Miguel would have to find something like the 1 copy of Hawlucha in his deck, but we'll see. It is probably just going to be another Phantom Dive.
No, just Jet Headbutt here.
Oh, interesting.
Miguel does not want to place 6 damage counters on Alex's bench. Pretty heads-up play. Being able to still take the knockout on that Budu. And the big thing for Miguel that turn is getting the energy on the Dracloak on the bench, just in case this Dragapult EX gets knocked out.
What can Alex do, though? There's no Frostlass. There's no damage counters, like you talked about, on the board to really send over to Miguel's side.
There's a Hilda in hand, I believe, so that can fetch that Mega Frostlass EX.
But does the math with Resentful Refrain is the big question here.
It's got to be. There's plenty of cards in the hand. Artisan finds the 3rd Monkey Dory for Alex.
Still also has Secret Box available at this point as well. But like you said, it is kind of counterintuitive to Iono your opponent out of the big hand here. But as you were talking about earlier, Jeremy, the attachment onto the Dracloak essentially guarantees an attack on Miguel's side next turn as well. So Alex, Secret Box here.
And again, Mega Frostlass is not going to be anything really right now. There's only 4 cards in hand for Miguel. Secret Box will allow Alex to at least try to attempt to get set up again. But this has been an early Dragapult EX being able to kind of just steal the game away. Iono, Night Stretcher, Bravery Charm found off the Secret Box. The 3rd Artisan found as well, or not.
Got to take one, well, you don't necessarily have to take a stadium, but you know, you want to at least, if you are going to Iono, kind of sift it out of the deck so it goes just straight to the bottom here. Bravery Charm, I'm assuming, is going to go on these Monkey Dories. It's really important that you can protect them from the Curse Blast and Phantom Dive combo here.
Night Stretcher can find something like the Budu that's in the discard, the Frostlass as well. Bravery Charm on the Snow Run, save it from a potential Hawlucha play on the following turn. Oh, Alex is getting funky here. Luminous Energy on that Monkey Dory. We're having a Mind Bend potentially after this Iono.
This is what you got to do at this point, right? This is what Alex's deck does best. It tells you to disrupt and then flip out of confusion if you really can here. We'll see how nice the Iono was to Miguel. Looking at Alex's hand, though, finds the Mega Frostlass and a Luminous Energy to go with as well here. But just going to be the retreat and the Mind Bend, Jeremy.
You love to see it. Got to play to your outs. And Alex is doing just that. Already up a game. remember, we had that very short game 1, so still sitting pretty here in this match. Bravery Charm on the bench, Munkidori without energy. There is that Mind Bend, and then Freezing Shroud, 10 to every ability in play. How often has it come down to a coin flip since Munkidori has been in this format? It is something to behold.
I think my favorite coin flip ever was, I think, Toronto last season. Cal Connors, you know, flipping tails, and that was like...
That's not even Munkidori.
Yeah, well, true, true. Coin flips definitely amp up the energy in the room here, but still, Miguel now back on over to him. Using Artisan, I didn't catch if he had any energy in the hand, but does also have a Recon Directive and also a Lily's Determination to refresh this hand as well.
Taking a quick look at what resources are available thanks to this Artisan. Always something to do when available. Also getting to shuffle, reset those Recon Directives, maybe the Ionos. Does look like a Iono in Miguel's hand along with a Lily's Determination. Does look like Jamming Tower is coming down. And we see that Lily's Determination. Only 6 cards, but still, it's going to be pretty good. There is still that Recon Directive. Yeah, only.
Only 6 cards. Does turn off the Bravery Charm on the Snow Run on the bench as well. So this can enable a Hawlucha play for Phantom Dive for taking out not only the Munkidori, but also the Snow Run on the bench as well. And that would give Miguel go all the way down to 1 prize card here. So that would also eliminate the threat of Mega Frostlass.
I have something to tell you, too. There's a Pokegear, or not Pokegear, Pokepad in the hand.
Magical Pokegear. Does find Dracloak off of the Recon Directive, so I'm going to assume that Miguel wants to keep sifting through this deck for all the cards that he wants here.
Try to do as much as you can to optimize the draws. Second Dracloak on the bench, and like you said, second Recon Directive. 2 cards. Luminous Energy is found, so we'll be able to attach another energy for the turn. That's pretty huge. And there is that Pokepad. I have to assume this is going to get that Hawlucha.
Or no, it's going to be the Dusclops here. Would have rather seen the Hawlucha, but the Dusclops line also works quite well too. But it is just going to be the attach retreat into the Dusclops,
I love
Jeremy.
This allows you to get rid of the confusion. Retreating that Dragapult gets rid of the confusion, and then the Dusclops comes to the active spot. Curse Blast will KO itself, and then you can bring that Dragapult EX back up to the active spot. 5 damage counters on the Frostlass on the bench. Alex gets the Ting Lu from the prizes. I don't know if that's going to do anything.
It's not really going to help out too much here, but going to opt to take the Frostlass with Freezing Shroud and let Little Snow Run continue on here. Technically no energy on the board, but Alex does have that Mega Frostlass already in hand. Couldn't count how many cards that Miguel has.
Got to be enough now.
I mean, a couple Recon Directives.
Oh, yeah. That's
Count it out for me, Jeremy.
6, 7 cards.
Oh, you're joking. You just got booed.
It's okay. I like being the villain, you know.
Still, though, Mega Frostlass coming down onto the field now. Like you said, there were definitely enough cards to be taking a knockout, especially because Dragapult is also taking some damage already at this point. So, still, now the question is for Miguel.
Can't get that Lilies with Arven.
That would Arven would be probably the best deck or the best card ever.
It's still pretty good.
I mean,
it's still pretty good.
We will sorely miss Arven for sure. But the thing is, now that you have been able to, you know, get this Frost or get this Dragapult out, how does Miguel respond here?
Well, you have the Psychic Energy on the Dracloak. That's step 1. Only 1 prize card left for Alex as well.
Yep.
This is getting down to the wire, 1-1.
Has the boss's orders.
Boss's orders. No energy, though.
No Dragapult.
Pheasantipity can draw some cards.
Oh, goodness, Jeremy. It is so close. 2 recon directives to find the energy and to
Also
find the
Blood Moon.
Dragapult. Also Blood Moon as well.
Already has the boss's orders in hand. This could be a big recon directive. Ultra Ball, Blood Moon. No.
Oh. There's so many cards in the hand. Forced to Pheasantipity for this game number 2, I think. You got it, Miguel. You just, I know it's so scary to put down a 2 price, but you just have to.
I mean, I don't think it matters at this point.
It's true. Either you find it or you don't. Alex Szymanski could be taking it right here. 1.
Energy. Jamming Tower.
What's the card?
I don't know. Oh, wow.
You can't Iono yourself at once. Certainly, you need more pieces in the puzzle.
I mean, if you do, this Mega Frostlass isn't going to be able to hit for a lot of damage. 50?
Here's the thing. Look at Alex's hand. You can boss a Monkey Dory and hope that he doesn't have 1 energy to retreat, but I mean, look at everything that he has to offer himself right there.
Taking a look at the deck with Buddy Buddy Poffin, shuffling the cards that were put to the bottom. Looking through, there actually wasn't that many outs for Miguel left in the deck. Second Buddy Buddy Poffin, just thinning out the hand now.
Well, you can't boss and Iono in the same turn. No counter catcher in hand as well.
No counter catcher available. They're both at 1 prize.
Putting down the Latias here. There's got to be a line that he's seeing.
I mean, the line is Iono, top deck the Dragapult EX.
Oh, no.
And deal some damage.
No shot.
Oh, well, Luminous Energy on the bench, Dracloak. That's going to...
He's got to do it.
Get rid of the Phantom Dive out.
Thinning the deck with Pokepad. Just, can you imagine Iono 2-1 to find the Dragapult?
Can't be a Badoo turn.
No, you can't. I think it's just getting everything out of the deck so you can Iono and have a, it's weird to say, slightly higher chance of hitting the Dragapult.
Here we go, everyone. Iono, both players to 1.
1 big card. What was
Night
it?
Stretcher.
Oh my goodness.
Could be pretty important here. We know there's a Dragapult EX in the discard.
There is.
There's the Blood Moon as well. So Miguel was actually searching for the Night Stretcher this entire time.
What was the card that Alex drew? Miguel's going to retreat.
Retreating to Latias EX. Just hope to draw into the boss next turn.
I'm scared,
Passes
Jeremy.
the turn. 2 cards for Alex Szymanski now. Iono and Arvin.
What do you do when your opponent has no hand, but that is the scariest thing?
Funnily enough, I think Iono might be the play. Just us knowing that there is that Night Stretcher in hand. And Alex, there we go. Iono, both players to 1 yet again. I didn't get a glimpse of the card, but nothing really. There's 50 damage. Resentful Refrain. Big top deck counter catcher in hand. Buddy Buddy Poffin, that's not going to do it. There's the Recon Directive. The Night Stretcher's on the bottom of the deck, but there is a Dragapult EX.
This is so close, Jeremy.
Is still essentially 2 cards away. Would need a boss's orders energy.
Also, you have to be careful with how many cards you're putting in your hand as well.
Eyeing down a Pokepad or a Lily's Determination. That Lily's Determination would put a ton of cards in Miguel's hands, so he is opting for that Pokepad, going to thin this Buddy Buddy Poffin. And yeah, shuffling is definitely in effect because Recon Directives, Iono, you're going to have to change that order of the deck.
There's no things like boss's orders in Alex's deck as well, so Miguel is free to retreat this Latias. But what do you even bring up? Do you bring up the... It feels so wrong to bring up the Pheasantipity, but the Dreepy...
Why not? That's free retreat.
That's fair, but it is a 2-prize.
They only have 1 prize.
I know, but it's just... It just feels wrong. I don't know. What do you do from here? You don't want to evolve up into Dragapult because you have so few cards. You need these recon directives.
Miguel is eyeing down, evolving that Dragapult EX. Just passes the turn, 2 cards in hand. Alex now draws Monkey Dory. That's not going to do it. 100 damage, Resentful Refrain yet again. Can Miguel draw out of this? Double recon directive available. Ultra Ball, that's not going to do it. The Blood Moon's in the discard.
Still need the Gust to go along with the Blood Moon as well.
Neither of those cards help.
It's all these counter catchers, and they're both at, or that was Jamming Tower, excuse me, but still no Gust.
Oh, all right. Iono actually is
Let's keep
good
it going.
here. It's going to limit Miguel's hand and not allow Alex to take a knockout. Ultra Ball thinning the hand as well.
I think
This is so close, and we're only in game 2.
and Miguel could set up the Blood Moon at this point, or I believe the Blood Moon could
Needs the Night Stretcher. The Blood
needs the
Moon's in
Night Stretcher
discard.
for the Blood Moon in the discard, that as well. So at this point, keeping your hand size as small as possible seems like your only option.
I think it has to be retreat to the Pheasantipity or even the Dragapult EX. Maybe not attack, because then that'll help with any sort of dark energy draw from Alex's side of things. There's the Iono, both players 2-1 yet again. Not even looking at the card first, just got to fix the bench. Retreating to the Dragapult EX. Miguel technically can attack.
Jet Headbutt could be coming into play. Has to be a little bit careful, though, because that Latias is sitting at 60 hit points remaining. And 2 attachments of the Adrenabrain for Alex could get things going.
I didn't see the other card in hand, but Alex did
believe it was
draw an Artisan
Artisan.
for turn.
Might have been a Super Rod, I want to say.
This is so close. All right, we got some deliberation with the judges here.
Trying to see the other card in Alex's hand. We're just getting her. Just a quick reminder about pace of play. So nothing too crazy here. But like I was saying, Jeremy, you have to be, I mean, putting Dragapult in the active is fine, but you have to be careful about how much Jet Headbutt you technically do. Now, granted, if Alex is unable to find these dark energies, but the thing is, this deck is known for Monkey Dory, right? So there's got to be plenty of them still in the deck here, as he's going to go for a third.
Well, you have to remember there's been energies used to retreat. There's been energies used to Mind Bend. There's the energy on that Frostlass. There's 2 Luminous and a Dark in the discard. So still a few left in the deck. There's the 50 damage. Night Stretcher is found. And with 240 HP remaining for this Mega Frostlass EX, that is exactly enough for this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to Blood Moon and take the knockout. We're going to a game 3 here in top 4.
Oh my goodness, so close. And it came down to the fact that the more cards you had, the less cards you had, the better. But the top deck of the Night Stretcher allowing for Miguel to reestablish that Blood Moon Ursaluna and take the knockout on Mega Frostlass here. What a very close, very particular end game in that game number 2, Jeremy.
Yeah, crazy. Who would have thought that Ionoing yourself to 1 is the best course of action multiple times? Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for this game 2 and see how things shaped up. Again, it started out with a pretty quick Dragapult EX, thanks to that Neo upper energy, taking a double knockout on 2 Frostlass on Alex's side of things. Alex was able to keep up the item lock for a little bit longer, but it was just Badoo really against the world of this Dragapult EX, taking a knockout yet again, but this time with Jet Headbutt, not wanting to spread any damage counters for the Monkey Dory. And then the big play, being able to retreat this Dragapult EX into a Dusclops, Curse Blast, put damage on the Frostlass, bring up that Dragapult EX yet again to get rid of that confusion, taking the knockout on the Frostlass. Then we saw the Mega Frostlass EX being able to take the knockout. And then after a back and forth of Ionos, finally Miguel found the Night Stretcher, had the damage on that Mega Frostlass EX, and we have ourselves a Game 3.
It's so close, Jeremy. It is so close. And it's really coming down to these opening turns from Alex more so to get everything set up as quickly as possible, right? Because the moment that your damage counters aren't being sent out, this deck kind of just has to sit there and wait, right? So Miguel doing the right thing of targeting down these Frostlass and these the Frostlass and the Snow Run, excuse me, seems like the way to go. But what an exciting Masters top 4. I want to see who's going to come out on top and head into finals.
Well, we're about to. Could potentially take 36 minutes, but Game 3 here in our top 4. It does look like Miguel is going to start things off. You kind of always want to steal the second turn from Dragapult in pretty much every matchup.
Looking through the prize cards right now for Miguel, only a couple of things that I'm just kind of raising an eye at, just making sure the Latias being prize and the Pheasantipity, 2 Pokepads. Now granted, we know that Dragapult can do a ton of draw here, but the thing is, Pokepad makes this deck more consistent, being able to find your cloaks without using Ultra Ball. So 2 Pokepad doesn't necessarily feel too great.
Also, I'm pretty sure Miguel has started this special illustration rare Badoo all 3 games.
Also new from Ascended Heroes.
Yeah, is playing only one of these copies. Pretty crazy to see, but opting for the double Duskull off this Buddy Buddy Poffin does have the Pokepad to find another Dreepy. Or this Dracloak for next turn. We saw this in Game 1 kind of signal that, yeah, this hand needs a little bit of recon directive fixing.
Well, you know that the Itchy Pollen's coming, right? So yeah. You just want to set up at that point where you know, like, hey, I'm just not going to need the items here when it's all just in my hand now.
Well, there is an Ultra Ball that's going to find the Dusclops for next turn, and Miguel already has a second Dreepy in hand, so pretty stellar start here in this Game 3 for Dragapult.
Just got to take the Dusclops in hand because it is turn 1, so I can't evolve just yet. That would be nuts.
There used to be a Duskull that did that. Snow Run to the bench, Artisan for the stadium for Alex. This will allow him to find another Snow Run, maybe the Badoo if necessary. Starting off things a little bit better than the previous game.
We could take a look on over at Alex's prizes now. 1 Pokepad being prized, the Bravery Charm, and 2 copies of Energy. Not too terrible. Nothing key to the piece of the puzzle that's actually prized here. It's all about Alex's setup. Now, granted, that Arven is going to be the key to that setup here. So Alex is now going to be able to find the Air Balloon to free retreat this Monkey Dory out of the active, and the 1 copy of Buddy Buddy Poffin to find the Buddy Badoo.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I got you.
Air Balloon on the active will allow Alex to retreat and start this item lock here. Now again, it's just going to be early Itchy Pollening back and forth until Miguel can kind of get set up.
It would be even better if Alex had just had that 1 copy of Energy to attach onto the Monkey Dory here. But still, this is a stellar turn from Alex no matter what. 3 Snow Run ready to go for next turn. Now back on over to Miguel to see what he's going to be able to pick up off of Artisan. Like we were talking about a little bit earlier, Jeremy, it's kind of dangerous to put a lot of these Pokemon down with abilities, but without the Frostlass in play already, it's still A-okay for now. Still, Miguel wants to sift through this deck as much as possible with Recon Directive.
I mean, it has been one turn, so.
That's very fair.
Jamming Tower is the stadium bump for Miguel, and then Lily's Determination as the last card. What is going on? This hand's insane.
Pretty good. Not much more you can really ask for. You get the evolution already starting up on your Dusk Noir line, and you also now get to Recon Directive. It'd be even better if you could find 2 more Dracloaks, but you are under item lock here, so Pokepad isn't going to help you.
That's a lot of items.
Yeah, that's not great. And no energy to also attach here. Has the Hilda for next turn, but can Dracloak find us something to work with? No!
Now the Hilda is the saving grace of this hand, still being able to search out that Neo upper energy ace spec and another Dracloak, but wow, never a good time when you're staring down so many item cards against a Badoo.
It's looking a little sticky for Miguel here. If Alex were to Iono next turn, it would be guaranteed gone here, but Miguel actually going to get a little aggressive and already just going to use Curse Blast here, allowing for both players to technically take a prize card, but Itchy Pollen back on over to Alex side. There's the top deck of the Iono here, but the Jamming Tower's in play as well, so Alex gonna have to lose this energy attachment if he wants to retreat.
Well, he at least has the energy. Plays the Iono. Both players going to have 5 cards. Artisan found along with the Badoo. Artisan will be able to bump the Jamming Tower. That allows Air Balloon to become active yet again. This is going to give free retreat to the Monkey Dory so it can pivot into the Badoo. Itchy Pollen yet again, but saving that ever important Dark Energy.
Could we be, I was about to say, Alex eyed up the Snow Run at first. 4 Snow Run would be insane, but I still think grabbing the second Monkey Dory so you can Adrenabrain twice in a turn, especially when your opponent doesn't have everything established just yet, is going to be very useful. Does also have the Bravery Charm to attach onto the Badoo as well here. But thanks to the Artisan being played, this Monkey Dory can keep the Dark Energy, free retreat, and also go back into Badoo here.
Biggest thing too, Adrenabrain moving that 10 damage from Itchy Pollen. This will allow Alex's own Badoo to use Itchy Pollen and take the knockout, finding another energy. And honestly, yeah, the Curse Blast was able to have Alex grab the energy in the first place.
Really worked against him there, and that's really unfortunate. I think I see a couple of Dracloaks in the hand, though, for Miguel. Can also use Artisan to shuffle the deck. I think what Miguel really wants to see here, Jeremy, is that Hilda come back into hand, and utilizing Artisan to shuffle the hand allows for him to go back in and at least try and draw into this Hilda.
The search of the other Badoo here is interesting. It's always going to be kind of a liability now since Monkey Dory is online. It's just going to allow Alex to Adrenabrain the 2 damage counters over and Itchy Pollen yet again. Not only just having to retreat this Dracloak in the active spot with an energy. First Recon Directive. Second Recon Directive. There's an energy Iono.
At this point, right, if you know that the Hilda's not coming to save you here, you might as well just get the energy down. Third Dracloak, though, was able to get 2 in the hand. That feels pretty good, but no items to be played here. Do you forego the energy attachment and just go back into the Badoo lock here if you're Miguel?
I mean, that's what he signaled by getting Badoo with Artisan. So committing to this item lock yet again, but it has to look rough for Miguel. Just having 1 Monkey Dory all ready for Alex and potentially a second one next turn.
4 cards in the Dracobolt line all the way up here. Boss's orders for turn to grab the Snow Run. My goodness, I think it's just Miguel trying to find ways to stop Alex's momentum.
Draw for the turn is Super Rod. Alex has the Luminous Energy to retreat this Snow Run. Not going to be able to set up another Monkey Dory, but does not matter. There's 2 damage counters, so this is a pretty good turn for Alex here. Has the Bravery Charm to keep this Snow Run around from a potential Phantom Dive, and then Lily's Determination for 6 brand new cards.
I think if I'm Alex, I really want to see that second copy of Frostlass soon, and maybe even an accessible way to get into the Mega Frostlass if need be. Like you said, Jeremy, 6 big cards now. 1 Monkey Dory ready to go. Definitely wants to get the Snow Run out of the active and the priority here. No items, so that Ultra Ball there not going to be used, but no Frostlass as well.
Still looks like Alex is in a pretty good spot here. Again, if he wants, he can take the knockout on Badoo, but I do like setting up the Dracloaks on the bench with damage. The more knockouts Alex takes, the more Iono starts hurting.
He does have the Mega Frostlass in hand. Missed that there. Could pivot to it eventually. But
You only really want to play that when you're knocking out a Dragapult.
It is fair. But still, I mean, for Miguel, he's got a ton of deck search right now, right? You got 3 Dracloaks ready to go. You can evolve your 4th Dreepy up if you really want to here. And like we were talking about a little bit earlier when we saw the prize cards, 2 Pokepad, not exactly what you want to see, right? But if you already have the engine up and running, it's quite okay. Still, I think he's looking for the Hilda.
3rd Recon Directive. Oh, that is the Neo Upper Energy found off the 3rd Recon Directive. Here comes the 4th Dracloak. Is there a Dragapult EX to go along with this?
Still under item lock. Can't
Second
use
Luminous
Ultra
Energy.
Ball.
Ooh, there is no Dracloak, just a couple of Boss's Orders in the hand. I think Miguel is going to be forced to use Boss's Orders Itchy Pollen yet again. And with all these Dracloaks in play, this Frostlass is going to start building up the damage.
Also got to look at the Monkey Dory as well if Alex is going to be able to find another energy to power that up. One of the Dracloaks on the bench could go down next turn thanks to Freezing Shroud. Let's see, though.
The damage ticks away.
Yeah, just making sure that you're always kind of keeping in mind about the damage. I know on TCG Live it does it for you, but here in person, you got to do it yourself.
One thing everyone has to keep in mind now is that Technical Machine Devolution that is in the deck in 2 copies. With all of these Dracloaks starting to build up damage, that could be a win condition for Alex as things go forward.
I think what Alex can do this turn is use one of the Monkey Dory to set up the Dracloak with 6 damage counters on it, but also look at what production is showing us all. It's that Ting Lu as well, that Ground Crasher, using 1 fighting energy, or in this case, either the Prism energy or the Luminous energy, can do 30 damage to each of the opponent's benched Pokemon. That's a lot of Pokemon already with abilities in play that Frostlass can continue to bully with Freezing Shroud.
All right, big turn here for Miguel as Alex was unable to get that Frostlass out of the active spot. Just used the Monkey Dory to manipulate the damage, took a knockout in between turns with that Freezing Shroud. That means no Pheasantipity EX for Miguel, even though it's in the prize cards.
Not the best place you want to see your Pheasantipity on Game 3, and especially all the way at the top. Now, granted, you could take your prize cards whichever way you want. Maybe you get that, you know, funny feeling where the Pheasantipity is. But still, back on over to Miguel's turn, using the Buddy Buddy Poffin. See what he's got going on, but I wonder if Miguel, I mean, in asymmetrical top cut, you can look at your opponent's deck list, but is Miguel aware that the Ting Lu could be coming down potentially soon after a knockout?
It always has to be in the back of your mind, and I think that is one of the beauties that we have of open deck lists in top cut. Here we start the Recon Directive Train. First one finds Night Stretcher. Miguel can finally use items, so we could see an explosive turn here. Belucha, Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower could be pretty good. That would shut off the Bravery Charm for the Snow Run on the bench and allow a Phantom Dive to take a 2-prize knockout.
There's still no direct search for the Dragapult, though. There is the Neo Upper Energy in hand, so if Miguel were to attach it and find Dragapult. Could start putting damage counters on the board, but the problem is, do you really want to attach your ace spec knowing that your opponent has a Frostlass setup with 2 Monkey Dories ready to go? It's a big commitment here, and will decide to do it, Jeremy.
Here is the jamming tower bumping that Artisan. What does Miguel have left in hand? Is it just a Iono? All right. This is going to put Alex down to 3 cards. Miguel will draw 5. Dragapult EX, where are you? There is the Ultra Ball that will allow Miguel to find his attacker in the deck.
It's really close, and that is the unfortunate part about Alex missing the energy attachment to retreat Frostlass on last turn, because now Miguel finding this Ultra Ball, the deck is technically unlocked, Jeremy. So now at this point, there's nothing really stopping Miguel for wanting to go in and use Phantom Dive. If we're looking at the board as it is now, Jamming Tower is in play. There's 1 Snorunt on the bench with 1 damage counter on it. I could see Miguel taking out a Frostlass and the Snorunt now.
It's also important to note that Ultra Ball was probably the best way to find the Dragapult EX. Like, if Miguel just drew the Dragapult and taking the 2 prize cards, he would have had enough cards for the Mega Frostlass EX to take the 1-hit KO. Now, with thinning down the hand, I don't think Alex will be able to get there.
Just going to spread the damage, I think, and taking the Badoo.
Just putting all 6 on Badoo. Again, this is a play that a lot of Dragapult players have been choosing against any deck that really tries to utilize Adrena Brain from Monkey Dory. Even though you're taking the knockout with just 3 damage counters, you can place the rest of them on there.
Alex does have some damage counters to work with if he wants to take down the Dracloak on the bench. Alex does have to keep in mind that there is a Dusclops there, but as we're being shown, this Ting Lu is what he is really looking for here. Would bring in a lot of damage counters, take out the Badoo, take out the Dracloak, and start setting up the second Dracloak for the knockout.
You can still see that Ting Lu. That is why Alex did not attach an energy to the Snorunt or even the Monkey Dory.
6 cards. I think Ting Lu Frostlass is actually game.
Well,
Finds the Frostlass.
is there a way to search the Ting Lu? It does not look like it. Frostlass evolves that Snorunt with the damage. Is it another Mind Bend play? No, there's the Dusclops on the bench. Miguel can just do the same play yet again.
Oh, but it might just be the mind. It just might be the Mind Bend again. I feel like there's no choice. We'll be able to at least get a prize card off of the Freezing Shroud, and taking Badoo.
Oh, okay. I love this play. Alex is able to take 2 prize cards thanks to the Freezing Shroud and the Badoo. And now this will turn off the Dusclops on Miguel's side of the board. That gets rid of the play that he did
I was about to say, I was
last
like,
game.
I thought you were going to take it all the way.
no.
Be like, and now he can't Curse Blast. Yes, correct, Jeremy. So now Alex actually on technically end game right here. Might have to evolve this extra Dracloak on the bench all the way up to a Dragapult here.
This is so interesting, the way this game 3 has turned out.
It is so dangerous to bench anything else. Multiple Monkey Dory have energy to send over. Once again, Frostlass has graced the bench here. Miguel has to work with a limited hand because this Dragapult in the active is already damaged, and Mega Frostlass is still looming somewhere.
Pokepad finds the Dusknoir just to thin the deck out. Miguel did discard Blood Moon Ursaluna EX early on in this game 3. So if he was looking for an out like that just to take a knockout, would need to find Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher off that recon directive. There is a Lily's Determination, though.
Does also have the counter catcher.
Takes the counter catcher. Energy on the Dracloak on the bench. Evolves into the Dragapult EX. We could see a Jet Headbutt.
Then all that energy comes back, and that Dusclops is going to evolve up into a Dusk Noir.
That saves it from potentially just getting knocked out on the following turn if Miguel does attack. Countercatcher can bring up the Snow Runt, take the knockout with Jet Headbutt. That would get rid of the Mega Frostlass EX avenue for Alex.
Yeah, I think when people think of Frostlass Monkey Dory, a lot of people remember that Blood Moon Ursaluna is kind of the endgame cincher in a lot of decks, but not in this one. And like you had said, Jeremy, it might just have to be this Jet Headbutt here, not to give Alex more damage counters to really kind of work with. Is he going to have to flip out of? Oh, he could just retreat. But flipping out of it would be more fun, technically.
I think they're just making sure that Miguel shuffled the deck after the search. Just a pass of the turn. Is Miguel gonna go for the flip?
Go for the flip. You know what?
All right,
you got
here we
it. This
go.
is Aura, Jeremy, and it goes
Heads.
through.
Miguel is now down to 2 prize cards remaining. Alex Szymanski down to 1.
Oh, he's going for the Phantom Dive, though.
Oh, he did go for the Phantom Dive.
Wait, 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 Jeremy. This is far from over now. Thing is, you can't power up the Monkey Dory and the Ting Lu in the same turn.
I don't know if that matters at this point now with both of the Pokemon being evolved up. Just might be too much HP. Miguel doing his best.
What about the de-evolution turn, though? If Alex
it would need Artisan to replace the Stadium, but
Stadium bump into the TM de-evolution here.
does Alex have it? Pokegear.
Has to find Arvin. Secret Box has not been played, but it's just going to be the Iono.
Oh no. Arvin would have done it right there.
And Alex does not want to Iono himself into one card here.
Not at all. What is in the rest of the hand? There is a Lily's. What a way this game is turning out.
6 cards.
6 cards and a dream.
And no other way to thin the deck, I believe, other than an energy search. But then Lily's just shuffles it all back in. He's just
Here
gonna play
we
the card.
go, everyone.
Oh,
6
my
cards
goodness.
to decide Alex's fate, at least for right now.
I'm scared, Jeremy.
Technical
This is
Machine,
fascinating.
Devolution, and Artisan equal game. There is 2 Artisan in the discard, only 1 left for Alex here.
2 pieces. Can he punch his way to finals? 6 whole cards. Do you
You have it,
believe in
Alex. Let's see. No.
No.
Things got a lot harder now. No secret box at all.
The question is, does does Alex just send all the damage back and say, all right, well, how are you going to get 2 prize knockout now? You can't Dust Noir, right?
Yeah, it's still not over for Alex. Ultra Ball being played, discarding Iono and Counter Catcher.
There's the Ting Lu that we've been talking about. And I think just thinning out the deck at this point. Just trying to count the Artisan's Badu going to the front of the hand.
That is a risky
What?
bench if Alex decides to play it.
I mean, Alex is about to, I'm assuming, right, using Adrenabrain to send all this damage over to Miguel's side of the board. Can't put a Bravery Charm on it. I'm pretty sure most of them have been used by now, and the jamming tower's there. But instead, going to just grab the Mega Frostlass, thinning the deck.
This is so close.
This is so
Emily.
close. It's so scary, too. Does he use the Night Stretcher to grab a Snow Runt to set up for the Mega Frostlass next turn?
You have to be worried about Hawlucha. Well, there is a lot of damage getting moved to the active Dragapult EX. 90 of it, to be specific.
Considering it, looking through the discard, Jeremy. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? It's game 3, but no, taking a safer route, going to be using the Mind Bend again. Now, I think what's safe for Alex here is that he has healed up a generous amount.
Now, this depends on how many bosses orders are left for Miguel. There is the counter catcher in hand that would allow it, but counter catcher energy on the benched Dragapult with Phantom Dive will be able to take the game. Miguel might just have to decide on a coin flip.
Oh, goodness. Does it end like this, Jeremy? Does it really?
There's 40 damage on that Monkey Dory. It's going to have one more tick up with that Freezing Shroud.
Is he
so
gonna go
perfect
for
math.
it?
Going for the flip here. Heads for a punch to the finals. Miguel Angel Marin Herrera moves into the finals of Houston Regional Championships off of the coin flip of a confused Dragapult EX. And look at the crowd. They are loving it.
That's aura right there, Jeremy, when you really think about it, right? Flipped heads twice to get out of confusion. What a way for Miguel to punch his ticket to finals here. Sometimes you just gotta believe.
You just gotta believe, and Miguel did just that. Wow, what an ending to our top 4 here. And of course, congratulations yet again to Alex Szymanski being able to go so far with a unique deck in this field. But it has to hurt like that.
Sure. I mean, you got a 50%. Jeremy, put
Whoa,
it down.
whoa.
Don't. No. They can't see that. They can't see that yet.
Oh, okay. Oh.
It's gotta.
It's been pretty good, right?
I mean,
right?
I've been enjoying it. I think the crowd's been enjoying it as well. But honestly, Jeremy, coming down to a coin flip, is that not Pokemon TCG at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of my favorites now. I was going to say the NAIC finals between Hedrick and Stefan, but that's up there. That's really good.
Well,
wow.
As we are heading into our finals, the other finalist has been decided here. And it will be Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi on the Mega Absol box, who did take down Henry Chow here. So Dragapult once again makes it to finals up against this Mega box. I'm telling you, there's so little representation of this deck, but I think that's when it kind of speaks the loudest, when you're not really looking out for it, and then all of a sudden these really high, strong top players pilot it all the way through. Yoshiyuki about to put on an amazing masterclass for us in finals.
Well, I want to talk about the masterclass we saw in our top 4 match. Let's bring in Pablo and see how things shook down.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Emily. Very exciting close to the match. Obviously, juggling between risk versus reward, right, with the coin flips and whatnot. And I think this particular turn was another situation where we had something similar. We had Miguel take a very crucial knockout, right, onto the Frostlass this turn and using the damage counters to take out the other Frostlass. Now, in this situation, leaving this Snorunt with 1 energy when he had 5 cards in hand and was going to take 2 prize cards would have left him with 7 cards in hand and would have allowed Alex to take a knockout with the Mega Frostlass if he had been able to find it. Now, maybe Miguel, or he definitely knew that risk, right? And I want to say it was a calculated risk. If Alex had the Mega Frostlass, then Miguel would have had no energy in play, would have been in a pretty precarious situation. But I'm sure at some point he had a read that Alex's hand was a little weak and he wasn't able to find it. And if there was an Iono played, then he would be safe, right? So I think this is different than the coin flips. Of course, the coin flips are more exciting. They're exactly 50-50, but I think all of these high-level games are usually decided when you have a very two very skilled players going up against each other. That's where we see these small decisions and these calculated risks really make a big difference.
Yeah, it was really exciting to watch, and just the fact that multiple Ionos to 1 for both players came down in that game too. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Game 2 was definitely, as you mentioned, those Ionos to 1, both players just waiting to see who drew the right combination of cards. And I think this is another situation where the split of the energy, here we see Miguel really trying to decide whether to attach to the active, whether to attach to the bench. And I will say here, if you're very likely going to end up retreating, it's probably best to attach to the active, because the end result will be you'll have Wonder Cloak with 1 energy in play, right? But if you leave both in the active, then you give yourself the chance that after the Iono, he found the nice stretcher, and now you have the option to attack with Dragapult. Perhaps that's not the path you want to go for. Perhaps that's not the right decision at that point in time. Putting damage counters on your opponent's side of the field could be a little bit risky, but you give yourself the option, right? So all these little calculated risks lead to these exciting moments for sure. Both players trying to give themselves an advantage at many points in the game, but just very exciting to see really back and forth, and especially Alex's deck with many exciting additions with the Mega Frostlass and the Ethan Sudowoodo, the Tinglu, all of these choices. I don't know, I was very happy to see all these things come into play in this particular match.
Pablo, I don't know what we would do without you. I appreciate you yet again for helping us break down our match. But that does it for him, and that does it for us. We just had a great few Top Cut matches, but don't go anywhere because we have Masters Finals coming up soon.
Resonated with my pendant. Use a lot of fleepage! Yika.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Oh, immortalized. Oh, immortalized.
Let the good times roll. And we're back here at the Houston Regional Championships one last time. One last match here, because it's the final, and oh boy, what a final it's gonna be. My name is Wancho, this is Kyle. Woo, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. We're finally here, and we've got two great competitors. What a way to close things out there in the top 4. The coin flips were rolling, and you know there's plenty of fireworks still yet to be had as we await to crown our champion here. Just 2 games separating you from potentially becoming a champion. Can you get things done here? We're gonna see.
Again, this was the route that our finalists had to take. Again, it's going to be Miguel Marin against Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi in the finals. And oh boy, what a route. So many big names, so many amazing matches that they had to play to get here.
Yeah, it's a lot of great competitors in our top 8 that we saw. Even if you want to go back to the asymmetric cut, we saw a bunch of talent. And this is an absolute pleasure to be a part of. Alex, yeah, he had his work cut out for him. Had to work through another Frostlass gamer, and then we saw Miguel there taking down Alex in that last set. Moving on to the finals to face Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, who took down Henry Chow 2-0. That matchup's been pretty wild. The Gardevoirs versus the Absol box, but found a way to close that thing out.
Imagine Yoshiyuki having to take out the best Gardevoir player in the world. I'm just gonna crown that right now. And imagine he was his only loss, I believe, in Swiss, but got his revenge here at the semi-final. And now Yoshi finds himself in the final. Whew, I wish we could watch all those matches right now. This is it. The final of the Houston Regional Championships. On the left, we have Miguel Marin, top 16 in Merida to his name, and again playing Dragapult and Dusknoir against Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi with the tried and true Absol box. So many things under his name. 2026 LAIC top 4, Champions League champion 2023 in Nikita, 2026 top 32 in Birmingham, and in 2025 Yokohama Japan Championships top 32. He's playing everywhere.
Everywhere. We've seen him compete on this circuit many a time, and it's an absolute pleasure to have him back once more with the Absol Toolbox on the other side for Miguel. This has been quite a run. Not the best start in Phase 1. I don't think you can draw a better one for Phase 2. Undefeated through Phase 2.
Undefeated on Phase 2. He's on absolute fire, and he's one game away. Both these players are one game away from becoming this year's regional champion, $10,000 richer, and another World Championships game.
That's right. There's so much to be had here, and of course, you just want to take down another great player with this Dragapult deck and with the Absol Toolbox. There's so much to consider as these powerhouses go back and forth. I'm sure Yoshiyuki is pretty well equipped to handle a Dragapult. He's seen many of these from time to time, and it's always a pleasure to see what happens with that Mega Absol. Taking out some cards from the hand. There's so much to think about.
Oh, I love the deck. It's so dynamic because, again, there's the terminal period that you have to worry about, getting 6 damage counters in play, getting those Monkey Dories, or ripping a card from the hand and doing 200 damage. So many cool things can happen. While, of course, the Dragapult EX deck is probably one of the most explosive decks out there, just known to just wipe things off the board. See how this pans out.
Yep, a lot of big setup to consider for Miguel, getting that initial setup, working in those cloaks. Players, let's see what those prize cards look like as we move towards this finals. One Dreepy, we see not too much.
Okay,
all right,
okay.
gamers, I see you.
We have a game, we have a game. The Mist Energy could be pretty important. That's a nice way to protect your bench from the pesky Phantom Dive 60 damage, but there is more in the deck. So, again, multiple copies. This should be a game. Nothing too crazy. Not too many supporters.
Yeah, no Psyduck hiding away or anything awkward. It's looking to be a great finals, and we are underway.
Go, here we go. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, the finals of the Houston Regional Championships. Yoshiyuki is going to start us off here. It opens up with the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, dark energy to go along with that. And the only question now is, you got any more Pokemon for us?
Well, there's one.
That's not enough.
Unfortunately, without access to something like a supporter like Arvin, couldn't find any items to help out. While Miguel opens up the Latias. That means there is free retreat. And with the buddy Puffin, you know, he's having a good time. Could find something like the Badoo.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this. Item locking when your opponent does not have Precious Trolley down. You have not seen that card. You know that Arvin wants to find it on the other side. If you lock that out, it's pretty difficult to find all of your basic Pokemon that you want. We know that Yoshiyuki is used to lining up a massive board state.
Yeah, I mean, the Mega Box deck, the Mega Box deck doesn't need too much. Honestly, it can maneuver if it could play one singular item, as long as it's the A spec, right? After that, it's just a matter of getting energies on board with the Turbo Energize. But with the Badoo stopping this, it's going to be a little bit tougher to find a lot of the Pokemon, especially the one-ofs like the Psyduck.
Oh, Miguel, he has the Pokepad to add to this board, but the rest of the hand, maybe leaving something to be desired. I think it's 4 Iono.
Well, that's at least usable.
Yeah, 4 Iono and a Dragapult. Okay, well, let's put those away for a little bit. We'll use those later in the game.
Put on the bottom. After Yoshi takes a couple of prize cards, it will probably be a little bit more powerful. Big 6 cards here, though. And
Ooh,
there's an energy.
Energy is so nice to see. And now, oh, man.
Okay, that's
everything. Buddy Poffin now leads to the fact that you can hold that Pokepad for a future turn. You're not really worried about any item locking on the other side. We don't see the Badoo featured on the side of Yoshiyuki, so you can hold that Pokepad, see that Dracloak for a future turn, and draw into a bunch of different resources.
Ooh, a big thing from that Iono as well. I believe Yoshiyuki had the TM Turbo Energize in hand. So he's going to need to find that once again. It's in the bottom now.
Yeah, it's difficult to find that once more when you don't have access to those item cards. Thinning down a little bit closer. Of course, you can still reach for that. If you find one of your 4 copies of Arvin, we'll see what's going on over on that side of the board.
Itchy Pollen, no items. But what do we have? There's a Mega Kangaskhan. That's definitely a way to at least draw more cards. There's a Lily, right?
Oh,
Okay.
He's got all the energies. Leaving something to be desired.
This is a big decision here. Yeah, I was thinking, do you put it on the Monkey Dory because that's where you like having those dark energy, but the option of potentially drawing into the Turbo Energize is just too tempting.
There's a question even with this of if the fighting energy or the dark energy would be a more appropriate play in this spot, but when you play the dark energy, that's Yoshiyuki thinking turns ahead to wanting access to an energy switch to move this off of the high hit point Kangaskhan later on in the game.
Great points as Yoshi does draw 8 cards here, 8 big ones. Do we see a CD, a tool card? I did see a blue card.
There's a duck. That's helpful. There's a Duskull on the board, and you have to consider that Pokemon in the mix.
It's not done drawing just yet, but first we're going to move the damage, 1 singular damage counter.
Yeah. Plenty of supporters for following turns now, but this hand needs a little more help. Kangaskhan loves to do just that with running errands.
Just, drawing one more supporter to add to the hand. There's an Arvin for the next turn.
Yeah, if you could play 2 supporters, that would be pretty nice, but missing out on the Turbo Energize that turn. The big miss would have really helped with those Monkey Dories. And now it's on Miguel. This is the turn where you need to giddy up. You have 1 Dracloak already. If you can chain these together, it starts to get pretty feisty.
Let's see if he finds more. I don't think those were Dracloaks. Something of note, too, from Yoshi's turn. He actually went energy negative, which is very, very tough. Had to pay for that retreat cost as there was no free retreat option. It's going to be another boss. Might have to pay even more energy.
I got news. This hand isn't great. There's not much on Miguel's side as well, so the Iono did not work out there. It seems like when you Iono the 3 other supporters away, it's unlikely to find another draw card.
10 damage on the Psyduck. Well, it can be moved with the Monkey Dory. You never want the Psyduck in that 60 damage range. But right now, Yoshi has a couple of things he can play. He could even play the Penny as a retreat option. He is going to opt for the Arvid.
Does it get more awkward than this? The item lock really slowing things down to a halt, and the one Pokemon that you have to assist in retreating is Pecharunt, but there's no other dark Pokemon. You just have to Pecharunt to other things. That it just, you add to all of the board state here. You'd have to play, what, the Mega Absol down? And you want to be charging that Pokemon up, not bringing it into the active.
Yeah, no, bench space is so premium. Last, you can't afford the Latias here or anything like that. Gonna have to pay the energy to accelerate energy.
Just maybe the duck will charge up its friends, and there's the fighting energy. Psyduck doing work, helping out here. And that's just what you need to do in spots like this. It's the finals of a regional championship. You've worked your way through 2,600 other players.
Oh.
And now you're going to load up for the Kangaskhan. Maybe a combo or two will be coming our way.
We saw Miguel flip a couple of coins there in his top 4 route. Might be Yoshi's turn.
It's only fair.
Oh, big Lily here, though.
Yeah, unfortunate for Miguel. He just didn't have much else with the Dracloak to chain those together, but finding that supporter card is very nice, as you have the 10 damage already on the Psyduck. You can see a world where you start to piece all of this together, chain together these Dracloaks, find an additional energy, and you could start taking knockouts pretty shortly.
It's full 8 cards here from the Lily's Determination. Could find, well, definitely wants to find more dragons, wants to find more Draclos, because Draclos equal energy, equal draw cards. There's an Ultra Ball. He's not under item lock, so he's free to use all the items he wants.
Yeah, a bit curious to see the Ultra Ball first when you have access to the Recon Directive. Typically, players will use the Recon Directive first to see if they have better odds to see the Dracloak itself, but it's just staring at him at the bottom of the deck, so I guess it worked out for him this time around.
Could even find maybe, let's find worse cards to discard. 2 Dracloaks now. Miguel is going to be able to find, at least see 4 more cards from the deck. Is he looking for anything specific here, Kyle?
Well, you have a pretty solid setup so far. The energy card would be something of note, and of course an additional Dracloak be nice to establish at this point. Other than that, you're just thinking about future turns. This is a spot where if you have boss's orders for the coming turns, where you can target down Monkey Dories, or put some pressure onto that Mega Kangaskhan where all the energies are living at this spot. These are just things that you need to think of for the future turns if your opponent doesn't find that Iono.
Follow-up question. Is it time? Is it time to break the lock? Is it time to attack?
No.
Okay.
I'm not ready at this spot. The board state's very vulnerable. One wild Kangaskhan could ruin your day.
It's just so tempting when you have your A-Spec in hand, and he drops it. A-Spec in hand does have the Dracbolt EX as well, but nope, yeah, it's just going to be the Itchy Pollen. How do you feel about the A-Spec being placed right off the bat?
The pressure's on Yoshiyuki at this point. If you have the boss's orders and the dark energy, you want to use this Mega Kangaskhan and get aggressive, attack in for a single prize. That seems to be something that Miguel is ready to pay the price for. However, we don't see those resources just yet.
It's going to be the Monkey Dory movement there, healing up the Psyduck a little bit more. 30 damage now on one of the Dracloaks.
Cannot get over how awkward this board is with no other dark Pokemon. Pecharunt is your only way to move. Retreating Psyduck, but then what do future turns look like? Do you ever commit to an attacker here like a Mega Kangaskhan? It seems like a little bit extra.
Do you ever just penny just to fix up the board state? pick up the Petrant potentially.
Just try again with Latias. I didn't. I take it back. I'm sorry.
And that's exactly what happens. Petrant now off the board. 2 spaces to work with now. But just passes it back. Psyduck just holding the line here for Yoshi.
Do it. You won't.
That's a couple of Dracloaks here. Oh, he could even ram. One more attachment. Why not?
I think you're getting ahead of yourself. That'd be an interesting play. Pokepad there now for Miguel and additional Dracloaks on line. 3 to work with here. As you start to piece together this puzzle, the energies are already in play. You typically only want to evolve into one of these Dragapults at a time. The only other piece that we're missing is to see the Dusclops come down at some points, but maybe you don't want to commit that resource just yet until you have a good answer to the Psyduck. Most players can work in that Hawlucha in combination with the Dragapult and take that off the board.
Does find the Ultra Ball. Could choose to find the Dusclops here if he wants to. A lot of evolution has happened already.
Where do you go from here? Just already holding on to so many valuable resources. Ultra Ball, Dragapult, Boss's Orders, all the pieces that you want to see.
If you were Miguel, when would it be time to start attacking?
We're very close. The problem is that you would love to have that first prize card go to Yoshiyuki in this point. The Badoo spot just doesn't really help you. If you could make it all work with Boss's Orders, clearing the Psyduck, and then having that space for the Duskull, fantastic. But if you need to place the damage counters down, that's where you feel uncomfortable. 2 Monkey Dories with Dark Energies. Maybe it's time to start clearing those.
So we do see the Dragapult now move to the active, so we will at least see an attack. This is one of those times where maybe the Jet Headbutt is a lot better than giving your opponent ammo to throw right back at you. But Hilda is going to be played first, able to find an evolution Pokemon and 1 more energy.
The Luminous Energy added now, and you can search out even one piece of that Dusclops or even find that backup attacker in the other Dragapult. Has the energies to take the knockout here. It seems silly, but that Psyduck is a threat. Having access later on in this game to the Dusknoir specifically is really a key factor in removing a 3-prize Pokemon.
There it is. Attachment is committed to the Dragapult. No evolution yet onto the Dusclops, and it is going to be the attack. Which one? The first one.
You got to check. So please use the big one. Come on.
Just like that, Miguel takes the first prize card here. The final. To Yoshi does have a Kangaskhan. Maybe we start flipping some coins here.
I mean, is this where you wanted all of your energies, Wancho? I'm sure Chip wanted them all here. It's looking to be a rapid-fire combo.
Ooh, wham, bam. But more importantly, the Night Stretcher getting the ever-important Psyduck back. And Big Iono as well. We know Miguel was able to get a lot of cards with the Recon directives, but more importantly, refreshing the hand.
Still yet to see any of those Pokemon to help move out of the active spot at some point in time.
A lot of stadium there. Lively Stadium able to increase the HP on basic Pokemon. Maybe another great way to ensure survival.
All right, 2 heads would get the job done here with the rapid fire combo.
Spinning.
That is crazy.
That's.
What do we see?
Is
it 1 or 2? 1 or 2?
It's a 2.
Okay. One more flip to take the knockout. Kangaskhan.
Oh, how does he do this?
This is just next level. Where is it?
I need a massive
1 or 2, 1 or 2, 1 or 2! And he clears the Dragapult off the board.
The most suspenseful dice spin in the stream?
Are we closer to the middle of the world? Like, what? How did that happen?
Only in Houston, baby.
the equator's pull just taking it.
Hey, but only fair. Two heads did take Miguel into this final. Yoshiyuki taking those two heads, taking a big knockout on the Dragapult. That's A-okay, though. Miguel has a lot of backup here. Couple of draws. Still has the Neo Upper Energy already attached to the second Dracloak, so can even start working towards building the third Dracloak.
Where do you go from here? You have this threat that apparently can just do endless damage in the active spot.
That's true.
And these Monkey Dories, that any time that you attack in with your best attack, just send 60 damage your way to ruin your day. Without item lock in this spot, Yoshiyuki is free to energy switch these energies. Any damage left over leads directly into a Mega Absol terminal period to just close out on one of your best Pokemon. It's a dangerous field.
Very, very dangerous. You know, I wanted to see Yoshi keep rolling the dice. I believe it says roll until tails. So should we call a judge on that?
If we sat here for another 10 minutes watching dice spin.
Second Dragapult EX now online. I used to think this attack was so unfair. 200 damage and the 60 movement. That's nothing to infinite damage.
It seemingly has been checked on this side. Iono now for Miguel. It's going to take a massive hand away from Yoshiyuki as he downloads as much information as possible before sending this to the bottom of the deck. A wise call.
Yes. Always important to remember what goes to the bottom. Is it important to shuffle later down the line, or should I keep the deck as is? Draws 4 cards. 4 cards, no sticky cards there. Okay.
Worth noting, when the Pheasantipity was played down, that took away the spot for the Hawlucha. If you have the Hawlucha, the 6 damage counters of the Dragapult find a home on that Psyduck, and you just leave 10 damage on the other side for a Monkey Dory. I don't think that would have been too terrible.
Now, if the Dragapult does attack, that's a lot more ammo for your Yoshi to throw back as well. Another scary thing to think about is the Absol could even come out of nowhere.
Yep. The spooky card. And this is where Miguel then takes his plan. Do not leave damage counters on board. Headbutt this duck and move on.
Good plan. I guess he has yet to announce Phantom Dive this game. First attack, just one. Jet Headbutt takes the knockout on Psyduck once again.
This really does open up a bunch of avenues, as you now see with 4 cards in hand for Yoshiyuki, a lot more unlikely to find that Night Stretcher at the opportune time to pull back that Psyduck, and with the Dusclops already lined up. A Dusknoir in combination with this Dragapult could easily clear the Mega Kangaskhan, go down to 1 prize card remaining. It's a pretty great spot if you ask me.
Taking out the main threat on board. There's only 1 Night Stretcher left in Yoshiyuki's deck. So has, again, 4 cards to work with, plus the draw from Mega Kangaskhan. Plus the draw for turn. There's a lot of stuff in hand, a lot of supporters.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about how we slowed down at that spot, but looks like we're back to the action. Mega Kangaskhan drawing through, trying to find a little bit more help now, and energies aren't exactly what you need at this spot. We found plenty of those throughout the course of the game. It's other attackers, a little variety would be helpful.
Who specifically, Kyle? Who would you pull out here?
I like Mega Absol.
That doesn't have infinite damage.
That's true, but it can use Terminal Period, which is an infinite knockout.
without damage counters on the board, it's not yet.
I think we're getting close to the point where Miguel may have to leave a damage counter or 2 on the board.
You sure? Maybe it's just another Jet Headbutt, but importantly, no Night Stretcher just yet.
Looks like there is going to be a pause in the action here as take a review. Potential to have seen a card on one of the shuffles, so.
Oh.
Or it's one of the, as the deck was tipped over a little bit, so. We will see where that leads us, but as we already are pretty far into this game, 20 minutes down, 4-4 on these prize cards. It's really hard to see where this game's going to go. As I mean, with this lack of attackers from Yoshiyuki's side, you would have to think that Miguel could piece together something, but it just really depends on what he can do with his hand.
Exactly. I mean, Kangaskhan is nice and all. Monkey Dories are nice. Typically, those are the things you like to see on the board. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Maybe even a Mega Absol attack would be nice as well. Just pick out things from the hand. But, whew.
Yeah, we've seen that terminal period well, Claw of Darkness just ripping through hands so often, finding that pivotal supporter card, additional energy, one of those extra Night Stretchers or Dragapults, just anything that can get you right over the edge to take those knockouts. And for Miguel, once you start evolving, it's a slippery slope. You lose out on those Dracloaks, you lose out on those resources to draw into and find cards for later on, and then you find yourself being susceptible to Iono.
I believe we can take a look at the clip that we're questioning here. If we've, oh, it is accidentally drawing.
An
extra card sticky.
Yep. Why?
Leaves
Why?
Once again.
Why does that keep happening?
Oh.
All right. Oh, we'll see what that means. Yeah. Always nice to be in a little box with you, Wancho.
We've worked together for 3 years, Kyle, and this is your first time with me in this box.
Wow. Yes. Thank you. Such an honor. We'll see what that means for Yoshiyuki. Unfortunate that once more the sleeves have cursed us.
What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to wipe your sleeves before the match, clean up a little bit?
Well, these are things we need to think of. Have the microfiber cloth sitting off on the side.
Oh, that's smart. Just have that in your deck box as well.
I'll just use your
my tie.
Your pretty tie there, yeah.
Whew. But yeah, again, extra knowledge, is power. That's everything potentially, right?
Yep. It's very important that you make sure that those draws happen as one at a time. Slow down and see what you need to, because that information can be so crucial. We're pretty curious to see what this leads to. I've seen this played either way sometimes.
Whew. Yeah, huge heads up on our judges being able to catch something like that. That's like a split-second type of thing. Just a quick little grab there.
It looks like right afterwards was the draw with the Kangaskhan, so then start to wonder about how that sequence kind of works. Would you play it in that order? Had you known? Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
And with that, it's just having that information becomes a detriment. You can't. You just couldn't have had that.
Yep, just a little bit more information. I was curious too what else was in the hand. It was just a 4-card hand. If there was like no way to shuffle, then those are the cards you're gonna get anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're thinking back to however long, but I think it was Iono and a penny. So
I guess
there were options.
There were options though. Yeah. Whew, very, very tough. With a potential, right? We saw it happen in our top 8 match, led to a 2-prize penalty. What would happen? What would the route be then if you had?
If there's a 2-prize penalty,
yeah,
definitely starts to spice things up a little bit. For Miguel, you have a Dusclops in play. There's no Psyduck on the other side, and there's a Mega Kangaskhan on the board. All you need is a Dusknoir and an attack from your Dragapult, and the game ends. Those 3 prize cards would get the job done. As he has 4 prize cards remaining, only needs to take 2 to close things out. Even a boss's orders on a Monkey Dory and a Dusknoir into the other one. The Dusclops itself against the Monkey Dory and boss's orders could be the 2 prize cards there to close out. So
things really do change up.
Could
then
just be a boss away.
At that point, maybe we do just go for the infinite damage on the Kangaskhan.
Let's just roll this back and try again.
Whew. Very, very tough position to be in.
If this is if the deliberation continues about how you then fix this situation, knowing that you have that card there. You have to wonder about how you reorder the deck. And once more, this happens after an Iono, so you need to know those 10 cards that were in his previous hand need to stay on the bottom of the deck so you can reshuffle that card back in, deliver a double prize penalty if that is the solution here, and then continue play.
So you're telling me we're going to be here for a minute?
Enjoy the box. Yeah. this is your punishment.
Well, it's good to be here with you, Kyle.
There's not much else you can really do in this spot. For Yoshiyuki, you can't really sit there and look at your hand and think about what you're going to do with the rest of this game because the board state is pretty rough for a player that would take a double prize penalty.
Yep. Again, just a Kangaskhan and 2 Monkey Dories were on Yoshi's field. But yeah, we have here, head judge Michael Pramwat once again just explaining things properly.
Yep. Just an odd situation once more to be had here. And when you are on stream, we have a little bit of extra technology to help out there. Make sure that we can confirm the cards that were on the bottom of the deck, place all those back down, and we'll see what the response will be here.
I guess
no ruling just yet.
Yeah, nothing just yet. I guess since we'll be here for a minute, I guess this would be a good opportunity just to talk about the matchup specifically, in general, right? Who's favored? What are the routes both these players can take? You know, Dragapult versus Kangaskhan. Break it down for me.
You have a really interesting back and forth that can happen with this deck is you don't want to place those damage counters down and allow Monkey Dory plus Terminal Period to take out over 300 hit points on the other side from Dragapult.
Yeah.
You don't typically see Mega Kangaskhan getting in the mix to solve that problem for you unless it's desperation times. But here we are. And I would say that if you have that missed energy and place that on the Psyduck, if you can store that away for a rainy day once you've already seen a boss or two, it's a pretty great play because that Dusknoir in combination with the Dragapult is the only real way to handle one of these Mega Pokemon without leaving too many damage counters on the board.
I like it. That's why it was very key to see that one missed energy in the prize cards. I mean, there was only that one left to really work with. It also could be a little double-edged sword. That means your opponent is free to do like Phantom Dive, and if he chooses not to put the 6 damage counters, you can always just throw
the
it.
mist. Yep. Yeah, into the mist we've seen many times. We've seen players really stack up the hit points on the Psyduck as well. Lively Stadium, Bravery Charm. You can have a pretty big duck there waiting with the mist energy and pretty much guarantee that it's not going to be a Dragapult or the Dusknoir type of game.
It's very unfortunate that, yes, the Psyduck can get really big with those 2 cards, but Dragapult has such an easy answer to just wipe out both those things in one go in their own stadium.
Okay, we're out of the box.
Where'd we go?
It's like we will resume play. No word just yet on what happened. I did see Yoshiyuki signal over to his opponent.
Looks like it is going to be a double prize penalty. That means, yeah, Miguel just has to take 2 more prize cards to win this game. But here we go. We're back now in the final. So Yoshiyuki's turn is going to be able to draw 2 cards. It's an energy switch. Arvin, there's a lot of cards in hand. A lot of options.
Yeah, the ability was reset given what happened with the thing, because that was a reversible board state. So now we're back to this point where you can use that resource. I think the answer has to be something involving an Iono at this point. If Miguel holds on to this hand, if Boss's Orders is sitting there and you don't have a Night Stretcher for Psyduck, you will see a 2 prize KO on both those Monkey Dory. Or just flip a bunch of heads. Get rid of that Dragapult once more.
There is the option of the Arvin in hand if you just want to hard find the Night Stretcher. Just get the Psyduck. And that could be the case. Then we flip coin.
Yes. Let him flip. Arvin finds the Bravery Charm. Make sure that you can prolong this game a little longer. Either adding that to the Monkey Dory on the back, or if you think that it will be a game where the Dusknoir takes out the Mega Kangaskhan in combination with Dragapult, you can buff those hit points a little bit now.
Yes, perfect card to grab there, Night Stretcher. But this is the last one. This is the one last time Psyduck can make an appearance unless I'm missing something like
oh yeah,
God.
Big Duck. Bravery Charm locking that in. And no more headbutt knockouts. If you attack me, damage will be left on board. We'll see if any damage is left on board this time. It's 200. Missing out on the rapid fire combo additional effects.
200 damage now onto the Dragapult. Can Miguel still close things out even with the Psyduck in play? Is there a line?
It really messes up any of the math here. If you wanted to take that additional knockout, typically it's use of Curse Blast, and that damp effect on the Psyduck, removing that option.
Just dampening the party in general, but here we go. Recon Directive. Nothing too useful right now, anyway. Is there anything in the hand besides a Pokepad? I don't think there's a supporter.
Yeah, Miguel really did not want to see Night Stretcher on that turn. Had the Dusknoir ready to go. Instead now has to find a different answer. Has Iono.
Oh, okay. Okay. Iono is just more cards. Limit your opponent down to 4. You have 4 fresh ones as well. Surely this time we see the Phantom Dive. The Phantom Dive, that's just more ammo too with the Monkey Dories.
Really difficult call here in this spot. It's just such a hindrance to have the additional damage of Phantom Dive at this point when you see the Monkey Dories.
Miguel is, I could have sworn he was thinking about attaching to the Dusclops. Is there any reason you'd think that would be something?
Be scared of being stuck in the active spot at some point, but I don't think you ever really want to work into attacks.
I've seen Dusknoir attack into Crustle multiple times.
Yeah. That is a world I don't want to visit right now.
Right now, there it is. Phantom Dive. First one of the match. 200 damage onto the Mega Kangaskhan. And, yep, 5 damage counters on to the Monkey Dory and 1 on the Psyduck. I love this. Tough choice. You use the Monkey Dory to move the singular damage on that Psyduck. That seems like less value. Or get the full 3 from any of your other Pokemon.
Yeah, well, with the Bravery Charm on that Pokemon, you're not worried about being KO'd just yet, but the Jamming Tower is always a looming effect that you need to consider. It's really wise to spread that damage out and force your opponent to consider, do you ever have to commit that spot? You'd think, oh, Lively Stadium might be able to give me some additional help. No, you'd lose that in combination with the Jamming Tower played. It takes both of those avenues away.
Nestball grabbing the Latias EX there could signify that Yoshi might want to retreat this turn. Well, definitely wants to retreat this turn because the Kangaskhan is beat up. What are we thinking of retreating to?
You needed some more hit points in the active spot. Remember, it's just 2 prize cards remaining for Miguel in this spot with the double prize loss. So if you can work in the first Mega Absol of the game, maybe you have an avenue, but
Mega Absol. Unfortunately, there's more than 6 damage counters on the Dragapult. That means Terminal Period isn't online. It might have to be... Oh, hey.
That's why you think about the Psychic Energy. You don't want to get stuck up there. You don't have a way to use this Curse Blast effect when the Psyduck's in play, and this Pokemon's just stuck for now. Evolving into the Dusclops now with when you see the Latias sitting on the bench, it just feels tough.
And just like that, Yoshi has a lot of damage counters to play around with, too. Could potentially just wait a couple of turns and just move so much damage back.
It is a 2 retreat cost on this Pokemon if you wish to manually retreat at some point. And what resources do you find? Is that the one of Turo sitting there?
It is the one of
Nasty
Turo.
work.
Great way to pick this up. Well, luckily, Latias has 210 HP.
No Halucha's going active.
specifically. Toro also means, you know, that is the supporter for turn. That means no boss's orders. And if Miguel chooses to re-bench the Duskull, Duskull only has 60 HP. There's 2 Monkey Dories.
Oh, you're still setting up for a pretty great plan here now with the Dragapult played down. Of course, you can't play that. Oh yeah, you have that energy loaded up, so you can have both those Pokemon ready to attack. I think if you just throw a pile of damage at Latias and Mega Kangaskhan, your opponent can't heal both of them off, and one of them will be waiting for you. If ever a prize card is taken on Yoshiyuki's side, Counter Catcher's still active for you. Even though it's a double prize loss, you have 4 prize cards sitting there, and you only need 2 to close out.
Ooh, 200 now on the Latias. There's a lot of ways to try and heal that off. Well, there's a penny. There's Penny to try and heal off something on the Latias.
Yeah, there you have it. Just that damage counter back over to the Psyduck, setting up for that strategy if it's Dragapult in combination with Jamming Tower. Monkey Dory now has 60 hit points remaining, so that Pokemon could be cleared away if it's not healed. Penny needs to be played on one of these 2 Pokemon if you wish to heal that. And Yoshiyuki just needs to draw cards.
Ooh, all right. Choosing to draw 2 with the run Aaron, that means the Penny has to go on the Kangaskhan?
Well, if the pieces are all here, then energy in combination with the Monkey Dory could push 90 onto the active to take a knockout. And then a boss's orders on Pheasantipity would be a clear KO with the Mega Kangaskhan.
Oh.
But do you have the cards for that?
That's a lot to ask for off 2 cards, since we did see...
How many energies have we seen already? Look at this. It's 5 dark energies, 2 fighting, a mist in the prizes. There's not much left going on here.
There's like 1 dark energy left in the deck. Granted, there are multiple energy switch, well, specifically 2 energy switches that could still see play. You could also Penny the Monkey Dory, reestablish that if you really, really want to get 90 damage movement.
Yeah, the problem is then the Badoo is played in the active spot, and you don't have a chance at the game-winning flips. How do you go about this?
Okay. It's damage movement. I thought for a second that was the attack.
Just cleaning up some of the damage on this side of the board. Miguel's still holding on to a massive hand on the other side, but no Dracloaks to rebuild this. And second Monkey Dory is played. Is this Penny for a knockout and then work things out? Tons of damage still left on the board. This might just be like a retreat into Psyduck and hang on after this ridiculous play here.
He's retreated already.
Oh, yes.
How do you get the Kangaskhan out of the active? You can't put down Petch. You've already played your Penny.
Uh-oh.
Can you heal it enough where it
Bravery, Charm, Lively Stadium. You'd still be in range at that point.
You just hope your opponent doesn't have a singular energy card? Is the play?
That's an out.
Yeah, right now there is 110 HP on the Kangaskhan. Lively Stadium increases that.
Wow. That's a KO on Badoo. Prize card taken. Yoshiyuki inched just closer, but now it's on Miguel. Just needs to flash that energy.
1 energy, and he wins this first game here at the finals of Houston. Does he have it? There's an Iono. There's so many cards.
Oh,
Ursaluna?
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, that does it too. Who? And Miguel takes that knockout. Blood Moon Ursaluna, 240 damage onto the heavily damaged Kangaskhan. And takes the first game against Yoshiyuki.
That would be the first time that I've seen a Blood Moon Ursaluna win the game when you have 4 prize cards remaining. But I guess it works out there in that spot. It's, of course, when you have the double prize loss snuck into that, it's a bit unfortunate, but that's why we have so much time here in the finals. Great chance for both these players to really show us what they're made of. And we saw a lot of great play in the start of this game. Take one more look at how we got here. It was
Again,
headbutt and Psyducks.
Psyduck just holding the line here for Yoshi. And ooh, the big suspenseful coin flips from the Kangaskhan. And double heads takes the knockout on the Dragapult EX. I thought for sure that just run away with the game with that. And then just another headbutt.
Yep.
With Psyduck.
Can't leave damage counters on the board when you're staring down double Monkey Dory.
See, that's why Psyduck has the headache.
Because we've been headbutting it. Yes, of course. That's just rough. You think game design thought about that with the jet headbutt 70 into a 70 hit point Psyduck?
I believe it, Kyle. I believe it. Yeah, Miguel Marin right now just one game away from becoming this year's Houston Regional Champion. But Yoshiyuki, this is a player who has been in this game, one of the best players in the game. So I'm sure, yes, there is the setback of getting that double prize penalty, getting this game loss. I 100% believe this is a player who can maintain composure despite situations like this.
Yeah, with Miguel 2-0 through Liam Halliburton at one point in this tournament. Yoshiyuki 2-0 through Henry Chow in the top 4. Now both these players sit with 1, maybe 2 games left to see who will be our champion. We are getting things underway with some unlikely heroes.
That's Psyduck once again, and Hawlucha in the active, something you never want to see. Not only is it not the best Pokemon to start with, it means you don't have access to that flying entry ability. Right now, Miguel at least has the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Look at the prize cards.
Oh no, double Dreepy. That's not great to see. It's just lining up for that Buddy Buddy Poffin on that opening turn. That's immediately what you go to look for. I guess at the bottom of the prize cards, if you do find the early KOs, you'll run into those.
Yeah, with 2 prize, you are missing a couple of links in that chain, right?
Hey, nasty on the other side from Yoshiyuki. You see a Psyduck and you start to wonder, okay, well, what's he really going to do here? You let your opponent go first because you want to make sure you have a turn of items. What's the best item you could have when you're staring down a Badoo waiting for you?
Your ace spec.
Precious Trolley.
Doesn't even have to find it with an Arven?
He's got all of that just waiting for him on the other side.
Oh, tell me he has the Turbo Energize as well.
I can't tell you that yet. We'll see at least one of those in the prize cards for Yoshiyuki. So it could be a little trickier, but of course we know Arven, very easy find that could potentially lead to that and accelerate all those energies. Some key piece that was missing in the last game. Acceleration over to a Kangaskhan wasn't exactly where you wanted to go.
Ultra Ball being played there, grabbing Miguel's last Dreepy right now anyway. And it's just going to be a pass now to Yoshi. Let's see some big plays potentially. There it is. Precious Trolley able to find as many basic Pokemon you can fit on your bench.
It's going to fill up here at this point. You have plenty of great Pokemon. Nothing really to worry about in those prize cards.
There it is, the correct retreat option this time. Not the Petrunt, going straight into the Latias. And handpicked himself 2 Megas, 2 Monkeys, and your retreat.
Yeah, retreat that Psyduck. That's a Pokemon you want in this optimal setup as well. So you have all that working for you. Energy to a Mega Kangaskhan and a Turbo Energize onto either Monkey Dories or that Mega Absol if you want to get aggressive in this spot. We've seen either way. It just depends on what your hand is telling you. If you have Boss's orders and you can start destroying some of these Dracloaks on the other side, get after it. Where's the Turbo Energize? Oh, no.
Almost perfect, Kyle. Maybe the Arven would have been better, but yeah.
Maybe any supporter would have been better.
Just an attachment there onto the Mega Absol EX, as Miguel does have the Lily's Determination, and I believe evolved one of the Dreepies into Dracloak.
Now, a piece that was missing in the last hand was an energy card. If you can find that, you can establish this item lock, maybe buy a few more turns, and sees a few of those. However, you will not see any more Dracloaks because Dreepy is waiting right there.
Plays the Buddy Poffin anyway, but hey, you can still grab Duskull. Those are pretty important.
Oh, yeah, we love Duskull, especially with the Psyduck waiting for us on the other side.
Just wait for the headbutt. Wait for the headbutt.
Okay. It's coming. Do you commit at this point? I think Miguel learned a little bit of his lesson in the last time when he evolved into the Dusclops preemptively. It made sense for the spot because you wanted to have access to Dusknoir previously, but if you just leave this as Duskull for now, if your opponent ever tries to trap it up, you have the Latios that can move it around or have that lower retreat.
Just even more insult to injury, more ways to find non-rule box Pokemon if they were in the deck. Ooh, finds the Latias, though. Could even say, hey, you know what? I didn't get my other Dreepy because I definitely wanted this Latias on the bench.
This is what I was looking for, and it actually is pretty nice. You have that energy card now for the Dracloak. Feel pretty confident with that Itchy Pollen into this board. Maybe your opponent doesn't find any more ways to get energies accelerated.
Did whiff on the Turbo Energize. 2 more cards here from Yoshiyuki. There's an Arvin.
Arvin, hang on. We got a game.
We're accelerating. Again, one of the Turbo Energizes was prized. There, luckily, Yoshiyuki does play 2. That's just how important this TM is. Main way to really accelerate in the deck.
And look at this board on the other side for Miguel with just the 2 Dracloaks and all these awkward Pokemon to work with. Mega Absol could really start to shred through this with Boss's Orders, taking away some nice cards in the hand as well, just leaving awkward Pokemon like Duskulls that have no effects built in, this Hawlucha that's not going to do anything. If you can ignore item lock, go for it.
There's 2 Darkness Energies coming into play straight into the Mega Absol. I was thinking if we spare some for the Monkey Dories, but
I think if there was one more Itchy Pollen into this Mega Kangaskhan, you'd consider it to have at least 1 Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, then push that damage to the Badoo, and then try to take that KO under Dracloak. But if you can leave that Pokemon on the board, it doesn't hurt you, and it just leads to Miguel having a pretty weak board on the other side.
Right now, first Recon Directive already used. Here's the second one. Think he's digging for. Oh, look, a Dracloak.
Yeah, it's typically everything you're looking for right then and there, but things have changed. And if you go aggressive in this spot now, as we've seen the energy and the Dragapult in hand, you could always consider attacking in, leaving that damage on the board, and hoping not to see that terminal period on the other side. But even just an energy and an energy switch could surprise you and take that damage right back over to the Dragapult. Yeah. So slows down. Energy on the other Pokemon. Wise.
1 Psychic on 1, Fire for the other. Professor Turo, that's a great way to free up a bench space, get access to the Hawlucha in the future. That's just that important to have access to the extra 10 ping. As it is just going to be Itchy Pollen once again. Back with Yoshi. Question is, does he have something like a Boss's Order, get a little bit more value?
All right, Mist Duck lined up. This is a great way to protect this Pokemon through any of the additional damage effects that we would typically see in this matchup. However, it does leave a spot for Miguel to place the damage. If you ever want to avoid the Phantom Dive additional effect, you can just throw all that onto the Mist Energy and clear that away. Still would have that 200 damage in the active on whichever Pokemon, so you would be in range of terminal period. It's just a slow down turn, pass over, hold on to that Psyduck and friends.
Just a pass back now on to Miguel, and again, just a hallmark of our top players, our pro players. Patience. Wait for the right time.
How hard is it to have patience in a spot where 35 minutes in, you're already down a game in the finals, but sure enough, it's just where you need to be. You trust your deck, you trust yourself. You've got a pretty ugly board on the other side, just no Dreepies to work with. Other than these 2 Pokemon set up, and if you can start chipping away at them, this could be trouble.
I wonder how many. We've watched so many games now where players just really wait for the optimal board, and I like it. I like to see decks really have access to the full power, full capabilities. Right now, Pokepad is going to be played. Second, Duskull.
If you didn't know before, you know now, Yoshiyuki. As a pretty clear indication.
He just really wants to be able to pop.
Well, we could see something like that, even with the boss's orders and the jet headbutt into the Psyduck. At this point, clear that away, force your opponent to have the additional resources to bring this card back, and it's just not time yet. The damage is lined up. If Yoshiyuki wants to get aggressive, energy switch, dark energy over to that Monkey Dory would be plenty to take the KO.
Let's think about attaching the energy onto the Kangaskhan. Has basic fighting energy, has energy switch, but no dark energy in hand just yet. Onto the Kangaskhan. Almost ready to start swinging, but oh no, we are swinging. There's the boss's orders.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. If you get to this spot, you sense weakness. Doesn't really matter about what you see in the hand, but you can start to limit a few things. If you like your hand, dump that Iono. Do not give your opponent a chance. And there's only one Dracloak to draw back from this spot.
That was the only supporter in Miguel's hand. I was surprised by that, actually. It's been a couple of turns, a couple of draws, but that's all he had to work with. Right now, Yoshiyuki takes the first prize card.
And if Miguel doesn't feel comfortable attacking in at this point, evolving that Dracloak and starting to work in some combination of attacks, he's in for a world of pain. A boss's orders drawn off the prize cards from Yoshiyuki. That Pokemon will be instantly cleared off the board.
Yoshiyuki's deck plays 4 boss's orders and 2 counter catchers. 6 ways to get targeted attacks. The energy attachment. Doesn't even have Night Stretcher to maybe try and get back the Dreepy.
Yeah, that's where I was going at that point too. Is just you need to have that Pokemon back in play, attack in, put pressure on your opponent so that they can't force Monkey Dory damage anywhere that you don't need.
Again, Yoshiyuki did hit the Iono in Miguel's hand, but was able to draw. Miguel was able to draw into an Iono off the Dracloaks, I believe, but is opting to just attack here. Oh, wait.
It's Hawlucha.
Oh, that was Hawlucha, yeah.
That's wild that Professor Turo at that early stage of the game to pick this Pokemon back up now played right back down to put some pressure onto this board, but it does lead to a KO. If you want to remove that Latios, you could do that. I think we saw counter catcher in hand, but we'll forego it. And this is pretty big, as Yoshiyuki had the combo in hand of energy along with the energy switch to have an easy access to a terminal period KO on the following turn. Now those cards need to be found 5 in hand, and working in that Kangaskhan draw just gets a little trickier.
Getting a knockout on this lone Dragapult is just game ending. There's no backup at all for Miguel. It has to be an attack. Do you put the 6 damage counters on the Psyduck, or there's a lot of damage already? Might as well put the 6 somewhere.
If you put them on the Psyduck, there's not enough damage to terminal period off of anywhere else but the Mega Absol. That damage would have to be moved from that point. And goes with the counter catcher. I thought we saw it in the earlier hands, but wants to go with it now. And this is that same spot of if you put the damage counters all onto the Psyduck, you don't have to worry about terminal period. This is a big risk. Wants to place the damage out.
You could also put it in a way where you can't move 3 and 3, right? Just 2 on the Mega Absol and now 5 on to...
But with 3 on Mega Kangaskhan, it's irrelevant.
I missed that one. There's already 3 from the Badoo.
Yeah, and double Dreepy found just in the moment that the board is filled with Hawlucha. Just not working out just yet, but Yoshiyuki has not shown the pieces. I don't think any of those cards are getting the job done.
Opts for the Kangaskhan into the active. That is the draw, but right now there's no way to retreat. Even the Petron could help out at this point. Nothing in the hand is part of the combo piece.
Right.
Break it down. What does Yoshi need?
Well, this is where you need to make a decision of do you play the supporter first or do you use this Mega Kangaskhan? It wants to see the draws. And what answer do you have? That's Iono Cornerstone. That's not great. Arvin has access to that energy switch. Is there an energy in the hand to go along with this?
Energy switch. Again, I don't think I saw the Darkness Energy in Yoshiyuki's hand. Is it an energy switch to the Kangaskhan? Because we can't retreat it.
Yeah, this Pokemon's stuck. There's a fighting energy that can be worked in, so missed out in that regard. Energy moved over to the Monkey Dory. Going to soften up the Dragon Bolt and go for the 2 flips once more. Are you kidding me? Is it really time? Can push that damage onto the active. It's 290 remaining. He's done it once. Can he do it twice?
This one's a little bit more important than the last one. This is the lone Dragapult for Miguel. Here's the first one.
Oh, misses out. No spin time.
He misplayed. It didn't get the spin. The spin was the heads.
He got a little more wrist action there.
200 damage now onto the lone Dragapult. Miguel is not out of the woods. He still needs to find a way. There is no way. There is no way to bench a Dreepy. The Turo's already used.
You get all excited because Yoshiyuki can't really clamp down in that game, close out right here. But then you look at the board and you're like, oh, man, where do you go from here?
You can't pop Dusclopses to open up the board. You're just going to have to attack with the Dragapult again, then go into Badoo?
Just not conducive at this point.
Very, very awkward. Literally nothing can attack besides Badoo.
If your other attacker has to be Shadowbind Dusknoir with Neo Upper Energy, we are in for a crazy final. You've seen it before playing against Crustle. Is it time against Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi?
I didn't mean to curse this with that.
Well,
but that might be the case. 150 damage is not negligible. That's pretty good. That's half the Mega's HP. And with the secondary effect,
nope.
Ooh.
Not a fan of the uppies. Fire energy to this Pokemon would also be the same. It just really values this attacker instead of others. I can understand Badoo slowing things down, but it can't slow down a boss's orders if that's to be found. And that would be absolute pain.
Dragapult with 90 HP remaining.
There's a Monkey Dory. There's enough damage counters to clear this Pokemon. If you just need to see a new Pokemon in the active spot.
Earthen Vessel is a great way to find more energies. If there's should be more Darkness Energy in the deck. I believe there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. But Boss's Orders was the biggest thing, and unfortunately, Yoshiyuki doesn't have it just yet. Oh, Earthen Vessel can't be played because we're under Badoo.
Yes, that too. Yeah, just setting up for some additional attackers. If you place this damage over to the other side, you can remove the Badoo from play and attack into something, hopefully, and take put a little more pressure on your opponent. It's just awkward. You don't have maybe Petrarch at this point is the only real resource that would make you feel good. You can't play Night Stretcher to pull back that Latias and bring that back onto the board. Kangaskhan doesn't feel like the right attacker in this spot. If you attack in with Claw of Darkness, that's where you want to be.
At this point, do you think maybe even the correct play is to not attack, not give the bench base open?
I kind of just want to see my opponent send up one of these goofballs. If you have the answer, you take a KO on something good. If they send up something bad, you wait your time. But no, he doesn't mind the item lock, and I get that too.
Yeah, no, it is just going to be the pass, not giving Miguel the bench space.
Truly, where do you go from here?
Hey, there's 2 energies. Neo Upper is going onto the Dusclops.
He's found the line. I have run out of ways to attack. If I ever promote this Dragapult, it is KO'd. I need to sub in a different attacker. And it could technically do a little bit of work.
I mean, it has a secondary effect as well, where during the next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat, trapping something in the active. Trapping a Mega Evolution seems pretty good as well.
Yep. Of course, there's still Petrarch, Penny, a few other resources to consider, but just having another attacker in this spot feels nice. Itchy Pollen, getting the crowd going. 10 extra onto that Kangaskhan.
Yoshiyuki, though, does have the boss's orders this time in hand.
All right. Well, there's some plays that could line up with the 2-2-2, clearing off that Dragapult if you can establish the third Monkey Dory. You can see that energy switch, an attachment, a penny. Some ways to move those damage counters, get all of those over to the other side, but chooses to go against that Badoo.
Badoo with 10 HP remaining. Yoshiyuki still needs to find one more energy. Energy switch doesn't work because we're still item locked.
Boss's orders, who's the threat? Doesn't think that Dusknoir will do too much damage at this time, and he says, go ahead, let's see it.
Big knockout here for Yoshiyuki, taking knockout on the lone Dragapult EX. Back now to Miguel. Actually doesn't even have anything to work with. Does have the energy, actually, to attack with the Dusknoir.
Yeah, buddy. Shadow Bind coming into play. Is this how you win a regional championship?
Spooky.
No, it's not. Scoop it up. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
I would have attacked and then maybe scooped. Just to say that I did.
Yep. Yeah, that was me. I'm the Shadow Binder.
But here we go. Yoshiyuki ties things up. Both players are now 1 win away from sweet, sweet championship gold. Who, very, very interesting series of events.
Yeah, it's been a bit uneasy for both of our players. Just trying to manage the most awkward board states imaginable. I don't think you could have written a goofier script for us, but we'll jump right back into the replay. See what happened here. I mean, stomping on the other side from Yoshiyuki. What a setup this time around.
Again, did miss out on the turn 1 Turbo Energize, but hey, still got there in the end. And this was, yeah, absolutely dominating. Boss's orders, lone Dragapult, and so close to Shadow Bind. But nope, yeah. Doesn't put damage counter, so it doesn't count.
Not exactly the route that Miguel wanted to go that time around, but now has a great chance. Maybe the prize cards will be a little nicer this time. I'm sure the crowd's anxiously anticipating what we'll see here for our game 3. So often, these can be the difference. We are underway. And I know 4 Dreepy aren't prized, because there's one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the last game here at the Houston Regional Championship. Winner here will be our regional champion. Yoshiyuki is going to start us off. Kangaskhan in the active. Nestball is going to be played. And there's a Psyduck.
It's not a precious trolley, and it's not in the prizes, but you'll take a Psyduck to start things off. Mega Kangaskhan can draw into plenty of great resources, but the Psyduck can be one of those tricky ones that if you don't find it early and you don't hang on to it, you could run into a lot of trouble.
Very important. Nestball. This might be last item Yoshi plays for a minute, if Miguel has anything to say about it. So that's how important that one singular Psyduck is. Unless there's more in the hand.
I just want to see an energy at this point. It looks like there is a dark energy to go along with this. Now, questions of the commitment, and wants to go with the bench Pokemon here.
And where does this Bravery Charm go? What's more important, Big Mega? No. Headache Duck? Yeah, it's going to be that.
Did we see Mega Kangaskhan use its ability?
I think he started with it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It was quick. I was like, hang on, pal.
There was a lot of cards in hand.
Okay. Oh, this is a nice one to see in the hand. The Pokepad. It's not a buddy poffin just yet, but it will lead to that inevitable item lock that we so often see players lean into.
Yeah, I was going to check his prize cards, smile a little bit. That's the head nod of not to our prize this time.
Playable. It's still not great. It's there's a few resources in there you don't love to see, but it's manageable.
Yep, Pokepad there for the Badoo. Do we see anything else playable? Hopefully a supporter. Here's the prize cards.
No more prizes. One copy of that Badoo. One of those Dreepies, unfortunate, and so many ways to search out Pokemon. Double Ultra Ball, a Buddy, and a Hilda. Could lead to some awkward draws. Maybe Iono has something to say about that.
At 2 Ultra Ball being prized, that means there's only 1 in the deck. The 1 Hilda prize as well. That means it might be tough to find evolutions.
That's what we're looking at. And this is a huge draw, not only to find the Buddy Poffin, but I think the last 2 cards drawn were Dreepy Cloak.
Wait, there's something missing though, Kyle. There's something missing.
Uh-oh, do we need energy?
I don't think I saw an energy. I don't think I saw a way to get Latias either.
Does Latias have 70 hit points? If not, we're in trouble.
Maybe if you squint.
I don't think we're going to see that just yet, and that could be an additional turn of items for Yoshiyuki. I could think of one that would be really nice at this time.
Pink card?
Good old pink card.
Ooh. Go. The Buddy Poffin.
I wonder if that gets a smirk out of Yoshiyuki to see a failed Buddy Poffin once more with 2 Dreepy. Says, oh, I got him. Nope, it's here.
Haha. I have 3 Dreepies to work with.
But no energy.
Yep, just a pass. Yoshiyuki has an Arven to work with. That means Turbo Energize. There's no Jamming Tower in play either.
Yeah, big find. It's not only the Arven, but also the pink card to fill out the rest of the board. A full setup, the fighting energy, the optimal energy for this Mega Kangaskhan also to be played there. And a full access to either the setup Monkey Dories or the aggression of the terminal, the Claw of Darkness on the Mega Absol. You can go either way from this point. We saw discarding from the hand was really good last time.
Do you choose not to bench the Latias? Is it in hand? Is it in the prize cards?
Yeah, we didn't see it in the prize cards, so maybe he has access to that in hand. And
okay.
I think Miguel would wish for the same thing.
Yep, there it is. This is the exact same bench he built up in the last game, and he won that last game. Oh, Turbo Energize. Able to accelerate 2 energy cards into the field.
I think guaranteeing the attacker just makes a lot of sense.
Nice and clean there as well. Getting full use of those the fighting energies means there's more darkness energies in the deck for the monkeys. There's a Dracloak though, and a second Dracloak potentially.
Yeah, and
there's draw. There's
this looks to be really clean from Miguel. If you wish to search out that second Dracloak now, you don't need to use Recon Directive. There's a Lily's Determination in hand. Draw the full 8 cards, then use that resource. You can add that hand, buff it up to 10 cards afterwards, and really start to make things work with that Itchy Pollen, establishing an energy. If you find that Latias, you can move around. There's so many resources to be found.
At this point, though, once you start using Itchy Pollen, what item are you really stopping? I think the only thing that comes to mind is maybe Earthen Vessel stops more Monkey Dory, because everything's on the bench now.
The energy's into play here, a tricky thing to worry about. Right now, Monkey Dory is not helping out. No energy switch shenanigans in that spot. Just buys you a little more time to find the energies for yourself.
There's just the Absol staring at me, and dedicating an energy to retreat feels a little bad as well, but also benching a Latias if you have access to it.
Well,
that's 2 prize cards easily.
Think of it this way. If the Mega Absol is promoted and wants to take a knockout, if Boss's Orders isn't a part of that combination, you're wasting 200 damage into a Badoo in that spot. It's
fair enough.
Exactly the trade that Miguel would look for. You can have a card from my hand as long as you let me go down in prize cards, maybe start to work in some counter catchers and get the job done there. There's the Latias, so doesn't have to worry about the energy card just yet.
Oh,
there's a Neo. Okay. This is that commitment that we've seen. You play this early, and if there's a Boss's Orders waiting on the other side, you lose access to the attack. Every attack will be foreshadowed from that point forward with the attachments.
That's so risky. There was a Psychic Energy in hand. Do you think Miguel is just going to evolve the Dracloak anyway this turn?
That's just, it's just a hard read that your opponent will not have the answer if you don't evolve here.
Hoping that Yoshiyuki doesn't draw one of his 4 Boss's Orders is a very, very tough ask.
Pokepad once more for another Dracloak, finds some more resources. He's really made a great board this time around. exact opposite of game number 2. This is optimal on both sides now. Yoshi is ready to go back to back with Boss's Orders 2 sitting in that 4-card hand.
Just a lot of energy here in Miguel's hand. The best one in the field. Neo upper. It stays on the field. Does Yoshiyuki have Boss's Orders? Take out a huge resource from Miguel. And there it is. Boss's Orders on the Dracloak with the A-Spec.
Massive punish here for playing that card down. Gets a peek at the hand. You want to go after one of those 4 energies, or you want to take away an attacker? There's nothing great there yet.
It could be the Dragapult.
That's where I'm at. Oh, there's the Iono.
I didn't see the supporter.
That's a pretty good one when you're holding another boss.
Ooh. And just like that, Miguel is 2 turns away from attacking with a Dragapult. Has to try and commit 2 energies, one by one.
And didn't see exactly what happened on that spot. So quickly did the cards get played back, but did he find a supporter to go along with this after the Claw of Darkness? Did he just find another Iono after losing one?
That would be a big topic. Yeah, it is.
Boy, that's, yeah, that helps.
And Yoshiyuki does play 4 Boss's Orders. There's still 2 more in the deck.
All right, to work into what, the perfect optimized lines. Does Miguel here in this spot find Jamming Tower and Counter Catcher? If you can take out that Psyduck, establish Dusclops in combination with that, next turn you're threatening a Mega Absol KO on the other side with your Dragapult.
Absolutely none of that, Kyle. Nothing.
Well, then why am I even talking? What's the point? Draw the cards.
It was nice to hope.
Okay. Well, then let's just Itchy Pollen or something. Oh, wait. Bez!
There's hope.
Bez! Save us!
So Counter Catcher.
The script.
Stadium.
That's none of them.
Pheasant Dippity, do you need to read it again?
Flip the script from bad to worse on Miguel's
we're not done yet. That was still nothing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Recon Directive, just the last one to work with that evolution. On the other side, is Itchy Pollen really the way to go? Get that weakness in there.
Oh, another Boss's Order in Yoshiyuki's hand. Can get another targeted attack. First attack into the Dragapult. This is so big again. Miguel is going to struggle to get things set up.
Yeah, at this point, as soon as the Neo upper energy is gone, you target wherever the energy is played. It does not matter about your cloaks. I don't care about a Pheasant Dippity. Do whatever you want. If you place an energy on it, I'm probably going after it at this point.
Yeah, the Boss's Orders could take out the option for the Jet Headbutt play once again. Night Stretcher. Again, could we maybe set up the second Dracloak into Dragapult, attach there, get the Boss's Orders, Counter Catcher on the Psyduck, and since we're best attack is Jet Headbutt anyway.
Yeah, it's been the MVP of the game so far, unfortunately.
He just draws into everything that gets discarded.
Yeah. If you ever want to piece together the puzzle, you need to hold on to these resources, and Mega Absol does a great job.
Oh,
making sure that you don't get the job done.
Here's a struggle, though. Because of the Dracloak, he has to pick. There is a Boss's Orders in hand, but he doesn't have the Jamming Tower just yet. So in order to prevent it getting sniped off once again, is going to choose to actually send it to the bottom of the deck.
Okay. And it leads to the Dusclops, which could be played down. If you ever get the damage onto the Psyduck, you could try to set up that combo and use Curse Blast, but prize cards are going to be falling left and right on Yoshiyuki's side. Attaching this energy would be brutal. That's a clear KO waiting, so wants to hold back.
Yeah, energy attachment instead onto the bench Dracloak. So I believe still, can't Pheasant Dippity. There was no knockout.
Feels like it.
Yeah, because that's just how brutal that attack was. Just a Jet Headbutt here. Doesn't seem that doesn't get that far. Luckily, there is no energies yet onto the Monkey Dory, so no movement yet, but no item lock. That means these Pokegears. Oh, there's also the Earthen Vessel.
Pokegear taking a peek. If you ever saw another boss's orders, would you ever just go after the Dracloak in that spot now? You have the damage on the Dragapult. You know that you can handle that Pokemon at any time, but it's a clean Dragapult that really threatens you at this point in the game. You don't want to see that hanging around.
Instead, it looks like it is going to be the Arven. Could even double, get the E-Switch, maybe even get a knockout on a Duskull if you really want to get that aggressive.
Yeah, prize cards could be had here. With the Arven played, it takes away a few other resources that we could have otherwise seen. Some penny plays, but I think this is just fine at this point in time. Make use of these resources, find the energies, establish that Monkey Dory as a way to continue to threaten your opponent. Duskull will be a pretty easy KO at some point. Obviously, Batu, very simple KO at some point too.
Who getting the 30 damage onto the Dracloak. You were saying it was going to be safe. Oh, double onto the Dracloak. Just like that, it has 60 damage. It's no longer safe. It's in terminal period range.
Yeah, and a penny away from me finding even more answers at that point. It's could have taken a lot away, but this was the big attacker now.
Now, what do you do now? You're so offbeat just because of your ace bet getting taken out without getting use out of it.
Yeah, it was a big risk, and if it paid off for Miguel, then we could see additional energies thrown down, and you won't have to worry about them being targeted each time. Instead, you're just on the back foot, trying to take out this massive Pokemon on the other side. 250 hit points remaining. You have a little bit of reach with the Dragapult, but once that damage is on that Pokemon, it's likely to stay. Any damage you attack into at this point, Monkey Dory will check you. And that could be a knockout with Claw of Darkness, double Adrenabrain.
Yep, Pheasantipity this time at least can draws into the Dragapult. I didn't see if it was the second energy, but this might be the, oh, there it is. There's the second energy. This might be Miguel's last Phantom Dive of the tournament. No backup GP just yet.
To close out in this game, typically it involves one of those Ionos. After your opponent's exhausted all of those resources, gone down on a low prize count, and then you take away one of those big Pokemon like that Mega Absol. If you could remove that, then you'd use that. But we see 3 Ionos already played to get to this point alone. Just so much needed to stay in this game for Miguel.
And even then, Yoshiyuki played around the potential for Iono. Getting that energy switch early means it's game on board. Well, knockout on board.
Yeah, just holding on to that Dark Energy has double Adrenabrain ready if there's additional damage played into that Mega Absol.
So Night Stretcher could re-establish a Dreepy, but that is so far away from turning into a real threat at the moment.
It's hard to incorporate some other plays that we've seen with the Bidoof. If you have the counter catchers and try to stall for any time, Latias makes pretty quick work of that with retreating out, and you see him just holding on to that counter catcher. Needs to buy an additional turn. It's Bidoof, Itchy Pollen.
Doesn't even evolve the bench Dracloak, so that Dracloak has 30 HP remaining. Doesn't even need the boss's orders to try and deal with that.
Yeah, well, start waving goodbye. That is 100% a place to put that damage and clear off a major threat. And at this point, do you even need to attack? You could leave Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot, clear that Pokemon, and pass turn, waiting to find your next boss's orders to target wherever an energy goes.
Yep, and there it is, just Adrenabrain. Moving 3. Let's think about it. Where is it going?
Is this a trap?
Surely. This is too juicy to take.
Why do you want me to do this? Is there Blood Moon Ursaluna coming? What?
Oh, opts to not do it.
Yeah, just wants to set up for if you could take multiple Pokemon off the board at the same time. He's got 3 prize cards remaining. It could be another checkmate style of situation.
Yeah, let's not open up the bench space for any sort of surprise. Very tough.
What an odd spot. 9 minutes remaining in this game.
Now, even if Miguel gets the attack off with the Dragapult, it's a terminal period plus double monkey. That's done.
Yeah,
that is checkmate.
Attacking in at this spot seems impossible.
But how do you win if you don't attack?
You believe in yourself. I don't know how you could possibly figure this one out. There's so much damage built onto your only clear answers. No bench spaces are opening up. It's never going to be a chance for Curse Blast. Psyduck's waiting there. Itchy Pollen isn't doing anything for you, and anytime you add a damage counter to the other side of the board, it is shoved right back to the other side. It is nearly insurmountable here for Miguel, but he will continue to press forward.
Maybe just buy time. Yes, it looks like Yoshi's opting to just pass. Maybe Miguel takes advantage of that. Let's just keep using the Badoo, get more energy attachments, and then at some point, at least get Dragapult online, start taking knockouts on the bench, and then sending the 60 damage onto the Psyduck, so there's nothing to move.
From Yoshiyuki's side, 6 is the magic number. If you have 60 damage on a Dracloak, feels comfortable just leaving that there. It won't be moved to the other side. He's got the deck list information that there's no Monkey Dory to heal this Pokemon up. So if you place that one other damage counter onto the other Dracloak, you have guaranteed terminal periods waiting anytime they evolve into a Dragapult. And then that Badoo is an easy clear with a Monkey Dory.
I don't know how important that was to get the 10 damage onto the Latias as opposed to the Kangaskhan. Prevents drawing two cards and then going into Absol, I suppose.
A moral victory at that point. Skyliner.
And there it is, just a pass. We again mentioned earlier, Miguel's missing beats because of the Neo Upper. At this point, he should be back in beat 4 energy attachments in any case, but the board is just... The fact that it's just 6 damage on each makes the board look so bad.
This is the spot that you don't want to see as a Dragapult player. Attacking him with Jet Headbutt has been his best answer so many times. It's because leaving damage on the other side of the board when the Monkey Dories are established forces an answer on the other side. Clear knockouts, and there is no pressure on this Mega Absol.
Yeah, there's... Attacks have to leave no damage at all for Miguel to stay into this. The attacks, clear knockouts already are on the board with the Dragapult EXs, and then the fact that Badoo has 30 HP is simple. Whoop, monkey.
The one thing that really could mess with Yoshiyuki at this point is any issues with his sleeves.
Don't put that out there, Kyle.
Oh, he just passed his deck over to the judge. He's being very careful with how this goes down at this point.
Is there a judge draw? Can you draw the card for me, Judge? Is that a thing?
I've yet to see that yet. I've seen the judge ball where they shuffle for you whenever, and they have to play your own Pokemon down. We're a little past that point.
Itchy Pollen once again. Singular damage counter.
All right. Lily's determination. See a few more cards.
At this point as well, Miguel can't even Itchy Pollen safely into a Kangaskhan.
No, it feels bad. do you stop attacking to avoid getting to that crucial third damage counter? It could lead to some real issues now. And with Live Stadium, bump up those hit points a little more.
Hey, it makes things tougher. Badoo can now survive one Monkey Dory throw.
Okay. Go Badoo. You've earned it. No rush from Yoshiyuki. The clock continues to tick. 5 minutes remaining for Miguel to solve this puzzle. He has attackers ready. But are they ready to attack?
You can't even depend on Dusknoir now. Neo Upper is gone. Oh, Turo gets the Badoo out of harm's way. So there's no easy, simple, single throw of Adrenabrain. But Dusclops is still in play.
Duskull, yeah. Still, this board is not an answer. If you promote that Dragapult, attack in, you're leaving enough damage to where Penny Monkey Dory can close that game out. Cannot leave that as an option. Too many resources in the hand for Yoshiyuki. I don't think we've even seen one of those play just yet. Plenty of resources.
This is a safe Pokemon to retreat into now, though. Blood Moon Ursaluna can't even attack. I don't think Yoshiyuki's even going to let it attack. If he's going to win the game, he's going to win the game by taking 3 prize cards.
Right, you can set up this spot to where you don't ever have to reveal too much. And this is a pass over with the Duskull. 2013? What are we doing here with Duskull pass?
Just a pass. Now Yoshiyuki does find a boss's orders if he chooses to take knockouts this turn. There it is, boss's orders on the Pheasantipity.
Right, attacks in, sees the hand, puts a bunch of damage onto this Pokemon, removes the boss's orders. That hand is not looking pretty, and Pheasantipity is 10 damage away from being KO'd.
Now there's the only thing you can hide behind as Miguel is the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay.
Again, there is 10 damage on the board. There's 2 damage actually with the Mega Kangaskhan. So moving 2 with the Monkey Dory does get a knockout here on the Pheasantipity eventually. But again, Yoshiyuki's going to take all 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Not going to allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna's seasoned skill ability to activate.
Miguel solves the first piece of denying the 1 prize Pokemon, but Pheasantipity's still there. If the answer is available, I'm sure Yoshiyuki could find it. But 1 damage counter to take away this.
And I see the boss's orders. There it is. Woo! Boss's orders. That's boss. Yoshiyuki, the ultimate boss here at the Houston Regional Championships. What a game.
That had everything. There was so much back and forth, so much to consider. The Badoo Ichipollen just continued to hang around, and there's just no clear answer to how to work through this wall. Mega Absol is a problem. Denying cards from the hand, forcing to attack into those hit points, and with the protection of Monkey Dory waiting behind, there's just nothing you can do.
All right, I believe we have a couple of replays. Let's check out that last match here once again. And if you remember game 1, Psyduck holding the line for Yoshiyuki. I love that we just have this dice always ready to go. The dice clip. Yeah, Psyduck just continuously getting headbutted. So very unfortunate 2 prize penalty, but that Yoshiyuki didn't let that get to it.
And it very easily could have been just that. 40 minutes on the clock have basically passed at that point. So much that goes through your mind. The match was not going your way, but you do finally start to see the cards fall in your favor. Precious Trolley to start things off in the next game. A complete reversal of fortune and a massive attack in with these 2 Mega Pokemon, Kangaskhan and Absol, holding the line. We got to this final point here in game number 3. A lot of damage counters moved around. It took some time, but rightfully so. If you have the answer, force your opponent to try to find their own. And there was just nothing left for Miguel as we saw this Pheasantipity fall. Boss's orders found.
Yes, again, Yoshiyuki just setting it up. The ultimate checkmate play. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your Houston Regional Champion, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi.
And great names alongside Yoshiyuki there, of course. Great performance there from Miguel. Really putting an additional star next to his name. Alex Szymanski, what a tough way to go out there with those coin flips, but such an innovative deck. What a fun way to bring yourself back into contention there. He had the vision this time around after that LASIK. He was really seeing some lines. Henry Chow, also really great performance once more. Maybe he's got one more for us in Orlando with Gardevoir.
It'd be so odd to see him switch in Orlando, but
how dare you? Yeah, that's actually against the script at this point. I'm gonna refuse that deck list submission.
We call the judge. He's not playing Gardevoir. This isn't right. But yes, again, Gardevoir getting him one more accolade to his page. And of course, the rest of our top 8 here: Joseph, Kevin, Liam Halliburton, and Sammy Goldshine. All amazing plays. 2 Frostlass Monkey Dories in our top 8. Who could have foreseen that? Who could have thought that Mega Frostlass, of all things, is a great card?
Me. I put it in my caster prediction. Anyways, are we going to see that Frostlass in Orlando? As we have our fantastic regional championship awaiting us here April 3rd, not too long away. Spent some time in Florida myself, a great Pokemon community over there, and plenty of world champions. And we're not done just yet. Sevilla also waiting for you. March 28th, a little sooner. If you need some action before Orlando, make sure to check that out. Or if you're in the area, or if you got a flight, giddy up. It's time to play some more Pokemon.
Beautiful, beautiful places to visit. And again, here we are, our event winners. Regional champion Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, finalist Miguel Marin, Mega Absol, and a Dragapult EX. Very expert plays. I love it when the game gets to a checkmate point, when players know exactly what they're doing. No sticky sleeves.
Yep, we got there, and those were not our only champions. We also had a look with Skarzig to see who won in our juniors and seniors division. Always an exciting time. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor of the Houston Regional Championships, where the juniors finals is just about to begin. The matchup is Annabelle versus Sergio. Now, Annabelle, longtime player, longtime Dragapult player, piloting that deck against Sergio, who is on Grimmsnarl. So Sergio told me that this is going to be his first tournament playing the deck seriously, and he switched onto it because he wanted something that could beat Gardevoir. It's paid off for him here, and I can't wait to see how this matchup goes down. And after an exciting juniors finals, it was Annabelle who took the championship in Houston. How are you feeling, Annabelle?
Feeling amazing and like very surprised because that match was like really tough and I wasn't expecting to win that one. And like it was also very close in that spot.
You've been in the finals a lot, and I'm sure you've had to fight through some pretty rough spots. How did the finals go? Even though it was close, but anything specific about that matchup stuck out to you or those games?
So what happened is like for the first game, I misplayed because I accidentally put damage on their board when I wasn't supposed to. For the second game, I just started spreading all the damage. I took a 6-phase turn, which was really cool because I spread a ton of damage everywhere. And he couldn't get any of his monkeys set up with that dark energy. And for the third game, I just checkmated him because I had the Dusclops and I only had 1 prize card left. He had a bunch of monkeys and he couldn't KO the Dusclops, so then I could just Crystallis them.
I'm so happy to hear that you really had a strong sense of the matchup and a good map. Who helped you prepare for this matchup and helped you play this deck here at Houston to find success?
So me and my brother would test a lot, and he would help me find some of the matches. Also, my coach, Karis, helped me with this deck because she got me into the deck. She showed me, I was playing, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so good. And with the Mega Frostlass and everything, I'm like, this is so strong and consistent. So I really like how the deck worked, and like she helped me like a lot of the way, and she helped me through each matchup, and it was really helpful. Like, thank you for Karis.
I'm glad to hear that because of all of your experience and talent, you're still willing to reach out for other people to help you learn and help you get better. And now that there might be other players looking up to you now after your success, do you have any advice for them?
I had advice like, make sure you stay calm and make sure you have a poker face so you don't tell your opponent on like what there is, and then stay confident, make sure you're not always down or stuff like that. And the game is to have fun, and then make sure that you are being kind to everyone. Yeah.
Very wise words indeed from you, Annabelle. And now that you've got this regional win, you've punched your ticket for an automatic invite to the World Championships. But what's next for you?
I think next is Orlando for me. So I'm really excited for that one because it's on my birthday.
Okay, you're going to be competing at that one. Do you think you're going to stay on the same deck, or you want to keep it a surprise?
We'll see, because I just realized that's not rotation, but we'll see on how the meta is and stuff like that. We'll maybe keep it a surprise.
Okay, you're willing to shift with the meta game or maybe stick with what is working for you. But can I get any final thoughts or shout outs from you before I let you go and celebrate?
I want to give a shout out to my parents for helping me go along and then taking me here and feeding us and stuff like that and taking care of us. I also want to give a shout out to also Jackson for helping me for some of the matchups like Charizard, and I want to give out a shout out to like all my friends who supported me and helped me along the way.
Fantastic. That is once again Annabelle, everyone, our winner here from Houston. The senior finals are just about to start here in Houston. We've got Miles going up against his own testing partner, William. Now, William was actually our Pittsburgh senior champion, and that's when both of these players met. Since then, they've been testing their decks and really becoming good friends, and they've ended up in the finals against one another. Miles is actually going to be on Dragapult, which is a little bit unfavored into Williams' deck, Frostlass Monkey Dory. I talked to both players, got their feelings about the matchup. They said that there still are some angles for Dragapult to win. It's all going to come down to if the familiarity with the matchup and the setup for Williams' side will come through. But I can't wait to see how this matchup plays out. Here in Houston is William that came out on top with Monkey Dory Frostlass. How you feeling, my friend?
I feel amazing right now. I didn't think I'd ever win one regional, but doing two in the same season is wild.
That's absolutely amazing. And I'm understanding that you picked up the deck a little bit late before the tournament. Tell me about that.
So I picked it up, I think, around like Tuesday of last week. And honestly, I felt like it was like a really fun deck. It was decent to a lot of the top meta. I said to dodge Absol, but I felt like it was obviously the right change. But yeah, it felt really good.
Even though you picked up the deck a little bit close to the tournament, you still had some experience with the deck beforehand, or?
Yes. I played a lot of Grimmsnarl before. I played the NEIC last year. And I did play a lot of Monkey Dory Frostlass like in between those two time periods. So yeah, I did have a little bit of experience in it. So it was pretty good.
And do you have any shout outs for somebody who helped you practice the deck or maybe put it on your radar at first?
Yeah, shout out to my friends Isaac, Ethan, Miles for also getting second, having amazing finals. Also my sister Kaylee, and especially my dad.
Very nice. And Miles, your opponent in the finals, is actually a friend of yours. Tell me about how you met and how your relationship has been as competitors.
So we kind of met after Pittsburgh, and we were testing quite a bit. And like on Friday of this tournament, we were like grinding games in the convention center, having a lot of fun. And he even switched last minute too. So we were both playing like newer decks. So it was a lot of fun. And I can't believe we both got first and second.
And did you agree with his deck choice? Did you try to talk him into switching into Monkey Dory Frostlass, or did he try to trick you or talk you into changing decks?
He was on Grim originally, so our like deck was pretty close. But he switched to Pult. He's a really good Pult player, so obviously he shouldn't regret switching to it. So yeah, he did amazing. I don't blame him at all for switching.
I'm happy to hear that you are so proud of your friend. Now that you've won a second regional, are you going to be taking a break? Are you taking your foot off the pedal whatsoever for this season?
Probably going to one more regional to try to get a stipend for Worlds, and for sure go to NEIC and Worlds. So yeah.
Okay, so still a little bit more in your competitive future. I'm so happy for you, William, and you will be joining the ranks of so many of the other champions that have also been crowned here in Houston. And now on the main stage, it's the Masters Finals here in Houston, and we're here to crown our winners. Give it up for Miguel Marin. Congratulations, Miguel. It's great to hear from you. I know that it's been a long tournament. Thank you so much. Just some quick thoughts and thank yous for the audience.
And thank you.
And one big more round of applause for Miguel. Thank you so much. A man of few words, certainly. I put him on the spot there, but that's fine because we have your Houston Regional Champion, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. Yoshiyuki,
Congratulations. You've played all over the world. You've been competing, and now you have a big win here in Houston. How do you feel?
世界中でいろいろ戦ってきて勝ってどういう気持ちですか
I'm so glad to win! I'm happy to hear that you're so excited. Can we get any big final thoughts and shout outs to any friends and people who have your back for your competitions?
ありがとうとか言いたい人とかいますか はい、たくさんいます。
There's a lot of people I'd like to thank.
Yeah. まず最近結婚した奥さん。
Recently, my fiance.
一緒に練習してくれてるみんなだったり、海外で切磋琢磨していっぱい出会った仲間とか、はい、本当にいろんな人に伝えたいですね。
All the people I've met overseas and they've practiced and played with me, I'd like to thank all of them as well.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to hear that you can do your friends and family proud. Congratulations once again to Yoshiyuki. Give it up, folks. And thank you. I'm going to let you go and celebrate. Yoshiyuki, everybody. He's been playing all around. Thank you as well. And that is going to be it from us here in Houston. It's been a big tournament, a fantastic weekend with Ascended Heroes, but there is still more Pokemon action to come. Make sure you tune in to Pokemon.com/broadcast to check out all the streams. Make sure you're following no matter where you're watching, and we're going to catch you with the next big Pokemon event. I can't wait to see you there. And until next time. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and get the action underway.
It is true. We are here for our second day of action.
And that is a 4-prize KO. Kenny moving forward.
Going for the flip here. Head for a punch to the finals. And I see the boss's order. There it is.